And we'll see where this goes. And as always, having to deal with some technical issues, going to try and bring other people on the call. And let's see if we can make enough noise to keep people engaged. Burning bandwidth. All right, let's open this up and see if everything starts. Good, and with that, we're going to, renew this, and then start with another channel. Open, okay, and, okay, now, since it's the top of the hour, let's bring on the person whose call that this rides on, so to speak, and that will be Jameson Reese, so we can bring on himself and Salman Sheikh. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we're live streaming, and just so you know, and go ahead and start making noise.
Oh, right. Well, as the heat goes up, I get more and more irritable.
So it's hot.
Yes, I suppose this is a human phenomenon for people to get more and more cranky when it gets hotter.
I spoke of that, yes. You may have heard that in my transmission. So let me, it was the one where I was talking about they were even preparing people for asphalt burns. People burn, fall down on the asphalt and, they burn. And hospital level burns. I mean, third-degree burns. Like skin graft
I
surgery
think at least
burns.
14 people have died in, what do you call it, around Oregon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yes.
So...
yeah, and Seattle, and we have our man Salman Sheikh with us as well. And do make your presence known, good sir.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas, Jameson, and I greet you all with love, peace, and happiness.
Thank you so
how's
much.
it going, man?
Yes.
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm reanimating.
Oh, I can say that to a degree. Not nearly as bad as the other day, though. I should be able to monologue quite well tonight. The problem is just to make sure I have enough refreshments around myself. I'm going to gather such. So what I can do is leave you two gentlemen to burn bandwidth while I do that. Actually, I should get the links up first, then I'll tend to that. I've got a little bit of refreshment around me, but I got to get some extra bottles of water in, soon enough. So, how have both of you been? When I brought up the subject of your meeting the other day on the transmission preceding tonight's, both of you addressed it separately, really. First, Salman talked about it while you were gone, and then you came back and spoke about it. But both of you can kind of do some reminiscing. I noticed there were other people in the photographs that were published on Facebook. And these were two other gentlemen, so there was at least a party of four. I do know, as Salman said, the one of the people working at the restaurant or where they were at took the picture. But you can describe the other two gentlemen. That would be interesting for us to hear about that while I go on and take care of these links here.
Yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. So one of my good friends and Masonic brothers, he's a Chinese American. He grew up here. He's in the education background. He's also served in law enforcement. So he's a pretty well-rounded individual. And he's also serves on the Philadelphia Chinatown. He serves on their, leadership in some capacity. So him and I always rallied together and spoke out against hate and spoke out against racism within the Asian community that has affected the Asian community. And I'm glad and honored that he stood with me during my time when I needed support. I stood with him. And it's amazing because his journey actually brought him to Islam. He was originally Orthodox Christian, and then he, following me and, my friendship with him, eventually he reverted to Islam, and he's now studying to become a sheikh in Sufism. So it's strange how things kind of fall in place together with our journeys, with our loved ones and our companions. And the other gentleman that was with us, he's a published Masonic author, lecturer, writer. He has many books out there that he's published on different topics. And I wanted him to meet Jameson because he's also into the different aspects of esotericism and the occult. And it was nice that we were able to sit down, have a company together. And I definitely wanted JMO to be there just to basically restore that faith in him and to see him happy. Because for me, Jameson is a brother, just like how those two gentlemen are my brothers. I give him the same love, regard, and prayers. And every time I come to New York, or anytime I come in the future to New York, I will always make sure I include Jameson, whatever I do. And it's just good, Brother Douglas. That's just the meaning of this life, my love and support for you, JMO, everyone that's on this path against the enemy, the darkness. We're all in this together, and that's the amazing thing about it, with going with JMO to the museum, enjoying at the cafe. They had good latte there. Then at that good restaurant, which I felt good about, that was the place we went to, since we most likely were their first patrons for the entire day.
Yeah, was that a
So
Chinese restaurant?
No, it was a African American owned restaurant in
Okay.
Brooklyn in Nordstrom Avenue.
Thank you.
And I remember when I went in there, it was so nice, and they welcomed us with such hospitality. I know JMO enjoyed his Bloody Mary, and we had good food. And that's about it, Brother Douglas. I really enjoyed his time. I hope am able to do that with him again.
Yes.
And if I ever come to San Francisco, I would love to do that with you as well.
Of course, that goes without saying. And my blessings upon the both of you, and I'm so glad both of you had that experience. And how, what was your impression, Jameson, of those two other gentlemen who were accompanying Mr. Shake? Did they all show up at your door at once?
Well, it was actually quite refreshing to meet two other gentlemen who are well, three other gentlemen actually, who aren't like fans of massive swaths of people, to say the least. It was also a refreshment to be able to speak to individuals about different aspects of esotericism. I know the Asian gentleman, he specialized in astral travel, so I found a lot of his journeys quite interesting. And the author, the white gentleman, he happened to be quite familiar with chaos magic, which is what I started my path in. So we were able to exchange quite a bit of ideas and converse about these things quite freely. And for me, someone who has a sort of almost, well, I'm trying to get out of it. It's very difficult to. I have almost like a single-minded focus on the arcanism, but it's great to be able to speak to other people about it, because that makes up the crux of my life. And it's difficult speaking to people online due to the fact that a lot of them fall under those mega church magicians, so to speak. And so it's great meeting people who aren't part of that, that sort of mega church magician network of the Peter Lavinda
variety
cult.
Yes, thank you. So where was I now? All right. Just both of you keep at it.
Yes.
Well, I deal with the links. Yes.
There's no shortage of topics to talk about. As we all know, we're seeing the end of all the social benefits that COVID-19 bestowed upon us, such as stimulus checks, and
Yes.
we're seeing an end to the hotel housing for the homeless. And this is something that is going to have a detrimental effect on not only New York, cities like Philadelphia, which you're in, Brother Solomon Shake, and cities like San Francisco, of course, Douglas, which you could write volumes on the horrors of Skid Row and all that. We're seeing a problem where things are just getting worse. And so, I was able to pull up an article on it. and I can go into some of it. All right. This is an end to COVID-19 hotel housing for homeless raises worries. Everyone on the streets knows Sir Charles as a skinny guy with a saxophone, sunglasses, felt hat, and megawatt smile. A gig this week at iconic Elbow Room Beach Bar. He danced with soda in his. I don't know why they even bother. I'm gonna skip the human warmth bullshit that they usually put in with these articles.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna be perfectly blunt. Nobody really cares about those insignificant details. We'll just sum it up. He spent the last 3 months living in a motel paid for with federal money, aimed at preventing the spread of COVID-19 by taking homeless residents off the streets. But as hotels reopen to tourists and funding wanes, tens of thousands of homeless nationwide are being forced from motels. This is where things are going to start to get dark. Several cities, like New Orleans, ended their programs months ago amid financing shortages. Right. Experts warn there aren't enough shelter beds, which means sending many back on the streets. In one Vermont community, social workers are offering camping equipment to some homeless people no longer eligible to stay at motels come month's end.
Oh, delightful camping equipment. Nothing like recreational homelessness. Go on.
I mean, yeah, seriously. Like, thank you. So now I have to worry about so now I could sleep under a tent and not know who knifed me to death through the outside of the tent while I was sleeping. Great. And yeah, I remember watching this sort of horror story of this guy who interviews just all types of people from all walks of life. And these guys were like loan collectors, and they were talking about how like these homeless people didn't pay their loan. So he said, they what they did was they put lighter fluid over the tent and they just burned it with him and the other person inside. So yeah,
I mean, that's oh my fucking god. So pure evil. Go on.
the crunch comes as millions across the country face uncertainty over the end of a federal freeze on most evictions on July 31st. The ban kept many people from being turned onto streets during the pandemic, yet also artificially kept many units off the market, meaning less long-term housing for those already homeless. City officials and advocacy groups are working to secure housing for the homeless, leaving hotels, but it's challenging. Big cities like LA, San Francisco, which put up at least 10,000 and 2,000 people respectively, face what the heck do they mean by that? Couldn't they just say 12,000? I mean, what? Yeah, the articles. I'm not even going to go into the lack of quality.
Yeah. By the way, just so people understand what Jameson is dealing with, the problem with today's journalism is that in the old days, if you take a look at old newspapers, you will notice that stories are very bullet point oriented. Everything is bullet point oriented, and this way you actually got a lot more news in. But bear in mind, printing was something that was a monumental task, and to engage in printing newspapers, they wanted to conserve space. And that was all done by machines then, and you had to make corrections manually. These days, all of that is out the window because it's digitized, so you can basically fuck up all you want, and they're trying to actually, and they're trying to actually fill space. So they do a lot less stories of any value, and they instead concentrate on what they call human interest stories, and they've adopted a journalistic style for that, which people learn in school, and people are indoctrinated into writing what are called story columns. And so this is not for the better. Storytelling is an art. I know that that's one thing I've always been credited for, is that people will tell me that whatever else, I sure know how to tell a story. But the point is that you're not looking for that when you're dealing with news. You're looking for news, and
Yes, yes.
yeah.
And the
So
problem is,
yeah.
they're better at writing like freaking fiction than they are at telling us what the hell is going on.
Mhm.
And
Yes,
it's
yes.
actually quite irritating.
No, they're trying to write a fiction, but they do it very poorly. Or they're trying to write a fact in the format of fiction, and it doesn't work. So
Yeah, it's more or less uncalled for when one's dealing with something that's a very serious issue.
mhm. Yeah.
Well, basically there was a lot of staffing shortages, but apparently there's federal resources coming in from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and we'll see what that yields. Uh, the programs are in the process of being rolled out now, and all those resources uh, are not in hand in communities. Batco said. Okay, they go into another personal interest story of people's, lives. What basically we're seeing is that uncertainty. Um, we have New Orleans housed 618 homeless people in hotels during the pandemic in a program financed by the city and state, but it ended in November amid struggling with reimbursement funding. About 75% were placed in permanent housing, some who went to emergency shelters, and 87 returned to the street, joining a growing number of homeless caused by the pandemic. And I've been seeing quite a lot of people who have been suffering with that in New York City myself. Those numbers are growing, and it's very, very concerning. The latest count from January showed nearly 500 people living on the streets of the Big Easy. In Berlin, Vermont, David Moran will have to leave his temporary home Wednesday at the Hilltop Inn. It's been a convenient spot next to his job at Applebee's restaurant. Yes, this is a working homeless class. So make no mistake about it, when people say things to homeless people like "get a job," it's very offensive because a lot of these people do have part-time jobs. They cannot afford housing. This needs to be emphasized.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very important. And the housing, of course, is a major problem in the United States, especially within the big cities. But by all means, continue. And surely, Salman Sheikh, you must have some observations to make about this.
Oh yes, definitely, Brother Douglas. Philadelphia is not any better. I mean, even compared to San Francisco and New York City, Philadelphia's population is also getting higher, and you also have the aspect of gentrification and other aspects which are affecting low-income households and families. So there's a lot going on. I mean, one good thing they did recently was due to the heat wave that's been here in the Northeast. They used the public transportation buses, so they set up like these little zones throughout the city, and the homeless people that were outside, they just let them sit in the bus with air-conditioned buses until I guess the heat wave kind of cooled down. So I guess that's one good thing that they use public services for. But they do have like things where they hand out meals to the homeless, or they do other things, and they have like these shelters where they allow them to go to sleep in these shelters, and then in the morning they serve them breakfast. There's one not too far away from where I live, and I live right next to this busy train terminal, and outside of it, when the shelter lets these guys out for the day, that's where they all hang out. And some of them, they genuinely need help, like, while there's others that are asking for money to support their drug habits. So I try to, I participated in those campaigns as well, to go and support them and give them food, give them clothes, and find out if there's any resources around that can help them get off the street. But it's just it's basically putting out a fire with a water bottle, with the way that this homelessness epidemic is rising across the big cities across the United States, which reminds me again of what Brother Douglas says, that those that are rich, especially the royals, especially the Arab royals, like if they donated the zakat, that would help so many people in this country. And it's the beautiful aspect that there is some unseen humanity that you do see every day, where somebody's feeding somebody or they're doing something, even if they don't put it on social media. There's a lot of good that we see. But unfortunately, there is the aspect of total justice not existing in this world. But we can only try our best with our individual efforts, try to help those as much as we can. And hopefully, within my lifetime, I can see a system where equity and justice can be there for all beings, especially minority communities who are suffering the most with this homelessness epidemic. And what Brother Jameson described perfectly, that the COVID, I guess the benefits are running out, where now they are having sheriffs come to the homes and kick people out for unpaid rent. So it's going to be scary, especially with the new variant coming up in the fall and this stuff going on. I just, pray to God that things work out for the best.
Thank you. That was beautiful, as always. And I want to say hello to Chris Collins. Chris Collins is in the chat room. He says we're loud and clear. I want to say hello to everyone who's promoted us with their upvotes, and all of the thumbs up are appreciated to all of the people who come and listen. God bless you all. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to leave these gentlemen. I think they have it well in hand, and honestly, I'm so happy to have them in my lives, so blessed that they are that we're all in each other's lives, and that includes, of course, our listeners who are supportive of us. And we will, I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Going to grab some bottles of water to surround myself with, and then hopefully my voice will come will come back. And tonight, of course, I plan on monologuing for the majority of the show. We'll have Peter Moon with us a little after the top of next hour. And we will have on with us perhaps Pac-Man Morales and Amanda Ute when they find themselves available. They'll let us know. But I've checked in with them, and they're both up for it if they can fit the time into their schedule. Other than that, of course, Brendan Zogit hopefully is fine. And I will now go mute and leave these two gentlemen to discuss things for a little bit. Thank you.
All right, so while we're on the topic of the growing inequalities in the U.S., I have an article from The Guardian about how America's treeless streets are fueling inequity. Houston is a city of extreme heat. The hottest daily temperature last August peaked at 100 degrees Fahrenheit. But like many other U.S. metropolitan areas, how much heat you endure depends on largely where you live. That's because Houston is a tale of two cities. One is sprawling with greenery, public parks, and 100-year-old oak trees, all of which can help mitigate heat. The other is a bevy of strip malls stacked on top of concrete, which produces and absorbs more heat throughout the day. Adelia Lopez lives in the latter. Her neighborhood's Sharptown is sandwiched between two highways and features apartment complexes that offer little green space. And this absence of tree-lined streets is indicative of socio-economic and health disparities that exist throughout Houston. I get the feeling that the city not putting trees in these areas is actually quite deliberate, a way of punishing those who are suffering already. So, already this sounds quite horrible. Sharptown. Yeah, it's like they don't have any shred of empathy. And not only that, the planting trees in these areas will also be beneficial for the air quality.
Yeah, that's definitely right, Brother J-Mo. Did you hear that one time? I can't recall which city it was, but they, I guess on the public benches, they had installed like spikes on them, or there were like certain roadways under the bridge where they had installed spikes so the homeless people couldn't speak. And I agree with you. Over time, those that have empathy and love for each other, the population of those is just getting lower.
Well, there's a reason for that, and that's because no good deed goes unpunished.
Yes.
And of course, unfortunately, no evil deed goes unrewarded. that's just the nature of this simulation we live in, apparently. Or shall I say, those are the unspoken rules. Sharptown isn't the only tree poor overheating neighborhood in Houston. In the city as a whole, and even in other cities across the U.S., from Chicago to Jacksonville, there are fewer trees in poor neighborhoods. Trees in the shade they provide are actually markers of race and class. So there we go. Here's another indication of the gentrification of how things are, how these disparities are. Honestly, I'm in the mindset where it would be I would rather than going through this frog slowly boiling in hot oil, I would rather we get this class race war over with and just get it out of our systems, kill whoever, let whatever deaths occur and just be done with this shit, because it's just really, really disheartening. It's actually torture to experience this in slow motion, honestly.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And, that's unfortunately, as much as I try to stay positive about things, I just see this, I guess, inevitable crash, or what I always say about the 85%. I see it within the next 10 years taking place in America, within probably by the time we get to the 2030s, of how it's going to be so much scarcity, poverty. And you can tell by the quality of the neighborhoods. I mean, those who say racism doesn't exist, just go to minority neighborhoods and see the condition of the neighborhoods and the opportunities that they have and the quality of life. And just go to the other neighborhoods, the Caucasian neighborhoods, and you'll see the quality of life is much better, cleaner streets, better areas, better schools. I mean, it's right there. It's visually presented in front of you for those who have the eyes to see, that those who live in those good areas have the privilege, while those who are in minority neighborhoods, you can tell by its physical condition that they're just barely able to survive and pay rent every month.
Yeah, I mean, it's where if we don't, we have time where we can still address these issues and nip this in the bud. If we don't, this country is going to become literally a hellhole. I'm not going to bother make a comparison at this moment. Rather, that's something I'll go into in the near future. But the further you are from Houston downtown, the cooler it is. And this unequal distribution of trees throughout Houston and other cities stems from a long history of racist housing practices. In the 30s, banks classified the neighborhoods where black people live as undesirable, outlining them in red on maps. And this is where we get the terminology called redlining.
Oh, delightful. Yes, I remember now that you say it. I'm sorry. I just came back. What was the what is the subject?
This is a subject of how there's a difference in the distribution of trees in areas that are, poor and mostly, have minorities or undesirables, and versus areas that have more wealth. And oftentimes in areas where we see, a lot of minorities apartments, there's less trees, and so the temperature is much hotter.
Okay, thank you.
And this is relevant because we're experiencing, we're going to be experiencing massive spikes in heat. I mean, as I told you in the messenger, at some point we're going to have to consider getting the hell off the surface, because it's not going to sustain us.
Yes.
Now,
yes. But I wouldn't advocate for moving under the surface of the earth simply because that's already occupied. So you have at this point.
Well, the idea is going to space also.
Yes. So what we do need to do is also come to terms with the civilization that occupies the lands below, or hinterland, and that would require a disindoctrination of the entire body politic of the West. Honestly, what's going to happen is obviously there will be supermassive dislocation, and many people are going to die. But in the interim, entire paradigms of people's understanding has to change concerning both geology, the world we live on, and what socially has been fed to people, force-fed to them since the cradle to the grave, in terms of the matrix that they live in of anti-Nazi hatred. And once that it changes with time, and it should very shortly, just simply because of the cataclysms that will kill so many people, that the reliance on the Holocaust as a propaganda against the Nazis will simply no longer have the impact that it once did. And by propaganda, I'm not saying that the Holocaust did not happen, of course, but rather that it is being exploited for cynical purposes in terms of indoctrination towards a endless state of war. We've just had one war, quote unquote, end in Afghanistan, which is the end of one forever war. But most people don't realize they're still in a state of war with yet another civilization, and always have been. Yet they know that they're always mobilized for something. And because of that, these small wars are always continuing with the Western Allied powers. And this is why you see the British, the Americans, and the French, and the Russians in their own right always engaging in these conflicts, because they are in a state of war, and these smaller conflicts rationalize that state of war on the surface world for their population base. So anyhow, was there more you were going to say along those lines? By all means do so, because my voice still isn't here yet. Thank you.
Yes. All right. The impact of redlining is still felt today in policy across healthcare, transportation, education, housing, job allocation, and the allocation of trees and parks. A 2020 study found that nationally, previously redlined neighborhoods are approximately 5 degrees Fahrenheit warmer today than non-redlined areas. On average, previously redlined areas also have about half the tree canopy than non-redlined areas. 5 degrees Fahrenheit is a massive change in temperature sometimes, especially when it gets hotter, or especially when it gets hotter. Summers become almost unbearable. And I do have to report, at least here in New York, we're seeing power outages or power shortages because they're trying to cut off power to certain areas to stop the grid from going out. Granted, this heat wave is probably going to end by tomorrow, but despite that, imagine how horrible it would be to be in a blackout in an area that has no trees versus being in an area where you can at least get some shade or some respite from the scorching temperatures because of the shade of a tree.
Yes, I agree with you, Brother Jameson. It's the same here in Philly. The summer's just started, so I'm just waiting to see that if this was just the beginning of it. It's already been really overwhelming with the heat and the humidity. I just hope that things down the road just get better. But it's like what Brother Douglas said. It's people will be forced to basically unlearn all their indoctrination and learn and realize what was the truth this entire time and what was fiction, and the aspect of living in this inverted reality where they told you who to hate. Every year in school, it would be the same exact thing. I remember going through the Western education system. They're always telling you to hate the same people, but they're never showing you the other side of the story, the Native American genocides, atrocities against African Americans, Asians, Muslims. So, everything is pretty self-explanatory, and it's to stand on the right side of justice. And that's what I love and appreciate about Brother Douglas, that he's making people realize that, for those who are having the heart and mind to understand.
Yes, and that's very important in a time where we don't have that balance, and where that justice seems to be skewed only to the highest bidder or the whitest dude you can find. No pun intended.
Yes. There we are. Thank you. And please continue. I'll try to, break in soon enough in a more aggressive manner. And other than that, it's obvious that we have a lot going on, almost too much to, well, there's always way too much to talk about. By the way, both of you, hopefully both of you will be able to join me on the 4th of July weekend. I know that we all
Of
have such
course,
a,
I don't see the Fourth of July as even relevant
yes,
to
thank you.
my personal paradigm because I mean, while I shudder to think what would have happened if we had remained under King George's rule, I at least tend to think it would have been better than what we have here now.
Oh, it would have been much better. That I can guarantee. I've argued that before, and I've proven
The
it.
reason, well, the reason why I shudder to think is because at some point the British would have started colonizing anyway, like they did with India, and at some point they would have committed genocide of the American Indians, just not immediately. At least there would be more American Indians still in extant today. I
Oh,
mean, who
much more.
knows?
Yes, much more. And so I can go into the details of that some other time, and I have in the past. But the important thing to remember is that the British really didn't reach the genocidal apex that they had. In them. They didn't manifest that mass murderous tendency to the extreme degree until we're talking about the time of
Churchill.
the, yeah, well, before then, but it was at its apex then, and that was then again concentrated on the British Indian Raj. But understand that when it comes to that situation, the British never really colonized per se in the way that people might think, in that they're not literally moving masses of population into areas other than those where the resistance was almost, how would I say it? You wouldn't say it's non-existent, but the resistance was, the populations were small enough in New Zealand and Australia where they could literally change the demographics. In a place like India, that was simply impossible. So the impact that the British had was far more of a taint on the society. They corrupted the society. So their damage is far more psychological, even though they killed millions of people compared to the baseline population. It
Well, that's
wasn't
also
wasn't
arguable in Africa as well.
Yes, of course, that goes without saying. And so the corruption is, well, it's self-evident. I mean, just for instance, the pidgin English that we were speaking of, just that, just to get a bunch of blacks speaking instead of English, a creolization, basically a caricaturization of English, so that they sound as stupid as possible every time they open their mouths. I mean, this is the kind of evil that permeates England, but they weren't hot on interbreeding with anybody. So there's still a Aboriginal population in both New Zealand and Australia. Most of those people being slaughtered by the New Zealanders, are especially the Australians, more so than by the English. In other words, the white people that they dumped there did most of the damage. But had they stayed in America, the outcome for the American Indians would have been infinitely better, simply because the British would have settled with leaving that land to the French, because they considered that almost like an insult to intermingle with the Indians, whereas the French were willing to trade with the Native American Indians and interbreed with them. So in that sense, when it came to the Native Americans, the French were quite positive in their interaction compared to some of the more negative colonial experiences that they rendered onto subject peoples elsewhere. So, but definitely, hopefully the point is made. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. July 4th. We'll just say July 4th is no holy day for me. I
So it's
don't give a
open. Yeah.
crap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As I
what I
expected.
do know is that I suspect everyone is going to be blasting their music th all hours of the night because people celebrate like hell just because they can,
Yes.
and a holiday is an excuse to just let loose. And so you'll probably hear like some boom boxes and obnoxious music in the background. That's not mine.
Yes, yes. I will, of course, be celebrating myself with some social obligations, but I'll be back in time for the transmission, obviously. And how about yourself, Salman Sheikh, in terms of your schedule regarding the pending 4th of July? And just curious, have you, in the past, had any awkward moments on a day like that with idiots running around and posing any stupid questions about whether or not you're patriotic enough or the like?
Yes, Brother Douglas. 4th of July, I'm with you definitely, like I always am. So I'll be here with you and Jameson. And the aspect of the 4th of July, it's funny because the aspect of this patriotism or this so-called patriotism that they have for this country is just a basis of indoctrination. Like if they truly know the history of their country, their military, they wouldn't be up in arms like celebrating in terms of they believe in the terms of the freedom that they have. And in terms of what you said about the British being in control in America would be better. It's funny, the Assassin's Creed video game that I played, where George Washington is shown as the enemy.
Yes,
In there, the main assassin that you play as is a Native American assassin,
yes,
and his village is burned down by George Washington. So
yes.
he goes out and he seeks revenge, and then he finds out that the bluecoats that he was helping were the ones responsible in the first place. So in the end, he feels betrayed because in the game they promise him that we're going to save your village, we're going to save your people in the upstate New York area where a lot of the Iroquois are. And then he finds out that the same people that he helped during the revolution were the ones that sold his people out. So at the end, there's a lot of like betrayal and I guess, but he makes his peace and basically heads out west with the rest of them in the game. But it just goes to show you that if they were here, then everyone would have been basically an equal subject of the crown, like you stated previously in one of your transmissions.
Thank you.
I mean, maybe it could have been not as great, not perfect, but it would have been a lot better compared to I guess, the Anglo-Saxon genocide of Manifest Destiny that took place. So there's many benefits that would have came about it. And it's funny, right next to my home, Brother Douglas, there's a park where we all pray at during Eid, during the Ramadan holiday. And one of the holidays, I guess the neighbor across the street was playing the Star Spangled Banner while everyone was praying. And that made me laugh, thinking that all of these people are Americans. They're here. Their life is here. Why are you doing this? Why are you being ignorant? Same way with my Chinese American friend who serves in the Philadelphia Chinatown. He said, I was born here, I was raised here, I have nothing to do with China. And he explained to Jameson himself how he's also organizing a lot of youth groups in Chinatown. He told me recently that there was an elderly person that somebody was picking on, and the youth basically intervened and held those people accountable and restrained them until the authorities got there and basically arrested them. So it's important for the Asian communities, especially the Chinatown communities, to have these youth groups, because a lot of these people, they mainly target the elderly, especially those that are walking by themselves. So I'm glad that in that aspect, there's some justice being restored as well, for my friend's leadership and other Chinatowns across America that are taking charge.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. And so, by all means, Jameson, you can go back to speaking about what you were addressing.
All right. So the basically the people who design and maintain streets, bus stops, and schools all love trees, but they don't want them anywhere around the structure. They're worried about roots blowing leaves, Ward said, because they have no responsibility for the long-term issues from lack of shade or cooling when it comes to cities and inner cities and whatnot. But these are things that they're going to have to start taking into consideration. I mean, yeah, that they basically ended it there about how, there's the disparity and whatnot. So, I mean, they went into a few examples and whatnot, but yeah, that basically sums everything up. It's still that racist hand in America, and this is the reason why the very fact that it's called critical race theory to begin with is so offensive. It's critical race history. It's fact.
Mm-hmm.
It's not theory. It's fact that this country does that, and it's kind of absurd how we have to, they're bitching about, well, you taking down our Confederate statues. Yet, when it comes to teaching their kids that, blacks built the country and American Indian blood built the country, they're going to like, no, you can't tell them that theory, man. It's not a theory, it's history. But this is the madness of the world we live in. And it's this that I had the opportunity to address, to the response video that PC Cornell had made. I wanted to point out and emphasize that when I talk about Russia, I'm not speaking of the people or their culture. I have a lot of respect for people who are Russian. I had friends who were Russian, and they were some of the nicest friends I had. I was attracted to a girl in high school who was Russian, for goodness sake. It's not Russia. The problem is Putin, his regime, his oligarch. And I would say the same thing about China. The problem is not the Chinese people. The problem is Xi Jinping and his freaking dictatorship.
Yes.
And it would be the same thing in Brazil. The problem is not the problem is not the Brazilians. It's Bolsonaro and his freaking his right-leaning white supremacy bullshit. So again, I have to be perfectly distinct. That these people in power are criminals, and Donald Trump is a criminal. And the good news is that Donald Trump, New York is doing investigations, and they're trying to shut down his whatever company he owns.
Yes, that's correct. I'll go a little bit into that myself. When I start monologuing, in terms of some breaking news that I do want people to know about, and I'll just test my voice out a little bit right now. And matter of fact, I just might wait till the top of the hour. Honestly, I'm how would I say it? I'm just so dry. Let me finish drinking some more water. As a matter of fact, I'd best turn towards that. And there is
What I
something.
can do is
There is something that needs to be qualified about beyond the dictators, of course, that are running these nations into these empires really into the ground. The problem is certain faults within the culture itself. Obviously, these people manifest it because of long-term dysfunctions in the culture. And so with the Russian culture in particular, the problem's quite simple. It's that Russia really needs, if anything, more than anyone else on Earth, they really need a matriarchy. It's
yes, they do, because the problem is they're hyper masculinized to the point where it's just dysfunctional.
It's toxic.
It's beyond toxic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that hyper masculinization that's making life a living hell here in the United States.
Yes. And
I mean, all over the world, actually. I mean, there've been that's been another thing that's been troubling in news recently, has been the spikes of violence against women, especially in places like Honduras. I was watching a documentary where they were talking about how, a woman is killed every 36 hours in Honduras. And it's pretty bad. It has gotten so bad that there are women who are taking it into their own hands to try to help identify victims and stop, men from killing women. And, at some point, you kill off all the women. who are you going to reproduce with?
Yes, thank you. The insanity of the male behavior pattern is beyond belief. So I'm going to turn to the chat room, and this will transition myself speaking somewhat. I probably still shouldn't, but Maria Grigorich, shout out to her. She says, "Hello, everyone. Canada Day is going to be pretty irrelevant on the 1st after all the recent discoveries at the Indigenous residential schools." And I will go into that just briefly. As a matter of fact, I'll probably have Salman and Jameson look that up and address that. But in terms of breaking news, there have been another 182 unmarked graves found at a former residential school. And these are dead Native American children who were taken to these schools and murdered after being raped and tortured for months, if not years at a time. So this is a horrific reality that is being addressed only through discovery, and we have to. I have faith in the Canadians that they will contend with this psychologically and far more conscientiously than Americans ever have. By the way, Maria Gregorich says hi in the private messages as well. I'm sure she'll provide me some further details. Again, going back to the live stream, Sarah Thomas is there. She says, totally agree, Maria. And Daniel Arola brings up a grand jury in Manhattan has filed criminal indictments against the Trump Organization. And CFO Alan Weisselberg, according, I guess you would really pronounce his name, Weaselberg. In America, it could very well be that. I'm not just being sarcastic. It fits. And that's according to two people familiar with the indictments. Okay. And then, of course, Maria brings up that nothing's been done to address this situation in Canada about these mass graves of Indigenous children, other than Trudeau pointing the finger at the church, which doesn't help anybody. And the Pope was quite right in pointing the finger back at him, because these were state-sponsored schools. Salman, if you could take over, because our man Jameson has gone on a bio break. And that's
yes, Brother
God
Douglas.
bless you.
There's an interesting incident that took place here in Philadelphia, which supports everything you're saying about having a all-female police force. Recently, what happened was there were a group of juveniles that were hanging around, like the University City area, where a lot of these college kids are, or where a lot of the students and teachers and professors usually hang out, like an affluent neighborhood. And the teenagers that were all on their bikes were all either Latin or African American, a mix of the two minorities. And the police were called, like, hey, they're blocking the storefront, or they're blocking the certain part of the road. And a female officer approached the situation, and she was able to, one female with a group of 30 juveniles in front of her, and she was, her height is like shorter than all of them. And she was able to peacefully and so delicately diffuse the situation that it made the news, and her Facebook post went viral. And you popped up in my mind, Brother Douglas, as soon as I saw that. And I'm like, that's actually the truth, where the tender nature of the female spirit and the soul basically can diffuse many of the situations. Had a male officer been there, it probably would have been escalated, or, then he would have called back up, or a fight would have broke out, and it wouldn't have ended in a good way. That reminded me a lot of what you said, and I wanted to share that story as well. I will put it in the chat box for you to review. And in the aspect of the Native American atrocities, I believe that it's so unfortunate what's been going on in a lot of these places, and why this history is neglected, and why we're only taught one version of history, repetitive history, in the school system. Even myself, as a Pakistani Muslim and growing up in two different education systems and cultures, I was able to identify that something was not right. And I realized with all of these atrocities that are coming to light, that no matter what the darkness tries to hide, Brother Douglas, eventually the light does come out. You do get shown the truth, and you just have to keep fighting for that truth. And I just imagine the souls of those poor Native American kids that must have finally breathed free. Their souls must have breathed free, knowing that their story got out and what the atrocity that took place against them got out. And Canada being under the crown, they're mostly likely they'll probably be able to address this, I agree with you completely, in a much better way than the United States will or probably ever would, in terms of Native atrocities and how even many reservations are still not in good conditions.
Thank you. And I noticed that Sarah Thomas was talking about, they're both in Canada, Sarah Thomas and Maria G. And by the way, that was Salman Sheikh, who just finished speaking about this subject. And he's, as always, very eloquent and brings up many points that are profoundly appreciated. And Sarah Thomas she had in the chat room, considering Trudeau and the Canadian Dominion, she basically has a sign of a fart saying our government is corrupt and disgusting. And Maria G was saying, yes, Trudeau needs to go. Understandably, there is this disillusionment with Trudeau. I personally think he's kind of just, how would I say it, lost more than sinister. He's more like, in a sense, out of his league. He's just like a rich white boy whose father was very wealthy and was pretty profound in politics, and then his father was a force to be reckoned with for Canada, but his son is pretty much just under his father's shadow and one on his father's name, but he's not his father. So this is like, what can one do with this? He'll probably get voted out, and you can only hope and pray that the person who replaces him isn't some kind of Canadian asshole. So our lady Maria says they won't do anything unless the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh gets a platform. My opinion only. I believe that. I would agree with that. So she showed me this new oath that the Canadians designed, where they have included how would I say it, the various First Nations peoples into the citizenship oath of Canada. And so that, at least that's something, however. And we should do that with our own citizenship oath here in the United States, is include an acknowledgement of the Native American nations that were here first. We were also speaking of the subject of females, of course, and nowadays, unfortunately, in my mind, whenever I speak of feminist issues, then I'm haunted by Lena Shea, who I'll go just a little bit more into later. Our problems have not ended with the computer, or the website rather. And so the latest problem that we've discovered that we're contending with, I'll explain at the top of the hour. Sarah Thomas is bringing up a drama teacher. That would sound like Trudeau, the son, certainly not the father. The father was a entrepreneurial, multimillionaire businessman, much more aggressive type, and much more formidable, of course. And let me take a look down at some of the other input we're getting. Something from Salman Sheikh inside of the chat room. There we are. University of Pennsylvania Police. There we are. Perfect. And so thank you, sir. I deeply appreciate it. And he shared a link with us on that female police officer. And I'm going to turn it back to these gentlemen for a few minutes after I point out another development. Bill Cosby's verdict was overturned.
Oh, yes. I saw that.
Yes, on procedural grounds. So let me explain that and contextualize that for everyone briefly. The bad news is the offensive aspect of this reality is that Bill Cosby is a free man again. Now, this disgraced comedian who is guilty of sexual assault, and as has been testified by dozens of women, today saw his court verdict overturned on a technicality. Now, Cosby's case remains one of the most high profile of the hashtag #MeToo movement. And of course, I reviewed his 2018 trial, as well as other cases of sexual misconduct in the past. But to help you make sense of this latest development and process how it should be considered in light of the larger cultural conversation about sexual assault and justice, understand that after his trial back in 2018, I spracketh that on record that it would be a mistake to think of Cosby's conviction as any ending or closure to the Cosby case. As tempting as it was to treat the legal outcome as a definitive conclusion, the decision was just one element of a story that for the 60 woman who came forward that we know of to prove Bill Cosby was guilty of sexual misconduct, that story would never end. Not really. And this was the upshot of the testimony given by Andrea Constant, who was the only accuseress to successfully bring a criminal case against him, and of the statements many other women had made in support of her. These consequences radiate indefinitely. So it's tempting to think of today's overturned conviction in symbolic terms that are depressing and fatalistic, as if it were a shift in the course of the hashtag #MeToo, or as an outright societal rejection of the stories those women all came forward to tell. But the court's logic, and I say logic in quotation marks, came down to a prosecutorial conduct and the demands of due process issues. It had nothing to do with Cosby's guilt or innocence. It had, as a matter of fact, nothing to do with Bill Cosby at all. So this does not change the story, which is now ongoing with a new chapter. And it most certainly does not end it. Cosby is freed, but he is not exonerated. Unfortunately, all of these black and white assholes out there, all of the male gender, are going to take it as such and use it as an excuse to run with that. Don't let them do it. And if anyone tries that in front of you, stand up against them. Get in their face. And shout them down if you have to. So that is the situation as stands with that. With that, I turn it over. We're at the top of the hour. I'll check my messenger. And both of you gentlemen take it from here for a while so I can rest my voice again. Thank you.
Yes, I even have an article that I found quite offensive on it because of the fact that because of some of the language used in it. I'm going to see if I can just dredge this up from the depths. I do have it, but they did say that what they said was something to the degree of that. Oh my gosh, I can't, I hazard against, going there without having the actual thing in front of my face because I want to verify that what I saw is what I actually saw. Just out of a desire to sound professional. Honestly, I thought what I read was something to the degree of, and here we go. All right, here we are. This is from NBC News. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned the indecent assault conviction of Bill Cosby on Wednesday and ordered his release from prison after finding he was denied protection against self-incrimination. The court said a prosecutor's decision not to charge Cosby, 83, in an earlier case opened the door for him to speak freely in a lawsuit against him, thinking he would not incriminate himself criminally. A second prosecutor used the lawsuit testimony in a criminal trial, and that testimony was key in his conviction years later. He was convicted on 3 felony counts of aggravated indecent assault in 2018, of drugging and assaulting Andrea Constant in 2004. and was serving a 10-year sentence. He has served nearly 3 years of the sentence. The state Supreme Court said Cosby cannot be retried for the same charges. Damn, that's super lame. When an unconditional charging decision is made publicly and with intent to induce action and reliance by the defendant, and when the defendant does so to his detriment, denying the defendant the benefit of the decision is affront to fundamental fairness, according to the High Court opinion authored by Justice David Wecht. What I want to say is, let me refrain from speaking on from an emotional standpoint. The prosecution of Cosby was one of the first major milestones of the Me Too movement, as women came forward with their tales of unwanted sexual advances, harassment, and rape in the workplace. Cosby's spokesman, Andrew Wyatt, thanked the comedian's legal team and Pennsylvania Supreme Court, calling Wednesday's ruling a moment of justice for Black Americans. That is what offended me.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is so offensive.
Thank you. Tell them how.
Because,
that means this is a moment of justice for them nigger men. You know how they love to rape.
What does him being black have anything to do with their F up? I think the F up was deliberate as well. I think it was politically calculated as a who knows? I mean, well, let me not go there yet. What I'm going to say is that this has nothing to do with this. This doesn't reflect at all on Black people whatsoever.
But this is how whites will run with it. The whites will run with it by saying it's just blacks being black. And
this Uncle Tom piece of shit decided to give them crackers exactly what they wanted. This is disgusting.
Yes, Sarah Thomas agrees with you. She says that that is so fucking offensive. By the way, she brings up the fact that Donald Rumsfeld died, and so she says, "What a news day." By the way, Daniel Arola says...
that I'm going to be celebrating.
Yes.
All right. I need to get some champagne, pop a cork, I mean, the whole nine.
Oh, strippers. Don't tempt me. I'll start drinking during transmission. So Daniel Arola says, "I do remember when Eddie Murphy impersonated and made fun of Bill Cosby during the Raw tour in the mid-1980s. It was hilarious." And he says, Fat Albert, which was, of course, all voiced by Bill Crosby, was one of my top favorite cartoon shows back in the 1980s, as it was mine, by the way. I watched that show like Kung Fu Action Theater on Saturday afternoons. Now it's hard to like it the same way. Yes, of course. You try not to think about the voice behind the Derek Talley character, the fat guy. Yes, that's right. And but at any rate... there we are. So Maria G says that Trudeau wasn't so much a drama teacher as a drama queen. So there we have that. And with Donald Rumsfeld, for those of you who are too young to remember, he was the extraordinarily cocksure and unrepentant defense secretary who engineered the Iraq War. Basically, what more do you need to know?
Aside from having a huge dump load of money from aspartame.
Yes. And we could go on about that. I'm sure you could. By the way, you're welcome to do so. Go into the direction of aspartame. If you have any warnings against it, by all means, deliver them.
Well, honestly, I honestly was. I was supposed to be taking a certain substance several years ago, which would be olanzapine, a medication. Because I had told then psychiatrists that I just want to zone out. But aspartame destroys brain cells. It mimics sugar, but it's very destructive of brain cells. On retrospect, now that I look at it, so is DXM. So I mean, what would it have would have made a difference for me.
The
But
difference is the synthetic sweetener causes cancer.
oh, well, there you have it. That is a difference. I haven't read anything that says dextromethorphan causes cancer. So
No, that would
I'm
be liver failure instead, or something like that. There's always
oh
something, right? I mean,
yeah. There is always something. With that, yeah, that also screws up your gastrointestinal tract by it f's with the microvilli.
oh, no doubt. I'm sure you're
Intestines.
constipated half the time. That's what happens to opium addicts, like Bela Lugosi suffered that. Aside from all of that, okay, let's bring Salman back on for a minute. Obviously, my voice is returning somewhat, but it'll be a little while yet. And once I get started, I intend on pretty much sucking all the oxygen out of the room from that point forward, and just going ahead throughout the gentle night. And but aside from what I'm planning to do, I want to say thank you for Daniel mentioning that he's high. He always goes into the chat room and says HIGH, and very glad that he's here with us tonight. And if he wants, he can notify me, and I can bring him on call. And Sarah Thomas says that Twitter is asking Dick Cheney to follow Donald's lead, Donald Rumsfeld's, to the other side. Travis Moss says, I wish more predators higher up would have been taken down. It's almost as if many have diplomatic immunity. Meanwhile, I think the Ghislaine thing resumes in a few days. Timely, to say the least. And by the way, remind me of the Ghislaine thing. Both of you gentlemen, please come on stage. Take it from there.
I don't even know what that is. But you did tell me to remind you of something else last week, which was the island, Ganges Island, Wednesday. Yeah, so I had actually written that on a postcard. So there's your reminder for later on tonight. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to Google this. What is this? What do you
Let
call it?
me enter it into the text box, a cut and paste of his term here, and there you go. If that brings you anything, good luck. In the meantime,
That's
yes.
Brother Douglas. That's Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's mistress. Who's
Okay,
on trial.
thank you. Yes, I'm sure that's not the way her name is spelled. But is it?
Yeah,
It's an approximation, right? It's an approximation of the spelling of her name.
yeah. It's like Ghislaine. Yeah, it's just very funny spelling. They say, all right, this is an opinion poll. Bill Cosby is free. Ghislaine Maxwell should be too. For what? Why should they?
They're being sarcastic. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the good thing is that there is a conviction in the woman who was partaking in the Nexum. What was it? That Nexum cult
Yes.
with that weird guy. So
Yeah. Yeah.
she's
Upstate New York. That's Lena Shay's territory.
yeah. This is Allison Mack gets 3 years in Nexi. That's nothing. Nexium sex slave case. This is the woman who played a key role in the scandal-ridden cult-like group Nexium, where they were branding women's. They were branding women. Where this guy was branding women
As if they were cattle. So let
as if they
people
were cattle.
understand that, so they don't think that you're just talking like he sewed tags onto their clothing or something. All right.
No. He used a branding iron on their skin, and these women were branded with his initials. This guy was supposed to be someone who claimed he had super intelligence because he had done really well on an IQ test, and he had used all that in his charisma to become a sexual predator. And so he had created this whole cult around himself, where these women would be literally tortured. They would be starved, tortured, and just sexually used and thrown out. And these were women who had certain vulnerabilities at certain points in their lives, who were like, because I guess the guy had some knowledge of psychology. He had a lot of knowledge of psychology. He had a whole team of people working with him in this. And this woman, Allison Mack, is one of the women who were enablers who were working with him. Um, Now, she was supposedly his. All right. She's best known for her role as young Superman's close friend in the series Smallville, and she had pleaded guilty to the charges and began cooperating against the leader Keith Raniere. Now, prosecutors credited her with helping them mount evidence showing how Rainier created a secret society of brainwashed women who were branded with his initials, amongst other things. At her sentencing in Brooklyn federal court, Mack renounced the self-improvement guru. Yes, there's a rise of these people all over the place, just for the public to know. And these are really toxic people who are like, follow me, I have the answers you need. Yeah. Look. I'm pretty up straight. I'm pretty up straight for people, and this is one of the reasons why I think people like me is because I tell you, I am fucked up in the head. My life is fucked up. And I do not know how to live as a responsible adult, but I do know a lot of stuff that might interest you. There we go.
There
Honesty.
Yes,
if only people were so honest.
Yes. And by the way, Travis Moss followed up with, of course, clarifying the name, which again very distinctively spelled, to say the least. And he mentioned that she was Epstein's main lady, basically his trafficker, or the accountant for such procedures, so to speak, his expediter. And so Daniel Arola was saying that her name is pronounced with a silent G, as in Yi Lane. Now, I will admit I prefer that pronunciation, but Maria G emphasizes the fact that in the actual French, it is actually a hard G, as in geek, and she's not being sarcastic, as in Guylaine, and so that would be à la française. The Travis Moss says she was also, and by the way, this is quite correct. I spoke on this at length before, actually. So around the time of Epstein being caught and her coming to California, which she was here in California for a while, I brought up the fact that she was also the daughter of Robert Maxwell, a double agent, potentially or probably for both MI6 and Mossad, a billionaire who died mysteriously falling off of his yacht. And it turned out he was funneling millions of dollars. So Travis Moss brings up that aspect of it. And in truth, there are elements of that. But mostly the man was extraordinarily pathetic, and he was at the end of his rope, where he was bankrupt and all he had were hard assets. And he apparently didn't want to go through the trouble of liquidating them. So he was possibly murdered. It's a coin toss, really a flip of the coin, whether he was murdered or suicided. So Maria G says, oh yes, Sarah Thomas says, love your brutal honesty, Jameson, with a heart, a beating heart. And Maria G says, you are very direct and honest, Jameson, a rare breed. And Sarah Thomas gave a nice bullseye for Travis Moss, pointing out the espionage background of Robert Maxwell. And people can look up the death of Robert Maxwell and find out details and get a better picture. So let's see who else is messaging in. Our man Brendan Zogate cannot come on tonight, and that's fine for now. In interim, of course, let's take a look around at some of the other people messaging. And turn back to Salman and Jameson. So again, both of you gentlemen, please take it away.
All right. Let me get back to that article, because I'd taken a pause to just look at the YouTube. I have so many tabs open, it's not funny. All right. She had originally faced 14 to 17 and a half years behind bars, but her defense team argued in court papers that probation or a sentence to home confinement was more appropriate, because yes, nothing like being able to just be in your home 24/7 a day. I mean that's a hell of a lot better than being in jail. I mean, granted, I can imagine one going mad in both instances. But
No,
at least
no,
if
not
you're,
really. I mean, honestly, anybody who's dissatisfied with house arrest is kind of silly. I mean, obviously you don't
Yeah,
want
I
it, but
mean,
still, it's yeah.
it's just way more preferable than going to prison. I mean, seriously, you can probably even figure out a clever way to kill yourself on house arrest. If
It,
you're if you grow dissatisfied, you can do
aside,
that. It's more difficult in prison.
there we are. Aside from that, where were we? This is the Nexum chick. This is not the. This is not
Yeah,
okay. Not Yelaine.
yeah. I'm gonna have to look for an article uh e- specifically for that. Let me see what I can find. Um,
But by the way, during moments like this, Salman, please take over when he starts doing this searching bit. I will ask you to be more aggressive in that regard. Whenever it gives Jameson a break so that he can do the searching rather than making noises while he searches, because that distracts him from his searching.
Oh yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. And it's what stands out to me is in Islam, we are taught that heaven lies at the feet of your mother. You respect your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, the female gender in particular, because of Islam being a matriarchal religion, and respect the divine feminine in your life, just like how the Prophet, peace be upon him, respected his mother, his wife, his daughters, who were a significant part of the divine feminine. And it's funny, in countries where they tell you that Islam doesn't respect women's rights. I mean, look at the stuff that's going on with the Cosby situation. It's not too far away from me, where he was released from Montgomery County.
Good
I'm
Lord.
only like 30 minutes away from that court or that correctional facility where he was released. And one good thing the city of Philadelphia did was they had a mural painted of him at the 52nd Street train station. And once he was basically facing those charges, the one good thing the city did was they repainted the mural with an actual city image. So I hope now that the conviction's overturned, they don't repaint him back on that mural. And
uh,
it's amazing, Brother Douglas, that you have so much abusive stuff that happens here against women.
yeah.
I guess in terms of certain industries and how they're abusing them and degrading them, and stories like this about these cults and so-called spiritual gurus. I told a girl recently, I said, never let any man exploit you, manipulate you, or do anything to you. Whoever's claiming to have any kind of spiritual knowledge, I mean, use your intuition. And if this wasn't a Muslim country, Brother Douglas, it wouldn't have even made it this far. He probably would have been knocked off a while ago, because you cannot disrespect a woman. And that's one thing I'm glad that, Islamic countries who do follow that law properly will allow women power and allow them to be in charge, like we see in Malaysia and I guess Indonesia and other places. I mean, those places are not perfect. They're having their own issues, but this wouldn't have gotten that far in terms of these sex cults and the Cosby situation in an Islamic country. So just an interesting parallel that I wanted to point out.
And appreciate it. Yes, very much so. And as I've mentioned before, even Turkey, which was much more secular for the longest time until the latest idiot took over, in reflection of all the idiots that took over all over the world. It was a time of idiots in this period in history. What happened was that you had a female prime minister, of course, for a while. And of course, it was hopeful in Pakistan when you saw somebody female in power, but her family was just so corrupt. And of course, Benazir Bhutto was corrupted by that, so that's, as a matter of fact, while we're on that, you can share with people some things about her I probably don't even know. I'm sure, little trivial things you might remember about that situation.
Oh, yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. So the Bhutto family, they're part of the Pakistan's People's Party, known as the PPP. And right now they're having a resurgence because the son of Benazir Bhutto, who's the survivor, they made him the leader of the party. So he's going against the progressive leader, Imran Khan, who's trying to fight against the extremists and the people that are not representing Islam correctly in terms of gender rights, women rights, and making sure that the trans community in Pakistan is treated with respect. So he's doing a lot of good things. And the Bhutto family and the Sharif family, they are individuals who have been groomed in the West. So anytime anything happens, they run off to the West. And what Brother Douglas, and I owe him a great deal of gratitude and debt, because this information no one will tell you, even someone who's been in Pakistan and part of that system, about the blood bank, and how her and Hillary Clinton were part of this sorority called Hell's Harlots, and they had this issue with the blood bank market, and how she had killed all of these Pakistani soldiers. And it's even in the Pakistani news sources and the military, they know, but it's only Brother Douglas that's teaching you this information. So they are corrupt. They're partying. They're having like this lavish lifestyles off the backs of the Pakistani people. America, England, all these countries send all this foreign aid to Pakistan, and none of it gets to the people. And it's usually the Sharif and the Bhutto families that are always in charge. So Imran Khan, being an outsider, a third party, he came and broke their system in 2018. And ever since then, they've been after him with a re-election campaign coming up now in Pakistan in 2023. So what Imran Khan is doing, he's making sure that everyone is treated with respect. Recently, there was somebody in his cabinet who had said something disrespectful to the Hindu and Christian minority in Pakistan, and he removed them from the cabinet, because that's not what true Islam is. You respect everybody as one people of God, no matter what your race, religion, or gender is. So I'm hoping that he survives this re-election campaign against the Bhutto family and the Sharif family, who are basically, how do you say it? They're basically groomed in the West, and they don't represent the interests of the Pakistani people. So anytime there's an issue or any kind of atrocity taking place, they run away, just like how Benazir Bhutto did. And what Brother Douglas had predicted, that when Benazir goes back, when Hillary thought she was winning the election, she wasn't going to make it. And that's exactly what had taken place, because in that part of the world, just like how our brother described about Afghanistan, those people do not forget what you did to them. You could hide from them for 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, even 1,000 years. They will continue passing on that story to the surviving generations, and so on and so on, that there was this person and he or she committed this atrocity against you. And they will not forget who you are, and they will basically get you. And that's why it's hard to win any battle against those people, because of that attitude that they have, of that tribal code, which existed in those lands before even Islam came there. And that's why what happens is, when anything happens in terms of any female atrocity against females in Afghanistan and Pakistan, what happens is it's basically a cultural crime, not what Islam represents. So a lot of those taboo cultures and the subjects that are in there in terms of forgiveness and revenge, and the aspects of the Bhutto family, it's basically a thing that people have to be represented properly. And I still remember a few years ago when I was listening to one of Brother Douglas's transmissions, saying that when Benazir come back, they're not going to forget what she did to those soldiers and the surviving family members who are going to be waiting for her. And that's exactly what happened. So whoever is listening, pay attention to Brother Douglas Dietrich and contribute to him and support him, because he's teaching you the truth, which the enemy is trying to hide from you. And that's why he's always under attack, and he needs our love, support, prayers, and brotherhood. And I cannot emphasize that enough.
Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. And yes, and as a reminder to everyone, I will give a shout out, of course, to some wonderful people, aside, of course, from, as Mr. Daniel Orola says in the chat room, he says, Salman Sheikh, rattle and roll, or he definitely says that you're rocking it. And he says, I remember reading that Subhas Chandra Bose had a very integrated army of men from all faiths and backgrounds, and they all marched together as brothers. He is, of course, referring to the Asian Indian freedom fighter on behalf of the Japanese Empire who fought against the British Raj in World War II. And shout out to Peggy Wood. And so, love you dearly, all you ladies in the chat. And Travis Moss says, I wonder who looked more like a James Bond villain, Robert Maxwell or Aquino. And Robert Maxwell, I've never seen a photograph of him actually, or if I had, I didn't know it was him. May have seen it and just not connected it to anything, but I just don't consciously recall what he even looked like. But no doubt he surrounded himself with many of the accoutrements, the private yacht, all the rest of that. It gave him a James Bond villain kind of aura, but he was really just this a kind of very active con man. He bought up a bunch of magazines that went bust under his editorialship and the like. It's just what it is. So let me thank our man Solomon for carrying us to this point. I'm going to start monologuing very soon if Peter doesn't show up, and that's fine. We're nearing the bottom of the hour. Have you found anything, Jameson, that you would care to relate? Go ahead, by all means.
Yes, yes. This is from the the Times of Israel. She's the heiress of late media mogul Robert Maxwell, a socialite with enviable royal and political connections, and accused madam of a convicted sex offender. Ghislaine Maxwell is a woman seemingly born with a silver spoon up her ass. Now she's languishing in a Brooklyn prison, awaiting trial charges that she helped Jeffrey Epstein on his abuse of girls as young as 14. For those who remember Maxwell as a child who attended Oxford University with her or partied hard on the social scene, it's hard to reconcile their understanding of her with the woman accused of grooming victims for Epstein. But perhaps they never really knew Maxwell at all. Now a new documentary attempts to delve deeper into the enigmatic heiress with an intriguing three-part portrait of her life. Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's Shadow, which aired in the United States on the Peacock streaming service June 24th and June 28th in the UK. On Sky Documentaries, features interviews with former friends, business associates, and alleged victims, leaving by its ending a mosaic, which is pretty well-rounded, according to executive producer Emma Copper. Why does this feel like a giant advertising? You got a woman who has been
Peggy Wood also corrects us again. Thank you, Peggy. Ghislaine. So we'll stick with that.
Oh, all right. I keep forgetting the S is silent.
Yes, no worries.
Yeah, I have a tendency. This is why it's difficult for me to even learn new languages, because I read everything how I seem to pronounce everything instinctively by how it's read. Mm-hmm. And this has always been one of my difficulties when it comes to language in general.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a beautiful name. It's a pity she's such a horrible person. Okay, I'll be right back. Going to grab some painkillers, and I'll leave you two gentlemen holding the stage for another few minutes, and with that, I'll let you know as soon as I'm back, which won't be long. Okay.
All right. Cooper speaks of the overlapping testimony provided by her interviewees, who include Prince Andrew's former girlfriend, Lady Victoria Hervey, former close friend, Christopher Mason, and alleged victim Maria Farmer, resulting in a really good basis to understanding who Ghislaine is. The series starts right at the beginning of Maxwell's life. She was born in 1961 as the ninth and youngest child, 9 children, to French-born scholar Elizabeth Maxwell and Robert Maxwell, a ruthless Czech-born Holocaust survivor, war hero, and media baron. Just 2 days before her birth, her 15-year-old brother Michael was involved in a car accident that left him in a prolonged coma until his death 6 years later. Holy crap, a 6-long coma? I mean, geesh. After a year, just pull the plug. Let's get back to it. The documentary shows how, for much of her early life, Ghislaine was effectively ignored while her family dealt with their plight. It was a factor on the young girl feeling neglected and developing anorexia. At the age of 3, Maxwell sat on her mother's lap and poignantly reminded her, "Mommy, I exist." From that moment onward, the Maxwells, who lived at 53 Room Headington Hill in Oxford, did everything to lavish affection on their youngest. But it was her father that Maxwell shared an especially close bond. When Maxwell was 21, Robert Maxwell appointed her to be director of Oxford United Football Club, which came under his ownership in 1982, and it was she who accompanied him to the Soroys and networking events. I don't know how to pronounce this word, but I'm just going to run with it. One interview notes how Robert Maxwell preferred to have her on his arm than Betty. He even named his luxury yacht after her, the very same boat that would later feature at the center of his shock death in 1991 when he was found drowned just off the Canary Island. The mogul's untimely death, which Maxwell maintains was not an accident or suicide but murder, triggered the collapse of his publishing empire as banks called in loans, exposing an even more heinous side to the whole story. Robert Maxwell had stolen more than 440 million pounds, roughly $610 million from his own company's pension funds. That is so super sleazy. As her Oxford contemporary Anna Pasternak says, she was Daddy's little girl, but it all went wrong when Daddy turned out to be a crook. With her brothers Ian and Kevin implicated in the pension fraud, although both were later acquitted on all charges, Maxwell sought to start a new life in the New York as a socialite and, as Pasternak called it, finding a daddy replacement. And that man was Epstein, as the documentary reveals, was introduced to Maxwell by her father. So who knows what the heck her father was into if he knew Epstein. And who knew whether his father had inappropriate relations with her as a girl. Just need to put that out there. As a serious tease, the similarities between the two men were compelling. Both had an insatiable desire to make money, having come from impoverished backgrounds. Both were known for their unethical business dealings, with Epstein implicated by former business associate Stephen Hoffenberg for his involvement in one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history. Although, unlike Hoffenberg, he questionably never faced charges. Intriguingly, both were also believed to be caught up in the murky world of espionage, including Robert Maxwell, said to be working for MI6, the KGB, and Mossad, as well as arms dealing. Now, we do need to remember MI6, KGB, Mossad are very big on sex trafficking of underage peoples. As I went into when I went into that whole order of the nine angles thing. Cooper agrees that Epstein may well have stepped into the void as Maxwell mourned her father. She prefers, I don't think it takes too much of a leap of faith that she transferred her very close relationship with Robert Maxwell to another man who was similar to her father. In other words, a white-collar criminal. People who knew, and a spy. People who knew both of them openly theorize about that. It's interesting connection to make, and we allude to it. Pasternak offers further insight, claiming Maxwell came across as this raunchy extrovert, and you got the feeling that she would have done anything to please a man. Now, I hazard to go with the line of painting her as a victim, honestly, which it sounds so far like they're doing. Thereafter, the documentary explores the allegations of enabling Epstein leveled against Maxwell, who has been charged with enticement of minors, sex trafficking of children, and perjury. The picture that emerges of Maxwell brings together an uncomfortable combination of a woman who was born a victim and victimized others. That's their words. I will go as far as to say that she was an opportunist and is still an opportunist. Farmer and an aspiring artist who was hired as Epstein's secretary until she says she was abused one night by both him and Maxwell, has just one opinion about the alleged madam. She's a monster. Whatever conclusion viewers are drawn towards Maxwell, who is due to stand trial in November, one thing becomes increasingly apparent. In attempting to answer who the real Ghislaine Maxwell is, more questions are brought to the surface, leaving one feeling that she is an enigma that can never be fully unraveled.
Oh, well,
Why
let's
do
not
they
give her
leave
too
it at
much.
that?
Yeah, we don't need to give
Why
her
are
too much
these-
mystique.
No. Yeah. It's complete nonsense that they're giving her mystique. I mean, obviously, if she would do anything for attention, that at some point becomes psychopathic to some
Yes.
regard.
Yes.
When you're feeding, a child abuser children to abuse
Yes.
because he's like my daddy. I mean, come
Yeah.
on. I mean, she's an adult. Adults have the responsibility to make their own moral compass. There is no excusing this woman because she's white and wealthy, which is exactly what it seems like the Times of Israel is doing.
Yes. Not surprising.
Which I would expect, and that's more or less the most recent article I could find of anything about her, which is why I went with that particular article.
No, yes, and I appreciate that. Now, Maria Grigorich says, when I said I went to need to go get some painkillers, she says, so that was the reason for your heavy breathing, was the pain. So I was hoping it was not that obvious. But just so everyone knows, I have a chronic pain that I deal with that is probably resultant, the lung collapses and various other things that I had to do over the years. It's mostly in the shoulder blades, really, where it just is, it's chronic only in the sense that it's chronic, but sometimes it becomes worse than others, all around the shoulder cuffs and the neck, into the baseline of the skull areas. Just all of the stresses involved with tensing the muscles when dealing with these various kinds of situations that I have over the years, mostly around the time of care provision for my parents when it was the worst. The stresses on a daily basis. Now, I want to ask Salman to join in on the conversation again. I am going to grab one more thing before I kind of settle in for the night. If Peter drops in, that's great, but if he doesn't, I'll start monologuing pretty much around, as soon as I'm back on the mic again for tonight, and just attack a subject which I don't believe many people understand all that well. They have some comprehension of it, or maybe some idea of what's been going on with it lately, and I'll try and make it as relevant as possible. And because it's a subject that requires extraordinarily detail to be expounded so that people get an in-depth understanding, the sooner I start on it, the better. And in the meantime, there we are. Maria's got a wonderful suggestion. Put some vodka on it and keep it there for a minute. That sounds good, honey. And obviously we know where that will go, of course.
I miss those days.
Oh, yeah? Yes. Have you tried vodka
I shouldn't say
compresses?
that.
Oh, well.
No. I mean, I miss the days of drinking vodka.
There we have that. And yes, Salman, tell people about your channel, your book, and your latest videos for today. I put an upvote on 3 different videos you had. One, you were talking with a Sikh. The other one, of course, you were talking about go into all that, Salman. I'll be right back.
Yes, brother. Excuse me. Yes, Brother Douglas. And it's interesting what Brother Jamo mentioned about Ghislaine Maxwell. And it wouldn't surprise that her father, being a double triple agent, probably sold her off into any program, or basically signed her off into anything, which she probably got abused as a child and grew up to be an abuser herself. So there is some truth to that. And in terms of my channel, Just search Salmon Shake on YouTube or Salmon Shake Freemason. And in my book also, you can search The Spiritual Reflections of the Sufi Freemason on Amazon. Today, I had the privilege of making a video with a Sikh friend of mine. And he always approached me from the aspect of unity between Sikhs and Hindus and Muslims. And he said that I always basically approach those values the same way that their spiritual leader, Guru Nanak, does. And Guru Nanak tells us that before you become like a Hindu, Sikh, Muslim, or Christian, become a human being first. And the Sikhs are so good of a people. I know Sister Maria also described about Jagmeet Singh in Canada being in leadership. If somebody like him comes in power, it would be much better. And the Sikhs also feed homeless people every day. So anywhere where there's a Sikh temple near you, you will never go hungry. And you can go there every day, twice a day if necessary, and they will never refuse you. That's just the type of people that they are. So I sat down with this good friend of mine, and we sat and discussed like an interfaith dialogue about the meaning of life. We did that about 8 to 9 minutes. And the other video that I did was the aspect of you don't own anything in this life except your deeds. And I made that for my friend recently who was impacted with certain changes in an organization. And I explained in there that you have to live your life from a day-to-day basis. Always be happy knowing that if you woke up today, you were needed today. You were needed for a purpose. You were needed for something. And that's basically it. If this would be my last message and I go to sleep and I don't wake up, I know that I shared something positive with not just Brother Douglas, Shamo, with Team Dietrich, but with all humanity. That to love and respect each other with the short time that you have been given on this planet. And in that video, I emphasized that you can be in organizations for 20 years, 30 years, then your time comes to an end. They'll miss you for a few days, they'll cry for you, but eventually they move on. You pass away, your friends and spouses and everything else, friends, they cry, miss you, but eventually they move on. The world moves on. And that's what I told people in that video, including my friend who I dedicated that to, that don't waste your time. Every day our life and our clock is running short. Don't waste your time. Anything that you want to do or anything you want to say to somebody, just do it. Don't waste the time not knowing when the Archangel Azrael with Allah's command will come and collect you. So just love the people that you need to love, forgive those that you need to forgive, and enjoy this life with gratitude. And the people that you love and they love you will always be attracted in your life, because it's the frequency that you emit that attracts the beings into your life. And I'm privileged to be joined by Brother Jameson, whom I had the honor of meeting with recently and will continue to do so in the future whenever permitted. Same with Brother Douglas Dietrich, who always supports me and shows me love, and I in return for him. And that's what it's truly about. Life is basically not your degrees, titles, monies, what neighborhood you lived in, but what good did you do for yourself and others. And that's what I emphasized in that video. And we see now with all of the injustice taking place against humanity, against the females, against those that deserve help, representation, that there's still so much injustice and atrocity taking place. And sometimes it can be heavy on the heart. It can be heavy on the mind, and sometimes we get tired. But if we don't pick up the mantle and fight against the enemy, then who would take our place? And that's why, following Brother Douglas and others who have kept up this fight for many, many years, you have to basically, take off your hat and show support and show appreciation, because everyone else is in their own bubbles. They're thinking that as long as it doesn't affect me directly, I'm not going to worry about it. All the years that America or their military was in wars overseas and their tax dollars were basically used to harm people and children overseas, you were technically in a spiritual karma complicit in those atrocities. And now here you have nothing but fear, chaos, people who are afraid for their lives from COVID. We're the same people that said, I don't care about those brown kids. As long as it doesn't affect me, it doesn't make any difference to me. And now they're in the fear of their own lives. So it is the circle of life that what you put out, that's what you get. And in the Sufi tradition, it says that in the Holy Bible as well, including the Holy Quran, that you reap what you sow. And there is truth to that. And you must continue always to stand on the side of justice. stand on the side of justice, stand on the side of goodness, stand on all of those sides. And why I admire and love Brother Jameson as well, because he's going to give it to you blood raw, like exactly how it is. No sugarcoat, no nothing. And that's why I had the privilege and honor of sharing those memories and brotherhood with him as well. And to basically this promise, including what Brother Douglas teaches us and the example that we saw of the female police officer, show love. Love is missing in this world, and why this world is suffering so much. What I see in Pakistan, the unfortunate stories of the native kids in Canada, which is totaling at about like 700 or 800 casualties now, which is such an atrocity and a crime against humanity. And we wonder, why aren't we taught about these people? Why aren't we taught about the Asians, the Muslims, so many other groups that are forgotten? And that's what Brother Douglas emphasizes, is that people have a cognitive dissonance, and they have to unlearn, learn, and relearn at the same time, which is going to be, as we see with the heat waves and the climate change and the world getting hotter and hotter, is that something's got to give within these next 10 to 15 years on planet Earth in terms of what's happening, the geopolitical situation, and how we must come to terms in the reality that we're dealing with. So it's very important that we take heed to these solutions and find ways to apply that to our lives and to be there for each other as a community. And, you know, my eternal gratitude for Brother Douglas, his love, support, for allowing me to be here to share my thoughts with all of you. It's all an honor and a privilege, and we don't get to our destination by ourselves. Prophets, Jesus, Moses, Muhammad, peace be upon them all, they all needed their disciples, their companions, their loved ones to get them to where they are. And the Western individualism that's promoted here puts one against each other, which is not the ultimate solution in many ways. We need each other. We need each other, and that's basically our purpose, to make each other happy and to uplift the fallen state of humanity.
Yes, and that needs to be emphasized. It's a sense of community that we lack here in the West, and this was exacerbated by our sort of runaway capitalism, in which, you know, each person is supposed to compete against one another to the point of no, it's to the point where there is no longer any personal accountability to atrocities that just don't have to happen, you know, especially out here in the West.
Hmm.
You know, this is the reason why you can have people like Donald Trump, a freaking sex offender, run around and be worshipped as a freaking god.
Yes, for all intents and purposes, certainly a messianic figure to all too many. And yes, by all means, anything else that anyone has to share before I get started, please do. Uh,
Oh yeah, this is something on a more lighter note, but I remember when I was hospitalized and I was listening to that broadcast in the hospital, and Brendan Zogert was talking about the speakers. So it inspired me to do something really interesting and creative. So, like, at the foot of my bed, I have this old Sony stereo system, um, and it has like these big these two separate speakers and this big subwoofer. So I have that like at the foot of my bed, and like I also have these computer speakers, and I have this long extension cord that could connect to this that could connect as an audio input to these to this boombox essentially, and to these computer speakers. And what I also have this headphone jack that allows you to put two headphones into one device. So I'm able to listen to music like completely surround. Like, so I'm getting a stereo from one side to the other, and I gotta say, it's like a freaking orgasmic. It's a spiritual experience. It's not orgasmic. I mean, I can't really remember the last time I experienced that. For goodness sake. I'll be perfectly honest with you. It's like and I'm not gonna lie, it does have a horrendous effect on the psyche. I now know why when they tell people like who are boxing, you know, before fights not to have sex or not to jack off or anything. yeah, it will turn you into a sort of aggressive madman. But I have to remember in my mind that yes, that's what this is. Don't let it get the best of me. But that said, it's just to give you folks an idea of how you can set up like your room and just like ride sound, enjoy music. I mean, it's life's short. Might as well get the most out of it.
Yes, very much so, and deeply appreciate it. And with that, of course, let me do what we came here for and get started on my monologue. I want both of you gentlemen to stay with me as long as you feel you can, and certainly our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, will be invited to just come and go as he pleases, and also to participate whenever he feels he has something to add that would be constructive. We have another message coming in from the lovely Maria, who she warned me not to drink the 40 ounces of vodka, just to take a sip. And she says, speaking of Trump, this revenge tour 2024, and she uses the word revenge with many question marks. Revenge, that will do wonders for America. It doesn't come from him, though, right? But the minions sounds wholesome and Christian, doesn't it? She's being sarcastic there, of course, and would like both, before I get started, because I will start with Trump, not voluntarily, simply because it's inescapable. Both of you gentlemen, tell me your thoughts on this. I want both of you.
Yeah, before we do that, I just wanted to answer something Travis Moss asked. I was not in the O9A, but I did do an article on the O9A and the sort of international sex trafficking that they were involved in. Just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Well, no assumptions in the negative were made. Okay, let me get some more liquid into myself. Non-alcoholic, believe it or not, though it is CBD, and I'm not quite sure if the CBD does anything coming through a liquid, because most of what I've seen in terms of research insists that it does not. But
well, even CBD has a small amount of THC in it, and so if you drink the whole thing, you will be tripping balls. At least that's what happened to me.
Really?
And when
You're kidding.
yeah, all right. So my last handler gave me this thing of like CBD oil. So I was like, well, since you can't get high off this stuff, why not just chug half the whole bottle?
Wait a second. He gave you CBD oil that was supposed to be used as a topical, right? Like an analgesic? No.
No. This was supposed to go under your tongue.
Uh-huh.
And so like it was just supposed to be used as a sleep aid.
Okay.
But what I had done is I had decided, well, since the stuff's a sleep aid anyway, it's not like I'm gonna be tripping balls. And boy, was I wrong. I woke up and I was like, I saw the sixth dimension unraveling in front of my bed, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I felt like I was on fire.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah. You've really. That's so counterintuitive that someone would do that, and yet from you, it's certainly expected. It's just one of these things where, honestly, and and so I'm being asked by Maria, is it hemp or marijuana-based CBD? I had no idea there was really a difference, to tell you the truth, honey.
I didn't either.
I can read it, but this is just a seltzer, and I've drank this plenty of times in the last several days, and it really has no discernible effect on myself, but I think it does help somewhat with the pain. And so it says hemp extract. Just so I guess it's different. She says hemp won't have any effects, but weed will to a point. Thank you, honey. Deeply appreciate it. And so, love you. And so this is hemp. So apparently we're in the clear with that, which is a bit of a disappointment. But yeah, aside from that, let me check into the live stream. And so a lot of interaction there, and it's very much appreciated. And Veronica Barrera is with us. Love you dearly, honey. Buenos noches a todos, Senora Veronica. And let's see now. Daniel's bringing up Mary Trump. The niece says that Donald Trump fears becoming irrelevant worse than death. And he calls him the Toxic Revenger. Yes, that's right. And Sarah's having a good time laughing at what you said about tripping balls. And our lady Maria says, I know a lot about hemp derived. I used to market it. Ooh, cool. And she says, you know where to find me if you need any info. Okay, there we are. How adorable. That's so cute. And deeply appreciate it. And with that, of course, let me just finish this up, and then I'll get my voice going and get started. And in terms of, let me see, checking around for Pack One and Our Lady Amanda, I don't think that they've checked in yet, so that's fine. I'll just get started. But before I do, like I said,
it seems like Amanda Ute is it shows the green light to her name, and it shows a green light to Pack One as well.
Mm-hmm.
The only one who doesn't seem available is probably Peter Moon.
Okay. And you want to give them a try? If you want to try to bring them on, we shouldn't. They'll let us know if they can come on. And so they both seem very busy, and they're, as a matter of fact, I can read this out loud because it's not really saying anything. Basically, Pack One says, currently not at home, but will join call when I get back, with Hart and Our Lady Amanda. She said in the chat room, the text box of her Skype, she said, I am trying to quickly finish up some work. I will text ASAP when I'm done. So both of them, they'll be fine. And obviously, if they hear me monologuing, they'll be fine with that, and they probably won't feel the need to break in. Peter Moon, on the other hand, is dealing with the book, our book. So just so everyone knows. And basically, he says, I will be there, but later than usual, getting ready for the book. And that's when I said, our book, sir, our in all uppercase. And he said, of course. So there we are. So that's what he's dealing with.
Just to keep him reminded.
Yes. Yeah. And so aside from that, again, taking a look towards the live stream in the chat room, and Daniel says, for every person like Ghislaine, there are more like her that we may never know about, that may be worse than she. She's just famous. Or she's the idiot who got caught. That's basically it. It's the same with your serial killers. Everybody says how intelligent they are, in this sinister sense. And it's all such bullshit. These are the stupidest ones in the world because they're the ones that got caught. And aside from that, let's check into the current numbers, and then I'll knock them up a bit, even though they're fine, just by going into monologue soon enough. And I remember when that idiot Derek Talley was still involved in trying to get rid of Jameson and campaigning against him. Just basically, I admitted, of course, at that time that you probably knocked the numbers down. I wouldn't say significantly, but you certainly did at the beginning. And it was just people took a long time to get used to you. And of course, you had to accommodate and restrain a lot of what you were spouting, and that helped.
Yes. I'm a lot more restrained now than I used to be, and I'm a lot less.
Well, you're in a better
altered.
Space. You're in a better space, and you're less altered. Yes, so that helps in both the cases. So, but at that time, he was so while I was admitting to that, he was like, say, well, get rid of him. I could bring all these guests on, whatever fucking guests he was talking about, which all I could imagine was, Christian rappers and a few other, like, it's like I told him, you don't understand, obviously, what the format of this program is about. It's not about my guesting anyone. People are tuning in to hear me talk. And that's it. They're here for me to talk, and not anyone else, really. And everyone else is really incidental to myself. With the fact that he didn't understand that was beyond me, or couldn't perceive that. And then I pointed out to him that, of course, Jameson Reese was the only person who was here all the time, had an available schedule, and therefore could break me when I needed to break, which nobody else provided that, and or could provide that. So there you have that. So I'm very glad that Jameson Reese is with us, and that he has progressed so far. And
oh yeah, did you see that? Did you see that weird NBA? Well, I'm not going to call it an NBA. I'm going to call it an NA.
Mm-hmm.
quote unquote nigger avatar, whose profile I sent you a link of, one of Tally's friends, who's clearly, this person is clearly a white person in blackface, and how he doesn't know that. This is the same person I think he vouched for. He said, no, 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 I know her, and I'm like, yeah, right, yeah. Why is this person like pulling a yeah, obviously that it's some handler or something.
Okay, let me check into that. This is something you sent me in private messages?
Yeah, Facebook.
Okay, there we are. Okay, got it, got it. Okay, I'll take a look at that later, but definitely appreciate that. Yeah, and that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm sure it is, as you say. I'm sure you've intuited it correctly. And again, our man Peter, of all people, when he couldn't understand when we were going in this direction, it's one of those things that, yeah, honestly, it's. He says he's ready now, so let's bring him on, and that gives me a little bit more of a break to catch my breath and my pain together and rhythm into the zone. All right, call up the call here. Look up Peter. And that's actually a bit of a relief. So thank you, sir. Welcome aboard, Peter. And by all means, the stage is yours. Both of these wonderful gentlemen, Solomon Sheikh and Jameson Reese, have been helping me out by maintaining the bandwidth. You sound like you're like near the beach almost. There's this almost ocean or tidal effect in the background.
Over my desk.
Wonderful. And tell us about the book. So you've been prepping the book, and this is so exciting. And catch us up on everything and talk about whatever you wish to speak about. And then I'll go into monologue as early as possible tonight, simply because of the sheer enormity of so much that I have to cover. But for right now, it's all yours, sir.
Well, yes. The book is scheduled to arrive tomorrow. So that's what I've been told, and that will be good. Hopefully we can get most, if not all, of the orders out within 24 hours. I think that's quite possible. The people who have pre-ordered it, and this is great. And then we also have distributor orders to get out, which are, about 200 books will go out initially in total.
Wonderful.
And this is, and I already had the distributor complaining that one of the purchase orders was late. It's not really late because I told them it would be sent on the 1st of July, but it sounds like they have a demand for it, because there are sellers who will sell it on different distribution channels. Sellers I do not even know.
You're right.
So, and that's good. When you have other people selling your book, it's one of the best things in the world.
Yes.
If you're an author. Now, there's something I want to address with you and ask with you, because my daughter, who's a professional musician, has agreed to write a song about the book.
Oh, great. Oh, delightful.
Yeah. Well, that was good. I was surprised she was so agreeable to it. Of course, I'm going to pay her for it. But the problem was, she says, I need lyrics. Well, you're supposed to write the lyrics, I told her. Anyway, I've actually composed some lyrics, and they're not the final lyrics. They're to give her a head start. Yes. I told her she's not going to read the book, but she gets familiar and then I talked to a friend of mine who's a musician, and he said, basically, you have to consolidate everything into, 2 or 3 verses with a chorus. So you have to tell a story with a very limited amount of words.
Yes.
And it doesn't, so this is a challenge. So what she said to me, she says, I'd like a key phrase, if I can have one. And what emotion, she says, do I want to evoke with this song? What emotion do I want to bring about? It's a good question.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's hard to think of an answer.
I mean, you don't have to answer me right now. I mean, if people want to chime in the chat room, we're welcome to hear that. I like a key phrase. I thought it might be nice to sort of start it off with a little, Japanese. I don't know how you explain their music. It's almost like a xylophone. You sound like a bong, 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 bong.
Actually, what I can do is provide her an example of what was cultivated for the film that I consulted on, and I will provide her that example. And obviously, I was consulted on a number of films uncredited in which, and this had nothing to do with musical score, of course, but there was a musical score with one of them that became my trademark by permission. And so I will bring that to her. It was used for me with American Freedom Radio for the 1 month that I was there. And that was because they had at least enough of a setup where they could do the intro and outro music. And so that was provided. And other than that, of course, the guy was just a total piece of shit and unable to, I'm not even talking about chemical issues in terms of personal chemistry. He was just totally unprofessional and wouldn't start the show on time because he was busy talking to other people from the show before it, etc. It was just, it was the way it was, and which was why I was there for only a month. And that was the one that channel that Vinny Eastwood is involved with now, the American Freedom Channel. And he pretty much dominates, and he's welcome to it. But no one could even go there to listen to that music now because, of course, they scrubbed me from their archives, which John Warrington...
So you can reproduce that? You have a tape of that or something?
Sure. What I can do is look that up and provide a link I can send to you, which you can send to her, and then she'll be able to access that and listen to that just for kind of an inspiration, something along those lines. And as for the lyrics, obviously, one of the things that comes to mind, and this is not necessarily a positive, and forgive me because I've been trying to regain my voice all the while that since I started the show tonight. But one of the things that this reminds me of is the first thing that comes to my mind is war songs written by this group that I personally do not like. And their music is really spotty or hit or miss anyway. But it's so offensive in a sense because so many people now, this is how they learn history. And so there's this group called Sabaton, and they make all these music videos about different wars. And so they use these lyrics they make about different battles and wars all over the world. And so they've become this like, I have a term for these kinds of people.
Ad hoc history class.
Thank you. It's you know what it reminds me of? Schoolhouse Rock. Do you remember Schoolhouse Rock? That was...
Was that the thing with Jack Black?
I don't remember. I don't think so. It doesn't. Movie? No. Schoolhouse Rock was this stupid program that was really bizarre. It was back in the days when I was growing up. They would have morning children's cartoons, and in between the cartoons, they would have on a loop cycle Schoolhouse Rock, which would come on with different kinds of little rock lyrical skits about different subjects that they were trying to educate kids about. One would be about the I am a bill, I live on Capitol Hill, and how a bill goes through the process of legislation before it finally becomes a law, which at the end the little
really stupid.
Yes, it was just awful different subjects that they had, and so Sabaton is like Schoolhouse Rock for military history. And in one sense, it reinforces what my father's perspective on world history was, which is basically world history is basically a collection of wars. That basically this is what history is the man's various conflicts. So certainly he was very insightful in that regard, very astute. It's not like I hate these guys and got nothing against them personally, but it's part of it's part of the dumbing down process that they are serving, is that this is what people become aware of history through now is basically, most people are learning their history from Sabaton at this point in history right now.
Well, there's also these videos on YouTube that say, the history of the Revolutionary War in 10 minutes, and part one, part two, and they admittedly butcher history, and it's really, they summarize it, but they do a really bad job of it.
Oh, they'll say so themselves. They'll say,
well, yeah, they say, this, you really can't expect this, but they're taking all these bullet points of history, and it kind of makes you feel like you're informed, but you're really not.
Thank you. And in terms of, they'll use titles like World War II Oversimplified, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and so
and that really butcher World War II because they don't know, but to expect that they're only going from what they read and what they observe.
Yes, and so the anyhow, so I think that the mood she derives from the piece that I will send her will give her an idea of the mood that we seek. So that will be what I'll send you that link, and you'll send it to her. That'll be sometime within a few hours after, or at the latest after I come back from my dentist. As far as I'm concerned, the dentist appointment is tomorrow because my schedule and my biorhythms are so unusual in the sense that, I'm up through the morning doing this program. Then I sleep throughout the day, and then the next day I get up on Friday, I'm going to the dentist. So at the latest, I will send you that link after I return from the dentist, which will be, Friday afternoon or something. And, and then we'll be heading into the 4th of July weekend, which I'm just curious, and do share this with us, but, stay on topic. This is a topic I'm very excited by. I'm very excited and enthusiastic about your daughter writing some music and a song for this subject. It certainly deserves one, and it will do more than anything to popularize or publicize it better than anything we've thought of yet. And and by the way, my apologies when you put that little snippet up. Douglas Dietrich's book is out, and then you had the link to Sky Books. Then I took it and I said, I'll redo it in Dietrichonic with the illustration post. And when I did that, I should have wrote with Peter Moon, but I just wrote Douglas Dietrich's book, and so believe it or not, I was high out of my mind at the time.
I don't care.
Yeah.
However, in one of the lyrics, I don't know if it'll be used because I don't know it'll fit. I used the names Tales Told by Dietrich and Peter Moon. I didn't use your full name because it's not. What do you call it? Phonetic. It's not phonetic. It's Douglas Dietrich. It's too much Douglas Dietrich. It's
Understood.
Dietrich and
Got it. No, Moon. I got it.
Yeah. But so, and the key thing, and I heard Mike Love of the Beach Boys say this in, I think he gave a very acerbic speech when he was welcomed into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Took a long time for them to get in there. They're very weird about how they pick people.
Interesting.
I wouldn't want to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because I can't. But I think it took the Moody Blues, 30 years to get in there.
Holy shit!
They finally get it. By that time, I'd say, I'm not interested.
I'll
create my own Moody Blues Hall of Fame or whatever. But the Hall of Fame, all these Hall of Fames, it's such a big deal to people, but it's like pissing in the wind in the bigger scheme of things. I mean, it's great to be acknowledged and stuff, but it's not as important as they think. Whatever Hall of Fame, whether it be baseball, rock and roll. How about a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame? There are so many stars.
When are they going to run out of room for that? I mean, I've never really given it a thought until you just brought it up right now. But you would think, how much space do they have to put any more stars?
Well, there's a lot of space in Hollywood that doesn't have stars.
Okay.
There's a lot of space. now that there's so many stars, though, and I don't know, I don't even know celebrities anymore, and there's so many celebrities that could be a problem. They're going to probably have to expand the boundaries of Hollywood, or start building sidewalks into the hills, the Hollywood Hills, which is a very precarious place to live. Yes. And these crummy houses go for $3 million.
Yes.
Hollywood Hills.
Yeah. And by the way, just so to relate something to you that's amusing, the other day I went to see that salonist from Hong Kong, or to tell you the truth, Rose is her name. And she's this wonderful human being. I love her dearly, and she basically has a way of changing her story, and she'll do it in such a way that I find it charming. Most people would probably find it repulsive, but she'll say that products, she has like a inline to products that are cheaply manufactured in French Guiana. And so it being basically this tropical colony where you've got these people who are working in sweatshops in this third world nation, but it's part of France legally. And so she'll tell people that the products she's selling are made in France. And by the way, technically she's right, which is, funny to me. I don't think most people would appreciate it if they knew the truth. But she was like, I swear to God, I always thought she was from Kunming, which is a very emergency state wartime capital of the nationalist Chinese during the time that they were evacuating mainland China and transitioning onto Taiwan. And I swear to God, that's where she was born, and her daughter. And but when I asked her the last time, she said Hong Kong, but I'm sure she's lying. But the point is that she was, I was talking with her because her and V and this woman at the salon that I met her at, and this was so funny because it's so stupid and was so frustrating. These days, I try to avoid the tenderloin as much as possible, and have, just because it's depressing, the memories and growing up there. But when I meet her, it's in a salon that's in the tenderloin, which one of her friends owns. And so when the salon she used to own, she just closed down, which was like within walking distance, just a block or two away from where I was at. And the reason we did that was, of course, just too many threats began to appear, just too many strange men asking for Douglas Dietrich all the time. I mean, like literally men coming in day after day asking for Douglas Dietrich.
In the salon?
Yeah, a few blocks from my home. And everybody knew I was going there. So I would go home from there and I would get approached by all kinds of men. And this wasn't always something sinister. It was just various people who were obviously mentally disturbed and were just thought they could get something from me, whether it was money or help with getting onto some social program or something. So, but it was too much of a threat for her, and understandably so. So she just finally closed the place down. So but I haven't been in the Tenderloin in a while, and unbelievably, I knew where I was, but somehow I got lost. I couldn't find the salon exactly. Somehow I had overshot, and I knew the exact address, and somehow I had overshot, and then I just wound up, running all over the place to get back to the salon. By the time I got there, I was just a train wreck. But of course, they were very kind to me at the salon. They, like I said, and the reason why is the woman who owns the salon is also Chinese, and her and V and Rose all went to the same cosmetology school together, where their instructor, the man who owned the school, was this old transvestite. And so when he apparently had a family at one time, but he had I guess he had a sex change at some point. And so when I was talking to her about that, I could talk about such subjects with V, but just the idea of Rose and this other Chinese woman, and all of these, like, they're so culturated in their own Chinese culture. I don't even know how they dealt with someone like that. So it was just, when I was trying to probe and ask about her teacher, then Rose was just saying, oh yeah, he was a man. Oh yeah, he was very successful. She never brought up any of the transvestiture or the cross-gendered issues.
It's like a taboo. It's almost like a taboo.
Yes, yes. But what was funny was because, of course, she does real estate. She does real estate now more than she does salon work. And so she just does the salon work for me alone. I mean, literally, I'm one of the few people she even works with. When I went to see her, it was for basically a shave because, sometimes I just get tired of shaving myself and just, and my joke to V was that it was as if she went at me with a broken bottle because she actually this time cut me twice. It was just more amusing than anything else. But she was apparently really afraid that I would find out as if I couldn't feel it because I didn't respond to it. She was acting as if I didn't feel it and just, but anyhow, so she was like staunching the blood and just pretending like this was all part of the process, then gave me a face mask, which I knew was just to make certain I didn't look in the mirror. Anyhow, she got me home. She drove me home. But on the way home, we're talking about the owner of the school that she went to. And then she told me, oh yeah, and he had this expensive home and he died and it went to the state. And I said, that's so awful because he didn't have any wife or kids, and I knew for a fact the guy had wife and kids, but he had severed with them completely. But apparently they weren't in the will or somehow didn't make a claim to the home. So when he died, it went to the state. And I thought that's so rare because usually somebody finds out and they do something. And I said, well, too bad you didn't move in. And then she says, yeah, move in 5 years, you own the home. In other words, squatters' rights. And so I was thinking, Jesus Christ, I wish I knew about that shit. If I heard the guy had died, I'd just move in and camp out for the next 5 years. Because in the state of California, after that, the home is yours.
You better hope somebody doesn't kick you out of there before the 5th year, though.
Yes, that's right. That's what the problem would be. It would be, an investment of time and, and obviously
risking 4.5, 4 or 5 years, you'd be risking 5 years.
Yeah, it's true.
But if you're living there, you're going to have to. Somebody's going to have to maintain the taxes.
Interesting point. The property taxes. That's right.
I would think otherwise it's going to go to the state.
Actually, what?
Or they're going to auction it off.
But I wonder about that because, as you have seen, that's why I was reminded of what you said. My impression is, actually, I don't think that's the case because my impression is a lot of these people are homeless and they move in as squatters and then they wind up owning the home after 5 years or so. So I don't think that's really the case because weren't the people who were like squatting in the home that you saw on your recent trip to California, they looked like they weren't maintaining the home at all. They were just squatting in it.
Yeah, well, see, this is a fine point and definitely one should look at. I mean, it's a be curious point is how this works, because I would imagine that these people are never going to pay the stuff unless they're calculating real estate entrepreneurs. What's going to happen is they're going to. I don't see them getting title to the house. I see. It's still going to end up in the hands of the state, and the state will put it under some special consideration, I would imagine. But I really don't know. Yeah. And California will probably be far ahead of the curve as far as whatever trend is being set in this regard. I haven't looked into it. I mean, now for my daughter to even know about squatters' rights, she's hearing this, it's because it's what's going on culturally. I'm sure she doesn't know the legal ins and outs of it.
Right.
It's just something that she probably hears from the landlord or the people that, pay attention. I remember when I bought my house, the neighbor says, and the first thing I did after I bought the house is I went on vacation, and the house was empty. And I remember the neighbor said, the kids know there's nobody in this house. You better do something. In other words, don't leave a house unoccupied is what she told me.
Yes, that's right.
It was unoccupied for, a few weeks, maybe 6 weeks. But, I got tenants in there. But no, she's like, yeah, because they know it. So kids will start making it a hangout or something if you're not careful.
Yeah. Yeah, and one has to watch out for that. And I really want to thank you for that sharing that experience that you did when you visited your daughter. So what I'll do is I'll get that link to you, like I said, either after today's transmission or sometime later tomorrow, meaning like, before I go to sleep for the day, which, sometimes I'm so amped after a transmission, it takes a while to even fall asleep, which is fine. And that way I'll sleep longer through till the time I have to get up in the morning for the appointment, or I'll send you the link after the appointment. And this will be something specific that you can listen to. I'll probably give you two links. Because the other theme that comes to mind, I will also share with you. I'm not going to say it out loud because I just don't want people looking this stuff up themselves, because obviously.
And I will also share the lyrics with you, what I've got in rough form.
Sounds good.
We'll try and connect in the next few days, just briefly.
Yes, most certainly. Most
I
certainly.
haven't shared them with her yet because they're not completed. They're fairly complete. It's enough to work with.
Mm-hmm.
But then also the lyrics can be driven from the music. And if I hear the music, I might change them.
Right.
Because some songs she'll just, start making up words. That's very common for songwriters. And she'll do that, make up words. And sometimes I'll help her fill in the words.
Yes.
I don't work with her very often, but when I do, she's always very pleased.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad you have that relationship with your daughter. And honestly, it's one of those it's one of those things where I remember when Derek was bitching about how his wife was so cruel to him. I was like thinking, man, you haven't heard what Peter Moon's ex-wife had to say about him. And it's so incredible that your daughter overcame that and that she didn't become poisoned against you.
Well, there is some poison in the aura just in terms of general attitude, but it's not toxic.
Good.
It's not toxic. It's just, and of course she was always disappointed that I never visited her when she lived out there. And of course, if I realized how disappointed she was, I would have went out of my way to do it. But, she's in her own world out there. So it was really a good trip to do this. My friend's passing was really, it's starting to leave me. The mourning is no longer happening for me. It's over.
Yeah.
So I wrote to his wife and said, and she says, no, I still miss him. And because I told her it's over for me, but I said, I can't compare myself to you. And yeah, she still misses him.
Of course.
And it takes a while before it's just, things feel normal. I'm not thinking about him and grieving. I just might think about him, but I'm not feeling mourning is a process which typically should last a month. You traditionally wear black for a month in the old days.
Right.
For a wife, it's going to be different. For a child, it's going to be different.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, they say that it averages out to around 5 years. And of course, my parents, first my father died, and then, like I said, almost exactly to the month and nearly the day, my parents both died 5 years apart, but both in the same month and very close to each other. And they both died at the age of 87. And it took about 5 years with each of them for me to get over some of the worst aspects of grieving. And so there's some validity to that 5 year mark, but the reality is I'm always grieving in a sense, and it's something that I have to deal with. I certainly miss them all the time, but I'm also glad I don't have to care for them. There's always that. But in terms of the other thing that comes to mind, Jameson Reese brought up that it's 97 degrees on Staten Island. What's it like on Long Island? Is it that hot right now?
Well, that's why I turned the air conditioner
Oh, that's
off.
why. Yeah, that's why you had it on. Yeah,
it's hot. I don't like to run the air conditioner. I had it upstairs and downstairs yesterday. First time I turned it on, I think I do have an air conditioner running full time in the bedroom to keep Paula's plants you know uh, under the right temperature. But I don't like the air conditioner, but it had to go on
Yeah.
because it was so hot. So I've run it for 2 days.
Understood.
Turned it off at night, but it's very hot.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. And by
It's
the
now raining. It's now raining on Long Island.
Oh, wow.
Um,
Hard rain
yeah,
or light rain? What is it like?
it's a heavy rain. Uh, there's a baseball game in the Bronx, and it's rain delay right now. And I can hear it on the roof.
Wow.
It's rain is heavy. It will be pretty much a heavy rain tomorrow. So we have 3 or 4 days of rain, about 3 days of rain, I think, which will make it more humid.
Yeah. By the way,
temperature.
oh, I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah, because that's the worst combination in the world is humidity and heat. That's almost insufferable. Do you feel that this is what you're in for?
No, well, it's good. The temperature's going down.
Okay, thank goodness.
And then, but it's humid. New York is a humid place. When I took a walk, and I took a walk, that's one of the reasons I was delayed, is that I needed to take my walk. Very important to take the walk.
It is.
And I felt like I was in the Caribbean. I mean, the Caribbean is like you're in a steam bath,
Yeah.
in the summer, and you can have some pleasant breezes when it rolls around to October, November. But it's Florida. I mean, it's just like you're in Jello. It's so hot in Florida.
Yeah, why
New
do
York,
people go there to retire? You would think the elderly would avoid it, but I guess it.
the elderly go there, and to live in Florida when I did in the 70s and in the early 80s, one thing you hear frequently are sirens going off. Oh, another old person's dead, or another old person's dying. So it was aspects, obviously there's plenty of young people in Florida, and the coastal area where I lived was full of a lot of young people who come down there to enjoy the boating and the beach. That's a whole beach culture. But there's pockets of it that are just I don't know what it's like now, old people. And they go down there to die. And I've heard so many stories of people, they go down there, they get a new house and no friends. It's really bad.
That's so stupid. That is so. Why would someone do that?
Because it was sold for years. Here's your home in Florida. Buy your home in Florida. Retire in Florida. And, you program the people with beautiful pictures. And a lot of people bought into it. And my neighbor in my previous house in Long Island, he was a banker, and he said, no, I'm not moving anywhere. He says, what do I do? He says, I move anywhere. He says, I've got nothing there. He said, this is my home. I've lived here for, 30 or 40 years. I can't go anywhere.
Good for him. And by the way, it reminds me as well, you can bring up the tiny town and how when you were seeking it, they just kind of dismantled it as soon as you discovered it.
Well, it seemed that way. It was very coincidental. This place in Merrick, Long Island, called Tiny Town. And I had learned about it from my daughter's friends, who's one of the mothers. She says, oh, yeah, she was, they were like fairly young, 10, 12, whatever. And the parents drive around the different kids. And they said, oh, yeah, we were taken to Tiny Town. I go, what's Tiny Town? They start talking about it. And I looked it up. They told me where it was. And I looked it up. And in Merrick, there's, and in fact, the funny thing is, it was right near my daughter's school that she went to. She went to a private school up to through the fourth grade. But now she was in, middle school and with, the regular kids, the regular public schools. It was really good that we were able to send her there because they treated her with such like an individual. It was really good school. But I went by there all the time and never saw it. Not right next to her. I mean, I was like within, 50 yards of it, but I never saw this. Like, it's a bunch of concentric circles in the town, or the neighborhood layout. Like, the most neighborhood layouts are, east and west or north and south.
Grid
Some of them,
patterns. Yeah, go on.
yeah, grid. Some of them have curly cues in them, and rounded and, cul-de-sacs and this. But this one was just like a concentric circles.
Wow.
And you could see it on the map. Look at Merrick, Long Island. So I said, I'm going to go over there. And I think I was by myself. And I was looking around, and they have one tiny house that's like got a plaque outside of it, and it declares this is a tiny house, and this is, and then there are some other small houses, but most of them have been raised, and new houses have been built on them. And I guess after a while they said this should happen. Then I found one that was a double-decker tiny house, and it was really a tiny house, but it was double-decker, and it had a for sale sign. I said, boy, I want to see that. So I took down the number, but the first thing I did is I went home and I called Richard Smith. Richard Smith is doing Human Origins Conference in New Mexico. He's a friend of mine that I've known since he was in high school.
He's doing that now or back then?
Now he's doing it.
Okay, cool.
He's in New Mexico. I knew him when he lived on Long Island, and he was a friend of mine. He did my Spandau Mystery cover. He did the Transylvania Sunrise cover for me. And anyway, I knew he was real estate part-time. So I called him and I told him now he lived right down the street from Tiny Town. He lived right down the street.
Incredible.
I mean, if he would have drove a half a block and turned left into this neighborhood, he would have been in Tiny Town, but he didn't even know it was there. And he was a realtor.
There you go.
And I called him up and told him about it, and he started laughing. It sounded so bizarre, because this is a guy who's, he's had alien contact since he was a kid, does art and stuff like that. So he's really open to paranormal stuff. But I used to tease him at the Montauk meetings. I said, he sounded like Lyndon LaRouche, because he'd get up and he'd start ranting on how certain stupid people were.
Oh, shit.
But I said he sounded like Lyndon LaRouche. He was so adamant. But he was a really nice guy.
By the way, for the younger people who don't know who Lyndon LaRouche is, I'll go into that some other day. But just as a synopsis, he was what you would call a political cult leader. There's no other word for him, really. And he was a hyper-intellectual. And so reminds me actually a lot of Michael Aquino in that sense. But yeah, he was very influential in a manner that most people don't realize. And both
extremely radical. And he had just enough truth to get attention, but he was always off. Yeah. He was always off in some way or form or another.
Yes. And you know what reminds me of that individual who I'm very happy to report that the other day you were here when I talked about, I said, I'm afraid that I'm going to go into this subject that might cause some kind of backlash from the cultists of this individual. Now, both of you gentlemen, Solomon and Jameson Rees, can help me here, especially Jameson, who actually, that people were recommending he join this guy's cult. Jordan Peterson, I believe, is the guy's name, and he's up in Canada. And you remember I said he's a Canadian.
We talked, didn't you? Are you the one who introduced me to him before, Jordan Peterson? You talked about him.
That's correct.
He was like, yeah, you talked about him before.
Yeah, and as I said, I was afraid that his followers, there would be blowback. I'm happy to report that I flatter myself at least that I handled his case so I would call it comprehensively or definitively that nobody really came back after that. But his followers are infamous for all kinds of violence and attacks on people who attack him, quote unquote, attack in quotes.
I thought you were going to say they all came over to your camp. They're all now Douglas Dietrich fans.
Yeah, I hope there's a few that have done that. But with Jordan Peterson and Lyndon LaRouche, there is this similarity to them where they both went off the rails with specific individuals that they were focusing on that were so obscure that nobody would know what the fuck they're talking about, which was how they kind of got away with their starting point. Their starting point, or their omega point, their omega point, really, what it would all come back to, would be with Lyndon LaRouche. It was based on some kind of mathematical conspiracy between two mathematicians back in the, Middle Ages, or, a little after that, but some period of time
that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah, that nobody's ever heard of, and that he would say that this was the foundation for so much that's wrong with the world, is that one mathematician somehow usurped what was what was deserved by the other. And with Jordan Peterson, his trip is he focuses on obscure, extremely leftist French philosophers from the height of the Cold War, when you had people who were intellectual or ideological Marxists but anti-Soviet, trying to claim that, well, pure communism is so much different from what the Soviets are doing, is what they would say, that sort of thing, like Trotsky did, etc. So he focuses on that, and because most people don't know these people, or want to look at them because
communism is great if you take the human element out of it.
Oh yeah. 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 Oh, don't even get me started. So there you have that. I mean, I'm not going to overdwell on it, but that was my observation. He was a lot like Lyndon LaRouche in that sense, because if you start off with something that obscure, then nobody's got anything to say against you, because nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about in the first place. Then you can go from there. You can go to town anywhere. Yes.
So I'll go back to Tiny Town. I'll finish my diatribe on
Please.
Tiny Town.
Yeah.
So, he told me that he wasn't in real estate anymore. So then I don't know if I had the number or not. I don't know if I took the number down, but because I just called him, I figured I'd call him. Or maybe I took the number down, or I called and I didn't, it was too late because it was evening by the time I called. So by happenstance, my girlfriend wanted me to pick her up at the train station and go help her retrieve some keys from some tenants she had just turned down. Yes. They moved in, and then they were lying about smoking or something. So she kicked them out right away because they were, it's very common for tenants to say, no, I don't smoke. No, I don't have any pets. And then they come in with their cigarettes and their pets,
And by the way, that was a very dangerous issue, because in the old days, one of the major reasons houses were burning down was because of smokers, especially falling asleep smoking. Go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and of course she didn't want smokers in there just because she didn't want to have the smoke pollution.
Yes, that's true.
Anyway, yeah. So she had to, rather than, she could have changed the locks, or she could have, waited for the people to give the keys back, which they probably never would have. So she asked if I would pick her up at the train station and drive her to their place of work, where she would pick up the keys. And then she'd arranged this. And I did. I did this for her. It was, about 9 o'clock on a weekday. And I said, so it was raining real hard. So I picked her up, and then after she did her business, which took, no time at all, I said, it was a while before her train was going back. I said, how would you like to see Tiny Town? Oh, I'd love to see Tiny Town. Yeah, she laughed. Mm-hmm. So we went out to Tiny Town.
Now, I presume this was the first time she heard of it.
9:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Pardon?
I presume this was the first time she ever heard of it, right?
Yeah. 9:30 in the morning, the day after I had just found out or visited it and saw the real estate sign. So I wanted to go there to, maybe I wanted to get the phone number. Or I had the address, but now I wanted the phone number of the real estate place.
Right.
So I went by there with her. She was fascinated. And lo and behold, the real estate sign was gone. Now, I called another friend of mine who was in real estate, and she explained to me how those type of signs, this wasn't a sign you just pressed into the ground. This was a heavy duty thing. You needed a truck. I mean, this was a big, heavy metal thing,
Yes.
like almost like a lamppost.
Yes.
This particular sign, it was by a big real estate company. She said, "Oh no, they got to get a truck. They got to." It was no easy thing. So somebody came out with a truck and took that real estate for sale sign down within, 18 hours of me seeing it and
Yes.
starting to make phone calls on it. I thought it was very odd because I wanted to go inside and see it. That's really all I wanted to do. It was a very expensive place,
Yeah.
as I recall.
Yeah.
I want to say, I remember thinking it was just too expensive. And my memory tells me it was like 210,000, which doesn't sound like a lot of money, but basically you're buying a lot that you're going to have to demolish that house.
Mhm.
And that's eventually what happened. They did demolish the house, and it was a shame
Yeah.
because it was a cracker box.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have bought it because it was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
In terms, it was old and decrepit. That's what it looked like. But I would have loved to have seen it. Now, I had a couple of friends that were doing a Montauk project or trying to. We did a lot of shots of it. But I think both of these women have died. So all that footage I think I have the footage, but it's all watermarked. It's all, they didn't finish the job. We got some interesting footage, but they heard about Tiny Town. So I took them out to Tiny Town and we started taking, shots of it. And this guy comes out of the house, one of the houses, and he's a little guy.
Yeah.
He's, no more than 5'2". And he says, "Hi, what are you doing?" He's just checking on the. Oh yeah, we're talking. We're asking him about the houses, and we look at him, and he's a lawyer, and he just wants to know what we're doing. He's very nice. And then we said, "What?" We were asking him about the tiny houses. He goes, "Oh no midgets live here. No midgets live here." He was very defensive.
Wow.
And we said, "What about your house? What is that?" And it was like a really small house. He says, "Oh, it's pretty low." And he looks at me, he says, "You couldn't fit in there." He says to me, "You're too tall. You got to be about 5'8". And, it's like, what? He's this tiny guy who lives in it wasn't a tiny house, but it was an abnormally small house.
It was customized to his size.
Well, I mean, it wasn't, but it in effect was. Yeah. And it was just all very weird. And she thought they thought it was so funny. They thought this guy was such a trip. But this place was, if you look into the history, it was a Mennonite camp. And there's a big, long road that you take to negotiate from, I think it's going through Belmore, through Merrick. It's called Camp Road. Now, I've been Camp Road. I, used to go down there to see this Druid friend of mine. And so I knew the road, but Camp Road was because of the Mennonite camp. It was a Mennonite camp, according to history. But why did Mennonites build such small houses? Were they out of lumber? It didn't make any sense.
Right.
There were all these small houses. And to this day, it remains a mystery. I looked into little people. I was always fascinated, even before this, where do they live? There reportedly 3 houses, maybe 2 of them are left in La Jolla, California, where my father grew up. It's a beautiful town near San Diego. And these homes were built by the midgets from The Wizard of Oz. They built homes there. And then I found out that once a year, there is the LPA, the Little People's Association, that would meet annually for conventions in Salt Lake City, of all places.
Wow.
One of my Moorish friends told me that they used to use dwarves or midgets going back to the Knights Templar. They would always have a dwarf or a midget with them because, during the Revolutionary War, because they were very good agents of warfare, because
Yes.
were small and could go into places. So I included a tribute to little people in my book, Spandau Mystery, where they have some adventures. I think Aleister Crowley gets involved with them, and they go to somebody does. I don't remember if he goes to them, but I think he does. And there was a midget colony in Coney Island, and it was an extensive midget colony. It had lots of midgets. It was a whole town, and it burned down.
Oh.
Now, when it burned down, I don't know, the midgets went elsewhere. Little people went elsewhere. Now, Coney Island also had a freak show, and they had real freaks. And we've talked about this before, but it was around that time, after, a decade or two after the turn of the century, that they started doing racial hygiene to eliminate unusual births.
That's right. That's right. And this is so important. We could do this on.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the gays and lesbians and transgenders are now getting their rights. Pretty soon we're going to have to give rights for the fish people. Or
yeah.
people born with buffalo horns. It's.
Yes.
Of course, I'm being facetious, but yeah, it's like the strange world.
Yes.
And one of the things, my friend in Hollywood, and we've just had, I say we, he's about to go into negotiations for a documentary series. It might be 4 series to test it out and see if it works. Because if we do things to his specifications, it works. But he wants to build it around the world of Peter Moon. The world of Peter Moon, except for Douglas Dietrich, he hasn't said that. But that's like the last thing I'm going to introduce. It's going to be. And it would not be by my choice, but it's going to be, how much can I stretch the envelope?
Yes.
Because it gets, in fact, I should say something now. Well, that's my story of Tiny Town. Now, I want to say something. People send me stuff on Facebook message all the time. They send me a video. And I don't know why anybody would send a video without an explanation.
Thank you.
I think it is so inappropriate.
Thank you.
And yeah, and I would never do that. I would do it. I'm reluctant to do it. But if I really thought a person wanted to know it, or if there was somebody I wanted to see it, I would explain why. Or this is regarding the subject you were interested in. Not just send me some video. A must see. No, it's not a must see. I even told some. I even complained about it, and guy wrote back and said, I publicly complained about it on a page, and he says, he talked about, well, all the people have the time to look this stuff up. You don't appreciate all the people that take the time to look this stuff up. I defriended him. I never want to hear from him again.
Thank you.
He's constantly sending stuff, and why would I want to see it? No, so somebody sent me one, and he sent me a interview. I think the guy's name was James Paris, his show, and he's apparently a Christian millionaire. And he has a pretty upbeat personality. I think he's a good host in terms of his personality. I don't know how good he is because I only watched this one show. But the show was, he was doing a radio show about Netflix doing a series on the Son of Sam and connecting it to Scientology and the Process Church. So one of the ex-Scientologists or independent Scientologists on my, who's a friend of mine, he sent it to me. And I watched it. And the interview was with Tony Ortega, who is the beat journalist who covers everything Scientology. I mean, if you want to know anything about what's going on with court cases, he's the guy who follows it. And they said, well, what does Scientology have to do with the Son of Sam and the Process Church? And he very appropriately said, these are, Scientology is a big go word, and people, it sounds very sexy to connect Scientology, to talk about Scientology with anything. And he says, Scientology doesn't, he kind of poo-pooed the idea that Scientology had anything to do with the Son of Sam. It's true and it's not true. Right. I could have given a lot more detail.
Yes.
But what he said is, he says, and it's about Maury Terry.
Right. I was about to bring up his name. Yeah, go on.
Well, it's all about him, really. It's a 4-part series on Netflix, which I thought was a very good show. I will tell you what it's missing. But Tony Ortega says, the problem with Maury Terry is he was obsessed about this. And, it was, if you look at the ballistics, it was just all came from one gun. This was a single shooter. He nailed Maury Terry. The problem was he never read Maury Terry's book, where Maury Terry goes into the details of the ballistics. And first off, ballistics are not a precise science. Second of all, they didn't all. There was no evidence that they came all from the same gun. There was evidence that the police were adamant about having a single shooter. Just like Oswald. It was just like Oswald. There was one shooter. It was not a conspiracy.
Yeah, this makes their job so much easier, of course, as you know. That's the reason.
It's tied into politics, and Maury Terry goes into it. They had somebody imitating his voice. They had many shots of Maury Terry. And basically, this guy, I think as his investigation went on, his connections became more loose. However, he said there's definitely a network of people, and it's tied to Satanism. And there's so much evidence that he was onto something. But his biggest frustration in his life, and his wife who divorced him because he was so obsessed with this, she loved him, but he just didn't have time for her. He was so obsessed with this case.
So sad.
He basically was so frustrated that nobody listened to him. Now, it's not that nobody listened to him. They did listen to him, but he didn't get listened to the point where he felt listened to. In other words, the authorities, and he underestimated or overestimated people's ability to understand, comprehend, and act. He was moving exactly into the realm of where I knew not to go.
Yes.
I knew not to go. And it was an exercise of what L. Ron Hubbard defined Scientology as knowing how to know. Okay, yeah, I knew that there was a bigger story here. It was the first time I was ever offered money to work on a book. First time and only time I can think that somebody says, I might have had other people say that, but this was a real serious offer. I will pay you money to write the book. And I could have used the money very badly at that particular time, but I wouldn't do it. It's turned out I didn't need the money,
Well,
but it wasn't never tempting because I just knew it was wrong. I'm not going to get involved in this stuff. I said, you write the book and I will edit it.
right.
And I will strongly consider publishing it, which I probably would have done. But I'm not going to go scouring the streets going up to Untermeyer Park, which they showed a lot. The one problem with the documentary, well, first off, the Scientology connection with the Son of Sam murders is, well, first off, if you connect the Process Church to Scientology, the founders of the Process Church were in Scientology and dropped out. And David Berkowitz was involved with the Process Church.
Right.
The Scientology connection there is actually pretty weak. Where the Scientology connection is kind of substantial was with Michael Carr. John Carr and Michael Carr were the sons of Sam Carr, the son of Sam. Sam Carr owned a telephone answering service in, I believe it was Yonkers, certainly in the Yonkers area. And he, the kids worked for him, his daughter worked for him, and he was kind of a mean bastard, and he beat his kids. Michael Carr, the older Carr, John Carr, was kind of a loner loser type. Apparently, the way they portrayed him, I really don't know. Michael had a lot more on the ball socially, but he got involved with drugs and alcohol, and he had a drug and alcohol problem, which led him to Scientology to fix his drug and alcohol problem. So he got into Scientology. He was declared clear, and this was clear the old-fashioned way, when you did a lot of thorough auditing. So he had enough substantial auditing to at least have temporarily, if alleviated his drug and alcohol problem, to get to a state where he could declare himself clear. He would have had a pretty extensive amount of Scientology, I would imagine, because I met this man in 1976, it would have been, walking down the street, Fort Harrison Street, to 210 South Fort Harrison, where I lived, 210 South Fort Harrison, which was the number of Jack Parsons, Freighter 210 in the OTO. So I'm walking down the street with Michael Carr, and we're just talking. He's from New York. Oh, New York, didn't meet too many people from New York, and he told me where he lived, and he said that he was interested in the occult. He's interested in the occult. He was studying the organization executive course there, and he I just walked down the street with him. That's all. They portrayed him as sort of a higher level Scientologist, but this is kind of like portraying somebody who dabbled in the Temple of Set or the Church of Satan, comparing them to the knowledge that you have, Douglas.
Thank you. I like that analogy.
With me, I'm comparing him to me.
Yeah.
In other words, he had a lot of Scientology, but he didn't have much or of value, because the poor man didn't obviously know how to know. Where the Son of Sam investigation really shows itself is that Maury Terry received a letter from David Berkowitz telling him to go to, I think it was called Minot, South Dakota, M-I-N-O-T, and I think he told him John Carr was out there. Now, there's so many references in the Son of Sam letters to Sam Carr and references that John Carr knew about. I don't know if they ever got the handwriting, if it was David Berkowitz's or John Carr's handwriting. But John Carr went, I forget what happened, but Maury Terry goes out there, and I think he met the police. And the police had reports of they went to an Air Force base, military base, out in the middle of nowhere in South Dakota. And the police were called in because there was, squatters or trespassers, and they went into the house, and they heard a gunfire, and John Carr had allegedly shot himself.
Jesus.
He had a girlfriend. Now, this was just as the heat was coming on.
Right.
He shot himself, and the reason he probably shot himself is not because the police were after him, but the cult was probably going to get him because he had surfaced in the investigation. And if they started asking questions of John Carr, he had already gone to a counselor. He saw either a policeman or a counselor in South Dakota and felt that people were coming after him. And so John Carr killed himself within a very short period of time. I think it was within 48 hours. Michael Carr, the guy I had met, was driving in a panic up the West Side Highway. He was actually being chased. And if you read Maury Terry's book, he was being chased and pursued heavily. And he crashed his car on the West Side Highway of New York. That's the West Side Highway. It's the extreme western street next to the Hudson River. And he crashed into something, and he killed him. He died.
Jesus.
There was speculation that he killed himself. There was speculation, but it seemed that he was run off the road.
Right.
And he was killed because these two guys were weak links. They were the son of Sam, literally the sons of Sam Carr.
Yes.
And so, but the one thing that the documentary didn't do, and where I would come in if it was the world of Peter Moon,
right,
I would show them, they did mention that David Berkowitz was in the Army. Okay. Big red flag. They didn't go into that.
Of course not.
And they didn't mention any of Mae Brussels' investigation of the Son of Sam, which I don't even remember, but she was on the Son of Sam, and she was in touch with Maury Terry. That's
correct.
And her door led to Michael Aquino, and that was the end of poor Mae.
Right.
But so that documentary, it was good, but it takes you so far. There's no way they're going to go into Satanism on Netflix.
No.
Unless they're sort of proselytizing for it in some covert way.
Quite true.
Yes. And by the way, I have seen at times at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning cartoons that were purely satanic.
Yes.
One was a Lucy, cute little devil named Lucy, after Lucifer. Right. And then they just purely satanic cartoons. Right. But, so much for that. So that wasn't something I wanted to share with you. We don't need to. I mean, it's just that, it's so easier to talk about this stuff now publicly or even get it scrutinized with the Kino gone. Yeah. It's a new
frontier in a sense. And
exactly.
Right. And by the way, in terms of and I still say that it's hard not to miss Aquino because he acted as kind of an anchor, as opposed to all of it being rather on the loose on its own now, without the kind of supervision it used to have, the negative phenomenon that we contend with in the world of Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich, or the world of Douglas Dietrich that Peter Moon has now probed into. And so I appreciate what Peter's saying when they say the world of Peter Moon. Yes, I wouldn't be brought in it until a kind of conclusion or a lead into another part of that story. And
until I have such a reputation and such a ratings binge that they're not going to mess with me.
Perfect. That's the only way to do it, really. So our.
By the way.
Yeah.
This, if we have our way, and this is not my creative construction because it's not my awareness. I'm following my colleague and friend's advice, the whole model is the most successful show in the history of cable TV is Ancient Aliens.
Sadly.
And well,
Yes.
well, but there's a reason for it, though. And the reason for it is they don't have this good cop, bad cop. They actually foster the idea that there are aliens or ancient aliens, and they talk about it, and they say, oh, is it possible? They don't play this good cop, bad cop stuff. It doesn't work because the audience is credulous. So you want to cater to the audience's interest and credulity, not to, they don't want to hear that there's nothing there. You know, you don't want to hear Philip Klass, the guy who used to always was the great naysayer of UFOs. They don't want to hear somebody like that because they only have one thing to say, which is no. No. Anything you say, will say no. Now, I think if they had a more open forum where you could discuss some of your awareness of aliens and Chichoa, it would enhance the show.
Right.
And they might figure that out because if this thing takes off, there's no reason to believe it will. There's no reason to believe it won't. But if it takes off, it would, Ancient Aliens could get awfully boring because it's been going for over a decade. And it's not really whether the show's any good or not. It's the way it presents itself. And it always struck me as incredibly non-intelligent. That's just me. And I couldn't watch it. And I've written about aliens in at least 2 books. One is Encounter in the Pleiades, which is Preston's experience with aliens. The other is Montauk, the Alien Connection with Stuart Swerdlow. These people have had interactions, but Preston would be the first to tell you, he says, alien abductions are very rare, actual alien abductions. He'd say, it's mostly government, and they make you think it's aliens. And then when you want to define aliens, that's a whole nother bag of fish, which we don't need to go into. But the I'm talking about is you want to present something that's going to interest the audience and hopefully inform them and make them think. And if I have anything to do with it, it'll be an intelligent dialogue. One of the most adhered to trolling methods, and this is trolling before the internet, but it's trolling on TV where all you do is attack the author or the person or his persona, the ad hominem attack.
Yes, character assassination.
Yeah. You're a transvestite. You can possibly say anything. You say you're Hitler, so you call he thinks he's Hitler. Whatever they're saying. And they even twist it. It's not son of Hitler. It's Hitler. He thinks he's Hitler.
Yes, they'll do that. Yes.
Yeah, and they'll just make it sound stupid.
Yeah.
Like when Tony Ortega said, man, that it was the ballistics. The ballistics showed it was one shooter. Well, if you hadn't read the book, and I had to go back and look at the book to verify, it's like totally disarms the whole, just counts the whole thing. You've completely defeated the whole argument, the other person's argument, by stating something that's blatantly false. It works.
Right.
Unless somebody looks past that.
Right.
And why would somebody say that? It's as if they're covering for, helping to cover the real story, either purposely or by reason of their mindset. And but what you do is you just persistently attack the person. And it says, if you have a dialogue, if you let an author have a full dialogue, more often than not, the author is going to do a full or thorough job, and he's going to be able to hold everything up to reason. You may agree with him or you may not, but just attacking the person because he's, David Wilcock or David Icke doesn't work. Actually does work. But as they say, when you have a steady, but in both cases, they say plenty of things that are true. It's just, where are they taking the audience? That's another issue. Where are they taking the audience? And they're both two very different individuals.
Yes.
But and why, there's some people I will just not listen to.
Oh, I don't blame you.
Because it's them.
Yes. Yes.
And because I have enough experience to see that the person is off.
Yeah.
And I don't want to listen to an off person.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's many of them who are.
All too many. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So this attack. Let's have a subject and let's discuss the subject, rather than, the stupidity of so and so and whatnot. Sometimes the personality does become an issue when you have somebody like Stanton Friedman.
Yes.
Or Sean David Morton, and you have a sizable, significant amount of people listening to them. I have known people who really admire and are thankful for Bill Cooper. Is that his name?
Yeah, it was William Cooper. Yes.
Yeah, because they read Behold a Pale Horse, and it just enlightened them so much. Yeah. I don't know if they're enlightened. I never really read the book.
Right.
And this poor man, well, he'd been exposed to a lot of information that most people aren't.
Right.
But he was clearly off his rocker.
Yes.
And
you're talking about Bill Cooper was in his own way off his rocker, right?
Oh, yeah. And so, I could tell he was off his rocker.
Yes.
And,
yes.
And like there's some people that, I just don't want to listen to them, but they're not, he had, and somebody told me he had a real severe drinking problem.
Of course. Yes. And just so people understand, William Cooper, after he wrote Behold a Pale Horse, at which time he was still very much entranced, I would personally say even mind-controlled to a degree. He was writing about all of the phenomenon. Now, personally, he had seen what was a USO, meaning an unidentified submersible object. So he saw an object rise out of the seas when he was in the Navy, and that understandably impacted him profoundly. So he spent a great deal of time researching UFOs and came out with Behold a Pale Horse, which was this extremely influential book. And I've gone into those details of that before, just how influential it was. People these days may not understand why or what its appeal was. And it's also, most people who would read it, I would warn that for most people, it's just going to add confusion into your world. And the reality was that after he had a long discussion with myself, hours telephonically, he changed his entire stance. And but there was nothing he could do to retract that book. The book was out there and it was on the loose and it was being republished and it was a source of income for him. So he wasn't going to resist it and try to renounce it or denounce his original stance. But it was after speaking to me that he changed his stance completely about UFOs, so that people understand this. And in terms of ultimately his tragic aspect as as we pointed out before in detail, had to do with his being essentially, he was assigned a handler who was Alex Jones. And Alex Jones exploited him and betrayed him and then basically fingered him. And this was ultimately what led to his death. But of course, he obviously had issues. And his issues were that, for one thing, he was not socialized. Like many Americans who go into the military, he was simply so antisocial he couldn't work a normal job. So you get people like that who enter the military, where the overwhelming majority of people are dysfunctional, and the only thing keeping them together is that hierarchical structure of the military, which is a combination of a prison and an insane asylum, really, for the American military. And then he, was able to do what he did there and function to a degree, and was living off of his pension from that. And of course, like many dysfunctional Americans, especially those in the military, he married an overseas Asian woman who became his bride, and he produced 2 Amerasian children with her. And so I reminded him of his children, and he was open about that, in that I was quote-unquote Amerasian. Though, of course, if you take into account my real biological father, Adolf Hitler, then I would actually be Euro-Asian. But he thought of myself as Amerasian, and I never went into the Hitler direction with him. And basically, when I did speak to him about all the documents I was working with, then he understood that and became much more grounded in more, for lack of a better term, conventional or current events or topical conspiracy, and therefore predicted the collapse of the Twin Towers before they happened. And then what happened was, of course, by the time he got assassinated, was right before the collapse of the Twin Towers. And that's when Alex Jones claimed that the Twin Towers were going to collapse, and he plagiarizes all of the prognostications of William Cooper. So this was pointed out in a number of links to some of William Cooper's old episodes, in which he outed Alex Jones and outed what he had said about the Twin Towers before he died. So I had brought up those links before. I don't even know if I could find them now, or if they're even on the internet anymore for people to access. But I've brought that up in the past. So with William Cooper and Mae Brussels, these are people who are fatalities. They're fatalities on the road to exposing Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set, and so much that went down. And so I do want people to understand that. And this is very frustrating when you see something like what Peter Moon described, this quote-unquote documentary, and how that really takes you nowhere. I mean, these documentaries, they only go so far. And
I will say, this is what it takes you somewhere. It just doesn't take you. It takes you to, somewhere between second and third base. It doesn't take you home. No. But the way they ended it was very, they were portraying Maury as having a drinking problem, being obsessed with this. But the way they ended it, there was this this woman who was killed, young lady, Arlise Perry, at Stanford, in the church at Stanford. She was killed by one of the cult members, but Maury Terry had fingered the security guard. Nobody believed him, because who else could have let somebody into the church to kill her? Somebody would have. And so actually, they actually showed I think it was a live bust of the security guard, but the guy went in and shot himself before he could be arrested, the security guard. And then they found evidence in his apartment indicating he was guilty. But this is like 20 years after that incident.
Yeah. Yes.
So it was, the guy was retired. So they kind of said, yeah, there's really something here. But even the way Maury Terry ends his book, I think he kind of says, this stuff's going on out there and America screams, or something like that. In other words, there was this terror, unholy terror, that was going out there, and it didn't really, he wasn't able to resolve it, and he was very frustrated. So the problem was, he didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
He didn't have Peter Moon to go to. he didn't have Douglas Dietrich to go to. And as I say, when I was being solicited to do the follow-up, I could have met him. But when I was told that he was, really had a drinking problem, I said, I just kind of intuitively picked up this poor man's been possessed. And I'm not going to get anywhere with this guy. You know what? I have to now go rehabilitate his alcohol problem. I don't have time for that.
It's so true.
What I mean?
Yeah.
And then what would I have had? I would have had all his files. Well, they've turned it into a documentary, and they did a good job as far as documentaries go. It could be improved, certainly. But I'm saying the next step you would take it now would be, now you could go into the Satanism, and go into it a little deeper. So this is like, I don't think he would have a lot of regrets if you were to see him in the afterlife, because he did everything he could to the best of his ability. His human limitations caught up with him. But most people don't even do that.
Yes.
They don't necessarily live out. He exercised all his human capabilities, and most human beings are going to come up short. It's because it's such a grisly area.
Yes.
And
dangerous.
They interviewed one cop who was assigned to occult stuff, and he eventually met up with Maury and met with him, and they worked together. But I think he even thought Maury might have gone off the deep end, because this guy, whatever you want to say about him, he was just, I guess, he kind of knew his place,
Yeah.
He knew his place. I had coincidentally, I had once gone to Wilmington, North Carolina, where I ended up. How the hell did I even end up there? Now, I know how I ended up in North Carolina, but I ended up going to I'm trying to think who directed me to a class. I sat in on a junior college class on the occult. It was by somebody who did like criminal investigations, or he was teaching criminal justice in the thing. And I don't remember who introduced me to him, but he let me sit in his class with my friend Althea, who I had just met. She was like this jet set lady, and we became friends. We sat in the class together, and then we went out after. I think what happened is we were in a pub. One of my psychic friends has said, she says, go to the Cotton Exchange. This is when I was in New York, when you're down in Wilmington. So I went to the Cotton Exchange with Althea, and we were sitting, and we started hearing this guy talk with his girlfriend. She was a student. He was a professor, and we got to talking to him, and then he invited me over to his class. And the next night, we sat in on his class, and he said that the most occult activity, murders and whatnot, took place right in this area of Wilmington. Mm-hmm. So I was told it was sort of a psychic hotspot and that I would do well there. And I scouted out for business potential. Main problem with Wilmington, well, there were other problems with it, but after you're around people in the South, my experience has been after a few days, the hayseed begins to come out of their mouth and extend. And you begin to get into this backardness. It's backard. It's a different mentality. And I found it, I realized I'd be better off in the North.
Yeah. Yes.
My mentality is more suited to that. Although I met some great friends and that stayed with me, particularly her and her friend Michael. and the and she got to meet Duncan and Preston, spent a bit of time with them too. But the yeah, this huge occult murders, and then I found out that the OTO was moving down there. That was
The
a few
headquarters?
years later. They started moving down there. They kind of followed that. They were also moving to Salem,
That figures.
Massachusetts.
Of course. That goes without saying. By the way, if you ever take a look at your Ouija boards back in the day, all Ouija boards were manufactured in Salem, Massachusetts. And that's a little something there. By the way, just going to respond to our lady here asking me about the CBD drink that I was drinking. So I was just type that in for her and bring up some of the shocking statistics she was sharing from Canada. And this is Maria Gregorich in Canada. And she was bringing up the fact that up in Canada, where she's at, 230 people died in British Columbia from the heat since last Friday. It went up to 49 degrees Celsius, which is around 120 degrees Fahrenheit. So she's provided these shocking numbers. And of course, I believe that it's probably more than that. Before you arrived, Peter, I was letting people know that there was a breaking news about the indigenous community. And this had to do, of course, with the bodies being found underneath the various schools, of course, where the latest has been, I'm talking about like yesterday, 182 unmarked graves were discovered at a former residential school. Salman Sheikh, of course, feels that the
Residential, where you live, residential schools where you live.
yeah, that's where they forced the
Where was the school?
Oh, this is in Canada, and Canada is where they were infamous, where many of these residential schools, they were trying to acculturate the Native Americans into Canadian culture, and they would bring them there and simply, rape and torture them to death over a period of months and just bury them out in the back. Actually, usually force the other kids to bury the other kids, until they were all dead. Then they would say how they civilized them. And this is just part of the horror that I've described before. I don't know if you're familiar with my bringing this subject up. Probably we've covered it before you got here or after you got here at various episodes. But, it's an ongoing thing. Also, just personally wanted you to know that so after you saved my ass with the website, and just so people understand this, what happened was Elena Shea had designed this website in such a manner that it's really two websites, and it had two separate hosts. And there's one HostGator that keeps our archives that Jonathan Warrington, all credit unto him, drops our episodes off into. And so those archives that are accessible via my website, via my website, they're maintained by HostGator. And then we've got another host server that I did not know about, and she had set that up for 2 years. So it's amazing to think of the fact that it's only been 2 years agone that Lena Shea set up this website. And so obviously we've been separated by, about 10 months by now or something like that. I could take a look on the YouTube and actually get a hint of that, which I had to do when I called up HostGator because I was trying to get my money back. It turned out that it was this app that I thought they had installed without my permission. And it turned out that they explained to me that somebody, and they would not say who, established the app about 10 months ago. In other words, it was established in October of last year, which was around my birthday, which would be around the time that we were bringing Lena Shea back to try and help with the website, because we couldn't operate it without her at the time, and had to get her to explain what it was she had did to a degree. She never explained anything to the degree where we knew what was going on. So that's why suddenly they shut the website down. And it was at that time I called up Peter Moon, who gave me the amount of money where I could renew it for a year. And then I put it on auto pay, so that it would renew every June automatically. But of course, I'll have to make certain I have the right amount of money. But it was, I only need $200 to be there around June every year. Whereas, she had set it up for every 2 years, which meant they wanted about half a grand. And so when I called him up, I was able to, thanks to their help, cut that down for more immediate payment and for your annual payment. But she had also set up this app that was something I personally had no use for. She might have set it up. This doesn't make any sense. She might have set it up, if I try to think positively with the best of intentions. It's called Constant Contact, which you can build up mailing lists and send out a huge amount of mailing. But they were charging me $20 a month for that. And it turns out they've been charging me this since January, and I had no idea. And so I've lost, $20 a month ever since January to this thing. And so only because of this recent incident were we able to trace that down. And I had them cancel that, of course. And what Selena Khan did was she simply took my PayPal card out of the system, so they couldn't keep automatically taking money out of it from HostGator, which is the real problem. They just keep every month reaching into my PayPal card and just taking everything. So obviously this was set up by Lena Shea, and whether or not it was a positive where she thought she was helping, or whether it was just some way to fuck me over, it's probably in the negative. I try not to think like that, but they said, oh, well, you didn't know about it. She set it up in October, and it was a 3-month free trial, and you never took advantage of it. So we just started charging you, which you can imagine how that really flew well with me. And so the way it is right now, if I'm going to rely on anyone with a mailing list, it's obviously going to be Peter Moon, because he's the man with an established mailing list, and I don't really need one for anything other than the book.
No, mailing lists don't really last that long. Yeah. One of the most successful mailing lists, when talking about UFO literature anyway, was, what was his name? Bob Gerard. He operated out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. And he was the guy, he would take every UFO book that you could get his hands on, and he sold them. And he had a mailing list. And he would call that mailing list. If you didn't buy books from him for like 2 months, he'd take your name off the mailing list.
Wow.
And he had a very good mailing list. And Preston always told me if he give a bad review of the book, it would cause people to buy it, because if he didn't like it, that meant that people thought it was a good book. And, but I mean, he had the, you just call the mailing list, because, people, they wear off.
Yeah. Yeah.
They wear off.
And I suspect you'll be turning in for the night soon. But before you went, there was something that I had Jameson remind myself of. I told Jameson to remind me of the of Ganges Island, so I would remember to bring this up with you. And because I was having a bit of a laugh talking about how you were on my program one time, and I was talking about Ganges Island, and I'll get to the part that I was having a laugh about, of course. But I remembered some of what my mother had talked about, and it was something I didn't bring up the last time. And, this may go into another book. It may not, depending on Peter Moon's judgment on the subject. But honestly, it would explain so much. So I think it's important. So Peter Moon and I will discuss this in the future. And I'm quite open to discussing it openly with him. Depends on how he feels about it. But that, of course, has to do with the fact that when I talk about Germany and Japan winning the war, and it becomes so self-evident when people just really think about the Marshall Plan and how the Marshall Plan reconstructed Europe and the Asian equivalent thereof, which was never even given a name. The Americans were just given tons of money to Japan and other parts of Asia like Taiwan, simply because the Americans lost the fucking war and they were paying reparations. And this is something that no victor in history has ever done. So when people get that confused with some kind of American sense of largesse, you really have to look at them cockeyed. But when it comes to when we were speaking about Ganges Island and how that led to victory in the war with the Die Glock, the bell bomb, when the Bell mechanism was taken to distort the fabric of space and time around it, and made an admirable bomb, far more devastating than the atomic bomb. The Germans used it in the most economic manner possible, which was to bury it in the Canary Islands, which of course was owned by Spain, and Francisco Franco was deeply obligated to Adolf Hitler and stayed in power long after Hitler passed from the surface world. And it was, of course, the Mr. Franco, who was never, shall we say, there was no regime change in Spain. The fascist regime stayed on until Francisco Franco's death and well beyond. By the way, it's only been recently that they've disinterred Francisco Franco's remains and reinterred them on family property, so his familial, his relations can care for them on a sprawling estate. Whereas before they were a public monument, because the public is only now beginning to move on from Francisco Franco's regime. And beyond that, for those of you who don't know, it's only been recently, I'm talking about like within the last few years, that Spain finally changed its time zone. And for those of you who don't know, Francisco Franco moved the time zone of all of Spain into Berlin time for World War II, so he could be on the clock with Adolf Hitler. And this was just like Singapore throughout World War II. Singapore was on Tokyo time. And so in terms of, but with Spain, it stayed on Berlin time way past Franco's death. And it was only recently that they finally said, well, Francisco Franco is gone and the fascist regime has essentially been democratized, very much like Taiwan, in the sense that what the Taiwanese call Minju Fajiji, meaning fasci democracy, that's the situation in Spain. And so when it comes to the situation there, when Francisco Franco was alive, and he sent entire divisions of troops to fight on the Eastern Front. So for those of you who do not know, Adolf Hitler had a relationship where, to tell you the truth, it's something that almost nobody knows this, and it was a great shock to my father, and it was paradigm changing for him. Most people didn't know that Francisco Franco had Jewish blood, and he and Adolf Hitler, they hated each other. They hated each other on a personal level, but they had a deep respect for each other. And so Francisco Franco was definitively fascist. And he, however, was very antithetical to the Holocaust, yet he maintained his own death camps, which were in operation throughout his life, but they were for communists and other undesirables per his definition. And so if you wanted to see a fascist regime in full action, complete with death camps operating long after World War II in Europe, I mean, that was the Franco regime. So he was considered by the West to be, quote unquote, Hitler's only victory on the surface world, meaning his only lasting victory in the sense that it was a government Adolf Hitler established by helping that government come to power, and one that the Allies could never overthrow. And of course, one of the reasons they couldn't overthrow was the Bell bomb. So because that was established on the Canary Islands, then Francisco Franco, in coordination with Unterland, and it was really Unterland that had the codes, Francisco merely maintained the posture, but basically allowed Unterland to maintain its threat on the surface world that anytime they entered the codes, simply by radio, then the Glocke bomb, the Bell bomb, would take down La Palma in the Canary Islands and create a tsunami that would destroy the Western Hemisphere. And so this is why the Americans surrendered to the Marshall Plan and rebuilt Europe and Asia. But Die Glocke was first tested on Ganges Island. And as I've explained before to Peter Moon, the reason Emperor Hirohito, and just to clarify this to people, anyone can look up Ganges Island, Ganges, spelled like the river Ganges in India. And Ganges Island was very real. It was on the maps. It was on the globes. My father, during the early days of America and Japan jockeying for a Pacific positioning. Each one of them going back and forth with gunboat diplomacy and stealing each other's islands. The Ganges Island was an island my father had literally set foot on. So Ganges Island, if you look it up today, they'll claim it's an imaginary island. Bullshit. And so, as I said, I own a globe that's got Ganges Island on it. And there are maps you can look up on the internet that will have Ganges Island on them. So Ganges Island was where Emperor Hirohito was breeding Komodo dragons to an extraordinarily large size. Now, one of the things I didn't go into that essentially when I remember these things, oftentimes it's through going through my mother's possessions, seeing old photographs that I feel might be something I can actually share, or others I never will, as well as some of her writing that is uninterpretable to modern Chinese or Japanese. I remember I would bring shopping lists for my mother down to Chinatown, and when I would show them to the men at Chinatown, the guys behind the butcher's counter or whatever, they would laugh good-naturedly and say, "Wow, who gave you this?" And, I'd say, "Oh, my mother." And they'd say, "Oh, God, how old is she?" And I'd say, "Oh, she was born in 1923. And they said, "Oh, we don't see writing like this anymore because she's writing in ancient calligraphy. And this is something that they hadn't seen for literally, it's something they see only in museums." They said, "We only see writing like this in museums." And she also had a special form of script I had shown to Peter Moon, photographic examples, a language only women would be allowed to use in Japan. And so Peter Moon was reminded very much of the Ardalek by that kind of script that was used by women in Japan. And men could not read that writing. Any man who tried to learn to read that writing would be spit upon by the rest of Japanese society as some kind of queer fag or something, because, a man shouldn't be learning to read what a woman is writing, is how the Japanese would look at that. And it's also out of respect for women, not because of disdain. That's from the matriarchal heritage of Japan, from the days of the ancient shaman priestesses that were the real fountainhead of Shindo religion and the original empresses. But one of the things I ran across reminded me of what she had told me about Emperor Hirohito's enormous lizards on Ganges Island. So when Emperor Hirohito was taking Komodo dragons from off of the island of Komodo and interbreeding them, it was always nagging at me forever what he was interbreeding them with to produce the monstrosities he ultimately came up with. And that's where, of course, I ran across her references to the basilisk. Now, those of you who know about the basilisk, you'll think of a creature of European myth and legend, and you'll probably find all kinds of jackalopes, as they call them, cryptozoological. I'm sorry, sir? What's it?
Can you spell it?
Oh, yes. Basilisk. So, the reason I knew about this was because my mother was writing to some Japanese in South America. And in South America, of course, the largest population in Japan, outside of Japan, is Brazil. And what had happened was some of the Japanese were mentioning to her basilisk attacks in the Amazon rainforest. Basically, the Brazilian rainforest, there were these reports of a strange lizard-like creature interfering with logging operations. And in addition to the natural hazards of the tropical rainforest, basically there was, of course, the Japanese community trying to contend with the antipathy of the logging company. And both the management and the workers, of course, considered the Japanese as interfering busybodies who were, in their own way, they view them the same way that many Europeans would view Jews, just overly successful and somehow alien to their Europeanized world. And so when these Japanese were talking to my mother about the logging camp and these attacks, basically the logging company finally came to terms with the Japanese community in the sense that they felt that some of the Japanese doctors and scientists could help with these attacks. And so they were noting that the attacks, all of them occurred at the farthest west extension of the camp beyond the area of active logging. And so they basically tracked down the creature in question. And when they found it, they noticed that it was harnessed. In other words, this enormous lizard-like creature had a leather harness around its forelegs and its neck, as if it were a dog that could be guided by such. So the owners were encountered. They were in an encampment a few miles further west, and they were the children and grandchildren of Nazis who had escaped to the Amazon with the help of Odessa, the international Nazi organization. And their families traced their lineage back to medieval German wizards, literal sorcerers. And so they were performing occult research at that location, and they were actively breeding the basilisks. And this was according to the old family tradition. They were using them to scare people away from their area, especially Jewish Nazi hunters. So to put this into some perspective for people, these...
This was on Island, or where was it?
Oh,
Or
this was in
South
the
America?
Amazon. This was in the Amazon with the Japanese community dealing with the problems of a logging company. But it reminded me of the fact that these were the lizards that Hirohito was interbreeding with the Komodo dragon. So that people understand this, the basilisk are actually lizards with the venomous fangs of snakes. They're efficient. They're cold-blooded predators. They pose a significant danger to all who encounter them. And they may be related to the Gila monsters of the American Southwest or to dinosaurs that of a certain type. The name that comes to mind was one that was mentioned by Michael Aquino. He called them Estesia, Estesia, or Estesia. I've never really found anything much about that kind of creature, and it is probably a category that is not used commonly. But they roughly resemble Komodo dragons in terms of size and their general appearance. They've got 4 legs, tails, scales, and forked tongues, and they're generally a dark brown color over most of their bodies. And the way I know about them is, again, through Michael Aquino's own records on the subject, because he could never find one sample alive, or the families he was trying to purchase one from would never sell them, at least not to him. But understand that as his records, as maintained by the Department of Defense, maintained, you've got these generally dark brown colored bodies, cream on their bellies, meaning a creamy kind of beige coloration, lighter, of course, than the upper body. And some reports that he had mentioned a greenish tint to the brown scales, and like snakes, their eyesight is actually poor, but their abilities to detect variations in heat are excellent, as snakes and lizards detect heat changes or changes in the environmental temperature with their tongues. But they're definitely cold-blooded, and from what I could understand, they measure roughly around 2.5 meters long, which would be about close to about 8 feet probably, and like an alligator at full length, and had a mass of roughly about 400 kilograms, so fairly heavy. And so, of course, there were reports of considerably larger creatures in the ancient documents that Aquino was collecting. So it's possible that, like the crocodiles, they grow as large as their environment can support. In fact, that I know that to be the case, because that's what Hirohito was doing. So in addition to their neurotoxin, which is basically injected through their hollow fangs when biting, they have a defense mechanism that was highly important and intrigued Emperor Hirohito. And that was this mechanism similar to that of spitting cobras. Basically, like certain lizards, and you can look this up, there are certain lizards who, when they're frightened and cornered, they will spray blood from ducts or glands, their tear glands, within their eyes. And so the basilisks will spray, well, they'll spray venom. And it's paralytic And so that's why the medieval lore said that people who looked in the eyes of a basilisk would turn to stone. That's where that comes from. And I remember this from what my mother had told me about Emperor Hirohito's work with them. And so they have these ducts below their eyes from which they spray their paralytic toxin. So the legends of that paralytic gaze spring from this delivery mechanism for their venom. And they also have a set of poison glands in their neck separate from those linked to their hollow fangs. From what my mother told me, the neck glands connect to muscular tubes that terminated at the basilisk's eyes, which allowed them to spray this venom. And she compared it, because of her experience with the Niega, she compared it to like spitting cobras. So the basilisk aimed this venom at the victim's face, and the spray is quite accurate, out to 2.5 meters, when they're simply normal size. And all the reports, from what I could conflate or synthesize, gather from Aquino or my mother, basically, was that the basilisks would use this weapon only when they were very frightened, and they would immediately flee the area after using it. That's what Hirohito had to breed out of them by breeding them with the Komodo dragons, so that that defensive mechanism would no longer be a tactic of fear, but a tactic of aggression. So the way that they would be encountered back in the old days, from what I could gather from the ancient grimoires that were accumulated by Aquino, was that mostly people would encounter the basilisk while it was hunting for food. And they hunted during the day, using the sun's heat to provide energy and assist with their digestion. And so people would encounter them while they were simply sunning themselves on large rocks, because, like many snakes, their basilisks were also burrowing creatures, and therefore they certainly posed a threat during any subterranean or mining operations. And that's another way that people would encounter them in North Africa. And that's where most of the records concerning them were sourcing from. But so you're talking about a creature that's solitary except when raising young. So according to the documents that Aquino had, because they dealt specifically with breeding, basically a mother basilisk with her hatchlings, well, anyone encountering them would have to exercise extreme caution, since they're very protective of their young, as all animals are. But they would also appear anywhere that snakes would normally live, somewhat more common in the northern Mediterranean back in the old days, and Europe. We're talking about back during the time of the Roman Empire. And of course, for those of you who don't know, there was a European lion and a European bear, and both of these species were eradicated by the Roman Empire because they would ship them into the Colosseum to participate in animal combat. And that's how they drove the European bear and the European lion to extinction. I'm certain something similar happened with the basilisk. That's what was indicated in the grimoires that Aquino possessed, that I was exposed to. But the one thing I knew from my mother was that they were reported as far east as Asia. Now, of course, until what my mother had in terms of her communications with the Japanese in South America, there were no confirmed basilisk sightings in the Western Hemisphere ever. But the reason that they came into the Western Hemisphere at all was because of those records recovered by Michael Aquino from rival occult societies. In other words, medieval European societies, such as the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, and the Knights of Malta, actively bred basilisks and used them to protect their archives. This is why Aquino was so interested in them, was because there were archives he could never access because he claimed they had basilisk protectors. So this indicated to myself that, like snakes, basilisks can become accustomed to human presence if handled by humans from shortly after birth. And so these secret societies that once actively bred them, obviously as indicated by the communications from South America, still do so. And because of that, it's possible to encounter basilisks anywhere those societies have influence. So, according to what breeding documents Aquino had, of course, all he needed, as he used to joke, was a basilisk to make it happen. But he would say they would lay about 3 to 5 eggs in a clutch once every 3 years, and their nests resembled those of crocodiles, using heat provided by the sun and by rotting vegetation to warm the eggs. And it would take about 12 months for the eggs to hatch, an entire year. And the temperature of the egg determined the gender of the infant after approximately 9 months. And the female basilisks remain near their nests, hunting the area extensively until the eggs hatch. And the newborn basilisks would be quite small, roughly the size of a man's forearm, and the hatchlings would remain with their mother for about 12 to 18 months after hatching, after which time both sets of venom glands would be fully developed. And at that point, they could easily take out anything on their own. So Emperor Hirohito was taking these basilisks and interbreeding them with the Komodo dragon and exposing them to various types of hormonal injections, various other kinds of steroids, and other stimulants that would render them larger and far more aggressive than ever before. And this was why during the war, my father was on a ship that passed within sight of Ganges Island. And even though they were very far away, my father said you could still see creatures large enough tearing into each other on that island. These were clearly beyond the control of anyone at that point. And that's why Emperor Hirohito agreed with the Germans to demonstrate the bell bomb by establishing a Gloka bomb on site of Ganges Island and then phasing it completely out of our space-time continuum, thus proving the ability of the bomb to dislocate incredibly large amounts of matter and thereby generating the tsunami if they were triggered on the Canary Isles, which is positioned in such a manner it would trigger that sort of phenomenon. Ganges Island does not have that kind of geophysical positioning, so by rendering its disappearance where the Americans and the Soviets could witness it, Emperor Hirohito that was just another factor in the influence he had on the post-war world and the Americans paying the reparations. But it was far more important for the Reich than for Hirohito. Hirohito, of course, allowed the Germans to position the Glock bomb on the Ganges Island because the Germans had been kind enough to lend to him the basilisks to breed his Komodo dragons with. And that was the kind of exchange they had going on in so many levels. The place where I was having some humor in terms of what Peter had said was when I brought this up and asked Peter if we should put this into the last book, the latest book we made, and he said, "It's just too weird." And I was like thinking, well, damn, you write about time travel and, golden caverns and the stuff going on under Romania all the way to Tibet. I mean, come on, how much weirder could this be than what you've covered? So anyhow.
You know what you've covered in the book is pretty...
It's already hard to take. I know, it's already...
No. What you've covered in the book is not as weird as this.
Understood.
And it starts going all over the place rather than just the Japanese won the war. This is good stuff, but it's for deeper layers.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Moreau stuff.
Yes.
It's just so much. It's like it's enough for people to digest what's in there now. It's a lot to digest. When you start putting we didn't even go into what do they call it, Unit 731. We mentioned it because there's whole books written on that.
Yes.
It's we just mentioned it, and that's all we needed to.
Yeah, it's true. No, you're absolutely right. We did the best by this book in terms of what we presented as a good introduction. And by the way, Salman Sheikh is saying good night. Salman, if you want to say good night to our listeners right now, please come on to do so. Let's hope he's. And he's probably taken off for the night. And
I need to go to
yeah,
go to bed
understood.
too.
And
I'm going to continue on this narrative so I can hear it in the morning, or are you going to continue on this, or are you going to go in a different direction?
probably tonight I'll go in a different direction, and what I need to do is if I do continue with any of this, I'll put a timestamp on it for you, and I'll put a timestamp on another episode where I went into kind of like just a little bit of the Japanese dynamics in America that led to a kind of conflict between Japanese Americans and Jewish Americans in the United States. I'll put a timestamp on that in the near future because I think that's important for you to hear. It's not too long. I didn't dwell on that too long, but I think for tonight we've covered this in general, the basics. So you and I will probably go into this in a future transmission more deeper, and but tonight I'll probably go more into the Israeli conflict with the Palestinians because nothing conventional. This will be far more in depth than what people know about normally. But certainly I'll go into as well the coming Cold War with China and the United States as well to a degree as is relevant tonight. In other words, mostly geopolitics tonight. And I love you dearly. If I... yeah.
I will send you some books as soon as I get them. I'll send them to your Green Street address.
Fabulous.
So you'll have some.
Great.
Do whatever you want. I'll send you about 5.
Oh,
and
thank you.
And then you can give them to Beaver or whoever you want to give them to, your landlady, whoever you want to give them.
Thank you.
It doesn't have to be Beaver and the landlady, but
understood.
And then it's fine on that thing you sent me. We can do that interview.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And I love you dearly and share our love with Paula. And you have a blessed night. I was so glad you were able to drop in. And thank you for everything you have done and are continuing to do with the book and everything else.
Okay. Good night.
Okay. All our love. There we are. And our man Jameson Reese is back. And also Maria Gregorich is saying good night, love you, hope you feel better, good luck with your appointment Friday. Thank you, honey, love you dearly, thank you so much. And so if you're back, our man Jameson, you can do me a favor, hold the stage for a bit. I will take a break myself, get myself refreshed, and then come back and do monologue for the rest of the night. But hopefully you'll stay with us till the morning and break me if needed throughout the night. Okay?
Certainly, yes.
That's good. All right.
It is right now. It is boiling in my room, man. This is like a very it's difficult to it's difficult to deal with the summer. It's just I can't wait till the fall gets here.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Well, thank you for hanging in with us. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back soon enough. Okay.
All right. So this is a very interesting story I have by Popular Mechanics, and it's why Earth's core is rapidly growing lopsided. I had no idea that Earth's core was even growing, believe it or not. We have lots of recent evidence to suggest Earth is weird, really weird. This is exactly what I was telling my father, because he was like watching Ancient Aliens, and I'm like, oh boy, here they go with that crap. And they're talking about if aliens showed up on the lawn of the White House. Well, first of all, that assumes aliens know somehow, they can distinguish somehow between us and our leaders, which in and of itself is absurd. Honestly, chances are if UFOs were to drop to the lawn of the White House, chances are they know that the White House is where the president is, and that would mean that they're from Earth. I mean, I can't be any more blunt than that. But to get back to this article, what I was basically telling him is, well, how do we know that some of this aerial phenomenon, not all of it, because we do know that a lot of it is the Third Reich, but some of this aerial phenomenon could be actually a product of the Earth and its magnetic field itself, and the changes that are going on deeper into the planet. Um, I do reflect on an article that I had gotten from NASA a long time ago about what's called they call them X zones, or magnetic realignment. Um, and what these do is they literally create somehow portals between the outer area of the sun and to uh, a certain area around the outside of our planet, which of course all those things are shielded by our Earth's magnetic field. But so the point of me going into this segue for a second is to say, how do we know that the Earth doesn't have its own strange phenomenon, such as portals and the like, that might leave some kind of visible effect, or might yield some very interesting spatial and interdimensional phenomenon? I do believe the Earth is far more intelligent and capable of these things than we give it credit for. And this article I'm going to go into is just one example. Our Earth mysteriously pulsates every 26 seconds. It has a secret, is rapidly growing colder, but this is only on one side, and just might be harboring an ancient alien world. It's very interesting that they should say that, because that alien world is alien to us, but it is still terrestrial to this planet. I want to emphasize that as I continue this. Now, right on cue, scientists are trying to unpack yet another perplexing Earth phenomenon. Why is its core growing so much faster in one direction than the other? Let's start by defining our somewhat arbitrary terms. Earth's core is basically directionless because it lies at the center of the planet. Now, you can more or less think of the Earth's core as being a hidden star, or as I like to call it, I like to consider the Earth's core the true identity of Lucifer, if we're going to talk in esoteric terms. That's the true morning star down there, because it protects us from everything, which makes life possible. But this research, seismologists at the University of California, Berkeley, refer to the west side as being beneath Brazil and the east side being below Indonesia. It's this east side that grows faster than its counterpart in the west, adding more iron crystals and much higher volume of material. Because Earth's core is constantly shaping into a mathematically regular sphere by constantly spinning and forces of gravity, any extra matter packed onto the Indonesia side is neutrally spun and formed with the rest of the core. But of course, the question still remains why this is happening at all. So basically, these hexagonally closely packed iron atoms seem to be growing out much further in the area underneath Indonesia, and it seems to be happening a lot less underneath Brazil, which is the west side. That's what the Berkeley scientists sought to explain in their new study, which appears in the new issue of Nature Geoscience. They focused on one piece of observable data about the Earth's core. For some reason, seismic waves travel much faster north to south through the core than from side to side, which is east to west or west to east. Somehow they knew this must relate to how mass accumulates in the core as well. The scientists say this dissipating heat likely explains why the East Indonesia side is adding more iron crystals so much more rapidly. Those crystals form and are moved quickly toward the rest of the core, creating horizontally packed structures that explain the slower east to west seismic waves compared to the faster north to south seismic waves. Wait a second, did I read this something right? Oh yeah, I did. Just backtracking. Packed crystals are waiting in the east to west Q lines that leave little room for seismic activity to pass through. The dissipating heat is likely due to Indonesia being covered by a huge mix of islands and expansive ocean floor, which is a key place where molten materials shed heat from inside the Earth. On the western end, Brazil is part of the gigantic landmass of South America, leaving little space for rapid cooling effect of the seafloor. Needless to say, that's also where we have those tropical jungles that are tragically being threatened by human activity, which we will never truly be able to appreciate the consequences of. These findings pose a few questions that will appeal to future researchers. First, the Berkeley scientists date the asymmetrical core back to its very beginning, between 0.5 and 1.5 billion years ago, they believe. Interesting how the core is a relatively recent thing. That means the dichotomy of dissipating heat is so old, it may even be part of the reason for the birth of the Earth's iron inner core. And second, Earth's magnetic field, which is generated by spinning iron, which is generated by the spinning iron inner core, could have features that reflect the more strongly north seismic activity. For example, or the unevenly dispersed crystal structure in the inner core. That could mean explanations for existing anomalies, or just be better understanding how or why our magnetic field operates as it does. And again, I can't help but think that our because the Earth's core is essentially a miniature sun, I can't help but theorize that it probably has some of the same strange features, such as magnetic realignment. And this would probably explain a lot of these more weird Fortean things that happen, like raining body parts and all types of weird stuff, that these very real strange events that have happened in history, which seem to baffle any explanation. And I will say, now that we're talking about things that are really bizarre in the realm of strange, I did have the privilege of subscribing to Slapped Ham and watching some of these videos. Some of them are pretty interesting. Others, you can tell which ones are BS and which ones aren't. Usually, if the computer-generated image is too clear, and such as a video where two guys saw something speeding past them, and they slowed it down and found like a man that looked like it was flying super fast. It was like, yeah, obviously that's CGI. But there's often some other things that are more interesting, such as weird. How do we say it? Like weird phenomena, weird anomalous things that seem to pass through a certain area or whatnot. Like strange shadows, strange lights, and things like that. I tend to look for things that are a little more subtle, because that's how these anomalies seem to take place. Although I will say that there is one video I've been looking for forever. I've been unable to find it, and it's a CCTV footage video of a supposed of something. I don't know if it was real or fake, but it was pretty damn interesting, and it almost depicted like something interdimensional crossing into an area above a city street. And when I first saw it, it looked like strange fractal shapes sort of morphing into our reality, and then it just like disappeared, But it was one of the more fascinating things, and ever since I found that back in 2014, 2015, I can't find it anymore. Completely scrubbed from the archives. I don't know why. I mean, even if it was fake, I would say that it was a good work of art. But I suspect that if I can't find it, it's probably real. Because, why scrub something if it's just a good expression of art? Most of the things that are fake are still out there. And they're, continuously always out there. Now for Mr. Trump and his company, which is he's being set up for a nice fall. Mr. Trumpty Dumpty has a great fall before him. Because I'm fairly certain Douglas is going to go into this topic just briefly, I can at least open the stage for it. Donald Trump's company and his longtime finance chief are expected to be charged Thursday with tax-related crimes stemming from a New York investigation into the former president's business dealings. People are familiar with the matter, told the Associated Press. The charges against Trump, against the Trump Organization and the company's chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, appear to involve non-monetary benefits the company gave the top executives, possibly including use of apartments, cars, and school tuition. The people were not authorized to speak about an ongoing investigation and did so on the condition of anonymity. The Wall Street Journal was the first to report the charges that were expected Thursday. The charges against Weisselberg and the Trump Organization would be the first criminal cases to arise from the 2-year probe led by Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance Jr., a Democrat who leaves office at the end of the year. And hopefully whoever takes his place will continue to press these matters. Prosecutors have been scrutinizing Trump's tax records, subpoena, subpoenaing documents and interviewing witnesses, including Trump insiders and company executives. I do not know why that word gives me a problem, folks. It's just, it's very strange. As I said, I have a tendency to say things as I read them. Consider it just one of those quirks that I have. A grand jury was recently impaneled to weigh evidence, and New York Attorney General Letitia James said she was assigning 2 of her lawyers to work with Vance on the criminal probe while she continues a civil investigation of Trump. My only thoughts on this is that so far the reason why they've probably taken so long hasn't also been because the Republicans have blocked them at every sense. I suspect they also want to make this as thorough as possible because they honestly realize that if they do, they have very little time to take him down, and they have 4 years to take him down, because if they don't, well, I fear to hazard or guess what's going to happen as a result. Messages seeking comment were left with a spokesperson and lawyers for the Trump Organization. Weisselberg's lawyer, Mary Mulligan, declined to comment. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office declined to comment. Trump's spokesperson did not immediately respond to a request for comment, but Jason Miller, a longtime former senior advisor to the Republican, spun the looming charges as politically terrible for Democrats. They told their crazies and their supplicants in the mainstream media this was about President Trump. Instead, their witch hunt. I love how they keep parroting that term, which was first, of course, given to us by Michael Aquino, is persecuting an innocent 80-year-old man for maybe taking a free parking, Miller tweeted, apparently referring to Weisselberg, who is 73. Oh, man, their shenanigans. They never cease to prove how stupid they are at every turn. I find that hilarious. Trump, who has been critical of Joe Biden's immigration policies, was in Texas visiting the U.S.-Mexico border on Wednesday. He did not respond to shouted questions about the charges as he participated in a briefing with state officials. This guy thinks he either he's delusional or he's just gone. He apparently still thinks he's president, and so he's deciding, oh yeah, I'm going to go visit the border and see how my wall's doing. There is no wall, Mr. Trump. You're not president anymore. Trump had blasted the investigation in a statement Monday, deriding Vance's office as "rude, nasty, and totally biased" in their treatment of Trump company lawyers, representatives, and long-term employees. Trump in a statement said the company's actions were things that are standard practice throughout U.S. business community and in no way a crime, and that Vance's probe was an investigation in search of a crime. Of course, that's not the case. If they didn't have the probable cause to make an investigation, they wouldn't even bother wasting their time doing so. The only reason why they're making the effort to search for anything whatsoever is because they know he's dirty. I mean, look at the way he ran his supposed Trump college, among other cons and schemes that he had. Trump Organization lawyers met virtually with Manhattan prosecutors last week in a last-ditch effort to dissuade them from charging the company. Prosecutors gave the lawyers a Monday deadline to make the case that criminal charges shouldn't be filed. Ron Fischetti, a lawyer for the Trump Organization, told the AP this week that there was no indication Trump himself was included in the first batch of charges. "There's no indictment coming down this week against former President Trump," Fischetti said. "I can't say he's out of the woods yet completely." Weiselberg, a loyal lieutenant to Trump, and his real estate developer father, Fred, came under scrutiny in part because of questions about his son's use of a Trump apartment at little or no cost. Barry Weiselberg managed a Trump-operated ice rink in the Central Park. I am very, very familiar with that ice rink because I've passed it many times in the winter, and I used to enjoy going out there in the winter. Unfortunately, it's too friggin' hot to go to Central Park now. That'd be like, just wouldn't be a good idea. Barry's ex-wife, Jen Weiselberg, had been cooperating with the investigation and turned over reams of tax records and other documents to investigators. "We have been working with prosecutors for many months now as part of this tax and financial investigation and have provided a large volume of evidence that followed them to bring these charges," Jen Weiselberg's lawyer, Duncan Levin, said Wednesday. "We are gratified to hear that the DA's office is moving forward with a criminal case." Alan Weiselberg has worked for the Trump Organization since.
You might as well call him Weaselberg. Anyhow, you did that voice very well. What are we covering exactly?
Oh yeah, these are the charges for Trump's top exec.
Okay.
Alan
As a matter of fact,
Weaselberg.
I'll go into that. By the way, our friend Daniel Arola says subpoena, like penis, for subpoena.
Subpoena. Yeah. The thing is, I was literally saying it as I was reading it, and and the thing is, it's very hard for me to try to separate that in my brain. It's not something that was always a problem, but it's becoming a problem as I get older, and I might start to wonder how much of this is connected to the dissociation. Apparently, there's a price to pay for everything.
No worries. By the way, I do want to go into that more with you later. I'm sorry I missed Peggy Wood in the chat room. A shout out to her. And Veronica says hi. And then Daniel Larola says, in the province where I lived at in the Philippines, the Komodo dragons were common and consistent game for career hunters and sold for decent meat at the market. Tastes like chicken. He says, I've seen Komodo dragons as thick as a healthy city child's torso. Those fuckers are scary. And Maria says, that's a big chicken. And so Daniel said, lizard chicken. They're awesome when deep fried. And he says, you don't want to know half of what they eat in the Philippines besides dogs. Mwah! And by the way, I just want to clarify for Daniel. Believe me, Daniel saw what he saw, and the lizards he saw are quite real. Just so everybody knows, probably colloquially, they might have just call them dragons or Komodo dragons. Those are not Komodo dragons. Komodo dragons are not edible. Just so people know. It's like, by the way, this is
Yeah.
something
I
that,
mean, those
yeah.
things can kill you.
What-
They pack so much bacteria in them.
Well, they're huge. For one thing, what our man Daniel is describing is comparatively small compared to a Komodo. So, but beyond that, the Komodo dragons are. It's just their meat is. It's so saturated with their bacterial toxin that it's simply, you would die eating it. You would die eating that meat, and it would probably taste so foul. As a matter of fact, you'd probably die anyway, but you probably wouldn't be able to choke it down. It would be one of those things where the taste would be so foul. It's like they always say about the cavemen living in a time very different from that of the dinosaurs. But then there's argument about that. That's controversial. There are, and remind me, Jameson, the next time we're on Sunday, why don't you make a note and remind me to talk about the Nyega again concerning what my mother said about them, and remind me to talk about the fact that they are warm-blooded. So this is like certain dinosaurs that that paleontologists are now realizing were warm-blooded. The Nyega are also a kind of reptilian species that is warm-blooded, and
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's extremely interesting.
Well, that's the only way you can have intelligence at that level. Cold-blooded is dramatic, but cold-bloodedness will not allow for that level of intelligence. There's just too much energy that is needed to build up communicative intelligence at the level of language or other kinds of abstractions, or self-awareness at the sentient level of philosophy. Then you're speaking of warm-bloodedness as necessary for that. But if again, there's controversy as to whether men and dinosaurs walked together. There are certain arguments that footprints of man and dinosaur walking side by side prove otherwise, etc. But trust me on this. I can tell you, if cavemen lived in the time of Tyrannosaurus Rex, they may have had to kill them in self-defense, but they would never have killed them for food. It's just the Tyrannosaurus Rex would be like a giant Komodo dragon. It's just, you're talking about something that's a combination killer and carrion eater that is so full of bacteria and so full of, it's just, most predators are bad meals. Just
Yes,
understand.
yes. I mean, it'd be like trying to eat a spotted hyena. These are carrion eaters.
Yes,
There's
yes,
a reason why when the lions kill them, the lions don't eat them.
Thank you. Excellent example. So, when it comes to Komodo dragons, that they're like that. They're not something that you'd raise for food, whereas you could raise monitor lizards for the kind of food that Daniel is talking about. What he's talking about is really a species of monitor lizard. And
Those things grow huge too.
yeah, they do. They're
Some of those can be really, really freaking huge.
Yeah.
In fact, you can easily mistaken one of them for a Komodo dragon with the way they look.
And that's why they use them in movies as Komodo dragons. Whenever you see Komodo dragons in movies, those are monitor lizards because the snake wranglers can work with them. Whereas snake wranglers, any of the reptile enthusiasts are professionals. They can't work with Komodo dragons. No one works with Komodo dragons, okay? Just so people understand that. There are people who study them and can, in a sense, range them, not in any professional sense, but in the sense of maintaining them in their reserves. Only in the sense that they're given a space of land and you stay out of that land, and whatever buildings are in that land are simply observation towers and the like. And they will bring tourists in to the island of Komodo, and the tourists can look at the Komodo dragons from these kind of towers in area where you can watch them being fed. But it's not like they're fed in the sense of somebody going out there and bringing them food. They're fed only in the sense that somebody turns loose a water buffalo, or somebody turns loose a emu or something big, and then the Komodo dragons will go and tear it apart. Or for the tourists, they bring in a big dead cow and they'll drop it from off the tower, like an entire dead cow. I'm not talking about like, here's a piece. I'm talking about they'll bring the entire dead cow and drop it from off the tower, and then people can watch the dragons eating it. Anyhow,
They're
Uh,
also pretty fast for their size. They can move 12 miles an hour, which is faster than most people can run.
yes, yes.
So, I mean, if you're the last thing you see before you die will be a charging Komodo dragon, which is why nobody wants to get close to them.
Yeah. There are people who, of course, have done some camera work in area of them, and you can see them running. I mean, you can look this sort of thing up on YouTube, and
Yeah.
so you'll see the guys running from the Komodo dragons. Daniel's saying there's a Texas state park 50 miles southwest of Fort Worth named Dinosaur Valley. I camped there one weekend and saw lots of fossilized prints on the rocks and riverbed. It was awesome. Met some babes too. There you go. They probably thought Daniel was Captain Caveman. Uh, there we are, and thought that he stepped out of a time warp or something. And they wanted to try some of that Neanderthal dick. And
Now I gotta put a joke in, but Daniel's too brown to be a caveman.
oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. But you know how people are. They always think of them as swarthy, right? Primitive, that swarthy primitive. There we are. And so they took him to be of that primal nature. And anyhow, so I'll take on the Trump subject. I'll start with that, and then I actually had somebody who, I didn't block them. You know what I did? Both yourself and Maria convinced me that black guy who wrote that microaggression, like, oh, hope to hear some fresh content at the end of everything else he said. You both convinced me that he's somebody I needed to block. So I deleted his comment and blocked him because, it is so chicken shit to, hate that kind of stupid stuff.
And it's honestly quite offensive to me that there are members, whether they're really black or not, there are members of my ethnicity who can be so shit dumb you'd swear they were just white people in black skin.
I like that. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
I mean, they're just like deliberately exemplifying the worst that you can possibly think of as far as a human construct.
Yes.
To the point where it's like, it makes someone who like me decide, okay, I just want to excise myself from the human race at this point.
I can understand. I'm, believe me, there's times when I'm right there with you. Anyhow, so our man Jameson will hang with me through the rest of the night. He may break me a few times. In the meantime, I do want people to understand that the book is out there, and it's our new book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, just been shipped from the printer. Orders should be fulfilled. Well, they're being fulfilled now, right? That's kind of what you got out of that, right? I think.
Yeah. Yeah, they should be. Oh shit. Oh, what day is it? It's the first?
Well, it's Wednesday,
Oh, crap.
and it's the last day
okay.
of. It's the first now, yeah, where you're at. It's still Wednesday.
Yeah, where I'm at.
where
Oh
I'm at.
shit.
Yeah. Why?
That's good news for me.
Oh, check drop in.
At least some of it. I get to party tomorrow and hopefully, blow my brains out. Strippers, the whole nine. I can only wish. I long for those days when I had that kind of money. And I did have that kind of money at one point. And I did enjoy going to a gentleman's club. Although I was stupidly naive to think that the women had any real interest.
They're very convincing.
Oh, they're extremely convincing. But I do realize that the people who work in the trade where I've been told by my last handler that when people equate sex with money, sex takes a backseat to enjoyment. It just becomes about pay, and so it's never about things like relationships. So that's something I've learned from.
Yes. Anyhow, have you seen the movie Shazam? Shazam, I mean to say. It's actually very good. I really enjoyed that film, and I'm actually a fan of it. The film that was made, the recent one, and that was one of the things that one of the running jokes was he kept collecting money for doing this stupid superhero shtick on the street, like a street entertainer, and then he was spending it all at the strip shop. the strip joint. He kept going to the strip joint, and by the way, he was underage in the film. In the film, he's portrayed as underage, but because he's like Shazam and he's man-sized, he basically gets away with it. So he goes in, and then his foster brother is like, where'd all the money go? Oh well, those women are they're really. I forgot what he said. It was something. It was really funny. You just have to see it, but and there's anyhow. Then when he gets his whole family rescued from the cave that they're in with the villain, then he wills himself back to the last place he remembers to get out of the cave, and of course it's the strip joint, right? So he winds up in there with all the foster kids from the orphanage, inside the strip joint. That's where they wind up.
Oh wow,
so,
that's so cute.
Yes, well, it's funny as hell when you see it. That's anyhow. I believe you can still take advantage of the pre-publication price. So check it out at skybooks.usa.com. Oh God, there was another idiot. Here, I'll give this to you. Oh my God, you can make of it what you will. I'm sorry. This guy was just. It's just. Anyhow, guy here
Is
sounds
this someone
like he's
in the
Chinese.
chat?
No. It was, by the way, Maria took care of someone in the chat who's coming in there who's probably a troll. I don't know.
Yeah. Clancy Gilroy. The name seems familiar. They just keep making the same name with a different. Yeah, they keep remaking it once they get blocked, just to troll.
Yeah,
So that could be someone, one of the undesirables who parted us in their bitterness.
That's funny. All right, let me get this into private messenger for you. Oh, by the way, little dental humor to prepare you for Friday. This is from Maria Gregorich. Old lady goes to a dentist, sits down, drops panties and lifts legs. He says, I'm not a gynecologist. She says, I know, I need my husband's teeth back. Oh, that's awful. Oh. I'm going to put a ha. Hopefully she's gone off to bed. Oh my God, that's just,
Now I'm tempted to ask if there's brain fragments and skull fragments in there too.
oh my God. Oh, don't even get me started. It's like,
It's like birth in reverse.
oh God. Oh, please, come on. There's only so much I can handle. Oh, I can't. It's tough. Anyhow, so hopefully she sees this. Sent her an ELO, an illustration. With Cookie Monster. Oh, yes, this individual. I still have to read some of the earlier messages that you wrote. Let me do this, get the guy's timeline. Anyhow, so this is what this cheesy guy did. And by his last name, I'm not going to mention his name, but by his last name, he's probably Chinese. And because the last name he has, it's almost certainly a Chinese last name. But this idiot, he on my Roswell post, he put this, his own entry, and he said, well, fuck, I'll read it so people can hear how tacky this son of a bitch is. Let me enter it here into the private messages first for our man. Anyhow, so the guy said, would love to, let me re-enter that because that's just unreadable. Give me a second here. He said, would love to know how I can get a work published on Sky, as in Skybooks USA. Fuck it, I won't re-enter it. I think you can read it. So the guy's first three words is that guy's name, and then it starts with would. His name's not, it's simply the first three letters of that weird word that starts off with would love to know is, do you get what I'm saying? There?
Yeah. Would love to know.
Yeah, that's how he starts his. Would love to know how I can get a work published on Sky. Any serious suggestions, feel free to DM me, direct message me. And of course, he gives a link to his Facebook timeline. He says peace, and he left the entry for all his work, quote unquote, on this site that you go to, and you can see all of his PDF files. And I'm like, come on, really? I mean, he didn't even put a thumbs up on the fucking promotional banner for the book. He didn't even acknowledge the promotional banner, but enters this into the thread saying, oh, I'd like to get published by Skybooks, as if we would, oh yeah, sure, just like that, it's like...
Well, my question is, if he wants to be published by Skybooks, why the hell is he sending you a message?
Yeah, because he's an idiot.
Shouldn't he be sending Peter Moon? I mean,
Yes.
obviously, if he's that dumb, then he probably should consider, He probably shouldn't be. His books probably won't be worth reading.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, really, it's like, but I thought maybe you'd find it interesting because he claims to be working with magic. Oh, and by the way, Maria Gregorich, she took care of someone on my DDD timeline the other day. And for those of you who don't know, I have the Renegade Military Historian timeline and the DDD Douglas Dwayne Dietrich timeline. That was established by Maria Gregorich. And so she actually helps to administer that site. And some chaos magician, some German guy who looked like he came out of some Black Forest little cottage, you know, complete with a beard and the lederhosen. I don't know if you're familiar with that. German suspenders in the short pants. You know, I mean, it's like total Bavarian look. Bavarian, you know, the little kind of Robin Hood type caps with the feather and shit. I mean, this guy started publishing his stuff on my timeline. And so, and promoting himself like, oh, Douglas, ever hear of, he gave his own name. I don't remember it. He gave his own name. And then he ever heard of this guy? And of course, if you look it up, it's just him. And it's like, then Maria said, are you just trolling or are you promoting yourself? And he says, oh, honestly, I thought Douglas brought me this guy up, and it's him, right? I mean, it's so tacky. These people are so fucking tacky. I mean, like.
Oh, well, it's obvious that this Guy guy is not who he's obviously some alt-right troll because he's already, in his photos, he's already slamming Antifa. So make of that what he will.
Oh, that tells us everything we need.
Yeah, he's your run of the mill alt-right troll that they sort of just try to throw in every once in a while, just to disrupt things. I used to get them when I was friends with what's his name, Curtis Joseph. I don't, and once I unfriended him, they just stopped coming. So yeah. that was a good thing.
Yes, I mean, by the way, and I'll tell you something about this guy. He probably isn't. He's so stupid. I don't think he was trolling me in that sense.
There's no way this guy is Asian. He's got Trump as a Buddha statue.
Holy shit!
In one of his pictures.
He's probably some crazy Asian. There's crazy Asians out there, I mean, honestly.
No. This guy's definitely white.
Okay. Yeah, I'll believe that.
Oh, okay. Look. I see his image now. All right. He's a white guy with like a beard. He looks kind of like a sort of troll with a hoodie. The Pythagorean order of death and Neo-Sethi.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what he said. He founded the Pythagorean order of death and Neo-Sethianism. What is that? Sethian. So it's a Kino type shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Jonathan Barlow Gee. That's his real name.
Oh God.
Oh, weird.
God. We shouldn't promote him. Oh God, people might.
No. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Yeah. If chances are, if you're someone who's interested in his shit, you should probably just eat a shotgun shell. and do the human race a favor. He's a piece of shit. Everything he's promoting is shit. This is your run-of-the-mills, white turd who just has so much, who has an ego. He has his head so far up his own ass, he has no idea that it's popping up out of his above his neck.
Oh shit. Anyhow, Daniel and PJ Cornell are in the chat, and basically, here we are. Daniel Arola says the chicks thought he was Mowgli. That's what they said. Hey. Yeah, by the way, Mowgli is like, so Jameson knows that. Cool. And
motherfucking ugly.
Yeah, there we are. And Daniel says, whites and black skin, like South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. Oh, PJ Cornell says, I bought the book. Looking forward to reading it. I hope you can find ways to promote it and sell it. I know a guy who specializes in merch, specifically t-shirts. Cool. If you're interested, I can point him in your direction and see if he's interested in doing business with you. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, turn him on to Peter Moon. Ask him to contact Peter. The guy bugging, and then Daniel Arola says, the guy bugging DDD about getting published on Sky Books is like the people that me and Salman Sheikh talk about from our native countries. Yes, yeah, just cheesy, tacky. And then PJ Cornell says, if not, regardless, that's another monetization source that you might consider. He says there definitely are Asians who support Trump. A lot of them feel like they're
Oh.
targets of BLM and Antifa. No, well, you know where
There's
that comes.
also there's also a significant amount of blacks who support Trump. In
Yes,
fact,
yes,
Trump actually got a rise in numbers from the black race, whereas he got a decrease in numbers from the white race.
that's correct.
This is extremely concerning.
Yes,
And
to say
and
the
and so
least.
you and so you now know, me being someone who's only of black and white heritage, why I say I am made up of the two worst freaking human races on the planet.
Yeah, yeah.
The two races that ought to annihilate each other first and do the rest of the world a favor.
At this point in history, at least, yes. Oh my God, honestly.
It wouldn't be a loss to me, honestly, because I've given up. I've given up. I have no intention of creating a next generation of my bloodline anyway. I'm not bringing anything into this world. Shit.
Oh, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But by the way, just so people understand, these are sentiments that, believe me, I feel them right along with Jameson. Just there's sometimes you get so frustrated when you deal with, and believe me, I did not grow up seeing the best of black people, gay people. You know, if anything, I had quite the romance for white people while growing up because they just lived in a different world, and therefore you get the delusion that they're better people or more decent people because everyone you see around you is predominantly not white, and they were mostly all assholes. And then, of course, I later on found out just how stupid and assholish the whites were, etc. It's just after a while, it's you grow so
Honestly,
cynical.
when I was 13 and 14, I was under that misimpression myself. Until I started to realize, until I got to high school, then I realized. Well, actually, before I got to high school, then I realized the whites are just shit too, as are the people who are Hispanic, and as are the people who are Asians. I saw the worst of everybody.
Yeah, yeah, same here.
So I got the crash course in Humanity 101 early, and I'm blessed for it because now I can focus on getting the hell out of here, continuing my initiation through the wicked tree, and maybe making it to the fourth tree that I suspect is out there that no one's uncovered yet, and getting the hell out of this freaking incarnation cycle.
Okay. Yeah. No. No. I mean,
Uh,
that's the aim actually for most people is who are seeking a kind of enlightenment is to escape the wheel of karma and dharma. By the way, Daniel Arola says there is a significant number of Filipinos that support Trump too, including my own relatives. They're dumb enough to support Duterte. They're dumb enough for Trump too. Yeah. And of course, PJ Cornell, he basically says what he says. And we're talking about a man who was raised in Russia. It would be interesting to find out what PJ Cornell's parents were doing there, or whether he is.
oh, they were missionaries.
Oh, okay, okay. So, oh, that's right,
Yes.
that's right. I vaguely remember that now. That's right. And but basically, so PJ Cornell says, yes, the blacks started going towards Trump. He says, PJ Cornell says, because black unemployment went down under Trump. Well, dude, with the plague, unemployment went way up for everybody, and probably the blacks felt, oh great,
Yeah.
now everybody's unemployed like me. That's probably
Okay, I will tell you why the blacks went over to the side of Trump, and I'll be perfectly blunt with you
yeah. There's a
because
lot of stupid
I
blacks.
I
Yeah.
know I know my own people more than anyone outside of the ethnicity would. It's because they have this grandiose bullshit hyper masculinity,
Thank you.
which
Toxic masculinity.
overcompensates
Thank
which overcompensates for the penises they think they ought to have.
you. Yes.
But unfortunately, hey, I mean, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed game of it's the lotto when it comes to that. So I mean, guys have to accept it and move on.
Yes.
And it's this toxic masculinity wasn't always it wasn't always a part of hip hop culture, but it really started to spike in like the 90s, 2000s and whatnot, and it just became a point where it became something gruesome, which we now see. And so this is the same reason why a lot of people of Latin descent, within the inner city areas are also Trump supporters. Some of them, half of them are Trump supporters because they identify with being white, so they want to do what they feel white people would do.
Thank you.
The other half are indoctrinated from what again is a sort of, which is a very similar toxic masculinity that's indoctrinated within Latino culture, which I firsthand had experiences with because I am in the inner city where all these cultures collide, and I get to see every macho, I'm a super thug nigga walking around out there, like, walking up in my space like, what you gonna do, nigga? I'm in your space. And one of these days I'm just blurt out, damn, man, you must be gay as fuck. You hot for me, right?
Yes. I mean,
see how far he backs off,
yeah.
or what he does.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this is repressed homoeroticism.
Yes, it is. And the fact is, this is the problem with Western culture. This is a problem with global culture, honestly, and this is why the LGBTQ movement is so important, even from the perspective of a man who's heterosexual like myself. Actually, I'm not heterosexual. I'm anti-sexual because I've given up the right of even enjoying the pleasure by myself. I've sacrificed it onto the psychonautics of self-induced altered states at the price of my own sanity. But what I'm going to say is, where is it going? It's this hypermasculinity, and this hypermasculinity supposedly makes them feel like it's taboo for them to just come out and be bi or whatever. So they're just like, oh, I'm repressing this. This guy makes me feel this thug lust. I gotta fuck him up. I mean, it's like, dude, I'm not a fighter, and me being who I am, I'm not someone who wants to fight. I don't want to play the tough guy game. If you make me fight, I'm going to try to. Fighting is life and death for me. It's not a good idea. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. And that's the way fighting should be treated. Honestly, it should be treated as a life and death issue and not something to be taken lightly, unless, of course, you're in some kind of competition like MMA or something like that. But honestly, I want to thank you for your courage in sharing all of that. I want to remind people or teach people about something about why you find some of these right-wing reactionary Asians. That sources from the fall of Saigon and the Vietnam War, when many Vietnamese refugees, now this is to be disambiguated from Laotians and Cambodians and Chinese who escaped the communist massacres in Vietnam, but it includes a number of them only in the sense that, like Beaver's brother, Beaver, my gang brother, his brother is along the lines of a Chinese Republican because his brother became an accountant and he just thinks in capitalist terms. And to tell you how gone his brother is, when I called his brother for help at the time that my parents had died, and then the IRS was approaching me for all these taxes, that if people remember what I've said over the years, that on paper and in the cyberspace, I'm earning more money than the President of the United States when I was taking care of both my parents because they were both recognized as needing 24-hour-a-day care. So I'm literally working, theoretically, 48 hours a day, taking care of two people who each need 24-hour-a-day care. So I'm being paid for 48 hours a day, but all of that is going back to the state for what they call share of cost. And this was how they wound up paying me to keep my parents out of the rest homes or the state care facilities and saving themselves money and cycling the money all back to themselves, saying that they're paying for the expenses of what my parents would otherwise be in. But this helped only in the sense that my parents had full medical care from the different facilities and were given full insurance because my dad's service in the Navy as a full career didn't matter anymore because all the local military bases were closed and he couldn't get free medical care at the local military bases. I could get him into the VA, but my mother I couldn't because as a military spouse, she was too old to transfer into the VA system at that point, and the local military bases where she could get free military care were closed. So it was just a clusterfuck where I had to get them both care in the state of California, regular hospitals that civilians use, like UCSF, etc. And so I had to get him on these programs. And then I get paid, but I wasn't getting any of the money. Then they approached me for the taxes on all this money for the 10, 11 years I was taking care of my parents, or I would go to jail. So when I called up Beaver's brother, who's not just an accountant, mind you, he's a CPA. For people who don't know, a CPA is like a super accountant. That's like a your normal accountant's just a bookkeeper. A CPA is like a accountant who like cooks books for gangsters and shit. So anyhow, so this guy is like he's supposed to be really good in his field, and I called him up and I said, oh, the IRS is after me. And he says, oh, I'm going to tell you what I tell all my clientele. Just pay them the money they're asking for. And then when you pay them the money you're asking for, I'll get in on the case and I'll get it all back for you. I said, dude, I don't have any of this money. And he's like, he didn't get it. All his life, all he's dealt with is with people with millions and millions and millions of dollars. And they're coming up to him saying, hey, the IRS says they want this much money from me. And he would say, oh, pay him the money and I'll get it back for you. And so that's what they would do, because they've got millions of dollars. Okay, I'm approaching him. I say, oh, hey, the IRS wants millions of dollars from me. And, I don't have a dime. And he didn't get it. He had never encountered anyone like that before. So this is why this guy was a Republican. Get my point?
I see. So it's like the people who drift to that side are people who aren't capable of empathizing with anyone else's plight.
Thank you.
If they haven't experienced it, it doesn't exist.
Yes, thank you. And beyond that, so what happened was, aside from Chinese, you got like that. Then you got the and their thought is, well, all these blacks and whites that are crazy and they're undisciplined and this is why they're all homeless and poor, they just think the fault's on you. That's the Republican mindset, the libertarian mindset. And the other was the fall of Saigon and the Vietnamese who came over. What happened was a lot of them felt that Republicans had supported the Vietnam War and the Democrats had not. So they all went Republican. So you would see what they would call industrial strength Vietnamese Republicans. Actually, the acronym would be VISR, VISR, Vietnamese Industrial Strength Republican. So you would get this VISR phenomenon. And that's why if you look at the assault on our capital on January 6th, you will see some South Vietnamese flags that are waving on the attack on the Capitol, the insurrection. Some of these people are waving the South Vietnamese flag. Now, I don't think there was a single Vietnamese among them. It's just that you had these people who had that Rambo romance, and they were representing that streak about we should have stayed in Vietnam. And so that's where a lot of this, you see some Asians who support Trump, that's where that comes from. These are like the Cubans who support Trump. They're just so ardently anti-communist. They just think that the Democrats are just this side of the communists. So the Cubans and the Venezuelans who escaped communist Venezuela, or the Vietnamese who escaped communist Vietnam, then you see these people without any sense of logical reason going Republican and ultimately Trump, because they think he's the most Republican of Republicans because they're so anti-communist that they've lost all sense of balance. Or does you understand what I'm saying? I hope that's coherent.
Yeah. They're completely misconceived. They have everything misconstrued as to who has the best interest.
Thank you.
And it's quite obvious that in the hard-leaning liberal capitalist Republicans, yes, I will call them liberal because they want to liberate people from government rule so that they can have they could crush everything that's not them.
Yeah.
With impunity.
Yeah. And by the way, my that brother of my gang brother Beaver, he's actually a source of humor for me and Beaver all the time. We always make fun of him. He doesn't know it, of course. But I'm trying to remember his name. I think it's Terry. It's really funny. His name's Terry Wu. But anyhow, so he, our friend PJ Cornell says a CPA is someone who has the capability to be a CFO, meaning a chief financial officer. That's correct. Anyhow, PJ Cornell says, time for work. It would be nice if the left was a bit more anti-communist. Anyway, have a great show. Love you dearly, PJ. Thank you very much for being our, counterpoint. And you have a great day. And Daniel, of course, has it more along my lines and Jameson's. The presence of Trump in the last handful of years brought out more truth about the people close to us, like friends and family, etc. I enjoy getting laid more often than to support Trump. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, if you support Trump, you won't get laid. Yeah, you want to keep girls away? By the way, PJ Cornell says, I won't underwrite what some Trump supporters do, but many of the outcomes under Trump were good, but I'll go into that in length in a video.
The question is good for whom?
Thank you.
Because to be honest, he didn't do anything good for me. I was fearful for my freaking life.
Thank you. Yes.
There was nothing. Yeah. There was no sense of security I had when he was president.
Thank you.
In fact, I was stockpiling my house with excess rice and beans and shit, ready to go to war or whatnot, because I was convinced that the shit was going to go down, man.
Well, if he becomes president again, it will. And so Daniel Larola says, Trump leads a hate cult of everyone who is just like him, and he hates his own followers most of all. That's the funny part of all of this. I agree with that. And by the way, PJ Cornell says, one final thought, not discounting that anything that you're saying about the reason for Vietnamese and Cubans being Republicans, but I do personally know some Asians who feel targeted by BLM and Antifa. Maybe what you mean to say, PJ, is that there are Asians who have been bullied and beaten up by blacks, and probably,
they probably this is a problem of associations.
Yeah.
Just not every black person or every person who's progressive is necessarily Antifa.
Right.
And so someone who might be more conservative get their ass beaten by someone who's black and or seems like they're white and they're very, very, very progressive, and they're going to automatically assume that person's Antifa. Or there's a lot of people who are street gangsters who are just playing the game and pretending to be Antifa just so they have a reason to fuck people up. And that's also by design. That we have our own law enforcement to blame, because a lot of them are Trump supporters.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's a question of strategy here. You have to be able to look into this is a mind war. This is a mind game. I mean, for goodness sake, Aquino wrote the book Mind Wars.
Yes.
And honestly, at some point in the future, I will read the book and do a book report on that on my own free volition, because I'm fairly certain it will yield quite a lot of insights that I've already suspected from the get-go.
I suspect it'll go one or two ways. It's a flip of the coin. You might read it and find yourself underwhelmed. In other words, you might say, what did anyone see in this? You might also say that.
Well, that's honestly that's what I saw when I was reading his Temple of Set literature.
Yes.
And I was trying to figure out what he did say of substance is something I couldn't find anywhere else on the web. So I will give him that much, but he makes you work to get his gems. Yeah. You're not going to get his gems for free. And he makes himself. He likes to pull Lovecraft and making things overly verbose.
Yes.
Whereas he can do things just as eloquently if he pulled a whatchamacallit, Arthur Conan Doyle, and just went out with it.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. That was his style. Was obfuscation. Go on.
But if he did that, he would lose his mystique. And the and I can understand the reason for the obfuscation, because the obfuscation is meant to be a weeding material to weed out those who are worthless from those who truly have potential. Because if you can see through the illusion and cut right through the bullshit, then chances are you're someone he would only wish he could have people who work with who are like that. Whereas, most of what he got were probably people like, yeah, man, I'm going to use the Necronomicon.
He got with people like that idiot who was writing us about getting published by Sky Books, that Guy freak.
Oh yeah. These guys. I don't know how many of these guys who are in the occult. They might have power. They might have legitimate power, but at some point you're throwing your power away when you start to create a personality cult around yourself.
Yes. Yeah,
you throw away any virtue, any real sense of development you'll find in the arcane realm once you start aggrandizing your ego to the point where you're either LARPing, or it's all about you trying to, get people to buy your shit.
Yeah, and that's in the end, that's pretty pathetic. It's pretty desperate. And so, my dear son, Jameson, I'll ask you to stay with me whenever you need to go. Just let me, to the bathroom break or whatever. Just let me know, and let me know when you're back. And other than that, I'm going to monologue from this point. I'm going to start off with Trump, where Jameson left off. I'll take it from there. I do want people to hear these shout outs. Sammy Romero, God bless you, Sammy Romero. Love you dearly, brother. Hugs to you. Sammy Romero contributed $250 United States dollars. Eric Lastic earlier had sent me a money order for $250 United States dollars. Both these fine gentlemen, Sammy Romero, I love you, and your brother Isaac Romero, who sent me some of his wedding footage. One of the happiest days of his life, if not the happiest. Wonderful human being. Isaac Romero and Sammy Romero are twins. They've both been listening to me for a very long time, forever. And so $25 from Sammy will help me through the month, get some stuff back on the PayPal. It helps immediately. I encourage everyone follow their example. Eric Laystick sent it via money order. And of course, that helps immensely. Everything helps. So one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide its historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or privately telephone the Baron Ben Astenius at 1-520/323-3406 to personally guide your tour. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. Okay, with that, going to do another check around, just going to investigate. I do believe Maria Grigorich did get the illustration. Excellent. So, good. All right, then. Let's start with the situation at hand. Today, infectious diseases expert Dr. Anthony Fauci warned that America's stark divide over vaccination will produce dramatically different realities in parts of the country as the extra transmissible Delta variant wreaks its havoc. To quote his T, when you have such a low level of vaccination superimposed upon a variant that has a high degree of efficiency of spread, what you are going to see among under-vaccinated regions, be that states, cities, or counties, you're going to see these individual types of blips. It's almost like it's going to be two Americas. That says it all as I transition into Donald Trump, who has seen, well, he's had better Wednesdays. I'll tell you that. Today was his hump day in which, he got humped. The ex-president's firm and its top financial officer, Alan Wieselberg, who I would prefer to call Weaselberg, have been indicted and are expected to be charged with tax crimes tomorrow. Today, on the Eastern Seaboard time zone, a panel of historians issued a new ranking of American presidents where Trump debuted behind all but three of his predecessors. Finally, the Democratic-led House, with two rebel Republicans, voted to create a committee to probe his incitement of the January 6th Capitol riot. Now, the 45th president's most immediate concern is the charges, which are expected to be filed by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office over tax benefits and perks awarded to employees of the Trump Organization. Although the real estate magnate turned commander-in-chief is not expected to be personally charged, the move will come as a blow given that he used the company to build his fame as a master of the art of the deal. Prosecutors have been combing through the company's financial records and lately Trump's own tax returns in an investigation that has lasted 2 years. They had hoped that Wieselberg would cooperate with them, but he refused. People familiar with the matter told, the press, and that's how I relay it to you. The indictment could pile more pressure on him to turn on Trump, this Wieselberg character, and Trump, of course, is the man who prizes loyalty above everything else. The first charges from the investigation do not preclude future action against Trump or other officers in the company currently run by the former president's eldest sons. There are also open investigations into whether Trump inflated the value of his properties for insurance assessments, but undervalued them for tax purposes. So expect an explosion soon from Donald Trump at his Bedminster Golf Resort in New Jersey. The former president has already branded the investigations as politically motivated witch hunts perpetrated by Democratic prosecutors. I was trying to think if that was the correct English word as opposed to perpetuated, but perpetrated would be what he would use. And of course, Trump has managed to outrun real trouble throughout a life of bankruptcies and personal business and political scandals. But can he keep it up as his legal worries continue to deepen the hole? This gets deeper. Now, keep an eye on Team Trump's legal woes, because an indictment related to Trump's business seems imminent in New York, while the legal fallout from the big lie continues as well. We've got 3 separate developments in the last few days that suggest, after years of flouting laws and trampling all norms, Team Trump may finally be held to account for some of its misdeeds. This is important not only as a matter of justice, but also because without some measure of accountability, the precedent set by the Trump presidency will destroy the republic itself. Now, late last week, the news broke that outgoing Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance is considering an indictment of the Trump Organization, that conglomeration of hundreds of businesses of which Donald Trump is the sole or principal owner. The allegations in the anticipated indictment will reportedly involve myriad taxless perks paid to benefit top executives, including the family of Alan Wieselberg. Now, Wieselberg has served as the financial brains of the Trump Organization dating back to the days of Trump's own father, Fred Trump, and thus knows where all the bodies are buried. Vance has teamed up with Letitia James, the Attorney Generaless for the state of New York, in investigating the Trump Organization and Wieselberg, whom prosecutors likely hope to flip by providing criminal leniency in exchange for information regarding Trump's state of mind. Now, so far, Wieselberg has refused to cooperate. Vance has also impaneled a special grand jury to focus on the Trump Organization and its possible over- or undervaluing of assets in order to secure loans and insurance and to evade tax liability. Proving fraud requires more than a paper trail, of course. Prosecutors must prove that a corporate agent, such as Donald Trump, knew of the shenanigans going on, all the machinations that were in motion, which is why Wieselberg is so pivotal. Trump notoriously declines to write anything down or use email, enabling him to claim plausible, or rather implausible, deniability as to the bad actions of the underlings within his vast business holdings. His former attorney, Michael Cohen, told Congress the year before yesteryear that Trump routinely directed him to lie and that there was nothing that happened at the Trump Organization that did not go through Mr. Trump for his approval and sign off. Of course, Cohen went to jail for his service to Trump, so prosecutors likely need more than his testimony to make a case that implicates Trump himself. Needless to say, corporations cannot go to jail, but an indictment of the Trump Organization can have severe repercussions for its ability to hang on to its customer base, secure loans, and otherwise continue to operate, not to mention the impact of criminal fines that could result from a plea or conviction at trial. The criminal indictment of the Trump Organization hardly rules out future indictments of individual officers either. Excuse me for just a moment here while I drink some of this tea. And if Jameson's back, I hope he lets me know. Let me take a look at... he's getting what he calls a water resupply. All right. Now, prosecutors have evidently made a proffer to Trump's attorneys regarding the evidence amassed thus far, giving the company until Monday to respond. But whatever they come up with is unlikely to move the indictment needle much. Meanwhile, Trump's former Attorney General, Bill Barr, and this is a shout out to someone M or something like that. I can look up who the person is who said, "What about Billy Barr?" Because honestly, my first response to that was, yeah, what about Billy Barr? Who gives a shit? And this is from someone called Someone M who entered this comment. Hello, everyone. What's happening with Billy Barr? Okay, well, here's what's happening, and it doesn't deserve much more than this. Basically, Bill Barr handed Georgia prosecutors a gift in his discussions with Jonathan Karl, who reported in the Atlantic magazine this week that Barr told him of the election. Well, here's the quote. "If there was evidence of fraud, I had no motive to suppress it. But my suspicion all the way along was that there was nothing there. It was all bullshit." Well, there you go. Now, prosecutors in Fulton County are investigating Trump's infamous recorded phone call to Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, pressuring him to find enough votes to swing the state Trump's way, despite multiple audits confirming Joe Biden's win, as a obviously fraudulent attempt to influence the 2020 election. Now, as the MSNBC legal analyst Glenn Kirshner has observed, Barr's comments bear on Trump's knowledge that his call to Raffensperger was legally bogus. Atmospherically, moreover, it is stunning that Barr, who had nurtured the big lie early on by publicly claiming to be investigating elusive fraud, is now marginalizing Trump while potentially opening himself up as a possible witness in that pending criminal investigation. The last news item suggesting that Teflon Don may be losing his non-stick coating appeared last week in a 33-page judicial opinion by a New York State appeals court, which suspended Trump's attorney Rudy Giuliani from practicing law in the state of New York. This decision was not written by a panel of bar examiners, mind ye, but by judges who, unlike politicians and propagandists, are procedurally bound by laws and rules of evidence. In remarkable detail, the court itemized let me just read from the opinion of the court. A single sentence. Uncontroverted evidence that Giuliani communicated and demonstrably false and misleading statements to courts, lawmakers, and the public at large in his capacity as lawyer for former President Donald J. Trump and the Trump campaign in connection with Trump's failed effort at re-election in 2020. So according to these judges, the lies include Giuliani's statements that in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, more absentee ballots came in during the election than were sent out before the election. Now, incredibly, Giuliani does not deny that his factual statement was untrue. instead throwing some unidentified member of his team under the bus for purportedly inadvertently pulling bad data off of a website that his own attorneys didn't bother to provide to the court. Giuliani also misrepresented to a federal court in Pennsylvania that Donald Trump's lawsuit challenging the election was based on fraud, even though the complaint's only remaining claim asserted that it was an equal protection claim, not based on fraud at all. Now, the claim concerned the experience of two voters having their mail-in ballots rejected and challenged the notice and cure practices concerning mail-in ballots in different counties. Giuliani, nonetheless, continued to pretend that the case was based on a fraud claim, an apparent ploy to feed the public lie that fraud tarnished the election. The New York Appeals Court was also upset that Giuliani, in their words, made extensive and wide-ranging claims about Dominion Voting System Incorporated's voting machines manipulating the vote tallies to support his narrative that votes were incorrectly reported, even though Georgia had completed a hand count of all ballots, which confirmed the results of the election with a 0% risk limit. The court's opinion is a blow-by-blow factual and legal accounting of how the big lie about the 2020 election is, in fact, a big lie. For anyone frustrated by the months of obscene gaslighting, it makes for satisfying reading. Basically, the court wrote that the seriousness of Giuliani's uncontroverted misconduct cannot be overstated. This country is being torn apart by continued attacks on the legitimacy of the 2020 election and of our current president, Joseph R. Biden. The hallmark of our democracy is predicated on free and fair elections. I'm still reading from the court opinion for the next sentence. False statements intended to foment a loss of confidence in our elections and resulting loss of confidence in government generally damage the proper functioning of a free society. And the sentence after that reads, when those false statements are made by an attorney, it also erodes the public's confidence in the integrity of attorneys admitted to our bar and damages the profession's role as a crucial source of reliable information. All told, this latest string of events gives us all some hope that the lies of Donald Trump and his cronies will be met with consequences. Lies to tax collectors, lies to banks, lies to insurance brokers, lies to state officials, lies to courts, and lies to the American people. Accountability for Donald J. Trump finally beckons. And that's why Donald Trump keeps stoking reinstatement talk. He's hoping to trigger an actual, honest-to-God, popular revolution, an uprising, so that he can avoid, by violent overthrow of the legitimate government, going to jail, going first to trial, and then to jail. Now, Donald Trump, with that in mind, continues to openly discuss the possibility that he will be reinstated as president, dangerously fomenting the false belief among his cultists that this wild conspiracy theory is something other than a complete and total fantasy. In an interview with David Brody for Just the News' that's the name of the channel, Just the News, for Just the News' water cooler show, Trump was asked about the possibility of reinstatement. And here's how he responded. I'll read from the transcript as written by my son, typed out actually. If the election was fraudulent, people are going to have to make up their own mind. Oh, this is Trump talking. What am I saying? By the way, my son doesn't type it in the old sense that my mother would type, mind you, with a typewriter. He's data entry, of course, and this gets printed out for me. Let me read this Trump style. if the election was fraudulent, people are going to have to make up their own mind. It's not going to be me. It's going to be up to the public. It's going to be up to, perhaps, politicians. I don't think there's ever been a case like this where hundreds of thousands of votes will be found, so we'll have to see what happens. And literally none of that is right, or even close to right. The election was not fraudulent. All 100 states in union, plus the District of Columbia, certified the vote. The Electoral College count was confirmed by Congress. There has been no evidence of any sort of widespread voter fraud, whether nationally or in any individual state. Now consider what Trump said next. People are going to have to make up their own mind. It's not going to be me. It's going to be up to the public. And remember that the former president has gone out of his way to elevate this ongoing circus of a recount in Arizona, suggesting, against all proof to the contrary, that it's a serious thing that could well overturn the result in the state. And believe you me, there be zero chance of that happening. So if and when the recount ends and its Trump-loyal backers declare something like we can't know who really won, then the former president's cultists will look to statements like, it's going to be up to the public, and think that he is urging them to take to the streets and overthrow their government by violent means. Now, time for some chuckles from the peanut gallery here. If you think this recount is going to come out and say that election officials got it all right and that President Joe Biden beat Trump in Arizona, I have an emerging video rental business by the name of Blockbuster you might be interested in. And well, January 6th gave us a sense of what happens when you have an irresponsible leader pushing a debunked conspiracy theory on a group of people who have been fed lies about their government for years. Whether Trump realizes it or not, and I think he does and just doesn't care, giving people reason to believe that he actually could somehow wind up back in the White House and that the power to make that happen could well lie with them is the equivalent of pouring fluid on a fire. Lighter fluid, that is, not just piss. The point being, don't be surprised by what comes next, because words matter. Okay, so my point about going through all of this Trumpery to start off with, which is inescapable, I had to go through the Trump dumpster, was because I'm going to turn my attention tonight completely over to Israel, to a great degree, and everything circumspect to that. Bibi Netanyahu was Trump, and the Israeli Change Coalition is Biden. So to understand the political drama, what played out in Israel when Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu lost his long battle to remain Israel's effective dictator the weekend before last, and the tentative formation of a national unity coalition to topple the thrice criminally indicted 71-year-old former prime minister, you never needed to speak any Hebrew. You needed to understand only one thing. Netanyahu makes his enemies even angrier than Donald Trump does. Just like Trump, Netanyahu's main political strategy for winning elections has been to foster an intense personality cult and try to gain and hold power with slim majorities by dividing Israel along as many lines as possible. In his case, primarily Jews versus Arabs, left versus right, religious versus secular, and patriots versus traitors. And just like Donald Trump, Bibi never stopped at red lights. He was perfectly happy to undermine Israel's democratic institutions, the press, and the rule of law itself. Anything that could restrain his quest to retain total power after over 12 years in office. All that explained why, long prior the Ides of June, he was struggling to stay alive politically. At the same time, his future was tied up with investigations and legal proceedings over bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. And in his aping of the Trump, outmaneuvered as he was by rival politicians after 12 years in absolute power, and unseated though he be after a bruising 2-year battle to hold on to his job, the former Israeli Prime Minister Benji Netanyahu is not giving up on his hopes to topple the newly appointed Prime Minister, fully intending to challenge the new government on matters that could deeply divide the cross-party coalition. Indeed, Netanyahu started plotting his comeback before the new government was even sworn in. When Bibi Boy addressed Parliament on Sunday, ahead of the confidence vote for the new coalition, there were no well wishes for his successor, the Jewish religio-nationalist Naftali Bennett, but rather a pointed warning, delivered in his American-accented English. "We'll be back. Soon. I will wage a daily battle against this bad, dangerous left-wing government to topple it. With God's help, it will be much sooner than you think." Netanyahu now finds himself outside the halls of power after former nationalist allies turned against him following more than 2 years of political turmoil closely linked to his legal woes. A world-lauded coronavirus vaccination drive couldn't save him any more than Operation Warp Speed could deliver Donald Trump. Neither could diplomatic deals with 4 mostly Muslim states in the Persian Gulf and Africa, or close ties with former U.S. President Donald Trump himself that yielded gifts including American recognition of contested Jerusalem as Israel's long-sought capital. Here be the Trump factor. It'd be impossible to overestimate the impact Trump had on Netanyahu's re-election in the year before yesteryear, and astounding to consider the various ways in which Trump trampled on all norms and precedent to help his Jewish ally. Just over 12 years ago, Trump announced that he was recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital, making the United States the first government in the world to do so. Trump did not specify whether this applied to occupied and or annexed East Jerusalem or just the West. It is important to recall that the 1947 United Nations partition plan envisioned all of the city as a separate zone from both the Arab and Jewish states it called for, and almost all countries have ever since had their embassies in Tel Aviv-Yafo. This puts Israelis in the unique position of having other countries try to determine their capital, which even for moderates was a source of annoyance. Consequently, support in Israel for Trump's maneuver was almost unanimous. Even liberals backed it, although with misgivings on account of its helping their nemesis, Netanyahu. In the middle of the election campaign, Trump signed a declaration recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, which were seized from Syria in the 1967 war and annexed outright in 1981. This, too, unites Jewish Israelis who consider Syria's case for a return of the area to be weak. As many Israelis see it, the borders between Israel and or Palestine and its neighbors were drawn by colonial powers a century ago almost at random. As an independent state, Syria controlled the area briefly for some 2 decades only, during which, in Israel's view, it abused that control, using the topographical advantage to launch attacks on Israeli villages below. Unlike the West Bank, the Heights do not have a large non-Jewish population, so there is no demographic issue, and the local Jebel Druj have the right to Israeli citizenship. The Golan and also the border with Syria have been peaceful for decades, and Syria now is simply not stable. Lastly, Israelis adore the Golan's green expanses and the ski resort they built there. No American president would have embraced these arguments and risked fallout by recognizing Israel's claim to the Golan Heights, but Trump did, and Netanyahu reaped the benefits. Lastly, and perhaps most incredibly, Trump sent over videos in which he explicitly endorsed Netanyahu, calling him a great statesman. And this enabled little Bibi, a man who is positively loathed by all leaders in the democratic world, to claim himself a diplomat without equal and sans peerage. And many an Israeli voter, all too many, bought it. After such generous assistance, some back then might still have been childishly naive enough to believe Trump was intending to hand Netanyahu a bill in the form of a real peace plan, including a Palestinian state and other elements to make it palatable to Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas, which Netanyahu would be beholden to support. If this had happened, Netanyahu's then pending right-wing coalition would have imploded, and he would not have survived sans a unity government, which would have liberalized Israel itself. It was, of course, utterly impossible for any mature observer to even envision a move so inconvenient to Netanyahu sourcing from the Trump White House. Now that brings us to the year before yesteryear, 2019, when we had an executive order from Trump himself here in America, and the controversy which proved why it's impossible to trust Trump on Judeophobia. President Trump does not actually care about Judeophobia. Let's get that out of the way right at the beginning. He does, however, care about exploiting Judeophobia as a political tool. He wields it as a weapon against Muslim Americans who criticize himself, and he deploys it to reinforce his commitment to a particularly vicious right-wing form of Zionism, which cheers his evangelical Christian base. That's the proper context to understand an executive order Trump signed into law on the Wednesday as dated the 11th day in the closing month, December of 2019. One that raised a host of questions for the remainder of the lifespan of this constitutional republic of the United States of America. This executive order be designed in malevolent intent to have only a minimal effect on Judeophobia and maximum impact instead on free speech in American campuses. But above and beyond even that, it served its most importantly, in symbolic function amid a complex swirl of issues which included the many kinds of bigotry Trump himself had encouraged amid a long-running campaign to discredit pro-Palestinian activism. On Tuesday, as dated the 10th day in the closing month of December back in the year before yesteryear, administration officials told reporters that the order would define Judaism as a nationality for the purposes of enforcing anti-discrimination laws on campus, which would enable enforcement under Title VI, that's VI in the Roman numerals, which does not in and of itself mention religion. So this reporting led to a great deal of criticism, particularly since the idea that Jews constitute a separate nation has long been used to question their loyalty to the country where they live, leading law professor Samuel Begenstos to observe us that the key question will be how it is applied in practice. The order I'm referencing, so sayest, that in enforcing anti-discrimination law, the government will consider the definition of so-called anti-Semitism, adopted circa 2016 by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, which contains elements easily cherry-picked to serve one's purposes. Exempli gratiae. That definition says, criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. But it also says that denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, ergo by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor, is anti-Semitic, that it be Judeophobic. So is applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. That's in Title VI of this executive order. This gets to the heart of how accusations of the catastrophically misnomered concept of anti-Semitism can, in the wrong hands, and the Trump misadministration was definitely the wrongest among all conceivable hands, be itself exploited to stifle free speech, especially when they circumscribe any and all criticism of Israel. Someone might apply double standards to Israel out of Judeophobia, but the idea that doing so be inherently anti-Semitic is preposterous. We can decry double standards, but people use them all the time in policy debates, sans being defined as bigoted. And saying only criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country is not Judeophobic would mean criticisms of Israel have to meet a higher standard than criticisms of any other countries, or else you're anti-Semitic by definition of a disastrously misappropriated term. Ergo, if you're criticizing Red China or revanchist, revisionist Russia or merry old England or mulacratic Iran on campus, you can be selective in your evidence, employ double standards, or otherwise make shoddy arguments sans running afoul of the government, but only when you criticize Israel. Must you be scrupulously fair, or else you're being Judeophobic as stereotyped by a co-opted imputation. Yusuf Munair, the executive director of the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, then pointed out that the person in charge of enforcing civil rights on campus for the Department of Education, the one whose responsibility it be to implement this order, was, at the time that it was issued by Donald Trump in the year 2018, individual named Ken Marcus. And Kenny Marcus was a controversial figure, to say the least. I haven't checked back up on him, but in 2019, he was still running the show. To quote Yusuf Monir on the Mr. Marcus at length and verbatim, Kenny Boy has dedicated his career to weaponizing allegations of re-mystified anti-Semitism from the outside, through complaints against universities to the Department of Education. Now he's on the inside playing the role of enforcer. There be no doubt that Judeophobia be on the rise. It's terrifying, but I know that this does not address Judeophobia helpfully in any way. It's not about that. It's about providing cover for Trump's own Judeophobia and the Judeophobia from his supporters. And it's also an effort to shut down Palestinian rights activism on campuses. This is what makes addressing, or rather assessing, maneuvers like this one so difficult. On one hand, we have a genuine problem in the recent increase in Judeophobia directly sponsored by Donald Trump himself. On the other hand, we have a misadministration only recently out of office, whose motives be impossible to trust, excepting as directed by all evidence towards total destruction of all life on earth, as precipitated by demolition of America's own constitutional republic. Within the very first week opening the first month of the 2019th year in our Lord, but the year before yesteryear, Trump gave a speech unto the Israeli-American consul that was peppered with offensive remarks, playing on Judeophobic stereotypes. To quote his T verbatim, Donald Trump, "You have to vote for me because you're not going to vote for the wealth tax." Excuse me. Trump regularly asserts that Jews do and ought to have unquestioning loyalty to Israel. Indeed, he refers to Benjamin Netanyahu as your prime minister when he talks to American Jews, when he's talking to Jewish audiences of U.S. nationality and American citizenship, and he describes Jews as greedy, money-grubbing, conniving schemers who only want to hoard wealth and power. In other words, Donald Trump sees Jews as having the same repugnant character flaws as he does, which be why he freely dysfunctions as a Judeophobe who regularly praises Jews. As the American journalist and a senior writer at Tablet magazine named Yair Rosenberg, obviously Jewish themselves, who serves as a regular speaker and commentator on Judeophobia in the postmodern era, whilst personally promulgating strategies to combat abuse on online platforms, has himself pointed out that Trump believes all the Judeophobic stereotypes about Jews, but he sees those traits as admirable. So it be no mere coincidence that Trump's election was celebrated by neo-Nazis everywhere. And given that all Republicans and some Democrats have for years engaged in a campaign to discredit Palestinian rights, it'd be impossible not to conclude that even an executive order that appears not to change the law in any meaningful way would not be abused in the wrong manner should Trump become president again. Ergo, Trump's executive order will be abused to stifle all pro-Palestinian activism. Universities will be spooked into censoring students. This, in turn, will all be twisted into a tool to move us further toward the kind of society Trump is trying to create, one gripped by fear and driven by hatred. An anti-society, itself, in turn, modeled on Israel under Netanyahu. But can Israel itself survive the ravages from the last dozen years of the Netanyahu dynasty? Even if Netanyahu now be done, his damage to Israel will linger for years, as Trump's will in America. In wake of Netanyahu, Israel is left a land of contradictions, nominally democratic and fabulously wealthy, yet with dangerous demographic divisions. Israel's longest self-serving leader himself still be 3 times indicted for bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. Indeed, Netanyahu is the first sitting prime minister in Israel's history to ever be charged with bribery while in office. While Bibi called that decision an attempted coup d'etat, his political rivals were right to celebrate. However, the Israeli people have no real reason to celebrate as of yet, even as Netanyahu goest. The environmental damage he caused be there to stay. During a 20-year political career, oil tanker Netanyahu has docked in the center of the Israeli mainstream, pouring liquid tons of high-octane hate into their drinking waters. Netanyahu's reaction to the indictment decision was a wild attack against the very Israeli system of law. While a witch hunt is a common, if illegitimate, metaphor, so oftentimes abused by criminal politicians in his cornered situation, Netanyahu did not stop with that expression. His accusation of an attempted coup has since become a real threat to Israeli democracy when expressed by a then-sitting prime minister towards the legal system itself. Not many were surprised by this choice of words. The Israeli prime minister's reaction within the year before yesteryear, I'm forgetting which month it was, fit his entire career. And as we look at the rise and fall of leaders, we usually assume that the fall of a leader symbolizes the end of his era. But that's not necessarily true. A leader can leave the public sphere the way a child leaves the pool after pissing and shitting in it. Over the course of 2 decades, Netanyahu has delegitimized major parts of Israeli society in general, and the Palestinian citizens of the apartheid state in particular. Circa 1995, Netanyahu fought against Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin's efforts to proceed with the Oslo Peace Accords. As the head of the opposition, he did not shout incendiary messages to the crowd, but he did stand on stage facing a raving mob, surrounded by a chorus of voices shouting, "Rabin the traitor!" Rabin's wife refused to shake Netanyahu's hand at her husband's funeral when somebody took those words to heart and blew Yitzhak Rabin's head off, later calling Netanyahu out as the architect of incitement. That was Rabin's widow's words. Yitzhak Rabin's death, his assassination, gave a frightening demonstration to how fast hate speech turns into action, into assassination. But the anti-democratic pollution only grew wider, as did the delegitimization of vast numbers of the Israeli public. In his 1996 election campaign, Netanyahu deployed a new slogan, "Netanyahu, good for the Jews." And that campaign set up a clear dichotomy between Israeliness and Jewishness, dividing the citizens of the professed nation state into Jews and Gentiles. Where there be hate speech by political leaders, inevitably there will be hate crimes committed by loyalists who themselves be conveniently dismissed as extremists or misnamed loners. On Netanyahu's shift, there were quite a few. One of the most shocking was the murder of a 16-year-old boy in 2014, identified as Mohammed Abu Kader, as revenge for the kidnapping and murder of 3 Israeli teens. Netanyahu was one of the first to denounce the murder of this Palestinian boy, yet he also denounced the writers who dared to write a televisual miniseries about the case as released under the title Our Boys, an American-Israeli television miniseries created by Haggai Levy, Joseph Cedar, and Tawfiq Abu Vail, focusing on telling the story of the kidnapping and murder of Mohammed Abu Kader. And this 10-episode series premiered on HBO the 12th of August in the calendar year of 2019. Netanyahu immediately thereafter called on Israelis to boycott the Keshet and HBO-produced TV drama entitled Our Boys, labeling it Judeophobic by that now exhausted misnomer of anti-Semitic. Death threats to the creators were soon to follow the Prime Minister's declaration, which itself functioned as a Judeo-fatwa. Anti-Arab propaganda became explicitly outspoken in the 2015 elections when Israel's Prime Minister warned his followers that Arab voters are heading to the polling stations in droves. A few days after the 2015 elections, a White House warning on anti-Arab rhetoric in Israeli elections was published. After all, It's not every day that a prime minister tries to cast doubt on the right to vote of 20% of his own country's population. After the U.S. denounced his video, the Israeli prime minister apologized, claiming he had been misunderstood. Now, by 2018, Israel chose identity over democracy. The fear since then is that more nations may follow. Israel is one of the only Western-style democracies in the world that does not have a constitution anchoring the rights of its citizens. Instead, Israel has basic laws, which serve as guiding principles for the state and the legal system. These laws, passed with an absolute majority of the 120 members of the Knesset, are difficult to change or overturn. Earlier in the year of the 2018, on the Christian calendar, in the month of July, that year to be precise, Israel's parliament passed a controversial bill that observers deemed a nail in the coffin for democracy in the Holy Land. Israel passed the onerous Jewish nation-state bill into law with no mention of either equality or minority rights, a highly controversial bill that served to define the nature of the State of Israel whilst making no mention of the values of equality and democracy. The nation-state bill passed in its second and third readings following an hours-long debate in the Knesset, Israel's parliament. The law establishes Israel as the historic home of the Jewish people with a united Jerusalem as its capital and declares that the Jewish people have an exclusive right to national self-determination in Israel. Though that law is fraught with controversy and highly symbolic, much of it has little practical impact. Exempli gratiae, Section 2 establishes the name of the country as Israel and describes its flag in detail, while Section 8 sets the Jewish calendar, which is lunar, as the official state calendar. But the law fails to mention either equality or minority rights, both of which were integral parts of Israel's Declaration of Independence circa 1948, which explicitly states that Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. The omission baffled many at the time, including Amir Fuchs, who headed the Defending Democratic Values program at the Israel Democracy Institute. Fuchs said then, "There is no country in the world that has not specifically enumerated the right of equality in its constitution. Therefore, it is difficult to understand why the authors of this bill insist not to include this important value. The right to equality is embedded in the values mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, which has been the definitive document framing the character of the State of Israel for the past 70 years. So this divisive measure defined Israel as an exclusively Jewish state and downgraded Arabic as any official language. It also described advancing Jewish settlement as a national interest, meaning Israeli colonialism, adding that the whole and united Jerusalem is its capital, despite the hundreds of thousands of Arabs who live within its confines. The nation-state law, okayed by the Knesset, established Israel as the historic home of the Jewish people with the united Jerusalem as its capital. Said law intentionally failing to mention either equality or minority rights, both of which were integral parts of Israel's Declaration of Independence in 1948. while also downgrading the status of Arabic from an official language to a language with special status. And despite the criticism, then Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu hailed the bill's passage and called it a defining moment in said country's history. Here you've got Netanyahu redefining Israel as an exclusive ethno-state, fueling anger among its Arab minority when Israel's parliament passed this Nuremberg Code, characterizing their country as principally a Jewish state. The nation-state law says Jews have a unique right to national self-determination there and puts Hebrew above Arabic as the official language. Said law risking further alienating Israel's large Arab minority, who have long felt discriminated against. Whilst Benjamin Netanyahu said, 122 years after the founder of modern Zionism, Theodor Herzl, made his vision known, with this law we determine the founding principle of our existence. Israel is the nation-state of the Jewish people and respects the rights of all its citizens. Of course, the Arab ministers of parliament reacted furiously in parliament, with one waving a black flag and others simply ripping up the bill. Let me try and put this into some perspective for you, since Bibi Netanyahu decided to drag Theodor Herzl's name through the mud. This is nothing he would have envisioned, and he'd be turning over in his grave. As extreme as Herzl was, to the point where he helped to engineer the Holocaust, saying that if you do not destroy the diaspora will destroy you. Meaning that if all Jews stayed scattered all over the world, they would breed out of existence. But the reality is, of course, that that has not happened. All of that was bullshit. And of course, the Israelis have not helped to preserve the Jewish people in other parts of the world, but rather caused a hostility that puts them in greater danger. While, of course, they're in danger as well in Israel itself, which is why many choose to move to United Germany, which is much safer for the Jews than Israel. That's a fact. You can look that up yourself. So when it comes to Herschel and Begin, honestly, they would be turning over in their graves were they to understand what's going on today in Israel, what's been going on for the past several years. This is really some of the problem that we're dealing with, is that we're left in a situation where Netanyahu, like Donald Trump, would rather take the country down than to give up their position of power. And this is because they both know that once they're out of power, then they have to face the music and may very well go to jail. This is a place where they actually belong, but of course, it's not a place where they want to go, and they'll gladly take their nation state down to prevent themselves from going there. So in terms of the nuances of this, I'll go a little bit further into that. I'm going to ask Jameson to break me for a few minutes while I gather myself and come back to this subject. And if you're there, my son, thank you so much. Appreciate your taking the stage for a little bit of time.
All right. So let's see what I have lined up. I still do have several things that I haven't gone into. Um, okay, let's see. There were some articles I was eyeing. Of course, it's common sense as to why this is a article from The Verge, and it goes into why 2021's heat waves are so brutal. And I suspect we're going to see a lot more where that comes from. The U.S. is only a few days into summer, and another heat wave is already coming for the West. Record-shattering would be an understatement to describe the last heat wave, which lingered over the Southwest last week and has since shifted eastward. Roughly 4,000 new temperature records have already been set this year. More are going to make the books over the next week, which I would like to take the moment to recommend everyone buy some form of, if you do have the money to do so, and if you do have access to such, recommend buying a backup generator, at least for small appliances, or some kind of cooling device, in case our grid goes down. Now, I don't anticipate such happening, but we never know. We are getting eerily closer and closer to that happening due to these temperature extremes that we are now experiencing. Both heat waves are caused by atmospheric conditions called heat domes. In short, a heat dome is a trap. It forms when high pressure in the upper atmosphere creates a sort of lid or cap that stops air from escaping, according to the NOAA. As air sinks back down to Earth, it compresses and heats up even more. The heat dome also blocks out clouds and storms, which might otherwise provide some relief from the sun's hot rays. A heat dome can also lead to longer and more intense heat waves because it creates a feedback cycle. According to the Texas Technical University climate scientist Catherine Hayhoe. The hotter temperatures become, the stronger the heat dome gets, and vice versa. It's a positive feedback loop. It just sort of perpetuates itself. The heat dome that's forecasted to settle over the Pacific Northwest in the next 3 to 7 days can be called a warm core high, according to National Weather Service forecaster David Roth. That's a high-pressure system that strengthens with height. The June record high for the state of Washington is 113 degrees Fahrenheit, which Roth says will probably be threatened. It's unusual that the heat dome is forming so far north, where temperatures normally don't get as high as they are forecast to reach in the coming days. The heat wave that we saw in the past actually reached Canada. And as Douglas said, that hit temperatures in the 120 range. I would not want to be caught anywhere in those kind of temperatures. The average high temperature in Seattle around this time of year is usually 74 degrees. That makes this heat dome particularly dangerous for communities that aren't built for the heat. You get acclimated to warm in the summer, but that's only if you're used to experiencing those conditions. This could be very unlike any heat wave they've experienced, Roth says. So yeah, you would worry more about heat exhaustion, heat stroke, and that sort of thing. And interestingly enough, I saw a picture of people enduring the heat wave in, I think, what was it? I don't know if it was Seattle or if it was Oregon. And the reason why I think a lot of the people who are older get heat stroke faster is because usually older people, if you ever saw them, wear a lot more clothes than regular people do in the summer. Than younger people do in the summer, at least. The conditions driving this heat wave could persist until the end of next week, Roth says. It's also expected to expand eastward towards Idaho and Montana. and southward to California next week. Um, Lewistown, Idaho is forecast to reach 112 degrees Fahrenheit on Tuesday, 4 degrees its daily record set in 1888. Heat domes are also bad news when it comes to drought and wildfires. They're often related to drought because they direct storm systems away from the region. Plants get no water, plants don't grow. The West is already in an epically bad drought that is drying up reservoirs and forcing farmers to abandon crops. This means decreased food production. And this almost guarantees that at some point in the future, some people are going to start to starve. Hot, dry conditions across the western United States are turning forest and other ecosystems into tinder boxes early this fire season. And that's another problem. When you have dry, dead vegetation, that stuff is flammable. While the fever the U.S. is running might feel unusual now, it could be part of the new normal driven by climate change. And, of course, us leaving the Paris Agreement and all those other things under President Trump did not help matters whatsoever. Although the pandemic did help a little bit as far as a cool down, not significantly enough. Higher global average temperatures are making heat waves and droughts more frequent and intense, while the fire season is growing longer. It's as if we always have a chance of rolling a double six. So that's an exceptional heat wave. But as climate changes, it's sneaking more sixes onto our dice, Hey-Ho tells The Verge. I'm assuming that she thinks the number 666 is a negative thing, as most people do.
Thank you. You're doing great, by the way, and this is very important. I want people to understand just how important what Jameson is covering is. By the way, I'm happy to report I got 75 United States dollars into the PayPal from Stephen Myers, our black brother from another mother. He's actually, like Jameson Reese, half black. He's actually Blasian, black Asian. So in Stephen Myers' case, he probably has seen the worst of both black and Asian communities, the way Jameson Reese has seen the worst of both black and white. And he lives in New York City itself, in the heart of Manhattan. And I like to describe Manhattan Island to foreigners when they ask me about it as a small island full of hostile warring tribes. And no one I've ever met from Manhattan Island has ever argued with that. So
that's actually a very good way to put it. And it's almost different how you can see like a total change just traveling a few blocks in demographic and populations and attitudes and even the way people interact with each other.
Yes, very much so. By the way, I want people to understand that President Biden met today with cabinet officials and leaders from the western states, including our California governor, Gavin Newsom, who people should know a bit about. Gavin Newsom was married to one of the Kennedy girls, I believe. He may have been married to the same Kennedy girl who had divorced Arnold Schwarzenegger, the former governor of California. Or it might have been different. I, get so confused with some of these celebrities. But there was alarm over these wildfires and what to do about them. And Gavin Newsom presented to, our governor presented to our president that what we face will be another year of devastating wildfires with drought conditions worsening and searing temperatures spreading. And in what is perhaps an ominous harbinger of the coming fire season, which, as our friend Jameson here has pointed out, has expanded. Crews are even now battling multiple wildfires across California, while much of our region remains mired in treacherous heat and bone-dry conditions. Now, I want both of you to think. I mean, Peter Moon's not with us right now, but hopefully we can relay this to him on Sunday. Remind me to bring it up, Jameson. honestly, Peter Moon was saying walking around outside was like walking through the Caribbean. You didn't even want to venture outside throughout
I
today.
I went out today and I actually I made it as far as the train station after getting some what I consider to be too many energy drinks,
You
and
always
hopefully
drink too many energy drinks.
no, but I mean like instead of two, like I got four or
Oh
five.
shit! Will you stop doing that? Oh my god, you keep doing that. You do this all the time to yourself.
Yeah, it's well the thing is I'm not gonna drink all of them. I'm
Okay,
I'm
okay, all
I
right,
should hope to save some for tomorrow.
okay.
I
But
mean,
you've done that. Now, Jameson has done that.
I have done that, and I'm not going. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, good.
Although it's tempting to go into the to. I mean, I've had three today. I should probably just put a cap in it
Yeah.
right now, and just well within yesterday to today. You know.
Yeah, so my point would be knowing what you did about going outside earlier and what Peter Moon felt when he was outside. Imagine if you guys were dressed in firemen's jackets like you saw these people in Florida crawling over all of the, the crap, the pile in that fallen
Hell
tower.
with that, man.
Imagine if you were dressed in
Shit.
that and fighting a fire. Imagine if you were fighting a fire in these temperatures and conditions, and you can imagine what it's like in California. Okay? I mean, that's the first thing I think you would say is you can't imagine it, right?
I would say I don't want to.
Thank you.
That's a better way of putting it. I mean, I did see some construction workers dressed in regular construction gear, and I'm like, shit, you can have that job, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I respect them for doing it, but I mean, damn. I mean, having a hard hat and, t-shirts, jeans, and boots in this heat, that's got to screw your health up horribly.
It can. It can. I've been in similar kinds of dress, armored, security style. I'm talking about ballistic vesting and the rest. And it's not really that bad in the heat as you might think if you get used to it. But it can be sweltering. Yeah. But the boots are not necessarily so bad. Your feet, it's very strange. They don't necessarily feel what you do. They're bad when you take them off, but while you have them on, you're not really feeling it. It's when you take them off you realize how much punishment you've been through. Now, the largest of these fires that I'm referencing is the lightning sparked lava fire, and that's the actual name of the fire in Siskiyou County. And the lava fire forced the evacuation of at least 8,000 residents Monday afternoon, as these gusty red flag conditions fueled those searing flames. And by Tuesday morning, the fire had expanded nearly tenfold to 13,300 acres and was but 20% contained. I got this from the Shasta Trinity National Forest officials. Now, the situation has alarmed the experts and public officials who are warning us in California that this year's fire season could outpace last year's, which was already the worst on record. Now, these blazes have already ignited all around California, where dry vegetation has left large swaths of my state primed to explode into flames, even as our federal government struggles to hire firefighters. So officials are warning all residents to use extreme caution amid bone-dry conditions that are primed to erupt into fuel for wildfires. I'll go more into this probably on Sunday's transmission. Again, to our friend in Manhattan Island, Stephen Myers, he says, "Hi, Douglas. Your transmission on the ghouls was interesting, and it came to mind Credo Mutwa, who, when I was into David Icke before I found you," here, of course, what he's implying is the truth. "Before I found you and realized David Icke was just a bigoted white trash piece of shit promoting genocide." Here, Stephen Myers is referring to David Icke. He spoke of coming into contact. Oh, actually, this is the South African shaman named Credo Mutwa, who David Icke exploits. But by the way,
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm familiar with him because there was a point in time when I was reading David Icke's stuff, and that was all the way back in 2011, and I was like, some of this stuff is just too over the top. I can't. There was a filter that I just could not let most of what he was saying in. And then when he started saying that all the reptilians are bad, I'm like, oh, come on. They've got to be as variable as regular people are. I mean,
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, and besides, how can you say they're bad? I mean, it's like what you said. As bad as the ghouls are, they don't kill and eat each other.
yeah. I mean, the idea of typing an entire race full of individuals is absurd.
Yeah. Honestly, basically what David Icke is he's a bigot whose bigotry extends to an entire species of sentient and sapient sophists, meaning intelligent beings, self-aware beings, and he wants them all exterminated. But he's exploiting this South African shaman named Credo Mutwa, and I'm hoping he pays him. Because if not,
Well, I'm sure Credo Mutwa is like, this white boy is crazy, but I'm gonna take this mofo for a ride.
thank you, thank you,
I
thank
mean,
you,
there's no way he's giving him a free ride.
thank
I
you.
can tell you that much. If he's a shaman, he knows.
Thank you.
He
Thank you.
he knows this dude has his head up his ass.
So he's like those guys in South America, those South American shamans who juice and soak the white boys who come down there for the
Exactly.
peyote and shit. Yeah. And they just give them this poison mushroom where they get to laugh their ass off while the white boys vomit their guts out and think they're having a religious experience and shit. And here's what our man, Mr. Stephen Myers, is saying. He says, here he's referencing Credo Mutwa, the South African shaman, who's black, by the way, just so people know. He spoke of coming into contact with beings from inside the earth. Of course, Ike exploited him. And if can tell me about Chris Everett, who is a British researcher and is another person of interest I am curious about, I suspect he is an agent of confusion. He has some truths. I suspect all of these crazy black people are victims of mind control. Grave Diggers, a Diary of a Madman on YouTube, reveals this fact, like the movie Jacob's Ladder, how Vietnam vets were used in government experiments. Stay well. So that accompanied 750 of United States dollars, 75 US dollars from Stephen Myers. God bless his soul. And so, do you have any idea who this? I haven't even heard of this guy, any of these people. Somebody named Gravedigger who put up a YouTube video, Diary of a Madman. Sounds like, some typical black guy who wants to come off sounding like a rapper. Chris
Oh
Everett.
yeah, yeah. It's very funny how these guys pop up. I'm familiar with the type, but I'm not familiar with him, because I've reached the point in my life where I no longer pay them any mind.
I don't blame you.
I mean, for this reason, I've strongly I'm very, very discriminatory against what information I pull in. If I'm going to pull in some alternative facts, I need to have some real historical context. And if I'm not being provided real historical context, I'm not interested in what they have to say.
Thank you. By the way,
It's for this reason that I only rely on yourself when it comes to those more exotic matters, because I have tested what you've said and I've known certain things to be true. And some of what you've said have indeed opened my practice to realities that are far more proficient than before when I still was on this sort of doubtful mode, like, yeah, maybe not.
Thank you. No, I deeply appreciate that. By the way, I'm looking up Chris Everett now, and I notice he's been banned by YouTube, and so this is supposed to be a badge of honor. But basically, that puts him along with David Duke. Really, that means he's in the company of David Duke. Anthony Hilder, who, believe me, he won't be missed. I can't understand why they banned him from YouTube when the fucker doesn't say anything that anyone can understand anyway. But Noam Chomsky, now that's strange. I don't know if Noam Chomsky. I'm looking at a list of people supposedly banned from YouTube, and one of them is Brother Nathaniel. Well, that's the black guy who wants to use all prisoners as slaves, right? You've heard of this Brother Nathaniel guy, right?
Nope, and
Oh,
I'm glad I didn't.
yeah,
Oh man. Well, I guess he should go in jail and be the first role model
there you go.
for his plan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he's some black guy who was on Coast to Coast AM a number of times till he went totally off the deep end. And you know,
Okay, well, if he's on, yeah, Noam Chomsky's still on YouTube.
I was
He's
about
still
to
on YouTube.
say, yeah, I mean, fuck, he's the guy.
I mean, he's all over the place. I mean, he's supported by he's supported by that by what's his name, the Wallace kid. So I mean, he's got a treasure chest. He's gonna be on YouTube.
There you go. Thank
I
you.
mean, in fact, all these freaking shills. I wouldn't be surprised if a whole load of these shills are on are on YouTube. If they're not and they're taken down like Alex Jones, that means they were as bad as Alex Jones,
Yeah.
and that means they're probably more worthy of being on Bell Gab or some shit.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. Thank you. Very appreciated. Very astute. So, what I'll do now is get back into the thread of thought. Do you have anything else to say for the moment, or anything you want to emphasize first? I mean, go ahead and finish your, anything you feel we need to know before I
Well,
get.
all I'm going to say is if we don't start to either restructure our grid to be able to take the strain of these heat, especially in regions that aren't used to this type of heat, power outages are going to be normal, and we're going to be heading back to the Fred Flintstone time period.
Yeah.
People who are obsessed with guns should not be in a Flintstone scenario.
Hmm.
Just saying.
I,
That's all I have left.
no,
Yeah.
it's appreciated. It honestly, this is like it's frightening, and it's not just the heat; it's the fires that come with it. We are again. I might speak to this more on Sunday, but we're in the burning earth phase of the Anthropocene. It's I can't think of which is worse, either the mass extinction potential or Bill Cosby walking the street.
Well, the only thing worse would be the real Cthulhuoid god, President Trump, ex-President Trump, or should I say, wannabe President Trump, wannabe dictator Trump, becoming reelected.
It's horrifying.
They've got to get that guy in chains in prison before.
That
They
happens
got 4 years to do it. 4 years. That's not a lot of time to get this motherfucker,
in prison.
hanging for treason or some shit.
I wish
Which
it
he
would come to
should
that.
be.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Donald Trump is indeed, truly, by all definitions, a traitor, and therefore fit for execution. And by the way, that's what brings us back to Netanyahu. I hope people are beginning to appreciate my parallels between Netanyahu and Donald Trump, and how identical these men are, and how identical their situations are, and how Israel's founding fathers are turning in their graves, because Benjamin Netanyahu himself, all too ironically enough, embodies the death of the Zionist dream. Now, from the 1920s onward, and thank you so much, son, love you dearly. Hang with us. Let me know whenever you take a break, and let me know when you're back. But from the 1920s onward, we're talking about the decade in which my mother was born. The Zionist movement was split into two groups that put forward rival ideas of the Jewish state, one liberal, the other right-wing. And David Ben-Gurion, Israel's founding father and its longest-serving prime minister until this scumbag Netanyahu inserted himself as, quote-unquote, the king of Israel, which is how Likud, his party, describes it. It was beforehand David Ben-Gurion who was the leader of Labor Zionism, the liberal vision, whereas Zeev Jabotinsky was the founder of revisionist Zionism and the spiritual father of the Israeli right. Mr. Ben-Gurion embodied the liberal Zionist dream of a free, independent, and egalitarian Jewish state. Mr. Jabotinsky was an ardent Jewish neo-nationalist who laid claim to Jewish sovereignty over the whole of the territory between, well, between both the banks of the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. Although he led the opposition to mainstream Zionism, Mr. Jabotinsky was, in fact, the main architect of the strategy that guided the entire movement in the confrontation with the Palestinians, the strategy of the Iron Wall. And this strategy consisted of two stages. First, build an iron wall of Jewish military power to compel the Arabs to recognize that the Jewish state was there to stay, then negotiate with the Arabs about their rights and status in Palestine. The essence of the strategy was negotiations from strength. The risk inherent in it was that military superiority would lead to diplomatic intransigence. Benjamin Netanyahu, who basically won his greatest electoral victory the year before yesteryear because of Donald Trump, in an election that was essentially a referendum on his leadership that was saved and polished and everything positive imaginable through the works of Donald Trump, is in many ways the heir to Mr. Jabotinsky's legacy. Now, Bibi Netanyahu's own father, Benzion Netanyahu, was Mr. Jabotinsky's secretary and the editor of the revisionists' daily newspaper, the Hayarden. And his party, the Likud, which is the Israeli Republican Party, is the successor to the post-independence revisionist party, Herut. And with his electoral victory obtained through Donald Trump, Bibi Netanyahu tracked himself on course to become Israel's longest-serving prime minister, surpassing Mr. Ben-Gurion. And by trouncing his left-wing opponents and beating a challenge from the new centrist party at that time, Bibi Netanyahu gained more than just another term in office. He secured a fresh mandate for his idea of Greater Israel at the time. And so it would seem that the revisionists finally, after nearly 100 years, won the fight over what Zionism will look like. That's how it looked like 2 years ago. But in reality, Prime Minister Netanyahu has always been more conservative and more extreme than the founder of the movement. Mr. Jabotinsky's attitude toward the national aspirations of the Palestinians was, in Jabotinsky's own words, one of, quote-unquote, polite indifference. Mr. Netanyahu's attitude is one of active and unrelenting hostility. Mr. Jabotinsky would have been a tough negotiator. Mr. Netanyahu is a non-negotiator. Mr. Netanyahu is the proponent of the doctrine of permanent conflict. He rules out the possibility of any negotiated settlement with the Palestinians because he is not prepared to concede to their most basic demand, an independent Palestinian state over the West Bank and Gaza, with a capital city in East Jerusalem. And far from seeking to bridge that gap, Bibi Netanyahu actually deepened it by turning a political dispute into a clash of civilizations. No Israeli leader before him ever demanded that the Palestinians recognize Israel as a Jewish state. When Mr. Netanyahu demanded in 2009 that the Palestinians recognize Israel as a ethno-state, a racial state of Jews, he knew that no Palestinian leader, however moderate, could possibly accept it. Politics and religion are an explosive mixture, and by emphasizing the religious aspect of the conflict, Netanyahu made it completely intractable. And nothing illustrated Mr. Netanyahu's vision of Israel more clearly than that nation-state law passed by the Knesset in the July of 2018, stating that the right to national self-determination in Israel was unique to the Jewish people, demoting Arabic from its status as an official language, allowing the state to differentiate among its citizens on the basis of race, ethnicity, and religion. It is the polar opposite of Israel's 1948 Declaration of Independence, which promised social and political equality to all of Israel's inhabitants, regardless of religion, race, or sex. Israel's redefinition of itself as an exclusive, ethnocentric Jewish state is now enshrined in law. And Mr. Netanyahu has left no room for doubt that this is precisely how he viewed the country that he had, through Donald Trump, been reelected to lead. But a fortnight before his sweeping April 9th election of 2018, Bibi so wrote, Israel is not a state of all its citizens. Israel is the nation state of the Jewish people, and only it, meaning the Jewish people alone. But 72 hours, 3 days before Israelis went to the polls in the 4th month of that year, Netanyahu announced his intention, even then, if reelected, to formally annex the Jewish settlement blocks in the West Bank. The timing was no doubt determined by electoral expediency. But if legislation followed, it was with the blessing of President Trump, who had obliged Mr. Netanyahu by recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital and moving the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem and recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the occupied Golan Heights. If you take a look at our latest conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians, but yestermensis, last month, you can attribute the cause for that to Donald Trump. An annexation of the West Bank would sound the death knell of the two-state solution and ignite a third Palestinian intifada, which is what this latest war threatened to become. Since the outbreak of the second intifada in the year 2000, at this point 21 years are gone. Most people listening tonight aren't even that old. Israeli society had been moving steadily to the right ever since. And Mr. Netanyahu's last 5 governments by now were both a consequence and a cause of this drift. Rightward drift. Mr. Ben-Gurion, the founding father of Israel, formed moderate center-left coalition governments by excluding the Communist Party and Herut, the forerunner of the Likud Party, the Israeli Republicans who have ruled forever by now. Mr. Netanyahu was in the process of forming a coalition government of what he called natural partners, the ultra-right, nationalist, and religious parties. And when fully formed, that government had the dubious distinction of being the most reactionary, racist government Israel has ever had. Netanyahu will go down in history as the prime minister who officially turned Israel into an apartheid state and unceremoniously buried the liberal Zionist dream. And despite their serious ideological differences, both branches of the original Zionist movement were, historically, united in their conviction that Israel must remain both Jewish and democratic. They also shared a common vision about Israel's place in the world. Mr. Ben-Gurion frequently employed the biblical phrase about Israel being a light unto the nations. Mr. Jabotinsky's most prized quality was hedar, or dignity. Netanyahu has proven completely incapable of holding the moral high ground at either the personal or the political level. He even now faces multiple criminal indictments for corruption. Abroad, he projected the image of a militaristic and increasingly authoritarian state, all too evidently rooted in sordid reality. His successes at the polls with the hacking of Donald Trump were no victory for the revisionist vision of the state. It was a victory for a darker and more sinister forces that have culminated by jeopardizing the entire Zionist project. David Ben-Gurion has been turning in his grave, and so has Zeev Jabotinsky. So you might ask, what does this law say? Well, it's called the Basic Law, as in like the Ten Commandments. It's all uppercase. The Basic Law. Israel as the nation state of the Jewish people. The legislation essentially defines Israel first and foremost as a Jewish state. And among its 11 provisions, it describes Israel as the national home of the Jewish people and says the right to exercise national self-determination there is unique to the Jewish people. It also reiterates the status of Jerusalem under Israeli law, which defines that city, part of which is claimed by the Palestinians as the capital of their future state, as the complete and united capital of Israel. Controversially, the law singles out Hebrew alone as the state's language, effectively prioritizing it above Arabic, which has for decades been recognized as an official language alongside Hebrew. It ascribes Arabic special status, like special education or Special Olympics, and says it, standing before the law came into effect, will not be harmed. In one of its clauses, the law stresses the importance of development of Jewish settlement as a national value, like legalizing colonialism, though it be unclear whether this also alludes to settlement in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, as well as Israel itself. Now, why was this law even created? Benjamin Netanyahu has repeatedly insisted that the Palestinians must recognize Israel as a Jewish ethno-state in any final peace settlement, arguing that the Palestinians' refusal to do so is the biggest obstacle to peace, saying it demonstrates that the Palestinians do not genuinely recognize Israel's right to exist. Now, the Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, meanwhile, has said he will never recognize Israel as a Jewish state, arguing that the Palestinians have long recognized the state of Israel and should not be expected to go further. Of course, as an American, you probably say, why does it matter? It is important because it is both hugely symbolic and evident that Israel is downgrading the status of Israel's growing Arab minority. Israeli Arabs, many of whom identify as or with Palestinians, comprise at least 20% of the country's 9 million strong population. They have equal rights under the law, but have long complained of being treated as second-class citizens and say they face discrimination and worse provision than Israeli Jews when it comes to services such as education, health, and housing. Now, civil rights groups have denounced the law, and some observers, including one Arab minister of parliament, described it as sanctioning practical apartheid, referencing the state-sanctioned racial discrimination of black people during white minority rule in South Africa. It asked Israel already practices a system akin to apartheid against Israeli Arabs and Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, so whereas before 'twas simply practiced, now such be formalized as not only acceptable, as in tolerated but not openly admitted, but formalized into legality. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, now in the former sense, had advocated for this nation-state bill, hailed its passage, and called it the defining moment in Israel's history. It is in the most negative sense. And so Netanyahu himself issued statement, "We engraved in the stone of law our language, our anthem, and our flag. We have enshrined the fact that Israel is the nation-state of the Jewish people, and the Jewish people alone. Long live the state of Israel." So, what does it matter, you might ask, about the law downgrading the status of Arabic? It would be like Americans saying, oh, let's not allow Ebonic to be recognized as official and let the blacks talk jive to themselves, but not give them the status of recognition for their jive-ass talk that we only listen to as a rap lyric but can't really understand or comprehend. Well, you see, Arabic until the September of that 2018 year in our Lord was an official language of the State of Israel, along with Hebrew. This law set Arabic as a language with special status in the sense of Special Olympics or special education. But this is while Arabs make up at least 20% of Israel's population and most certainly 36% of the population of Jerusalem, which the Israelis want as their fucking capital, for God's sake. Seizing on this point, the Knesset member Yair Lapid, the head of the opposition Yesh Atid, which transliterates as there be a future. That party reminded everyone in the Knesset during those days leading up to the final vote that famed Zionist leader Zaid Jabotinsky would have never signed off on that bill. And Lapid, an Arab, actually quoted Jabotinsky, saying, "I know this because he said this. The Arabic tongue and the Hebrew tongue will be equal in their rights and legal validity. This statement is not a political statement, it's a practical statement." And the Knesset members, Ahmed Tibi and Yusuf Jabarin, both from the Joint Arab List Party, assailed the bill's passage in a joint statement, themselves so stating, "The law of nationalism is the last nail in the coffin of the so-called Israeli democracy, which has been dying in recent years because of its suffering from chronic racist diseases that have been afflicted with what they call fascism, in, of course, their misunderstanding of the term as has been so maligned and propagandized in the West." And to continue on with their statement, racist diseases that have been afflicted with fascism and directed to apartheid through the legislation of this law. And by the way, when they speak of fascism, they are thinking specifically of the Nuremberg race laws. So what they're saying is that the Jews have now instated what the Nazis did with Jews, but the Jews are doing it with Arabs. How do the Jews live with themselves? I mean, what kind of logic allows a person to do this? It's kind of like, I can't think of any word for it. It's like they want it to be camp commandants so bad that they had to start their own concentration camps. Now, an earlier version of this bill would have allowed for segregated Jewish-only communities, but that clause sparked criticism from multiple directions. Some of Israel's most prominent current and former politicians, including President Reuven Rivlin, the Attorney General Avichai Mandelblit, and the former chair of the prominent nonprofit for the Jewish Agency for Israel, Natan Sharansky, all expressed reservations about that clause, saying it would damage Israel's international standing, no shit, and would likely be struck down by the High Court. So an updated clause instead promoted Jewish settlement as a national value. Imagine the British enshrining that into their law, colonialism as a national value, and committed the government to further its establishment, as in saying that Britain forever has to expand. Now, of course, this led to the deepening divide, which is why Israel borders on civil war. So the bill's critics warned that it deepened the divide between Israel and diaspora Jewry, meaning the Jews who live in America and elsewhere in the world. A section that would have affirmed the right of all Jews to move to Israel was watered down to reaffirm the connection between Israel and diaspora Jewry, especially the more liberal Jewish community in the United States that has been increasingly critical of Netanyahu's subversive government. Ultra-Orthodox parties, critical to passing this bill into law, objected because the former phrasing could have been seen as recognizing non-Orthodox forms of Judaism, which those parties strongly oppose. And in an attempt to delay the bill's final passage, opposition parties introduced a number of amendments, all of which were struck down, to extend debate about this nation-state bill. Now, some of those amendments expressed their clear disdain for the bill itself. Exempli gratiae, the left-wing Meretz party put forward an amendment to change the bill's name from Israel, the nation-state of the Jewish people, to Israel, for Orthodox Jews only. They were being facetious, of course. But far more importantly, and most tellingly, the amendment to add the language, "The state of Israel is Jewish and democratic," was also voted down by the coalition. Now, these delegitimizations of the Arab citizens of Israel was followed by attempts to generate fake history. During his speech to the Zionist Congress in 2015, Netanyahu claimed that my biological sire, Adolphus Hitler's genocide, was inspired by the Palestinian leader of Jerusalem at the time of World War II, Haj Amin al-Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. He claimed that Adolf Hitler converted to Islam, followed the Grand Mufti's commands to exterminate European Jewry. How could anyone swallow this shit? Netanyahu's remarks were criticized by prominent Holocaust scholars, and he was later pressured to correct himself. But the peak of one of Netanyahu's later hate campaigns was his call to put cameras in polling stations, doubting the integrity of Arab voters. Ironically, it was Netanyahu's insult that got more Arab citizens to finally vote. Even if Netanyahu loses the trial over bribery, he's already won. Delegitimization of the Arab minority is no longer limited to the extreme right wing. Netanyahu's rival, Avigdor Lieberman, who is now considered central-right, has refused to even sit in a chair randomly allocated to him in the parliament, as it was next to the head of the Arab Party. It would be like a white man saying, "I ain't sitting next to no goddamn nigger." A big part of the election impasse that paralyzed the state of Israel for so many months, in fact, 2 years, was but another product of the anti-minority hate. Netanyahu sticking with the extreme right-wing parties and preferring those allies over Gantz's offer to form a more central coalition. Netanyahu also rejected the idea of a rotation government in which he would be the second to serve. So quite a few cheers were heard in Tel Aviv-Yafo on eventide of the Thursday dated the 21st day in November of the year before yesteryear, when the indictment decision was first published. However, if Israel should ever want to recover from 20 years of anti-democratic pollution, they firstly have to acknowledge the fact that their environment is polluted with hate. They perforce be responsible for purifying their own society from anti-democratic tendencies. It will take us a long time, so the sooner they begin, the better. Because up until yesterday, the day before yesterday, if you're in the Atlantic time zone, Benjamin Netanyahu's official website referred to himself as Prime Minister of Israel. More than 2 weeks after being removed from office, former Prime Minister Netanyahu still finds it hard to believe he has been ousted and adapt to a changed reality. He's as delusional as Donald Trump, and his Likud party's Republican-type lawmakers still call him Prime Minister. And all parties of the Likud-led opposition have been instructed clearly to reject the legitimacy of the new government, just as Trump's Republicans reject Joe Biden and our democracy. To ignore the regime change on either side of the Atlantic. And they dub Prime Minister Naftali Bennett a con man. And the government he leads they call the greatest political fraud in the history of the state, just as Republicans say our democratic government today did not win. They act as if they still control the Knesset, refusing to accept the voters' verdict and the June 13th swearing in of the government that replaced theirs, effectively rendering them as hostile and insurgency on the shores of the Levant as the Republicans present in North America. Aside from all that, Netanyahu is having trouble bidding farewell to the power, authority, and most of all, the perks of office. His family continues to reside in the official prime minister's residence in Jerusalem, after Bennett agreed to delay his move there for a few weeks. Netanyahu is now trying to force the Likud to cover his private expenses, much like his years in government. He does not have a credit card. He only just now got a cell phone. He has not driven a car in ages. And he has no inkling of how ordinary Israelis manage their daily lives. Evidently, he sees no reason to adapt. Instead, he is running around the country, walking barefoot along the beach in the town of Bat Yam, where that lynching took place recently of a young Muslim man, drawing attention and posing for selfies, basking in the love of his many cultists who also continue to refer to him as prime minister, as Republicans call Donald Trump the president. As Jameson Reese says, he's a fucking Fred Flintstone, bare feet and all. This is one of the toughest hangovers in the annals of either Israel's or America's history. A change of government in the United States is far simpler, mind ye. The president boards the presidential helicopter or Air Force One, which flies him to civilian life, where he busies himself building the presidential library. In Israel, the former prime minister is now the leader of the Knesset opposition and is going nowhere. On the contrary, au contraire, he has an excess of energy. He is acting like a man possessed, hanging on to the remnants of his past glory and trying to fuel his popularity and his standing as a leader only temporarily out of office. It is all too obviously very hard to bring down a government in Israel, but the Bennett government will fall automatically if it fails to push through the state budget in the coming months, an unlikely outcome barring exceptional developments, I am happy to report. Still, even Netanyahu, his cultists, and his Knesset members will surely realize at some point that they are not returning to power anytime soon. After 12 years, the Likud is not used to political exile. It has become accustomed to guaranteed jobs, absolute power, and every perk imaginable. Most Knesset members of the Likud and its allied ultra-Orthodox parties have never served in the opposition bloc. They don't know what it's like to be the underdog. The only political reality they know is one of abundant funding. Endless slush funds based on taxpayer revenue, influence, and decision-making. They're in for a tough time. Netanyahu is trying to entertain hopes that the strange, complex unity government under Bennett and his alternate prime minister Yair Lapid, who is the Biden of Israel, will crash quickly. He is fighting it on all fronts. His prospects are non-existent, but Netanyahu never gives up. He is trying to drive a wedge between Bennett and the Biden administration this side of the Atlantic, which I should talk about at some point in the near future. I don't know enough about it just yet to provide you what I would consider professional analysis, but I'll get there. And Netanyahu has no qualms about clashing with the government, his own government, even on security-related matters so dear to his heart. That includes, for example, his refusal to approve the extension of a temporary order preventing family unification between non-Israeli Palestinians and Palestinian citizens of Israel. The Knesset has renewed the order annually since it was first adopted under the Likud in 2003 during the Second Palestinian Uprising, the Intifada. That order, which expires on the 6th of July, is designed to prevent mass migration of Palestinians from the West Bank into Israel itself and penetration by hostile elements and even terrorists. So you would think the man who says all Mexicans are rapists, the man who says all Palestinians are terrorists, would want to prevent that zombie horde from marching into his territory, but no. He's hoping they do, so he can blame the usurper government that took his place. The enemy at the gates that he's always peddled fear porn about will be his greatest ally in destroying his own nation so that he's not himself brought to justice by that nation state's laws. So that annual renewal request was presented to the Knesset by Netanyahu himself just days before he was replaced as prime minister, and now he and his Likud are doing all they can to prevent its Knesset approval. Ra'am, the Islamist faction that has become the first Arab political party to join an Israeli government, also opposes the measure for obvious reasons. Without its support, the coalition will require opposition votes to push it through. And Netanyahu is playing this drama for all it's worth. He is violating what has been a sacrosanct principle of Zionist opposition parties throughout the decades of providing the government with a safety net on issues of national security. But these days, Netanyahu cares more about his personal political security than Israel's national security, just as Trump cares more about his than America's. Netanyahu only wants one thing: to embarrass the Bennett-Lapid government, to prove his contention that it is anti-Zionist and dangerous to Israel, to undermine its foundations and turn its diverse components against each other. That is his sole objective. As of now, the opposition is mounting a determined campaign against every piece of proposed coalition legislation. The coalition's hairbreadth Knesset majority of one single vote, just as the Democrats have one single vote in the Senate, forces its Knesset and government members to spend long days and nights in the chamber, sometimes pulling all-nighters, as was the case on the night of June 28th through the 29th, to avoid losing votes to the opposition. It remains to be seen how long the Likud and its allies can keep up this frenetic pace of challenging the coalition at every turn. Bennett and Lapid, Israel's Biden, on the other hand, have decided to settle for low-key criticism of Netanyahu in order to present an image of calm and highlight the difference between their responsible government and Netanyahu's psychotic loss of inhibitions. They are presenting cool dignity and self-confidence, and for now it's going well for them. Netanyahu appears confused and clueless, a lot like Trump, rather than any confident national leader on short leave. Netanyahu is hanging on to a scintilla of hope regarding Defense Minister Benny Gantz, head of the Blue and White Party. It is no secret that Gantz is unhappy with the power-sharing deal between Bennett and Lapid. Bennett's Yamina party only has 6 Knesset seats out of 120, whereas Blue and White has 8. Netanyahu's envoys keep putting out feelers to see if he can be persuaded to jump ship and go back to his 2020 power-sharing deal with Netanyahu. This time, under the proposed arrangement, Gantz would go first and serve as prime minister for the first 3 years of that potential government's term, followed by 1 year for Netanyahu. Now, neither Gantz nor anyone else is likely to believe Netanyahu, who went back on all his previous political promises and burned all his bridges, cheating his partners, like Gantz at the time, and defrauding all those who trusted him over the years, as Trump has done with all his business deals. But Netanyahu keeps trying. Like Trump, he always does. Because neither man can afford to stop, because their resting place will be behind bars. How long Netanyahu's party's rank and file keep up their support is anyone's guess. As long as Netanyahu delivered and brought the Likud to power time after time, his hold was assured. But he has now distanced the party from the throne. The asset has become an encumbrance. Senior Likud members have successfully blocked his plan to hold swift primaries in order to lock his hold on the party's chair. They are organizing behind his back. He can no longer easily push all his whims through the Likud institutions. Chinks have appeared in his one-man personality cultic rule. The magic has dissipated. Barring a dramatic development fatally undermining the Bennett-Lapid government, Netanyahu's political future appears murkier than ever. And a la Trump, Netanyahu is out, but his legal woes aren't going anywhere. Now he faces a legal battle against the graft charges that came to dominate his final years in office. Although Netanyahu became Israel's longest-serving prime minister, 15 years in total, his alleged crimes carry potentially serious repercussions, including the possibility of years in prison. His assumption was that he must remain prime minister as long as the trial against him proceeded, so he would be able to stop or subvert it. Sound familiar? And as with Trump, of course, Bibi was and continues to be ready to take Israeli society to the edge of civil war to hold on to power, and, failing that and facing justice, take Israel itself over the edge. Which is why Israel is at a delicate moment and the process of forming a post-Netanyahu government is far from over. Before the fragile, incredibly ideologically diverse Change coalition that camest together to oust Netanyahu was even sworn in, which was not to be until the 14th day this month, Bibi and his political cult followers ruthlessly resorted to every trick in the book and out of the book to reverse the recent transition of power. Israel will remember Netanyahu for stopping at nothing to halt his corruption trial. So Israel is now in a zero-sum game in which the annexers face off against the Democrats seeking an end to the occupation. Only one will survive. An Israeli civil war is inevitable. On Israel's 72nd Independence Day, in the month of April preceding open conflict with Palestine on the Maytide, the public was already divided into two camps with no common ground. The annexation advocates want to perpetuate the occupation, annex the territories, deny the Palestinians who live there any equal civil rights, and strengthen the country's Jewish character at the expense of its democratic character. Their vision is apartheid, totalitarianism, and the God of the Old Testament. The Democrats seek an immediate end to the occupation. Ideologically, it is impossible to reconcile the two camps. Only one can triumph. Israel is now a zero-sum game. There'd be no point trying to prettify or obscure the situation. Since the annexation champions wielded greater political power till now, Israel was steadily heading toward becoming a binational state, in which the Palestinians in the territories live under an apartheid regime, And the Jews who wish to grant them full equal rights have been persecuted, silenced, marked as traitors. On its 72nd Independence Day, Israel was already along on a path to inevitable civil war. When a society is so riven between two conflicting ideas, the moment will come when the rival camps' loyalty to their guiding ideas exceeds their loyalty to the state, whose reason for being is crumbling. Today, the annexers and Democrats of Israel are only making each the other miserable. They cannot get along. If only they could separate, which is why I've recommended a North and South Israel, as in the biblical days of Israel and Judea. Right now, as it is, the annexers so shout to the Democrats, "Go to Berlin!" They truly say that, because United Germany is Jew-friendly. A minority do go. Some return, but the majority remain, and all have agreed they're better off in Germany than they ever were in Israel. The civil war between the Jewish state and the state of all its citizens is an iceberg that will scupper Israeli society. Ultimately, in the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces as well, the annexers and Democrats will not be able to coexist, to wear the same uniforms and salute the same symbols. It's already clear that Sergeant Elor Azaria, convicted of manslaughter for shooting a wounded Palestinian assailant in Hebron last year, well, maybe 2 or 3 years ago by now, and IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Gadi Eisenkot, they didn't serve in the same army. And Democrats and reactionaries in Israel don't serve in the same army today. One day, Palestinians, the Palestinians who are subject to an apartheid regime in the annexed territories, will revolt. And the Jewish Democrats will revolt with them, in the name of democratic ideas that are more important than obeisance to immoral laws in a country that has turned its back on democracy itself. This is the civil war that awaits Israelis in this bleak future, and it is inevitable because the revolt is unavoidable. Revolt by those trampled under the boot of occupation is always inevitable. In South Africa, the Afrikaners' survival instincts made them grant full rights to the blacks just before civil war erupted. Maybe the same will happen in Israel too. One can hope. Maybe the weak, indifferent Israeli majority will wake up when it finds its head under the guillotine blade. But this moment may have already passed, because the masses, blindly following the annexation champions, quickly dismissed the deathbed warnings of the late Mossad head, Meir Dagan, as the gibberish of a child who'd fallen under the spell of treacherous leftism. This last Yom Ha'atzmaut was not a happy Independence Day. The question is no longer whether their children will have to serve in the army when they grow up, but which one they will have to serve in after the Civil War erupts. The one defending annexation and occupation and apartheid, or the one fighting for equal rights for all residents and citizens of Israel? The army of the Jewish state, or the army of the state of all its citizens? And if this scenario I deliver sounds like a provocation that is detached from reality, you need to understand you are living in denial and your reality barometer is faulty. Israel is pursuing annexation, and annexation cannot end otherwise. The Palestinians will not accept Jordanian citizenship. The Democrats will not decamp to Berlin. And the annexers won't stop annexing, silencing criticism, weakening the Supreme Court, and strengthening religion. A sad high holidays it was. In light of our own Independence Day weekend approaching, does that sound familiar? In many ways, the unlikely coalition that had to come together in Israel to try to unseat Bibi is Israel's equivalent of Bidenism, a movement of people who believe that society has to repair its torn political fabric, back away from the brink, and restore respect for institutions and for one another. The Israeli version of Bidenism should be called Lapidism, after Yair Lapid, that former television host and founder of the centrist Yesh Atid party. He is the Israeli political leader who, more than anyone else, sublimated his ego to put together this coalition, in which he will now rotate being prime minister with his left-wing rival and now partner, Naftali Bennett, who himself is a pro-settlements religious neo-nationalist. Lapid is even letting Bennett assume the top leadership post, first to cement his support, even though Bennett's party is much smaller. Lapid has been all about downplaying ideology, pragmatically doing what works, and restoring the health of Israel's democratic institutions so badly stressed in the Bibi era. But a few weeks agone, when Israel's president granted Lapid a chance to try to form a government, Lapid declared that we've had enough of anger and hate, and that his goal was to start something different. Well, Lapid and his right-wing and left-wing coalition allies are now certainly on track to doing just that. The new coalition will govern with the slimmest majorities, commanding 61 of Parliament's 120 seats, a majority of one, and runs the gamut of Israeli politics, secular and religious factions, hawks and doves, free marketeers and social democrats, and an Arab party for the first time in Israeli history. Survival itself could prove a challenge, given the conflicting ideologies. At the same time, how do I put this? The alliance coalesced round a desire to oust Netanyahu, who's still standing trial on corruption charges, and that might prove to be the glue that holds it together to block any comeback bid Bibi might yet make. To contextualize, recall that but yestermenses, Israel was on the verge of a Hamas-abetted civil war. Not something I'm even predicting, but something that came to pass. Here's where I'm going to have to start getting technical, people. Amid the barrages of Hamas and Islamic Jihad rockets, and as young Arab citizens of Israel engaged in riots across the country, Muslim and Jewish medical personnel at the Rambam Health Center, the Rambam Healthcare Center in Haifa, issued a message of unity. And in an uplifting, multilingual tweet, on the eventide of Wednesday as dated the 12th day in May, the doctors and nurses of the hospital posted a photo collage in which they are seen standing side by side, holding up pieces of paper, spelling out the Hebrew sentences, "We overcame the coronavirus. We will all come together again now." Some members of the team, in scrubs and surgical masks, with stethoscopes around their necks, are bearing signs with drawings of hearts accompanied by the word peace in Arabic. And this uplifting social media post was both welcome and also jarring. On the one hand, it served as a reminder of the dedication of Israel's doctors and nurses of all ethnic and religious backgrounds to saving lives for months on end during the pandemic. On the other, it constituted a stark contrast to the scenes of anti-Jewish rampages taking place in Jerusalem itself, in Lod, in Acre, Jaffa, and Haifa, and retaliation by vigilantes out for vengeance against Arabs in Bat Yam, Tiberias, and elsewhere. The brewing of what was coming to resemble an actual Israeli civil war, as with the missiles from Gaza itself, could be attributed directly to Hamas, the terrorist organization that rules the Gaza Strip, and to Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. The spike in these internecine clashes began during the weeks leading up to Islam's holy month of Ramadan and Jerusalem Day, the anniversary of the unification of the city after the 1967 Six-Day War. But the real reason that Abbas stepped up his incitement campaign against Israel and the Jews was the looming Palestinian legislative elections, from which he rightly feared that Hamas was going to emerge victorious. Never mind that he never intended to go through with the elections, the first since 2006, which were slated for the end of May. The charade was simply a ploy to pull the wool over the eyes of the new administration in Washington, District of Columbia, which Mahmoud Abbas knew would be more receptive to his machinations than its predecessor, the Judeo-cult worshipper Donald Trump, the best president Israel ever had. So, reverting to his usual blood libels, Mahmoud Abbas riled up the Arab residents of East Jerusalem by claiming that Israel was trying to take over Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount. It's his go-to lie whenever he be in trouble. And this time was no exception. Or to reiterate, it's his go-to lie whenever he needs to spark an uprising in order to keep himself in power in Ramallah. In this latest instance, Mahmoud Abbas's motives were clear: to save face with his disgruntled people by proving to them that he's just as radical as Hamas, and to blame Israel for his indefinitely postponing the vote. Now, Hamas reacted to the riots in Jerusalem by launching missiles from Gaza, including into the Israeli capital that the Palestinians claim as their own. To Abbas's dismay, the so-called protesters, whom he'd incentivized to clash with the Israel police, waved Hamas flags while singing that group's praises. That Israel got caught in the literal and figurative Fatah-Hamas crossfire is neither new nor surprising, but the latest escalation had an added element that nobody seemed to have predicted. Hamas not only upstaged Abbas by hijacking the protests that he sparked, it also managed to garner the enthusiastic support of hundreds of Arab Israelis. Though this isn't the first time that the latter have turned on the country of their citizenship in favor of the Palestinians, similar Arab riots took place at the start of the Second Intifada in the year 2000, Anno Domini. It was totally unexpected for a number of reasons, among them the very Arab-Jewish cooperation highlighted on Twitter by the Rambam staff. Another was the split, ahead of the March 23rd Knesset elections, of the Israeli Arab Ra'am party, known as the United Arab List in the English, from the Joint List. Ra'am, headed by Deputy Knesset Speaker M.K. Mansour Abbas, broke away from the Arab bloc to run on a refreshing platform. Rather than spending all its political capital on attacking Israel on behalf of the Palestinians, Ra'am announced that it would focus on improving the lives of its constituents. One would think that this goal was self-evident. Like every sector of Israel's diverse populace, Arab communities have problems and needs specific to themselves. Sadly, however, Arab politicians have been far more concerned with bashing their country than serving their voters. The Joint List even opposed the Abraham Accords, the peace deals that Israel signed with the United Arab Emirate and Bahrain, and later other Muslim-majority states, on the grounds that they did not include the Palestinians. Abbas, and here I'm referring to Mansour Abbas, of Israel, or Israel's Arabs, not Mahmoud Abbas, of Palestine. Mansour Abbas, of Israel's Arabs, aimed to shift the entire paradigm. To have a shot at doing so, he acknowledged during his campaign that he would need to forge an alliance with, not battle, the ruling Zionist coalition. His about-face caused a major stir among Arabs and Jews alike, particularly when he displayed public affection for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during a meeting in November of, yesteryear, of the Knesset Committee on Violence in the Arab Sector, which Abbas himself heads. After all, the Ra'am leader is deputy chairman of the southern branch of the Islamic movement and author of its charter. As his detractors on the right point out, he is more ideologically aligned with the Muslim Brotherhood and its offshoot Hamas than with any establishment Israeli party. Still, early yestermenses last month, as Netanyahu was attempting to cobble together a coalition, possibly with the backing of Ra'am's 4 seats, Abbas gave a historic and conciliatory press conference in the Hebrew language, and quoting a verse from the Quran that refers to the opportunity for a shared life in the holy and blessed land for the followers of the 3 religions and both peoples, he said, "Now is the time for change." And though his entire speech was mind-blowing, both for its outreach to the Israeli public and for not mentioning the Palestinians, critics noted the Islamic movement's green flags in the background. Others hailed the words and tone of the address, considering it sufficient justification for Netanyahu to negotiate with Ra'am as a potential partner in the process of forming the next government. The latter's optimism was marred when it transpired that Abbas had expressed a very different sentiment in Arabic a few days earlier, in which he said, "We humbly stand before our people and Arab-Palestinian society. We bow our heads in honor and glory of this precious society, which has lived the Nakba, the catastrophe, the Palestinian Holocaust of Israel's establishment in 1948. Himself going on to say, clung to this land and preserved its identity. In other words, the Palestinians who lived through the Nakba, which is the same term the Jews use for their Holocaust, only they say Hashoah. Now, Netanyahu, in any case, was completely unsuccessful in creating any coalition, as the religious Zionist party leader Bezalel Smotrich nixed Ra'am as a partner in the immediate sense, reflexively reacting with revulsion. And without Smotrich's support, Netanyahu would have had an even fewer number of mandates in his camp. Which brings us to Operation Guardian of the Walls, Israel's latest campaign against Hamas in Gaza. One of Smotric's arguments against joining forces with Ra'am in any constellation was that the Islamist Party would never approve IDF actions in Gaza. The so-called Change Camp, made up of a motley array of parties whose only shared policy was ousting Netanyahu, in which they succeeded, did not have a problem turning to Ra'am and or the Joint List for backing. Lo and behold, however, just as Yesh Atid leader Yair Lapid was supposedly on the verge a few weeks agone, yestermenses, last month, of forming what has become the next government. At that time, ahead of his June 2nd deadline, all hell broke loose, courtesy of Fatah and Hamas, the two rival parties, the Democrats and Republicans, if you will, of the Gaza Strip. And suddenly, Ra'am suspended all negotiations until further notice. Clearly, Abbas wanted to wait and see how Israel would handle the Arab violence at home and Hamas's rocket blitz from Gaza. He might also have been anticipating further escalation on May 15th, designated by arch-terrorist Yasser Arafat in 1998 as Nakba Day for Palestinians and those who identify with them, to officially mourn the creation and existence of the State of Israel. This is speculation on my part, of course, as his silence up until, well, Thursday morning, as dated the Ides of May, has been as deafening as the sound of missiles landing or being intercepted by the Iron Dome defense system. Indeed, the so-called Israeli kingmaker did not utter a syllable about shared life in the Holy Land, nor did he condemn Hamas since the start of those deadly hostilities. Instead, he told Army Radio in an interview that he's not giving up on future cooperation and that these incidents illustrate the need for true partnership, which was not exactly any clear denunciation of either the riots or the rockets. He and the rest of the Arabs in the Knesset did well not only to serve their public, but to emulate those of its members, like the numerous health professionals battling COVID for the past 14 months, well, 15, 16 by now, who seek to heal Israeli society rather than destroy it. And emulate them? He did! For so intense was the desire of the anti-Bibi coalition to oust Netanyahu that it broke the biggest political taboo in Israeli political history, being willing to serve in a national unity coalition with an Israeli Arab Islamist party whose 4 seats in the parliament were essential to produce this new ruling majority. As Israeli media noted in the opening week of this month, Mansour Abbas, the leader of the Israeli Arab Ra'am Party, again known as the United Arab List in the English language, to quote Israeli media, made Israeli political history by signing an agreement that will, for the first time, see an Arab party join an Israeli government. He told reporters that he, Mansour Abbas, Lapid, and Bennett reached a critical mass of agreements in various areas that serve the interests of Arab society. This is amazing. Abbas's view is that it is high time for Israeli Arabs to play the game of Israeli politics the same way the other big non-Zionist political bloc in Israel, the Jewish ultra-Orthodox parties, plays that game. And it plays by using its swing votes to extract as many budgetary resources as possible for its community. Ynet News reported that Bennett and Lapid had promised Ra'am significant new money to tackle the rampant violence and organized crime in Arab society, and to repair crumbling infrastructure in Arab towns and villages over the next 10 years. Reality check here. One thing I have learned from 4 decades of observing Southwest Asia, what Americans call the Middle East, is that the 8 most dangerous words to ever put into an analysis after some big event are, "The world will never be the same again." But it is not hard to be wowed by the unprecedented picture of Mansour Abbas, Lapid, and religio-nationalist Bennett sitting around a little table on Wednesday, as dated the 2nd day in June of this 2021st year in our Lord, cobbling together the coalition agreement and smiling for the cameras. Haaretz's Anshel Feather so wrote, "'Twas a historic picture captured in a hotel room by an aide of Mansour Abbas himself, the key moment when the majority for a government that may replace Benjamin Netanyahu, though still not for sure at that time, was achieved." But he added, "Let us not forget that the man who made it all possible wasn't there. Netanyahu created this moment." Yay. So, yes, the primary cement of this coalition is indeed opposition to Netanyahu. Alas, however, I have also learned that in Levantine politics, most big breakthroughs actually happen when you get the big players to do the right things for all the wrong reasons. If you wait for everyone to do the right things for the right reasons, you wait forever. Many left-wing commentators denounced the recent normalization of relations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, engineered by the Trump misadministration, because the deal was greased with American arms sales to the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, of the crucial Gulf states, what you used to call the crucial sheikdoms. Arms for the Arabs to make peace with Israel. Hey, to make peace with the Jews, let's give them more guns and planes. And, oh my God, I've just been tagged in something. Let me check it out. This is from Sammy Romero, so I'm sure it's cool. Let me go to the notification and put it onto my page. And adding that to profile. And after that, noticing that we got tagged by Daryl Neely quite a number of times. And Robert Campbell with his humor. Okay, this is me looking through the chat room and now looking back on my timeline. Now, I just allowed Sammy Romero's post to publish. There it goes. Okay, so it says, LA neighborhood rocked by explosion after police seize 5,000 pounds of illegal fireworks. And Sammy Romero says, we officially have the stupidest police department. Shaking my head. Oh my fucking God. Jameson, can you come on for a second? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, can you look at this on my timeline and see what is this? What happened here? It's the top post on my timeline right now. So if you go to Sora AOI, they say this is live. So this is apparently going on right now. This looks like Beirut. This looks like the Israeli-Palestinian war here in Los Angeles, California. Maybe you could tell me what exactly is going on. I mean, we had so much fun the other night with Penny Bradley with us when we were talking about the guy eating shit out of the diapers. And we never really got to understand really the meaning behind that story or what the fuck was going on. I'm still wondering about so much of that.
Yeah, I'm still scratching my head. I don't think they're going to find any living bodies, though. As for this one, earlier in the day, the Los Angeles Police Department seized 5,000 pounds of illegal fireworks from a home. And this was apparently after The explosion apparently happened after,
Oh my God. What did they
and
do? Light
then
up a cigarette? What?
a bomb squad truck was destroyed from the blast, and first responders at the scene were treating injured residents.
Oh my
Wow.
fucking God.
Interesting. It's like I said, this year is going to be more intense than last year was, and then the year after this year is going to be more intense than this year was. It's just going to keep going. We're stuck in a positive feedback loop that's going to keep continuing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I mean, we're in for every day is going to be like a freaking movie. I just saw footage of a what do you call it? A diesel truck, a fuel truck that exploded in Brazil, and like a bunch of freaking idiots, everyone's like running around to try to take pictures with their phone, and people are getting like in the shock. People are like in the shock wave of the blast.
Didn't you notice that was going on in Africa, and you brought that up, right? Remember there was some
Yeah. It's just like the people are just so glued to recording stuff with their technology that personal safety means nothing. Never mind the fumes from an oil truck that exploded. And this thing exploded. It went up. I mean, it threw debris all over the place. Never mind those fumes that got to be hazardous to breathe in, and will probably cause like lung damage
That's
in the
incredible.
long run.
I mean, that's
It's
awful. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, humanity seems to have lost as we sort of moved from the bicameral mind. We seem to have lost that survival instinct in at least half of the population, if
Yeah.
not more.
Yeah.
And the more glued to the technology they are, the less survival instinct they have.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. By the way, K. Majlaton in the chat room says, thanks, DDD. Love most from the other coast. Palestine forever. And I appreciate that. And hopefully people understand what I'm presenting, provide some context for what's been happening. I'll get deeper into that now. And thank you, Jameson Reese, for presenting that to us. Is the story that short, or is there more to report? Does anyone have any idea how these fireworks went off once the police had them in their hands?
I guess it seems that they were investigating, and that's when it went off. Apparently, I was wrong at the timing. LAPD says at least 5,000 pounds of fireworks and other homemade explosives were stored in a home, which is located in a residential neighborhood near an elementary school. Oh joy!
Shit!
That's just a good thing. A bomb squad was called to the scene to secure and remove dozens of boxes filled with fireworks, which were set to be hauled away and destroyed with the help of Cal Fire. Other fireworks and home explosives were planned to be destroyed on site. The bomb squad truck carrying illegal fireworks exploded at a South Los Angeles neighborhood, blowing out windows of nearby homes and damaging cars. And I guess they had decided they would destroy it on scene. Okay, so that's what happened.
Oh, by
Yeah, they
lighting it
said-
up? What the fuck? This is crazy. I've seen
Yeah,
horrible
well,
things with fireworks, by the way. I know that you kind of look up these gore, this kind of gorno or gore porn.
Yeah, fireworks are horrible. I mean, sometimes they could be as bad as a hand grenade.
Oh yeah. Don't anyone doubt it.
I mean, just blast, and people seem to underestimate how fast these things explode.
Oh God, yeah. Don't. I mean, yeah.
In their minds, they seem to think it's just going to go boom. Instead, it's just like, and that's it.
Yeah, they're crazy. They have no idea these are explosives. These are fucking explosives, and they need to be treated as such.
They don't realize explosions occur faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah,
That's why they're called explosions.
I have a couple of security photographs taken from back in the day when I was working contract on security enforcement. There's some horrific photographs. One of some poor dumb son of a bitch who was given an exploding cigar that had been modified Now, when you have a exploding cigar, you can feel it. Most of the time, you can tell this is not a normal cigar. It's too heavy. And but he went along with the joke, and the remains, of course, were horrific. The situation was, of course, he was still alive, and his lower jaw was blown off.
Oh,
He
nice,
ultimately
nice. You
died.
gotta show me. You gotta show me these pictures at some point.
And
I am more than interested in seeing, some of the more gruesome things
I'll have to dig them
of your
up.
collection.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll have to dig them up. Yeah, there's some stuff now. I have to find out where I put it. One of them was is some genuine footage of the Walking Dead, meaning men who were technically dead and still walking, and we had them in California, just infected with maggots, crawling with maggots. But it's something people don't ever let anyone tell you the dead don't walk. There's a whole story behind that. We were on contract with the medical facilities at Stanford, and they sent us out like a SWAT team to pick these people up and carry them back to Stanford for analysis. And this was contracted in turn through Stanford was contracted through the Department of Defense. This was after I had stopped working with the Department of Defense and was working private security. So the footage I took of that, I published it on on Facebook years ago.
I
But I'll,
remember, I remember, I
do you?
remember
You
it.
do you really? Oh God, were you following me for that
Yes.
long? You remember that?
Yeah, I was following you for years, man. I was following you since 2016.
Okay, long time. You're right.
So
So you saw that. You saw that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's at this point, I guess I'm guessing just about anything we could find in a horror movie in sci-fi horror, the Department of Defense has done at some point.
Yeah.
And I honestly, when I see those movies on sci-fi, I kind of like I chuckle as to how they're presented, but I kind of think in the back of my head they probably did some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like,
No, you're right. You're right.
they would have probably done it.
And I think most people, I think most people share your perspective. I think most people understand that. By the way, I'm going to take a break now. Let me grab myself some refreshment. I'm going to talk about geopolitics in a broader regional sense for a little bit. Take a divergent there since we brought up, or I brought up the arms sales to the Arab world to ensure the peace with the Israelis. Which is ironic, but at the same time, the only way it would have worked because these people, unknown to most Americans, are all at war. They're with, of course, Yemen. Most people by now should know there's been a horrible war in Yemen, and maybe you can talk a little bit about that. Or whatever comes to your mind, because we haven't heard about Yemen in a long while because it's been scrubbed from the news, and of course we've got Afghanistan with. They are abandoning Afghanistan now. All of this is just we're in interesting times, as the Chinese would say, meaning that we're in times of rapid change and danger, and of course I'll let you go on with that thesis about what you were talking about, this kind of positive feedback loop, while I grab some refreshment. I'm
Oh
going to
yeah,
go mute.
yeah. Well, yeah, what I would say is that as a system pushes towards a certain direction, there's less negative feedback, meaning there's less things that will balance it, or less forces that will counter and offset it. And I think we've passed a certain point where things are just going to push towards an inevitable what can I say? It's just going to be the surface of the planet is going to be unlivable. Storms are not going to be like hurricanes and tornadoes. We're probably going to see something that's more like superstorms that you would see on other planets and shit. I mean, yeah, Douglas went into this years ago about how someone had written a book that was a model for the Department of Defense about what the surface of the earth would eventually come to look like, and we're seeing it unfold. What I do have about Yemen is the Saudis are this is according to Al Jazeera. Saudis are grappling with Yemen peace deal. Um, all right. Oman, long perceived as a neutral party in the Middle East, has spent the past few weeks attempting to get Saudi Arabia and Yemen's Houthi rebels to the negotiating table. The aim is ambitious to end a war in Yemen, or at least Riyadh's involvement in it, which began March 2015 in support of the Yemeni government. If reports are to be believed, the mediators may be close to success, and Saudi and Iran-allied Houthis are thrashing out terms for a peace deal. Yet despite Al-Mani attempts, that may be wishful thinking. I tend to think that it probably is wishful thinking and that it's not going to go away. The good news is that there is a clear more focus on direct negotiations with the Houthi leadership in Sana'a. Peter Salisbury, the International Crisis Group senior Yemen analyst, told Al Jazeera. The bad news is that this hasn't yet closed the gap between the Houthis and Saudi positions. Until that happens, we won't see much movement. Otherwise, they're still going to be killing the shit out of each other, which is more or less to be expected at that. It's sad when it's normalized. It really is. After that, we will discuss a comprehensive ceasefire, which should be a halt of hostilities, not a fragile truce, and that would include the exit of foreign powers from Yemen to facilitate political negotiations. Mohammed Abdulassam, the Houthi spokesman, told Reuters news agency on June 21st. Now, this article is the latest I was able to find so far. Those terms are difficult for the Saudis to accept, and yet despite 6 years of a costly war that have brought little success, which is not costly to the Saudis because they have most of the world's freaking money anyway, Riyadh is unlikely to be willing to abandon Yemen with few guarantees over its own security, and with an ally of its greatest regional adversary, Iran, entrenched on its southern border. Until now, the Saudis have wanted ironclad guarantees on border security and Iranian influence in Yemen, and have wanted to have an ally to play an influential role in politics going forward, said Salisbury. Basically, Yemen is at a strategic point that the Saudis want because they probably don't want the Iranians to get it because they fear they'll be locked in conflict. So it's like advance on your enemy first before they advance on you, and to advance on their enemies, they have to take Yemen or have some kind of agreement with Yemen and ensure that Yemen doesn't have any agreements already with Iran. Yeah, it's really messy. I don't see it really going anywhere, but I'm just someone who's become cynical from years of knowing human nature. That position may have to be moderated a bit, but ending the war will only say a deal on the border and nothing else would be a bitter pill to swallow. For their part, Houthis believe the balance of power has shifted and they have had the upper hand militarily. The rebel group, which continues to hold the vast majority of Yemen's heavily populated northern and central highlands. Oh my God, there's so many freaking pop-ups. It's just making this thing impossible to read. Feel they can dictate the terms and timing of any peace agreement. The Houthis are on the front foot military on the ground in Yemen and are continuing their attempts to take Marib, the last government stronghold in the country's north. Their military capabilities are also intensifying with missile and drone attacks on Saudi territory, increasing in range. Okay, so apparently there are many forces fighting in Yemen. The Houthis are apparently fighting the Saudi military, and the Saudis want to cut a deal with them. and this doesn't seem to be halting any sorties. This includes drone attacks, missile attacks, and hitting large Saudi population centers, including Riyadh and Jeddah. International efforts to end fighting in Yemen and reduce humanitarian suffering for millions of people in what the UN has called the world's worst humanitarian crisis have stepped up this year. I don't even want to hazard what it would look like on the ground there. The renewed vigor following the arrival of the new Biden administration in January in the United States. The government immediately indicated the U.S.'s Yemen policy would differ at least slightly from that of the Trump administration. The war in Yemen must end, President Joe Biden said in his first notable foreign policy speech in February, which also announced the U.S. would stop supporting offensive operations in Yemen, which I didn't even know was going on, in support of the Saudi Arabian-led coalition. Okay, well, there you go. Taxpayer money, folks, is going to just exterminate people who we have no business exterminating, which America has done since day one anyway. If anything, we've proven the world that we're really good at killing people. The U.S. already also quickly removed the Houthis from the State Department's foreign terrorist organization list and have appointed a special envoy to Yemen. While firmly emphasizing the U.S.'s continued support for Saudi Arabia and the Yemeni government, the envoy, Tim Linderking, has also recently called the Houthis a legitimate actor. My experience from the Houthis is that they have spoken about a commitment towards peace in Yemen, and I think there are certain elements within the leadership that favor that, Linderking said last week. But the gaping differences between the Houthis and their adversaries, in particular the Yemeni government and other forces arrayed against them, shows a few signs of disappearing, as I pretty much surmised. And even if the Saudis do withdraw, the war is likely to continue in some capacity on the ground and possibly escalate further if a loose anti-Houthi coalition held together by the Saudis fall apart. The anti-Houthi side believes the rebel group cannot be trusted and point to past agreements as evidence. The experience we've seen in front of our eyes is Odeda, said Bara Shiban, a former member of Yemen's National Dialogue Conference, in reference to a deal that ended a coalition push for the largely Houthi-held Red Sea port city in December 2018. By the way, I need some more caffeine. For Yemenis, this is a terrible model, Shiban told Al Jazeera. You have a 6-kilometer road, and there have been negotiations for 3 years just to remove landmines and barricades, and they haven't been able to do that. Yeah, good luck removing landmines and not blowing up in the process. If you can't do that at such a small scale, how are you going to do it on a bigger scale across the country? It's not realistic or sustainable, Shiban added. Maybe something will be signed, but everyone will be waiting with their fingers on the trigger for it to explode again. Now, this, of course, is some of the news. Houthi missile attack kills at least 17 in Yemen's Marib. Government blames Houthis for attack on petrol station, as the group says it only struck a military camp and welcomes investigation into civilian casualties. Yeah, most rebellion forces don't give a fuck about civilians who are caught in the crossfire, since they've taken up their cause and they believe that their cause outweighs, any potential casualties. And all's fair game in war. And the first to die, sadly, are women and children instead of the pieces of shit males who deserve to be wiped off this freaking planet and can't disappear fast enough. A good chunk of 75% of the holders of the Y chromosome reduced, not including those of you who are our audience, because we love you folks in the audience, would be desirable, to say the least. But that's just my personal perspective. At least 17 people, including a 5-year-old girl, have been killed after a ballistic missile targeted the Yemeni city of Marib in an attack the government blamed on the rebels. The missile hit the petrol station in the Rodha neighborhood, said Ali Al-Galouzi, the provincial governor's press secretary. Information Minister Moammar Al-Arani said the attack on Sunday wounded at least 5 others, and all casualties were civilians. He said the attack amounted to a war crime. Yeah, I think a lot of times these guys just want to, prove that their balls hang low by killing people just to kill people. And claiming, oh yeah, it's war. We thought it was a military target. Yeah. And this is all sides. This is just what males seem to do. They're just fucking retarded.
Yeah, this all happened recently, today, or what was going on with this?
This is wow. This is actually as of June 6th. So I mean, that's the last they speak of any attack. I'm sure there's attacks every day where people are dropping dead left and right. I think they would be overwhelmed if they tried to report everything. But
that's right.
In the very least, there is an attempt for the Saudis to try to create some kind of peace deal with the Houthis, which, as they admitted in the article, probably is not going to cause any ceasefire between them killing one another or killing people who have nothing to do with the war whatsoever, which are most of the people who die in any war anyway, because that's just the kind of beast that it is.
Yeah, and I really thank you for bringing that up. Give me just a few seconds here to finish this oat bran muffin, and I'll get back into it. But I really appreciate you checking that up. It shows that the war is still ongoing in Yemen, and as you said, there may be hopes for peace, especially with Biden in power now. Thank God, because Trump would just let that shit roll on. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you.
I mean, in fact, we were actually in it. We had forces in there who were attacking and killing people as well in Yemen.
Disgusting.
Under Trump.
That's right.
And under Biden, that was pulled out.
Yeah.
And I'm fairly certain whatever American troops there weren't really discriminating against who they targeted.
I agree.
Because why would they?
Yeah. I mean, they wouldn't. Well, they're too fucking ignorant to know which side is which. These are these are guys half the time they're just remote controlling drones. Go on.
Yeah, and they're probably racist pieces of shit who are like, "They're towel heads to me. I don't give a shit."
You know what that reminds me of? I'm sorry, I'm going to chew while I say this. Derek Talley, when our girl, our lady, Selena Khan, was speaking to him one time, and she was asking him why he wasn't reporting Richard K. Cole Jr. when that scumbag had published photographs of his child relations, his nieces and nephews and shit. And they're, we're talking about very young people that Richard K. Cole Jr. was trying to pornographize. And Derek Talley said, well, I'm not threatened. I don't feel threatened. I mean, and here he is, trying to promote himself as some kind of like guy who cares. And it was just, it reminds me of, he's the one who used the military analogy. He's the one who said, you're like a general, Douglas Dietrich, and we're taking your orders and shit. I mean, this is like I said, that would be like somebody at the artillery battery, and I give the order to fire. And he says, well, I'm not threatened. The enemy's not in my sight, so why should I fire? Of course, artillery being a long-range weapon, you're not going to see the enemy.
He really is that. Those really are words spoken of someone who's still under that control.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
mean, you're not in the service, dude. You're not in the fucking Marines. You spent the last few years driving a freaking truck as you have a new identity.
Well, he was a truck driver
Fuck.
for decades, whereas he was in the Marines for less than a full term of service. He wasn't even in the Marines for the full 5 fucking years, and he spent far more time than that driving his truck. I don't mind the military analogy, but he obviously wasn't following through with it. In other words, it was totally meaningless and just so much shit. And if he says he didn't feel threatened, that's because he's on their side. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, and it also shows how little he cares for them, the ones
For,
he's
for his
supposed to be
own
protecting.
relations, you mean? For his own,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, for his own relations. So I mean, yeah, it's the typical mindset of most of these guys who join the service.
True.
They're just that side of dumb. I mean,
Yes.
when you do meet smart people in the service, they're really smart, and it's real, and it stands out because when you meet smart people in the service, it definitely stands out because that's just not the majority of people you're going to meet.
So true. And
This is and I can only speak about the Air Force. I even spoke with some of the guys who were Marines, and I met like maybe one or two who seemed pretty cool, and the other few who I did speak to were like extremely antisocial. Where like I would be surprised if they weren't arrested for killing their girlfriends if they ever were able to get any.
I hear you. I hear you. It's,
I mean, it's just yeah. This is the reason why not having a draft is really not having a ordered draft is just that damaging.
Thank you. Thank you. We need universal suffrage is the term for it, where everyone serves unless, of course, there are conscientious objector. And then, of course, you'd be forced into service some other way. I would say that some kind of civil
Community service
Yes, thank
or
you.
civil service,
Yeah, community
mean,
service. Thank you.
The whole point is to have everyone serving the nation and build a sense of community.
Thank you.
If there's a sense of community, you're not going to have elites getting away with shit that they get away with here and now. So for someone to say, I voted Republican because the elites are destroying shit. Dude, you voted for the very people who are destroying shit.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, how intelligent is that? How well did it take for you to think that out?
They didn't.
I mean,
They didn't.
exactly. And well, this is the problem with this country. I can see why some people say I don't give a fuck about politics anyway because everyone's corrupt. Yeah, everyone's corrupt. But the point is, if you choose who's least corrupt, then at least the person who's more corrupt doesn't get in office. Don't look at it as taking a side. Look at it as preventing the worst evil from popping up.
Thank you. Yeah, so true. And honestly, this is just.
I mean, hell, you think honestly I give a fuck about Biden? No, I don't. I only follow the guy to get news for this show. But outside of that, in my day-to-day life, I don't even give a fuck about the guy or anything. The only reason why I voted for him was to get Trump out.
Yes. It's like everybody getting together as they did in Israel to get Netanyahu out. Honestly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fairly certain they don't. I'm fairly certain they don't think that the replacement. What's his name? Oh my God!
Bennett, you're talking about the current prime minister, right?
Yeah, Bennett. Yeah. I'm sure they're not all thinking, oh, Bennett's going to be so great for us. No, I'm sure they're pretty much just like, no, Netanyahu's that bad. That motherfucker's got to go.
That's what it is. And hopefully people listening to me understand that with all the details I've provided. I mean, I'm hoping you yourself were shocked when I'm describing their racial law that the Jews put into effect, where, I mean...
Yeah, that's just horrible. I mean, it's like, yeah, so why the fuck would anyone want to go to Israel?
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, I can totally see a group of progressive Americans, or even a group of rational Americans, saying, "I want to take a trip to Israel and support and take a vacation in Israel." It's like, are you fucking out of your mind?
Thank you. Really, it's like people going to Russia. Well, it's not that bad, but at least the weather's more enjoyable. And they have ski resorts in the desert, which you can't beat that. I mean, but aside from that, it is yeah, you've got to ask yourself, you know what? This one Jewish woman, she was the girl who the young lady, not that young, but she was. Remember, I told you when the judge awarded me the Social Security disability insurance, he said first I had to undergo a year under supervision of some other responsible adult. And so this person was called the representative payee. And when I was talking to my psychiatrist about that, Dr. Tao Tran, the woman who is so shockingly scarred by napalm, that lady was in all innocence. She was saying, oh, you know, there's these homeless places where shelters, homeless shelters where they could take on that responsibility. She was just suggesting that. And I found out, oh, that's the worst place to go because, you know, I found out from Beaver because his girlfriend worked with drug rehabilitation and worked with places like that. And that would have been a dead end because they keep the check and they only allot you what they feel is what you need. And in order to get that away from them, you have to declare yourself a full and competent adult, and then you're out of the program, right? And so it's like a death knell. So I had to find someone who had paid taxes all their lives, which my gang brother Beaver didn't. He never paid taxes a day in his life because he's gangsta. And so I found Esther Fishman, who is the little Jewish lady. And Esther Fishman had worked in the bookstore that I frequented quite a bit. So I got to know her very well. And Esther Fishman had a husband and a daughter. And she had paid taxes all her life because she had worked all her life. And so here you have this Jewish lady. And she was telling me she had a Jewish friend who was very dark-skinned, as, you know, Semitic peoples can be. And she went to Israel. And bigger and shit, they treated her as a terrorist because she was dark-skinned. They drew her into a interrogation room, and they kept her there for days, going at her with interrogative techniques. And so it was. She said that she probably would have been treated far better in Nazi Germany than in Israel. It was this dark-skinned Jewish woman had a horrible time of it and said she was never going back there again. It was the worst experience of her life. And most Israelis, if people don't know by now, are very light-skinned, are those that they consider to be Israeli are very light-skinned, and they consider all the Arab population, 20% and growing of their demographic, they consider to be niggers. So this is you know, imagine living on that tinderbox. This is like, yeah.
It's like it would be like me going to Nevada, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, that's no different than what.
Yeah, well, I think you'd be okay in Las Vegas on the Strip. I mean, you'd be fine on the Strip. People would probably confuse you for one of the entertainers. But, you know, that's the first thing the whites would think. Now, I don't take offense, like, when I was young and growing up and, you know, when I was doing odd jobs, at one point I was, like, bussing tables for a short period of time, and this white elderly couple said, oh, you speak English so well, you'll have a great future here. I mean, that's so cute and innocent, but it's like, you know, talk about people who are just so isolated from reality. Oh my God, just to run across people like that. Oh, there was this one white chick was in a bar and an Australian guy made a pass at her. And she said, where are you from? And he said, oh, Australia. Yeah, you know, and she said, oh, wow. And you speak English so well. And I'm just like, you know, the face palm, like, yeah, you know, yeah, they do, don't they? Right. I mean, I don't think they speak English well, but yeah, they do speak English. Yeah.
I mean, what is she expecting them to speak French?
People just don't know. I mean, they're Americans, right? They think people who are outside of America don't speak English. I guess they think they speak something else, you know. I mean, I guess she thought there was a language called Australian or something. Well, it may as well be a separate language. I mean, their accents are, well, there we go with that. But
oh man, I once saw I think someone I'm not sure which family member was watching it, but they were apparently asking people like what what books they were reading, and these were supposed to be college university students, and they couldn't name more than one book. They were asking them to name like at least 3 states, and they were like naming cities and shit, and I'm like, no, no,
Oh,
dude,
man.
get me out of here, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just massive, massive dislocation is in store for us. I mean, these are people, we're in a high-tech, complex civilization that has to be maintained with incredibly technologically advanced devices, and the people walking the streets are dumb as dense as bricks. And
It's like the only thing they do know how to do is manage the devices, but
yeah,
anything else is like they're gone,
yeah, it's true. And
freaking gone.
oh, by the way, there was another bar I was in, and there was a Vietnamese girl who was in my crowd, and this white guy tried to make it a pass at her. Bear in mind she's Vietnamese, and he says, "Konnichiwa, are you Chinese?" And she said, "Wrong on both counts, fucker." And that was the funniest thing in the world. But for those of you who don't know, konnichiwa is a Japanese greeting. And then he asks her if she's Chinese after saying that. Yeah.
Oh shit! That man, and white people wonder why we're so hard on them.
Mm,
They legitimately don't get it.
thank you.
It's like it doesn't connect, and they're like, well, this is the same of all races, right? No, no. Yeah, there may be stupid people in the black community, but they at least have some street smarts about them.
Common sense, some level of common sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, for one, they're not going to go walking to. Well, never mind. I was about to say they're not going to go walking towards a fuel tank on fire, but I have to eat those words because they would. They probably would be like right up on it with their cell phones, like, oh shit, look at that.
Oh, by the way, Travis Moss is in the chat room, and he says the main difference between Netanyahu and Trump, I'd say, is their intelligence gap. Trump has the vocabulary of a third grader. Actually, I don't think Netanyahu is much better. I think they're really. But Travis Moss is certainly right on. He says Netanyahu is a sinister character, sharp but very devious. You know what? The truth is that's not the case. Netanyahu is a fucking cunting bore, and he's really just he's just a thug like Al Capone. It's just like kind of like Vladimir Putin gives one at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because they give Vladimir Putin too much credit with being intelligent,
Yeah.
not realizing that the person who's managing that image is Alexander Dugin,
Yes.
one of the heads of the pylons of the Temple of Set in
Thank you.
Russia.
Yes. True.
So it's a Setian cultist who is giving him the allure of whatever intelligence he has. Other than that, the guy's probably as dumb as a cat scratching board.
Yeah. And it's one of these things so that people really take a look at these guys and you say, God, this guy's just really dumb. It's amazing how these fucking dumbass people are in power. They certainly don't belong there. They're stupid as fuck. If you take a look at my biological father, Adolf Hitler, you can tell the difference because he couldn't stop talking. Whereas these guys, when they open their mouth, it really does. Nothing comes out but shit. Actually, if you listen to Adolf Hitler's speeches, which you can't because he's not speaking in English, but you can take a look on YouTube of Adolf Hitler speaking in his normal voice. Something like that. If you look up something like that and it's followed with subtitles, and it goes on for long enough, then you see that he speaks quite calmly and goes on for a long period of time with a coherent train of thought, which you don't get from any of today's political leaders at all.
Oh yeah, it's literally a sort of cognitive salad. It's like they took 5 boxes of the triple C's. And they're just so dissociated out of their brains that coherent thought isn't possible. No, even worse. It's like they took a whole box of Benadryl. There you have it. I don't know if you've ever encountered anyone tripping on Benadryl, but I can tell you that when it comes to trying to keep a coherent thought in your mind, it's literally impossible.
I can imagine.
If you're a psychonaut, it's just like, what? It's almost stupefying. It's like you're not even going to want to spend time doing anything, because just seeing how hard it is to keep a thought in your head and think of what was happening the last second is just that much amusing.
Yeah. No, I hear you. It's I can imagine. Because of course Benadryl is something that I use regularly, albeit not in hyperdoses, but it is stupefying. And
Yeah, it's stupefying on even low doses.
yeah. Yeah.
But the good thing about it is that when you listen to music on it, for some reason it seems to increase a sort of musical appreciation where music becomes just feels more magical for some reason. It's probably just a delirium thing.
Yeah. And but definitely appreciate your input on that. Yeah, it's a lot like, what was who was the guy he paid the price for it? He had the mushroom shaped tumor in his head.
Oh yeah. Terrence McKenna.
Yeah, yeah,
Terrence
it's
McKenna.
yeah, and you know who just to add some cultural history to this, one of the things that happened during the Victorian era was that you had Englishmen of the upper class elite who were experimenting with narcotics, and this was at a time that they felt that they were investigating new frontiers. It wasn't in the hippie sense. As a matter of fact, one of the people who I loved both as an actor and in character was the actor Jeremy Brett. And Jeremy's first name was spelled Jeremy, and his surname was Brett, last name Brett. And Jeremy Brett played Sherlock Holmes forever, and till he died. And sadly, what happened to him was that he was suffering from depression, and he wanted antidepressants to work, and he just kept taking them under doctor's orders, not even abusing them, just taking them as I did, and they bloated him out like they did to me, and they ultimately killed him. So he died because of these antidepressants, which may well have happened to myself if I had continued them. But thankfully, my psychiatrist went to bat for me and made certain that I didn't need to be subjected to them anymore to receive my SSDI, and changed it to the counseling type of treatment that I get these days. Jeremy Brett should have had something like that, but when he portrayed Sherlock Holmes, this was in the classic Victorian sense. So if you ever watch his episodes where he portrays Sherlock Holmes, one of the first things that strikes you, aside from the fact that it looks as if he's wearing lipstick, he's very effeminate, very effete, and is trying to convey the fact that the British upper classes were very effete, very effeminate. So he also is portrayed as constantly experimenting with drugs. So one of the things they emphasize is the true atmosphere of that time, where these Victorian men are at the point of addiction, and they're basically experimenting with various types of narcotics. And this is something that was not the lower class could never do that because they couldn't afford it. This was strictly like what the upper classes were engaging in. So this is not something that people need to understand. This isn't like something to be just automatically dismissed as something that is self-destructive indulgence.
Oh no! For them, it was an intellectual novelty. It was a legitimate search for, what the true depths and what the true capacity of the human mind is. And honestly, that's what initially pulled me in with this substance. And oddly enough, I hate to say it, because I don't like the fact that I'm hooked on it. But to some degree,
that's the horror. That's what they kind of portray with Sherlock Holmes, and that's why Jeremy Brett was so brilliant, was because you see him struggling with what does become addiction, and so that's part of the horror of how could they have known how far you could go before it becomes what it becomes. See, they didn't know that. That's why, and that's the horror of those times. Like when veterans suffered combat injuries, the only thing they knew was, okay, give them opiates. This is obviously a painkiller, and they really didn't know how far you could go with opiates before it becomes an addiction. So then these people like Hermann Goering, who was, of course, in charge of the Luftwaffe in World War II, is this very large Nazi, the fat one. And he was the real bridge between the older Kaiser's Germany, because he had fought in World War I as an ace, and with Baron von Richthofen. He was in the Red Baron's Flying Circus, as it was called, his squadron. And but he survived World War I, whereas the Red Baron did not. And he, of course, was injured. And, of course, they started administering opium. And, of course, no one knew how many doses do you give before you stop. And they found out only through all the addicts that developed. And he was an addict. And he got to the point where probably the later stage of the Reich, with hardcore opiate use, you see this kind of thing develop where he would take his loaded pistol and he would be tossing it up and down absent-mindedly. A loaded firearm, mind you. He'd be tossing it up and down, catching it. And when you get to that point, this sort of thing happens. I've been there. This was portrayed by the Allies, of course. Then they come, look at the morphine addicts running the Nazis and shit. And they'll present this like they're all a bunch of irresponsible drug users without any
this is the problem with America, is that it's because of their sort of moralistic bullshit. They present it as a moral injury. It's not a moral injury.
A moral failing. This is and they'll say it's a moral failing, and that as if the person this person is automatically just a horrible person, that they're weak and they're self-indulgent in drugs. This is how it's portrayed. And to see that still in this day and age, documentaries that you can find on YouTube, like Hi Hitler, with Hi spelled H-I-G-H, Hi Hitler, talking about, oh yeah, see the drug, without presenting it in context that, okay, he had combat injuries and then the doctors recommended cocaine, basically, in those days. And then, of course, nobody knew where to stop with this shit. And before you know it, there's a heavier and heavier dependency. And it's only through this kind of phenomena we even found out about this phenomena of how these things became so addictive. So, but there you go. Everything's taken out of context, and that's the hallmark of character assassination, which was what Peter Moon was talking about. And there you have that. I'm actually surprised like I said, I'm surprised his daughter isn't totally hostile to him the way his ex-wife really raked him over the coals. I've
heard enough horror stories about marriage to realize, since it's more or less just a business contract, I would never partake in it. Of course, in the case of my parents, it seems to have been a positive thing, but I would say they're the exception.
Yes. Same with my parents, and they had the problems. Oh God, my parents had the problem.
There were times where I was almost pretty sure they were gonna break apart, but but for what it's worth, apparently. So with some people it works. I'm not wired for that kind of stuff, man. I would never be able to do it.
Never say never. You never know. I mean, certainly I don't foresee it with yourself, and who knows in my case. Honestly, I'm not antithetical to it. It's just obviously it'd have to be the right person, and we'll see what happens in the near future. Give me just a second here. I'm going to test something. See if there's a sound here. I'm not hearing sound coming through from. Is everybody hearing us? Let's check into that. And all right. Oops. Just want to check this out. Check that again. And that's funny. I'm sure people.
We're live.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, we're still live.
Good. Good. Yeah, we seem. Yeah, the connection seemed good. And let me check the other. Yeah, good. All the connections seem good. But all right, so sometimes it just gets, you don't get see people in the chat room for a little period of time. Sometimes you wonder but they were fairly recently active. Okay, love you dearly, son. I'll get back into train of thought here. Let's see how much longer I can last. And we've got about 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, about 3.5 hours. So let's see how far we can go with this. Stay by my side. Let me know when you take a break, and let me know when you come back.
Gotcha.
And yeah, in the interim, as I was saying, there were a lot of left-wing commentators who denounced this recent normalization of relations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates in particular, which was engineered by the Trump misadministration because the deal was greased with American arms sales to the United Arab Emirates. And the first thing I'll say quite sarcastically is, why, I am shocked! So shocked! I mean, hello? The same grease was used to bring about the Israeli Egypt, or the Egypto-Israeli, and the Israeli-Jordanian, or Jordano-Israeli peace deals, and they have held. And relations between Israel and these Arab states have indeed never been the same since. And this is what I was saying earlier, was that, one of the first things I've learned as a lifelong observer of politics in these very unstable places in the world, what are geopolitically called Shatterbelt regions, is never say, or usually, you'd be hard pressed to say things will never be the same again. But yes, this is something that, the world will never be the same again. This is something you try to avoid saying after a big event, but in this case, with what happened with Israeli domestic politics and what happened with regional geopolitics in Southwest Asia, the world will never be the same again in either case. We have seen the world truly change, and in both cases, in a sense, for the better. But let me draw my caveat in the geopolitical regional sense. On the subject of Southwest Asian security, or the Middle East, Donald Trump did what he did because he was obviously compromised by the dynasty of the House of Saud, by the royal kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And you've seen that in the fact that necklace was put upon his neck, and he's bowing down his head to get that from the king of the House of Saud. That's a very specific award that is their civilian version of the Congressional Medal of Honor that they're awarding to Donald Trump, because he was trying to organize for them, at their behest, a pan-Arab NATO. Now, Donald Trump never liked the original NATO, the European North Atlantic Treaty Organization, so why in God's name would he have ever wanted a second one? So I'll tell you why. He was compromised and thoroughly bribed, as well as corrupted, by the House of Saud, something that I have never given enough attention to. But you could see that in his response to the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, in which he defended the House of Saud repeatedly against the victim, who was butchered alive in the Turkish embassy. But he was creating, or hell-bent on creating, and will do so if he's president again, a pan-Arab alliance. Now, there are dangers, not in the sense of a pan-Arabia, if it were one nation of Arab-speaking peoples, but there are dangers in creating a new Arab alliance without that solidity. So, how to explain the late Trump administration's fixation with Iran, a nation he knew nothing about? The Islamic Republic is an economic wreck and in political disarray and lacks an effective conventional military. It obviously cannot seriously threaten America. Moreover, Tehran's capabilities are dramatically overshadowed by Israel's nuclear arsenal, Saudi Arabia's lavishly appointed military, and the United Arab Emirates' brutal war-making. The obvious response to Iran's threats, which have been far exceeded by Riyadh's reckless aggressiveness, the brutal aggression of Riyadh being the capital of Saudi Arabia, And the obvious response to Iran's threats, as I said, which have been far exceeded by the belligerency of Saudi religious expansionism, is regional cooperation, and for Tehran's neighbors to better treat their own populations, so the latter do not find Iran's Islamist message appealing. That would be best defense. Yet President Donald Trump, or the former president, when I forget to add that prefix, I sound like a Republican, who advocated on behalf of his puppet master Vladimir Putin against the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, through which the Europeans have admittedly become embarrassingly dependent on America. He wanted to create an Arab NATO, provisionally named MESA for Middle East Strategic Alliance. And that organization's leading member would have been, still yet may be if Trump is reelected, Saudi Arabia, another nation which the once and future candidate Trump had criticized for taking advantage of the United States along with Japan and Communist China. The Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, used, or rather abused, a late 2018 United Nations General Assembly meeting to host prospective members, while Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Arabian Gulf Affairs, Tim Lenderking, crisscrossed the Gulf promoting this idea, which another Trump presidency, should such monumental misfortune ever befall us, would be certain to reintroduce at a summit hosted by the United States. Indeed, the Saudi King Salman presented President Donald Trump with their highest civilian honor, the collar of Abdulaziz Al Saud, in their own royal capital of Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia itself, on the 20th day in May of 2017, towards the ultimate realization of just such end. By the way, it's called a collar, like a dog collar, for a reason. It's said by the Arabs, whoever receives that is their bitch. That's what Donald Trump became. At least the original NATO served a useful purpose. Western European countries had been wrecked by World War II, and the Soviet Union turned Central and Eastern European states into dismal satellites. Soviet domination of Eurasia, though not sufficient to threaten American independence, would have presented the American empire with a dangerous security environment for years, if not decades. The alliance's chief shortcoming was allowing Europeans to treat America's military commitment as welfare. NATO's European members are capable of confronting Russia or any other presumed adversary well enough on their own. Yet after recovering economically, they continued to rely on Uncle Sam, dismissing ever more embarrassing pleas from Washington that they do more. They knew American officials would defend the continent no matter what. Today, even countries vitally threatened by Russia, with their own Russian insurgencies, Poland and the Baltic states of the littoral, spend only about 2% of gross domestic product on their goddamn militaries. They expect the United States to swoop in at the last minute and save them if the worst happens. NATO is an alliance primarily in name rather than action. President Trump himself repeatedly made that point, but his own officials did their best to undermine his efforts. So alas, an Arab NATO, whether called MESA, MESA, or something else, would multiply the original NATO's many infirmities. First, by its own terms, the proposed organization would be bound to target its own members. A spokesman for the National Security Council declared that the alliance will serve as a bulwark against Iranian aggression, terrorism, extremism, and will bring stability to the Middle East. However, virtually all the Gulf states have facilitated terrorist funding over these years. Saudi Arabia provided most of the 9/11 terrorists and spent some 100 billion United States dollars in recent decades subsidizing intolerant, Wahhabist, Islamo-fundamentalist extremist thought, which acts as a precursor to terrorism. Riyadh and Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, have actively destabilized Yemen, Libya, Syria, and Lebanon. Contrary to Washington's own position, Al-Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar all maintain civil relations with Tehran, the capital of Iran, and taken literally, the administration would have Mesa's members engage in a war of all against all, because they all consider each other a threat. And second, there is little agreement on anything among the nations Washington expected to join the new group. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, want to rule over their neighbors, determined to impose their agenda through war, if necessary. They launched a murderous and, for all practical purposes, exterminatory campaign when they launched invasion on Yemen, pressed their neighbors to isolate Doha, and even planned to invade Qatar, where Al Jazeera be headquartered, but were blocked only by Turkish military intervention and American opposition. Kuwait and Oman have traditionally acted as mediators between their larger neighbors. Facing grievous domestic, economic, and political challenges, Jordan, the Kingdom of Jordan, I mean to say, the true heirs to the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, they look inward. In Bahrain, the Sunni monarchy is focused on suppressing the Shia majority. Egypt is a common hireling because of poverty, beholden to Riyadh and Abu Dhabi for the billions they have spent propping up the El-Sisi dictatorship in Egypt, in case you don't know what I'm referring to. Qatar's independent course angered rigidly authoritarian Saudi Arabia and the UAE, especially since it allowed media coverage of all their crimes and the sanctuary for their political opponents. Even Lender King admitted the obvious, that the intra-Gulf dispute poses a long-term impediment to the idea of MESA, or Middle East Strategic Alliance, the MESA, or Arab NATO. Nor do the presumed alliance members agree on the supposed threat of Iran, around which the late Trump misadministration intended to center MESA. Lender King cited Tehran as the #1 threat to be confronted. However, though Riyadh and Abu Dhabi desire American support against Iran, their priority is regional dominance rather than national defense. Bahrain's thuggish monarchy is angry because Tehran has backed the Shia majority against the repressive Khalifa, the Khalifa ruling family, not because Iran is threatening to attack. And as I noted earlier, Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar treat Tehran with balance. Qatar shares a natural gas field. Egypt does not fear Iran, but does what it is paid to do. Jordan is far more worried about its domestic problems than Tehran. Unfortunately, the only way a coalition of these states will work is if the United States browbeats the other members into accepting Saudi control, which would threaten to drag them into multiple conflicts orchestrated by Riyadh for Riyadh's own benefit. But most vulnerable to manipulation would be Washington, D.C., which would be expected to backstop the Saudis irrespective of their actions, such as the criminal destruction of Yemen. In fact, turning policy over to the Saudi royals is an open invitation to regional-wide war, incompetence, and corruption. Saudi Arabia and the UAE would exploit MESA to advance their own objectives and not those of America or any other fellow members. With Bahrain and Egypt already on their payrolls, the Saudis and Emiratis would attempt to use the new US-backed alliance to cow their more moderate Gulf neighbors. Third, the Persian Gulf is not vital to America. It never really was. But at least during the Cold War, the Soviet Union conceivably could have interfered with the industrial world's energy consumption. Today, sources of energy supplies have multiplied around the world, with America emerging as the world's largest energy producer on Earth today. No one imagines Moscow plotting, say, a thrust to the Gulf through Afghanistan. Rather, the region's greatest problems are internal, often exacerbated or even created by the U.S. government. Indeed, Washington is the region's most destabilizing force, blowing up both Iraq and Libya, attempting to overthrow the Syrian government, pushing barely disguised regime change in Iran, and backing the Saudi regime's reckless military intervention in Yemen and elsewhere. No other government has wreaked nearly as much havoc throughout the region as the American empire. Some Americans care much more about Israel than they do about American energy supplies or regional stability. Hell, evangelical Americans care more about Israel than they do the United States. However, the radical Likud government, the Republican Party of Netanyahu, also played these United States. Israel is a nuclear-armed regional superpower, capable of defending itself from all comers. Like its neighbors, the principal existential threat facing Israel is internal. If it seeks to forcibly maintain a growing Arab population as a subject labor force, then Israel may find it impossible to be both democratic and Jewish simultaneously. In fact, I would dare say those have come to be polar opposites, antithetical to each the other. Jewishness and democracy cannot coexist. Fourth, Iran is in no position to dominate Southwest Asia, what Americans call the Middle East. President Trump deliriously argued that when I came into here, it was a question of when would the Iranians take over the Middle East. But Iran faces severe domestic challenges. The Islamist elite lacks legitimacy, especially among a younger population which looks west. The economy is isolated and weak. The military has never recovered from the revolution which overthrew the Shah. Indeed, Iran's conventional military strength is anemic. Tehran's military outlays ran about 16 billion United States dollars last year, trailing both Saudi Arabia's 77 billion US dollars and the UAE's 25 billion. The Islamic Republic is in no position to launch a blitzkrieg assault on its immediate neighbors, let alone more distant states such as well-armed Egypt. Iran's missile program, oft criticized by American officials who control the world's most powerful military, is a deterrent born of weakness, ensuring deterrence as city-busting weapons targeting desert city-states. Saudi Arabia is the region's most threatening aggressor, having invaded its impoverished neighbor, Yemen, abused military forces to maintain Bahrain's brutal Sunni monarchy over the majority Shia population, subsidized Egypt's murderous al-Sisi dictatorship, underwritten radical jihadists in Syria, and literally kidnapped Lebanon's prime minister. Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, with a more effective military, has joined in many of these destructive interventions. Tehran, the capital of Iran, is a piker in comparison. Iran's supposed empire of Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen is a fantasy. The Bush administrations empowered the Islamist regime by ousting Iraq's Saddam Hussein. But even so, Baghdad is no puppet. Tehran enjoys influence in desperately dysfunctional Lebanon through Hezbollah, but at most that offers Iran a possible deterrent weapon against Israel alone. Tehran has never dominated Yemen and is assisting Houthi rebels mostly to bleed the aggressors. Saudi Arabia and UAE, the true villains in the Yemeni war. In Syria, Iran has worked hard to preserve a long-standing ally under siege by Riyadh and others. These foreign policy initiatives are largely defensive and, even if successful, have been economically ruinous. The Saudi crown prince has admitted that Iran is not a rival to Saudi Arabia. Its army is not among the top 5 armies in the Muslim world. The Saudi economy is larger than the Iranian economy. Iran is far from being equal to Saudi Arabia. So why does Riyadh, which Donald Trump as a candidate denounced for its military dependence on Washington, need U.S. defense subsidies formalized by treaty, which is what they lobbied Trump for in the creation of this Mesa bullshit? An Arab NATO could never supply the region's governments with what most desperately crave: political legitimacy. A gaggle of corrupt authoritarian monarchies, highlighted by Saudi Arabia's totalitarian absolute rule, plus one ostentatiously brutal dictatorship in Egypt, cannot appeal to disaffected young Arabs. To survive, they must rely on repression. Mesa would formally put the United States military at their service, thereby betraying the last president's insincere rhetoric about human rights. Today, the Gulf states contract out most work, from gardening to medicine. They informally do the same with their military. Mesa, this Arab NATO, would make official their reliance on the United States Armed Services as their bodyguards, and certainly not for America's benefit. The Middle East, geographically, more accurately Southwest Asia, has been a graveyard of American expectations. Decades of military intervention have had counterproductive, often disastrous, or I would say catastrophic consequences. Washington has blown up Iraq and Libya with devastating impact and intervened in the Lebanese and Syrian civil wars with no good reason or result. The United States has backed tyranny throughout the region, including in Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. And failing to recognize that illegitimate Gulfdoms, what we used to call the crucial sheikdoms of the Persian Gulf, need Washington more than Washington needs them. The United States has backed Riyadh's and Abu Dhabi's monstrous war in Yemen. Even support for Israel, a democracy for its Israeli citizens but not for the millions of Arab subjects, has created blowback, encouraging violent terrorism against Americans at home and abroad. It is a catastrophic record of calumny. Yet Meza would reinforce Washington's failed strategy by orders of magnitude. The United States should step back and disengage from the Middle East completely. Get out of Southwest Asia. The original NATO has turned into a deadweight for America. A new Mideast alliance would start badly and go downhill from there. Because the Middle East's next conflicts won't be between Arab states and Iran. For more than 2 decades, the United States has seen the politics of the Southwest Asia as a tug-of-war between moderation and radicalism, Arabs against Iran. But for the 4 years of Donald Trump's misspent presidency, it was blind to different, more profound fissures growing among the region's 3 non-Arab powers, Iran, Israel, and Turkey. For the quarter century after the Suez Crisis of 1956, Iran, Israel, and Turkey joined forces to strike a balance against the Arab world with American help. But Arab states have been sliding deeper into paralysis and chaos since the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, followed by the failed Arab Spring, leading to new fault lines. Indeed, the competition most likely to shape Southwest Asia is no longer between Arab states and Israel or Sunnis and Shiites, but among the 3 non-Arab rivals. Competition between Arab powers, well, rather the competition and conflict between non-Arab powers, Turkey, Iran, and Israel, will shape the region's future. But not all diplomatic deals are preludes to peace. And the Israel-UAE agreement fits an inauspicious pattern. It's not a peace deal, it's a powder keg. In August of 1907, Russia and the United Kingdom signed the Anglo-Russian Convention, which settled their geostrategic differences in the wake of Russian defeat by the Japanese Empire, and brought them into a rough alliance after nearly a century as bitter and bloody adversaries. Their confrontation round Eurasia, called the Great Game, the original Cold War, had produced in part or whole the disastrous slaughters of the Crimean War, the Russo-Japanese War, the British invasions of Afghanistan in 1839 and 1878, numerous crises over the Turkish Straits, and the endless, wasteful competition across Central Asia, Cold War Zero, known as the Great Game. To at least some contemporary observers, the agreement, the Anglo-Russian Convention, seemed to be a sign of greater peace to come. But it was the peace to end all peace, because there was one problem. The Anglo-Russian Convention was not the product of more peaceful attitudes in either London or St. Petersburg, which was then the capital of Tsarist Russia, but a dramatic shift instead in the balance of power and the rise of a new threat. It was what they claimed to be the belligerence of Wilhelmine Germany, of the Kaisers, that made the convention possible, even necessary in their own blind eyes for both empires, the Russian and the Anglian. But far from stemming conflict, the convention guaranteed it. Made all the brushfire wars far worse that would ignite the conflagration of World War I. Now backed by England, in addition to France, the Russian Empire asserted itself more forcefully in the Balkans, egging on a terroristic Serbian regime against Austria and so transforming a Balkan crisis into the horror of the Great War. So horrific that at that time it was called the War to End All Wars. If Britain had continued to oppose Russian interventionism in the Balkans as it traditionally had before the 1907 convention, history would have taken a very different course, and that war and the bloody 20th century it inaugurated would have been completely avoided. The lesson of the Anglo-Russian Convention is that a diplomatic event that brings a close to one long-standing geostrategic rivalry may not be the great boon it appears. Instead, it might be harbinger of worse to come. And there be reason to be concerned that this is precisely how we might eventually look back on last year's announcement that the UAE normalized relations with Israel, which I was told by our Madame Maria Gregorich in FB Dipmess, the Facebook direct instant private message, that Israel opened up its embassy in the United Arab Emirates. But today, yesterday, by my account. So now that that's been formalized and we have a pan-Semitic alliance, because Arabs and Israelis, Arabs and Jews are Semitic, but most Israelis are not ethnically Jewish, they're ethnically Turkic. Basically, the situation is one where the pan-Semitic cultures, not the ethnicities, have a united front. And there is reason to interpret this. As a matter of fact, there's no other way to interpret it. We're going to look at this UAE normalization of relations with Israel as a return for Jerusalem's agreement not to annex any of the West Bank. Now that in and of itself is positive. Of course, that's open to debate if you're a right-wing Israeli. So let me just say, or rather posit this as a question. Was this a positive development? From one vantage point, sure. It represents one more Arab government giving up on nearly a century of conflict with Israel. There are rumblings that other Arab states will soon, they all eventually will follow. And that is what was once inconceivable, now seems entirely inevitable, given the covert warming of ties between Israel and the various Gulf and Maghreb countries of North Africa over the past 2 decades, although it's hardly inescapable. If such is going to happen, it will put to rest one of the most vexing, chronic conflicts of the 20th century. And that I would only celebrate. And that is something that, in a very real sense, I encourage. But this is the 21st century. The Arab-Israeli conflict has not been a defining factor in the geopolitics of Southwest Asia for decades. There has not been a conventional war between Israel and an internationally recognized Arab state since 1982. The 2006 Second Lebanon War between Israel and Hezbollah, the closest we've come, was notable because of how many of the Arab states condemned Hezbollah as a puppet of Iran. Indeed, for at least 30 years, the threat to Israeli security has come most overwhelmingly from the Iranian-led axis of resistance that includes Venezuela and North Korea and the Sino-Slavic synaxis of Russia, Communist China, not from the Arab states. Of course, like Europe in the early 20th century, the Middle East has seen its geostrategic problems multiply in the early 21st century rather than abate, despite the fading of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Just as Europe still suffered from the epochal after effects of the Industrial Revolution, so the Middle East is being turned inside out by the impact of the equally profound Information Revolution. The result has been massive economic, cultural, and demographic shifts that inevitably create political turmoil. Iran's Green Revolution of 2009, the Arab Spring of 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Dietrich, was killed. The civil wars in Syria, Yemen, Libya, Sinai, Turkish Kurdistan, and to some extent Iraq are all part of this upheaval. The unrest itself has created new opportunities for Iran, which has abused the chaos and civil war to help its allies cross the region. Today, Hezbollah, the army of God, rules Lebanon. Iran has greater sway in Syria and Yemen than ever before. It wields considerable influence in Iraq, albeit less so at this moment than before Trump assassinated the general of Islamo-fundamentalist terrorists. All this for reasons that might pass all too soon, yet of far greater geostrategic importance to Southwest Asia, has been the disengagement of the United States, which I say should pull out in toto. Not even disengagement. I advise withdrawal. Both the Obama and Trump administrations have simultaneously denied this and bragged about it, but the reality on the ground is far more straightforward. Both Obama and Trump steadily distanced themselves from the problems of the region, despite the constant warnings of their diplomatic and military advisors along the way. And just as the rise of a perceivedly, or rather misconstrued, Germany as a belligerent empire overturned all the dynamics of Europe in their desire to contain the Kaiser's realm, or the Second Reich, so the disengagement of the United States has done the same in the Middle East. Because the United States was the most powerful force in favor of status quo. So our graduated withdrawal has emboldened those actors seeking to overturn the regional order. Iran and its allies are the most obvious and successful of these beneficiaries, but so too are various radical Sunni Islamist groups. Predictably, America's detachment has terrified our allies, and that fear has pushed them to take actions they never otherwise would have. Some good, some dangerous, some both at the same time, like the Israel-UAE normalization. Thusly did the fear of growing Iranian power in the face of a retreating American empire pushed the Emiratis and Saudis to embark on a risky and bellicose course of action. It is no accident that both the UAE and Saudi Arabia have begun nuclear programs in the past dozen years. These are both ostensibly for power generation and to save their oil supplies for export, not for producing weapons. Of course, so too was and is Iran's nuclear program, as Tehran so claimed, and Saddam's in Iraq, and North Korea's, and the list goes on. In private, Gulf leaders will say that they fear that Iran will acquire nuclear weapons, and without the United States to protect them, without Mesa or the Arab NATO that Trump would give them, they feel they may have no choice but to be able to match Iran to deter it. It gets worse when you recognize that none of these countries, not even Israel, has the same military or intelligence capabilities as the United States. We are usually better able to gauge the level of threat in the Middle East than our regional allies. The Iraq WMD fiasco notwithstanding, because that was completely manufactured by the Bush administration. Bush 2. W. Other countries, starting with Iran, won't pick fights with the United States the way they will with one another. Iran is wary of Israel, but it may be less so in future times as its own capabilities and those of its allies expand. Meanwhile, it has never shown any fear of the Arab states. Thus, just as the 1907 Anglo-Russian Convention closed out one of the greatest conflicts of the 19th century only to inflame the great conflict of the 20th, so the Israel-UAE agreement must be seen as part of the ending of a 20th century conflict, but also as potentially the beginning of a new 21st century conflict that may dominate the Middle East. In that Southwest Asia of the near now, stands an American hegemon to keep a lid on aggression. Status quo powers as diverse in other ways as Israel and the UAE have no choice but to find common cause, to band together as best they can to fight their common enemy, as the British and the Russians did in their fear of Germany circa 1907. All of this is a recipe for greater tensions, fear, conflict, and potentially outright war. We may be putting to bed one great regional conflict only to watch another arise. And that should temper our enthusiasm for the latest turn of epochal geopolitical events, no matter how positive they may seem in the short term. However, the Arab moment has not passed. Alliances in the Middle East come and go, oft shaped and determined by regional competition and international intervention. The past few years have seen the normalization of relations between the UAE and Israel, the reconciliation between the GCC states following a 4-year rift, and the once strong Saudi-UAE partnership built on close ties between Crown Princess Mohammed bin Zayed and Mohammed bin Salman, comest under pressure due to their own murderous adventurism and assassination campaigns against all who they feel stand in their way. The GCC I referred to is the Gulf Cooperation Council for the Arab states of the Gulf regions, and for those of you who don't know about that, the Unified Economic Agreement between the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, or the GCC, was signed on November 11th of 1981 in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. And on the 11th of November of that year, the headquarters was ultimately moved to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So it established a political and economic alliance of half a dozen Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar. Oh, I could go on, but I think you should understand by now is painfully missing on its map. On any, you'll see all the Arabian Peninsula on the map of GCC, but you'll see Yemen is missing, because that's essentially their toxic waste landfill for their depleted uranium munitions as they expend them in chronic massacre of the population. An emerging regional alliance worth watching is that of Jordan, Egypt, and Iraq, which brings together the region's oddfellows. Egypt has lost its place as the region's so-called center of gravity. Jordan was sidelined during the Trump era and has since arguably lost its unique selling point as an interlocutor for peace to the UAE and Bahrain, while Iraq left the Arab fold long ago. On paper, it does not look like a very convincing alliance either, and a few policy wonks and analysts have given it, well, none have given it any consideration at all. I'm simply proposing it because three key features should make this an effective and durable alliance, and one which holds promise for regional and international partners as a counterbalance to Israeli empire. First, there is real political will behind it. Egypt's President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Jordan's King Abdullah, His Highness being the heir to His Holiness, the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, and successive Iraqi prime ministers Adel Abdul Mahdi and Mustafa al-Kadhimi have all invested time and energy in establishing this alliance. In a region where initiatives come and go, it looks as though their common and complementary interests will help drive this partnership forward. Foreign ministers Sama Shukri, Ayman Safadi, and Fawad Hussein, alongside their intelligence counterparts, met in Baghdad on the 29th of March, following the postponement of a leaders' summit due to a major train crash in Egypt, and signaled the continued growth of the relationship based on security, counterterrorism, energy security, industrial integration, trade, and reconstruction, a far more wholesome and holistic intra-dependency than what was presented by an Arab NATO. Second, the alliance brings together three nearly contiguous states that between them have considerable energy resources, mostly in Iraq, human capital in Jordan, market opportunities, portable construction laborers, and significant military capabilities out of Egypt. While they do not possess the wealth of their Gulf Arab neighbors, they have a combined population of 150 million people, larger actually than that of either Japan or Germany. Indigenous industrial capacity and strong agricultural traditions. If they be able to capitalize on their complementarities, it could be a formidable alliance. One that could hold Iran, Israel, and Turkey at bay all at once. Exempli gratiae, Jordanian and Egyptian human capital could support Iraq's reconstruction efforts. Jordan could serve as a transit port for Iraqi natural gas to Aqaba, and Egypt's liquid natural gas, or LNG network, and Egyptian refineries could process Basra Light and other oil grades for domestic consumption and export. Now, third, while economic development, security, and counterterrorism are presented as the key drivers of the alliance, there can be no doubt that it should also offer Jordan and Egypt fresh political leverage, both regionally and internationally, and provide Iraq's prime minister and his allies with valuable new partners west of Baghdad. Jordan has lost some of its currency with the Gulf Arab states, especially since the UAE and Bahrain normalized relations with Israel, and its importance as a strategic partner to Israeli Prime Minister well, formerly Benjamin Netanyahu, had already diminished over time. Therefore, stronger relations with Egypt and Iraq serves as a hedge against waning support from the UAE and increasing Israeli hostility on the one hand, while on the other it helps Amman position itself favorably with Riyadh, Amman being the capital of His Highness's Kingdom of Jordan. And His Highness referring to, of course, the Hashemite dynasty, which once ruled all Arabia, both Iraq and Syria and the Arabian Peninsula, and were the guardians of the holy cities of Al-Makkah and Al-Medina, now occupied by the corrupt House of Saud under Riyadh misadministration, which, of course, itself is looking to grow its relationship with Baghdad, but faces many hurdles in doing so. In other words, the alliance I propose has the potential to draw Jordan and Saudi Arabia closer together to spite themselves, there being rival dynasties, polar opposites from each other, and hopefully, ultimately, the House of Saud will fall and the Hashemite dynasty of Jordan will reassert itself as the true protectors of Mecca and Medina, descendants as they be of the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him. And Egypt is eager to regain its position as the leading Arab state, and allying itself with Jordan and Iraq, in theory at least, allows it to place itself at the center of a new Arab alliance. And importantly for Egypt, it is not an alliance purchased by oil money, but one based on the nuts and bolts of old-fashioned diplomacy, where it can draw on its long experience as one of the most ancient civilizations on Earth to help forge the relationship. And by doing so, it's not only decreasing its economic dependence on the Gulf Arab states, which exploit it for its mercenaries and contract labor forces, but also setting in motion a process of bringing Iraq back into the Arab fold, something Saudi Arabia in particular and others have longed for. In this sense, the tripartite alliance has a clear political objective, and that is to counter Iranian influence in Iraq. Not through direct or indirect military means, supporting proxies or even carrying out covert operations, but by strengthening economic ties, encouraging population exchanges, increasing security and counterterrorism cooperation, and tying the three countries together through extensive and expansive energy infrastructure. It's easy to see why Western governments and Arab leaders would welcome such an alliance, because it looks almost too good to be true. And that is probably because it is, in a sense. While Iraq's leadership may well want to deepen its ties with Jordan and Egypt, more with the latter than the former, Iran is hardly going to look the other way and let Amman and Cairo steal Baghdad away. So here we have formative alliances that might force Iranian confrontation, and ultimately the next region-wide war that would drag us all into the vortex. That, of course, is not something to not look forward to. Good things may come of conflict. Good things may come of war. Now, in the 2.5 hours we have remaining, I must emphasize that while all of this is going on the geostrategic game board, meanwhile, the Mr. Netanyahu, who is henceforth expected to lead the opposition within the Israeli-centric pan-Semitic realm of Judeo-Arabic hegemony, plans to press the new governing coalition, which includes 8 parties ranging from an Arab group to conservative forces, on sensitive policy issues such as settlement construction and empowering the country's Arabs. And according to all those familiar with his plans, Netanyahu is hoping the coalition will buckle under pressure, which would send Israel into a fifth election, the fifth since 2019, and give Israel's longest reigning dictator another shot at total power. Ergo, yes, I am still wary that this Israeli change coalition can actually hold together long enough to maintain office, given how fragile it is in the face of the vicious and rabidly violent forces gathering to stop it. So is Israel itself heading toward civil war? Former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's growing incitement, the deepening economic crisis, the battle over demonstrations and ultra-Orthodox coronavirus infections, because, the ultra-Orthodox Jews won't take the goddamn shots, are taking Israel several steps closer to civil war. Now, as a historian, I can verify that the threat of civil war has overshadowed the history of Jews since biblical days and the history of Israelis. In fact, the Hebrew term for civil war is brothers' war, likely dating back to the 12 tribes, if not all the way back to Cain and Abel. Jewish lore attributes the destruction of the first temple and the second temple in Jerusalem to baseless hatred and domestic clashes among Jews themselves. Modern-day Israel, or rather postmodern, has been wary of such a prospect, consciously adopting the opposite approach that glorifies unity, emphasizes a shared fate, and upholds internal cohesion as one of its greatest assets in confronting adversity. Since its founding in 1948, the prevailing sense of the world is against us has been a source of pride and power even during times of internal disputes. That cohesion has been eroded in recent years, being replaced by a bloody internal chasm fueled by vicious hatred that appears veering out of control. Rarely has Israel been so close to a violent domestic clash, perhaps even to civil war. Israel has faced two deeply scarring internal clashes in its short history. The first occurred in June of 1948, but weeks after the Declaration of Independence, when newly installed Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion ordered the sinking of the Altalena, a ship carrying weapons for the pre-state underground Etzel movement that was in the process of merging into the IDF, what we know today as the war machine of the Israel Defense Forces, one of the mightiest militaries on earth. The second internal scar was carved out 4 years later when Menachem Begin, leader of the Herut Party, the mother party of today's Likud, led mass protests against Israel's Holocaust reparations agreement with Germany. In both cases, the sides stopped on the verge of bloody clashes. The main credit in both cases goes to Menachem Begin, subsequently elected prime minister in 1977, who did all in his power to prevent civil war and took pride in this achievement until the day he died. More than anything, Israel lacks a dignified model figure like Menachem Begin, who hit the brakes before it was too late and chose the welfare of the state over the personal or political interests of his own movement. Welfare over warfare. Now former Prime Minister and Likud Party Chair Benjamin Netanyahu does not intend to follow Menachem Begin's example. On the contrary, he is engaged daily in intensifying incitement against state institutions and his perceived and real political enemies. Like Donald Trump, he cannot leave the past. And facing him are hundreds of thousands of dissenters who are also unwilling to step down. The silent majority of Israelis is torn between these two bellicose camps. The police have been having a hard time getting a handle on Israeli protests against the Bibi Netanyahu government the past 2 years. Trust in the institutions of state is at a record low, and hatred is coloring the public arena as never before. The dispute is no longer over competing left and right-wing ideologies, nor over agreements and concessions to enemy states and issues of war and peace. The conflict between the two halves of the Israeli populace, like in America, or rather as in America, is purely personal. It pits supporters and opponents of Netanyahu against each the other. As here in America, we are either Trump or anti-Trump. On the one side is a large segment of the public that swears by Netanyahu and views him as their white messiah, standing between Israel and extinction. As Americans believe, Trump is between them and racial extinction, the race of white Americans, and the emerging majority of the rest of us who truly represent America. Whereas in Israel, on the other side, facing the Netanyahuites, is a segment of the population just as zealous that views Bibi Netanyahu as a clear and present danger that he is to the future of the state. Combined with the raging coronavirus pandemic, its economic fallout, the ultra-Orthodox Jews who have ever ignored lockdown restrictions, and the persistent protests that have turned increasingly violent, the internecine tensions confronting Israel have brought it onto the most slippery slope it has known since its founding. The continued onslaught by Netanyahu and his emissaries of chaos on the rule of law, on law enforcement authorities, the courts, and all other state symbols makes the current tensions particularly explosive. The campaign of chaos of the Netanyahuites has yielded considerable success. Many in Israel no longer trust any state institution any more than Americans will believe their media or stand in line for a shot in the arm. And many Israelis believe the police have framed Netanyahu, which is what he claims. That the state prosecution and the attorney general conspired and plotted to bring Netanyahu down with an unfounded corruption indictment and the behest of the demonic left, albeit its almost extinct status, is conspiring to restore its glory days by a forceful takeover of the government. In other words, the Israeli Republicans view the Jewish left as Antifa BLM combined. Traitors and socio-communist subversives. Representatives of the darkling hordes of Arabia within their own borders. An enemy insurgency, as whites in America view blacks and browns and yellows. Netanyahu's opponents share with his own cultists the same sense that the institutions of state are bankrupt. The anti-Netanyahu protests began some 3 years ago, but did not take off. Then they were limited to several small groups that mainly focused on the prime minister's known corruption, but failed to attract any broad support. But the coronavirus outbreak and its economic destruction broke all the dams, catapulting tens of thousands of young Israelis into the streets and turning what was largely a niche protest into a growing threat to Netanyahu's total hold on power. The regular demonstrations outside Netanyahu's official Jerusalem residence quickly expanded and intensified, prompting smaller spin-off protests across the country as tens of thousands took up positions at hundreds of intersections and bridges, waving the blue and white state flag as well as black flags and calling for Netanyahu's resignation. Thousands began appending the word "go" to their Facebook profile photos in those days that led up to his overthrow. As in, Netanyahu, go away! Netanyahu was doing all he could to block those protests, to point of mobilizing the spread of coronavirus infections to serve his own ends. As Trump did here in these United States. Both these men are pandemicidals. Sources within the Ministerial Coronavirus Crisis Cabinet of Israel reported repeatedly that the ban on protests that Netanyahu managed to push through was of far more interest to Netanyahu than the fight against the pandemic itself. The last time Netanyahu had faced such popular protest was in the year my mother was murdered, the year of Fukushima Daiichi, the year 2011, when hundreds of thousands of Israelis then flooded the streets and town squares to demand social justice. Oh, those two words, social justice, how they set the white right off. And so Netanyahu quelled that protest with relative ease by promising a few economic crumbs and negotiating the release of Gilad Shalit, a soldier held captive by Hamas, in return for the release of hundreds of jailed terrorists, thus equating the life of one Israeli with 500,000 Palestinians. 9 years on, this was no longer an option. Israel was breaking COVID-19 morbidity records last year. Some 1 million Israelis having lost their jobs, and tens of thousands their places of business. The budget deficit was soaring, and the government lacked either resolve or resolutions. Israelis had no fear for good news at any time, through to what we can now only pray be Netanyahu's final fall. The despair on the warring sides has been growing. The police were employing increasingly violent tactics to control the protests throughout the Holy Land. Calls by conservative journalists and pundits to offer Netanyahu a pardon and bury his indictment in return for his resignation did nothing to help restore calm, any more than those same offers to provide Donald Trump immunity should he just resign his presidency had any effect on either himself or the fate of our republic. Netanyahu is not planning any retreat, nor are his opponents. The evidence fail of his trial was due to start in January. His rival/partner, Blue and White Party, then being held hostage in the largely crippled unity government formed in May, and no logical solution appeared in the offing. President Reuven Rivlin's prophecy of several years ago that Netanyahu would take the state with him if he goes down was coming true in front of all our very eyes. For those of you who don't know, presidents in Israel are equivalent to vice presidents in the United States. These are impotent offices in either case. Israel is still far from a real civil war, but the distance is growing shorter with every passing day. It will only take one spark to set off the barrel of dynamite threatening the streets. But if there be a silver lining that can never be taken away, it is the fact that not only Israeli Jewish parties, but Israeli right-wing Jewish parties have agreed to serve in an Israeli National Unity Coalition, and not only with an Israeli Arab party, but with an Israeli Arab Islamist party. With that ultimate taboo now broken, who knows what new possibilities will open up to improve relations between Israeli Arabs and Jews, and also maybe between Israelis and Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. Just as the ransacking of the U.S. Capitol by a Trump-inspired mob forced Americans to peer into the abyss of what our civil war will look like. The 11-day war between Israel and Hamas, in which the Israeli military was forced to confront Palestinian Arabs on the Gaza, Lebanon, West Bank, and internal fronts within Israel itself, all on the same day, has forced Israeli Jews to peer into a similar abyss. Because the first AI, or artificial intelligence war of the world, has been fought. And Israel is clearly the qualified victor. Operation Guardian of the Walls. Tactical victory, strategic defeat. Now, this is where the military analysis comes in. If you think I've been technical to this point, well, now we're going to get super technical. This is my field of specialization. This is what I did for think tanks. For 11 days this May, an asymmetric war raged between the Israeli Defense Force, one of the most technologically advanced militaries on the planet, and Hamas, the Palestinian militant group that governs the Gaza Strip, a small, isolated, and impoverished coastal enclave. These profoundly dissimilar combatants both sought to batter the other into submission with barrages of standoff-range weapons rather than engaging in any close combat. The fighting began on Monday, as dated the 10th day in May, when Hamas militants in Gaza fired long-range rockets toward Jerusalem. That barrage came after days of clashes between Palestinian protesters and Israeli police at Al-Aqsa. Heavy-handed police tactics at the compound, and the threatened eviction of dozens of Palestinian families by Jewish settlers, colonists of Israel, had inflamed tensions to the breaking point. By the time an Egyptian brokered ceasefire came into effect on the 21st day in May, rockets fired from Gaza had killed a dozen civilians in Israel and one IDF soldier, 13 Jews altogether. Meanwhile, the IDF bombardment killed 248 Gazans, at least 100 of whom were non-combatants. But with violent clashes between Jews and Arabs thereafter taking place in cities across Israel throughout the Israeli aerial suppression campaign, there were fears that if the fighting continued to escalate, then open internecine warfare within Israel itself was seemingly inevitable. Azawi Frey, an Arab member of the Israeli parliament with the Meretz party, so tweeted, "We're on the brink of a civil war. Hamas missiles are the least of our problems for a country in which Jewish and Arab rioters take to the street to lynch civilians." Now, Wednesday, as dated the 12th of May, was one of the most violent nights of internal Jewish-Arab chaos in years, as mob attacks spread across the country from Haifa to Tiberias and Bat Yam to Lod. There were several vicious attacks in the mixed Arab-Jewish town of Lod, including stabbings of several Jews and shootings of Arabs, as reported by Haaretz. A curfew was in place from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. to keep residents inside their homes and non-residents out of the city. In the Tel Aviv suburb, Bat Yam, where later Netanyahu, out of office, went to walk barefoot on the beach, right-wing Israelis smashed windows at Arab-owned businesses, kind of like a Jewish Kristallnacht. And a mob of extremist Jews was caught on film attacking a man who appeared to be Arab, pulling the young Arab man from his car and beating him senseless before leaving him bloody on the ground in Bat Yam. Police then issued a statement to effect that an investigation has been opened, and were quoted as saying, "We will get to each and every one of the attackers who participated in this horrifying lynching." The Israeli Defense Minister, Benny Gantz himself, stepped up to decry this as dangerous as Hamas, albeit it may be even worse for the fabric of Israeli society. For there is no Israeli righteous Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to speak on behalf of the Arabs. And because the former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu destroyed one of Israel's major achievements, the basic allegiance of Israeli Arabs with Israel, including their participation in the electoral process and their at least partial integration in the economy and in academic life. For many years, the supporters in Israel of a two-state solution have warned that the alternative would be a binational state. And with the stagnation and hopelessness in regard to a two-state solution and the current violent outbreak linking Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza to Israeli Arabs, one could say that the binational state is now here. Or rather, one state in which two nationalities clash. Not only have West Bank Palestinians lost the horizon of statehood, they have no real self-rule to speak of. For years, Israel has had security control over 97% of the West Bank territories, and now it has almost free entry to the remaining 3% Palestinian cities. In addition, East Jerusalem is under siege by Israeli police and the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, every hour of every day. About 500,000 settlers living east of the Green Line are there for the purpose of preventing a two-state solution. Without a border delineating two states, the West Bank has turned binational. Israel has as well, and so has Jerusalem. The most dangerous aspect of this deterioration is the political identification and connection of many Israeli Arabs with Palestinian independence fighting movements. Fatah, Hamas, the Islamic movements, etc. The basic allegiance of Israeli Arabs with Israel, including their participation in the electoral process and their at least partial integration in the economy and in academic life, was one of Israel's greatest accomplishments. It was achieved against all odds, as, by definition, the Arab minority identifies with the Arab countries in conflict and wars with Israel. Almost all Israeli governments invested the resources, integrational policies, and dialogues needed to bring this about. But the Benjamin Netanyahu government led toward the opposite direction, advocating economic policies that sustain Arab inhabitants as second-class citizens, coupled with racist legislation attempts and rhetoric. The late Prime Minister's popular warning that the Arabs were being bussed in droves to the polling stations, made on March 17th, Election Day of 2015, was a breaking point, leaving deep scars among Arabs who were merely exercising their electoral rights. During the last genuine attempt at peace talks, led by U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry, Prime Minister Netanyahu refused to even propose Israel's preferred future border. He was honest. He does not want any border. The demography of the borderless land is, today, already binational. In a lecture he delivered in February of 2015 titled Israel 2020, which was the plague year of yesteryear now, renowned Haifa University professor Arnon Sofer proved that the population living today on the land between the sea and the Jordan River, or so it was half a decade ago, was 52% Jewish and 48% Arab. And these figures, he then calculated, will be reversed by 2024, when we may have Trump as president yet again. And that will be the very year that the Jews whom Trump loves so much will become a minority in Israel. 47.6% of the population in their own land. A senior Palestinian official, who is also a prominent Palestinian academic, spraketh to Al Monitor in this respect, on condition of anonymity, so saying, according to the Oslo Accords, we were supposed to have a permanent status agreement for a two-state solution in 1999. Netanyahu killed this prospect. From the moment he came to power in 1996, no such real negotiations ever took place. Our aim, that of the PLO, our Palestinian Liberation Organizational leader Yasser Arafat, and the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, was to have an independent state living side by side with Israel in security and cooperation. For Netanyahu's Israel, there is no security without occupation, and no coalition without settlements. You witness today the result of these policies, a binational state in which we, the Palestinians, are less than second-class citizens, yet soon will be the majority. The current violence is a reflection of that. From our point of view, this may be a necessary stage. To live under an apartheid regime, resist it. And with time, the international community will intervene as it did in South Africa. The situation may resemble the former South Africa, but there be no FWD clerks or Nelson Mandelas in sight. As aforementioned, the most serious aspect of the new reality is the growing identification of Israeli Arabs with the Palestinians of the West Bank. Israeli Arabs from the Galilee and the Negev were involved in the terrorist attacks preceding Donald Trump being hacked into the Oval Office. Few Israeli Arabs condemned those attacks, and their political leadership then sided and consulted with the Palestinian leadership in Ramallah. This was the first time that Israelis were being attacked, for several weeks at that point, both by West Bank and Gaza Palestinians and by Israel's own Arab citizens simultaneously. A national struggle is then coupled with a quasi-civil war. This dangerous, potentially fatal development was made worse thereafter by right-wing spokesmen such as Habayit HaYahudi leader Naftali Bennett, now Israel's prime minister, and Israel Betenu head Avigdor Lieberman, denouncing the Israeli Arabs as a fifth column, saying that they were an insurgency and looking on them as the enemy and thereby making them so. In this borderless reality of a de facto binational state, not only is Israel's security suffering, but its democracy is also shaken. Minority rights are not respected, and the socio-political polarization between right and left is undermining a necessary common denominator. The ongoing terror wave, which is liable to continue and even to grow, has dire consequences on the economy. With time, incoming tourism and external investments will be damaged. Israel's international isolation will increase further. Except for sympathetic American pronouncements on Israel's right to self-defense, most of the international community is showing growing empathy with the Palestinian side. The current situation is not offering the Palestinians any viable solution or the desired statehood. It's a plague on both houses. For Palestine, it is cycles of futile violence in the face of augmenting international passivity. For Israel, it is the danger of becoming and being perceived as an apartheid state in the face of expanding international criticism. Damningly, the all-too-recent bombardment struck a blow to the already decrepit infrastructure in the small coastal territory of the Gaza Strip, home to more than 2 million Palestinians. It flattened high-rises and houses, tore up roads and wrecked water systems. At least 30 health care facilities were damaged, forcing a halt to coronavirus testing in the territory. After the ceasefire, the United Nations sent 13 trucks with food, COVID-19 vaccines, medical supplies, and medicines into Gaza. The world body also allocated $18.6 million in emergency humanitarian aid. Tens of thousands returned home after sheltering in United Nations schools. At the peak, 66,000 people were crammed inside, but United Nations spokesman Stefani Duraric stated that by Friday, as dated the 21st of May, the number fell under 1,000. Yet both sides declared victory, and both within their own good reason. For the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, the conflict was seen as an opportunity to destroy as much of Hamas's human and material infrastructure as it could before it was compelled to cease fire, a routine scourging described by Israeli strategists as mowing the lawn. For Hamas, the war was not about defeating Israel militarily, but rather buttressing its reputation as a champion of the Palestinian cause, as its rockets were launched in response to the eviction of Palestinians in East Jerusalem, well outside of Gaza. Competing claims to Jerusalem have repeatedly triggered bouts of violence. Israel captured East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza in the 1967 war, and the Palestinians want them for their future state. So, if I take a little breather here, inhale deeply. I'll provide an executive summary. Israel ended the war in Gaza with impressive tactical achievements, but in a position of great strategic inferiority. The outcome recalls America's quantitative achievements in the Vietnam War alongside its strategic defeat in that same conflict. Now, Israel's Gaza war was like no other military operation in history. But Hamas's arsenal shaped the Gaza war of May 2021. 6 code names: Summer Rains, Cast Lead, Pillar of Defense, Protective Edge, Black Belt, and now Guardian of the Walls. Each one was an IDF, or Israeli Defense Force operation, in the Gaza Strip. Summer Rains in 2006 went on for 4 months. Cast Lead in 2009, 3 weeks. Pillar of Defense in 2012, a single week, but 7 days. Protective Edge in 2014, half 100 days. Black Belt in 2019, less than 72 hours. Less than 3 days. And now Guardian of the Walls, 11 days. In the 16 years since Israel withdrew unilaterally from the Gaza Strip, they've launched 6 large-scale operations, an average of 1 every 2.5 years. Each one had its trigger, each one its objective. But fundamentally, none were different from the one that preceded it or came thereafter. Changed the names of the IDF Chief of Staff, the Defense Minister, and the top Hamas commanders, and the stories pretty much write themselves. Yes, some details might change, but not the overall picture. Summer Rains was sparked by the abduction of Gilad Shalit, who was ultimately traded back to Israel for 1,000 violent terrorists in exchange. Cast Lead came after thousands of rockets. Black Belt started with the targeted killing of a top Islamic Jihad commander. And Guardian of the Walls kicked off with a Hamas rocket barrage on Jerusalem. Hamas and other militant groups fired over 4,000 rockets at Israeli cities. Dozens landed as far north as the bustling commercial capital of Tel Aviv-Yafo. To contextualize, in earlier wars, the rockets flew as far as Ashdod. Now they get as far as Tel Aviv, the New York City of Israel. Ashkelon and Beersheba don't even count. And while the missile range might vary, as well as the nature of the threat, the overall challenge remains the same. Israel and Hamas are launching missiles at one another again. Allow us myself to analyze the weapons that shaped, or in some cases, failed to impact, the conflict. First, we must look at These rockets and other weapon systems employed by Hamas against civilian and military targets in Israel, and the effectiveness of Israel's Iron Dome defense system. Okay, I promised technical. We're going to get technical. We've got 2 hours remaining. Now, Hamas rockets. Hamas's armed wing, the Al-Qassam Brigade, along with the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group, launched 4,300 rockets in the war, out of an estimated arsenal of 14,000. The barrage killed 10 civilians in Israel, including a child and a teenager, and injured 330 other Jews. Some of them might have been Arab, but Israeli citizens all, nonetheless. Hamas maintained barrages of 300 to 450 rockets daily, despite the IDF's counter-bombardment, 50% to 100% higher than the volume of fire in the preceding 2014 war. Furthermore, nearly twice as many rockets were lobbed at more distant cities like Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, roughly 1 out of 6, implying Hamas increased the proportion of long-range rockets. Post-ceasefire, a senior Israeli official told the New York Times Hamas still possesses 8,000 known rockets, implying only modest attrition from all those IDF strikes. The launchers are often fired while concealed in tunnels, garages, or under overhead cover, meaning they are rarely detected prior to launch. Due to a 14-year-old Israeli blockade, Hamas has only very limited access to foreign arms smuggled in by tunnels across the Egyptian border. While Hamas had more success with smuggling in the past, today experts believe most of its rockets are built by shops in Gaza, cottage industries, with technical assistance and millions of dollars of financing supplied by Iran, as Hamas openly claims, in the form of blueprints, engineering know-how, motor tests, and other technical expertise. Still, Hamas's rockets lack guidance systems, making them only useful for aerial bombardment. Many misfire or fall short of their targets, with sometimes lethal results. For example, Palestinian advocacy group Defense for Children reports an incident on May 10th in which 8 Gazans, including 2 children, were killed by a short-firing rocket in Jabalia. The IDF claims only a third of the Palestinian rockets reached a viable target, and that around 1,000, or 11.6%, fell within Gaza itself during this round of fighting. A salvo of 6 Grad rockets launched from Lebanon to express support for Gazans also failed to make it cross the Israeli border. The mainstay of Hamas's inventory is the Qassam series of rockets, oft fashioned out of metal traffic post tubes at a cost of $300 to $800 US. These possess limited range and small warheads, and thus primarily threaten Israeli communities adjacent to Gaza, like Ashkelon and Sderot. However, Iranian advisors have taught Hamas how to manufacture a multitude of larger rocket types, costing a few $1,000s each, like the R-160 and Sejil series that can strike cities like Jerusalem and Tel Aviv about 30 to 40 miles away from Gaza. In this latest conflict, Hamas struck Israel's Red Sea port of Eilat, 120 miles away, using a new 155-mile range Ayash 250 rocket. Hamas is also believed to still possess some ubiquitous Soviet and Chinese-built Grad and WS-1E 122 millimeter artillery rockets with a range of 250 miles, and larger Iranian-designed Fire series rockets ranging from 28 to 47 miles. Iran has also tried to smuggle in large Syrian-built M302 302 millimeter rockets into Gaza with a range of 56 to 124 miles. Buildings struck by Palestinian rockets include houses, high-rise apartment buildings, a supermarket in Beersheba, a synagogue in Ashkelon, 5 civilian cars, and a safari park. Some overshot and landed near Palestinian communities in the West Bank. Hamas and Pilje did not exclusively target civilian population centers, firing rockets at least half a dozen Israeli air bases and airports and offshore oil platforms. Rocket strikes caused fires in a power plant, a petroleum depot in Ashkelon, and the Ashdod-Eilat pipeline, and shut down air travel at several Israeli airports. So let's talk about that Iron Dome that was supposed to stop all this. In the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war, rockets fired from Lebanese soil killed 44 Israeli civilians all across Israel. Afterward, Israel's government sought to mitigate the rocket threat by developing and deploying the Iron Dome defense system, aided by $1.6 billion United States dollars in American funding. We built their operational Star Wars system, people. Each Iron Dome battery comprises a high-resolution radar, radio detection and ranging device, a trailer-based control center, and 3 or 4 rocket launchers, each loaded with 20 Tamir interceptor missiles, each costing $40,000 or more. The Iron Dome's radar can detect rockets up to 43 miles away and launches Tamir missiles only at those calculated to land within a populated area. Initially radar guided, a Tamir switches to an internal infrared seeker to swoop down and destroy rockets with its proximity-fused warhead. In the 2014 Israel-Hamas war, the system reportedly intercepted 735 rockets out of around 800 attempted intercepts. In other words, it struck down almost everything that violated Israeli airspace. In the May 2021 conflict of but yesterday, yestermenses last month, Hamas sought to counter Iron Dome by executing coordinated salvos of up to 100 rockets to overwhelm Iron Dome batteries with more targets than they could simultaneously engage. New multiple rocket launcher systems clustering 6, 9, or 12 rockets together likely helped achieve these surges. Low trajectory launches may also have been executed to lower the odds of interception. In other words, almost like firing your rocket in a straight line, point blank. It's bound to hit something in Israel. The IDF, nonetheless, claims Iron Dome batteries shot down 1,500 out of the 4,360 rockets fired, ostensibly resulting in a 90% interception rate once rockets that fail to present a threat are subtracted. Hamas also directed dozens of rockets at Israel's Tamar offshore oil field without success. Possibly some of the rockets were intercepted by Tamir missiles fired by Israeli corvettes, as the Israeli Navy has taken to deploying 1 or 2 Iron Dome launchers onto the decks of its Sa'ar 5 class corvettes, and is receiving new Sa'ar 6 class corvettes with navalized Iron Dome systems built in. So, Hamas has mortars as well. And mortars are relatively portable, short-range artillery systems which fire in a high indirect trajectory. Hamas uses Soviet 82mm and more powerful 120mm HM-16 mortars built by Iran. Situated in concealed positions, these are more accurate than rockets and can generate sustained volumes of fire. However, these only have enough range of about 3 to 5 miles to threaten Israeli communities and troops adjacent to Gaza. A 100-round mortar barrage killed 2 Thai workers from Thailand in Eshkol Regional Council District. The Jews hire these people out of Thailand so they can take the heat, both in terms of field work and absorbing incoming barrages. Then we had the Hamas drones. Hamas deployed several unmanned combat systems in this May 2021 war without any known successes, including the Shihab kamikaze drone, which appears to be a Gaza-built knockoff of the Iranian HESA, or HESA Ababil 2 drone. On the 13th day in May, Shihab, heading towards an offshore oil platform, was shot down by an Israeli F-16 fighter jet using an indigenous Python 5 heat-seeking missile. Another was downed by Iron Dome in the first drone kill for the system. The IDF reported disabling 4 more drones between May 10th and 18th with classified means, perhaps referring to electronic warfare methods. IDF airstrikes apparently destroyed at least 2 Hamas drones while being prepared for launch. On the 18th day in May, the IDF also shared footage of a Hamas team in a car deploying a remote control unmanned underwater vehicle, a UUV, or drone submarine, into the water, presumably for an attack on an Israeli ship or oil platform. However, Israeli airstrikes destroyed the submarine and struck the car carrying its operators. A hell of a way to die in a war while jockeying a joystick. The 9M133 Kornet, spelled with a K, is a Russian-built laser-guided portable anti-tank weapon with a shaped charge warhead designed to defeat even well-protected tanks at distances of over 3 miles. In the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war, Hezbollah Kornets damaged or destroyed a few dozen Israeli Merkava tanks. Hamas also deploys older Soviet Malyutka 9111 Fagot, F-A-G-O-T, and 9M113 Concours missiles, and a North Korean knockoff of the Fagot called the Byulse-2. Byulse, a Korean word there. And with a maximum range exceeding 3 miles, Hamas's anti-tank teams are one of its only effective means to attack IDF forces surrounding Gaza with direct fire. Indeed, a Kornet attack on a jeep caused the only IDF or military death for the Israelis in the entire 11-day conflict. However, Hamas's anti-tank teams seemingly had few other successes, and the IDF claimed to have destroyed 7 teams. IDF surveillance assets may have helped the IDF detect and attack these teams before they could inflict much damage. The latest Merkava tanks and Neymar APCs, or armored personnel carriers, furthermore carry trophy active protection systems designed to detect incoming missiles, identify the launcher's position, and destroy the missile itself. In summary, Hamas did not succeed in replicating modest tactical successes won against the IDF in 2006 and 2014, nor did its use of drones or improved rocket tactics seem to seriously breach the Iron Dome's defensive umbrella, or allow it to severely damage more than a few economic or any military targets. However, Hamas demonstrated it could locally manufacture a sprawling inventory of rockets with which it could sustainably assail Israeli cities despite the massive IDF bombardment, and that it could now project more firepower at greater range than the 2014 conflict with Israel. So in the years in between the half-dozen named military operations, Hamas has improved its capabilities. It now has more rockets with longer ranges and larger warheads, more tunnels, more fighters, and more sophisticated electronic warfare. All true. But for the most part, Gaza is a place stuck in time. In the 16 years since Israel withdrew from the entire Strip, the region has changed dramatically. Wars have been fought, superpowers have come and gone, and borders have shifted like the proverbial sand of the Middle East itself. But Gaza itself remains stuck in place. Hamas improved its military capabilities, and its prized and well-fortified Metro, the underground tunnel network diligently built in the 7 years since the last Gaza war. But for the citizens of Gaza, the story remains the same. They are living under the control of a terrorist group, bent on Israel's destruction, determined to sacrifice its own people in an unwinnable war against the IDF. Like the 5 before it, the latest operation has had its unique traits and surprises. Hamas, for example, surprised the IDF with its ability to fire nonstop barrages. In one day, it managed to launch 170 rockets into Ashkelon within a matter of hours. That was impressive. The terrorist group's ability to fire rockets whenever it wanted, wherever it wanted, and how many it wanted, also proved that it has sophisticated command and control systems that remain undamaged despite the heavy IDF bombardment of the entire Gaza Strip. If this is what Hamas has now, the understanding is that in any future war, in Lebanon with Hezbollah, which has been watching this war carefully, the ability to stop rocket fire will be even harder. I will now turn to analyze in brief the principal arms employed by the IDF and their impact on Hamas and civilians in Gaza. These recent wars are bringing the future of warfare into practical utility, and the impact is forcing countries to change the entire arithmetic of postmodern warfare. Be it the utilization of drones in the war for Nagorno-Karabakh by Azerbaijan against Armenia, or the latest AI warfare in the Hamas-Israel conflict. The countries that had the upper hand in these technologies came out as apparently comprehensive victors. Having relied heavily on machine learning, the Israeli military is calling the recent Israel-Hamas conflict, known as Operation Guardian of the Walls, the first artificial intelligence war. After 11 days of fighting, the fourth Israel-Hamas war since the Islamist terrorist organization took over the Gaza Strip in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire George Dietrich died, came to an end. Like its predecessors, the war practically concluded sans clear victory. The impression, however, is that this conflict differed completely from the previous rounds of fighting in terms of the contrasting language and modes of thinking of Hamas and Israel, which reflected a wide conceptual disparity. Whereas Israel's thinking during the fighting displayed a tactical quantitative logic, Hamas's thinking was strategic qualitative. This was clearly evident in Israel's domestic discourse, which focused on quantitative achievements of the campaign, such as number of targets attacked, number of Hamas terrorists killed, quantity of rockets launched or destroyed, number of tunnels pulverized, number of multi-story buildings leveled, and so on, all very similar to the body counts of Vietnam. From that standpoint, the nature of the campaign, which consisted primarily of airstrikes, reinforced the Israeli conception, which centered on hopes to achieve as many objectives as possible by attacking targets. Well, in that regard, the IDF indeed performed quite well. The campaign was well conducted with coordination between the IDF and the Shabak, the Israel Security Agency. Even the political echelon, which is politically divided against itself, managed to maintain harmony and laudable cooperation. The Israeli military was thusly enabled to carry out heavy strikes against Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad sites in the Gaza Strip over the course of 11 days of the conflict. According to the IDF itself, it targeted critical infrastructure and persons affiliated with the two parties, while the military relied on what was already available in the civilian market and adapted it for military purposes. In the years leading up to the fighting, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, developed an advanced AI technological platform that centralized all data on terrorist groups in the Gaza Strip onto a single system, allowing for intelligence analysis and extraction. And in describing that technology's use, in 11 days of fighting on the Gaza Strip, a senior officer in the intelligence corps of the Israeli military was quoted in a Jerusalem Post article entitled "The World's First AI War," in which he was quoted as saying, "For the first time, artificial intelligence was a key component and power multiplier in fighting the enemy. This is a first-of-its-kind campaign for the IDF. We implemented new methods of operation and used technological developments that were a force multiplier for the entire IDF." A senior Likud minister had earlier affirmed that Israel would preemptively strike the Hamas terror group in Gaza when it became apparent that it was restocking its rocket arsenal and gearing up to fire at Israel, as he laid out what he described as the Jewish state's new security doctrine vis-a-vis the coastal enclave following Operation Guardian of the Walls. While, on one hand, these deliberations are going on the other, after attacking Israel, Hamas has been trying to destroy Iranian back channels. It is warned that Israel is eavesdropping on them and has asked the Palestinians to not talk about the attacks. Moreover, it is actively cracking down on Palestinians who have colluded with Israel. According to Palestinian sources in Gaza, the alert was issued to conceal the damage done to the Gaza Strip's tunnels and weapons arsenals during Israeli airstrikes. The Israeli military said that it adapted the AI technologies already available in the civilian market to its needs in military intelligence. An advanced AI technological platform was established to centralize all data on militant groups in the Gaza Strip onto one system to aid in the analysis and extraction of intelligence crucial for the operations. Or at least this is what the Israeli website says. Because of its location in a volatile region, Israel has made significant investments in AI, artificial intelligence, and its military applications. For years, the country has placed machine learning and algorithm-driven warfare at the top of its research and development, its R&D priorities. To use AI efficiently in a conflict, the system needs to be fed tons of raw data from satellites, aerial reconnaissance vehicles, field agents, ground intelligence, and years of data. Now, the IDF collects data using a variety of methods, including, this is all in the uppercase letters, SIGINT, SIGINT, or signal intelligence, VISINT, or VISINT, visual intelligence, HUMINT, or HUMINT, human intelligence, or GEOINT, or GEOINT, that's GEOINT, geographical intelligence, and other such INTs, or intelligences, resulting in mountains of raw data that must be combed through to find the critical pieces needed to carry out a strike. And so soldiers in Unit 8200, as they call it, 8200, which is an IDF Intelligence Corps elite unit, pioneered algorithms and code that led to several new programs called Alchemist, Gospel, and Depth of Wisdom, which were developed and deployed during the fighting. Collecting data using signal intelligence, or SIGINT, visual intelligence, or VISINT, human intelligence, or HUMINT, geographical intelligence, or GEOINT, and more. The IDF has mountains of raw data that are combed through by the very primitive artificial intelligence, more like an expert system, to find the key pieces necessary to carry out any strike. Gospel, in particular, employed AI to generate recommendations for troops in military intelligence's research division, which in turn used them to produce or even create high-quality targets before passing them on to the IAF, or the Israeli Air Force, to strike. That means some of these targets were simply generated almost as if invented, but nevertheless remaining in Israeli eyes as viable and legitimate. While the IDF had gathered thousands of targets in the densely populated coastal enclave over the past 2 years, hundreds were gathered in real time, including missile launchers that were aimed at Tel Aviv and Jerusalem itself. The military believes using AI helped shorten the length of the fighting, having been effective and quick in gathering targets using supercognition. The IDF carried out hundreds of strikes against Hamas and PIJ, including rocket launchers, rocket manufacturing, production, and storage sites, military intelligence offices, drones, commanders' residences, and Hamas's naval commando unit. Israel has destroyed most of the naval commando unit's infrastructure and weaponry, including several autonomous GPS or geosynchronous positioned satellite-guided submarines that can carry 30 kilograms of explosives. By the way, the PLJ I mentioned, PILJ, that's the Islamic Jihad movement in Palestine, known in the West simply as Palestinian Islamic Jihad, hence the PLJ. It's a Damascus or Damascus-based Palestinian Islamist organization formed in 1981 and now provided succor and sustenance and support by Bashar al-Assad. And yeah, not quite sure if you need to know anything more about it than that. And honestly, until this war, I never knew they had existed, even though they've been around effectively forever. Now, as per the Jerusalem Post, IDF Unit 9900s, that's the Israeli, the IDF, what would you call it? It's kind of like their space warriors. What would be the Space Force in the United States? Now, as I said, and welcome back, of course, Jameson Reese, who abandoned us for but a second there. Thank you, sir, for your return and for informing myself thereof. And we got an hour and 15 minutes left, actually more than that. But as I sourced from the Jerusalem Post, IDF, or Israeli Defense Force Units 9900's satellites have gathered GeoInt, or geographic intelligence, over the years. Thus, they were able to automatically detect changes in terrain, changes in terrain. I'm sure they'd love to aim for Tehran, but thankfully, or thank the gods of my ancestors, we're not at that point yet. But from what I read in the Jerusalem Post, the IDF Unit 9900s, what would I call them? Low orbital threshold satellites, have been gathering the GeoInt, or geographical intelligence, over the years. And so they were able to automatically detect changes in terrain in real time, so that during the operation, the military was able to detect launching positions and hit them after firing. Exempli gratiae. Unit 9900 troops, employing satellite imagery, were able to detect 14 rocket launchers that were located next to a school. More than 150 PLI, or PIJ, I mean to say, an acronym known in the West as simply Palestinian Islamic Jihad, more than 150 of these Palestinian jihadis and Hamas operatives were also terminated by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, with extreme prejudice, many of whom were considered senior leaders or indispensable in their professions, particularly those in charge of missile research and development. In fact, one strike against senior Hamas operative Bassam Issa was carried out with no civilian fatalities or even casualties, despite being in a tunnel under a high-rise building surrounded by 6 schools and a medical clinic. Israel did exceptionally well during this operation. There was, for example, the intelligence coup of discovering the route of the metro and its destruction that will set back Hamas for some time yet to come. Hamas's underground metro tunnel network was heavily damaged over the course of several nights of airstrikes. Military sources confirmed they were able to map that network, consisting of hundreds of kilometers under residential areas, to a degree where they knew almost everything about them. Or one would get the impression thereof. The mapping of Hamas's underground network was done by a massive intelligence gathering process. I would say, how would I describe this to laymen? Something that has its origins in artificial intelligence. All I can say is that it was, as I said, the mapping of Hamas's underground network. It was conducted by what can only be deemed a supermassive intelligence gathering process that was only made possible by the technological developments and employment of big data to fuse all that intelligence. But most impressive, however, was Israel's aerial assault. Israel conducted hundreds of airstrikes. A senior Israeli army official said it hit 1,600 military targets, or what will pass for a military target in a completely civilian air infrastructure run by a stateless militia. While the world tends to look at this conflict through dry and simple numbers like a scorecard, as in how many are dead in Gaza, more compared with how many are dead in Israel, which would be less. This is a distorted perspective when you think of how many more died in Gaza compared to the few that died in Israel, and therefore you say tedium or victory on the basis of who had the most survive, in contrast to which side had the most killed, then you're looking at this through the wrong lens. The world instead should evaluate what exactly has happened during the Guardian of the Walls. Yes, it is a terrible name for an operation, which is shaping up to be the most accurate and precise military operation in postmodern military history. Here are the numbers. The IDF bombed over 1,000 targets in Gaza, many of them homes, buildings, tunnels, and Hamas positions. The number of dead, according to Hamas's official numbers, which sadly includes civilians, is about 230. The IDF insists that at least 160 of those are targeted terrorists, and they have most of the names to prove it. This is, well, that's meant to imply that approximately 60 of the dead are civilians. In all objectivity, some of them were likely killed by Hamas's own rockets, as a third of the missiles shot landed inside the Gaza Strip itself. In other words, they fell short. Now, every life lost is a tragedy. So goeth the platitude. But think about this. Over 1,000 bombs were dropped on Gaza, on over 1,000 targets by the Israelis. And at the very least, 60 civilians had to officially be acknowledged by a racist white settler regime enforcing an apartheid ethno-state as having been immediately killed, albeit it realistically be at least twice that number, still never been done. So to listen to any critic who sayest that the IDF assault is disproportionate shows a complete ignorance of asymmetric conflict, especially in a war against a cynical enemy that embeds itself within a civilian population and hides behind human shields. This does not mean the IDF did not make mistakes. Just as all wars include collateral damage, all wars include mistakes. But if you're looking at the dry numbers, as the international community likes to do, then you might be forgiven in concluding that what the IDF has done is astounding, an accomplishment never achieved by any other military in world history. While others should continue to quite rightfully attack the ideological politics of Israel that brought it all to this sorry state, I have little doubt that this operation will be studied at West Point and the National War College. Just extraordinary. All this gives a clear picture of how artificial intelligence was employed and made all the difference, clearly turning Israel into the immediate winner. What comes next? Will this latest round of war prevent the next one? Israel's hope for after this operation ends has been to achieve quiet for at least 5 years. That is what senior IDF generals are openly saying. 5 years would be nice, but maybe Israel needs to change the way it thinks about Gaza. 12 people were killed in Israel, all but one of them civilians, including a 5-year-old boy and a 16-year-old girl. The Gaza Health Ministry testifies that at least 243 Palestinians were immediately killed, including 66 children, with 1,910 people critically injured. It does not differentiate between fighters and civilians, as it understands this to be an ongoing racial war of extermination perpetrated against their people as an ethnos. So instead of looking at the strip of land as enemy territory, maybe Israel needs a shift in the paradigm. Does Israel simply accept the reality that there is another round of violence every few years? Or is there a possible alternative? No one knows. But after 16 years, since the disengagement circa 2005 of managing Gaza one way, maybe it is worth trying something else. In most likelihood, the answer will be nothing else will work. Because as long as Hamas rules Gaza, it will understandably seek Israel's destruction. It is possible that this reality is something Israelis simply have to accept. But maybe there be something else. One of the explanations why Hezbollah is currently deterred from a conflict with Israel is because it understands that if there is war, it will be blamed, Hamas itself, for the inevitable destruction of Lebanon, and specifically and more importantly, the Lebanese national infrastructure. Hezbollah runs Lebanon, and Israel has already stated that in any future war, it would attack Beirut's national infrastructure as part of its target bank. In Gaza, however, there be no infrastructure beside what Hamas has built for itself. In an effort to put pressure on Hamas, Israel tried to send a message what is now the month before last to Gaza's elite through its attacks on the upscale neighborhood of Rimal. But that is nothing like the threat of losing industrial zones, power plants, ports, permits to work in Israel, and more. The thing is that none of these assets exist when it comes to Gaza. And despite numerous ideas over the years, from docking a ship off Gaza's coast with a generator to provide electricity, to establishing industrial zones or ports for Gaza in Cyprus, or on an artificial island, nothing has moved ahead. Hamas has now undoubtedly been hit hard and extensively from a military standpoint, but therein lies the catch. Not only did its tactical quantitative logic prevent Israel from reaching any clear-cut, indisputable military outcome, but Hamas employed a completely different logic that focused on systemic, strategic objectives. From that perspective, Hamas had greater success than expected. It not only initiated the campaign by firing rockets at Israel's capital on the Jerusalem Day holiday and thereby surprising Israeli political and military decision makers, as some senior defense officials admitted, but was also able to create ripple effects of the war beyond the borders of Gaza itself. The discord that emerged in Jewish-Arab relations in Israel itself, the riots in mixed cities, and the agitation in the West Bank were side effects of the war in Gaza. For the first time, Hamas succeeded in enticing the entire Palestinian body politic in Gaza itself, the West Bank, and within Israel itself into an outburst of terror and violence. It thus undermined a key Israeli approach, one that has succeeded for an appreciable period, to drive a wedge between the Palestinian populations of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Moreover, Hamas waged its campaign from a broad regional and international perspective. Unlike in previous rounds, where the blockade on Gaza was made central to the fighting and its objectives, in this one, Hamas turned Jerusalem into the symbolic focus. Hamas thereby took the lead of the regional terror and resistance camp, even at the expense of Hezbollah, which had to acquiesce to missile launches at Israel from Lebanese territory by rebellious Palestinian factions, which could become an ongoing phenomenon. In this latest campaign, Hamas set the agenda. The conflict in Gaza was no longer a local round of fighting with Israel, but an aspect, even a cornerstone, of a much larger confrontation between two regional schools. The first is the economic pragmatic school of minds, in which Israel has taken the lead alongside wealthy and risk-averse states of the region. This school espouses a politics of promoting an economic agenda and has backed the Abraham Accords, as well as the Mansour Abbas phenomenon. It was also the rationale behind the Trump misadministration's deal of the century. The second school is the Hearts School, opposed to the minds, of the resistance camp, which espouses old-school identity politics based on utopian and absolute visions that prioritize the future over the present. While during the past decade, the pragmatic school gained a distinct advantage in the region under the tutelage of the American Empire, the Gaza campaign appears to have challenged it, enabled by three factors. Number one, a change in American administration, as President Biden and his progressive entourage are abandoning his predecessor's Middle East policy. Two, the weakness of the Israeli political system, and particularly of Bibi Netanyahu himself, who was perceived as playing a key strategic role of deterrence. Three, the resistance camp's assessment of the weakness of the West, inclusive Israel, amid its internal disarray during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. So the past decade was marked by relative security stability in region, the weakness of the resistance camp, and the declining salience of the Palestinian question itself. The conflict in Gaza altered this reality and boosted the proponents of identity politics within Gaza among Israeli Arabs and among West Bank Palestinians. Rather than simply another tactical round between the two sides, the latest Gaza confrontation was a strategic clash between different schools, approaches, Weltanschauungs, or worldviews, and camps. From that standpoint, Israel had an extraordinary opportunity to turn Gaza and Hamas into a kind of lesson both regionally and internationally, thereby restoring the previous equilibrium and reestablishing the pragmatic economic agenda. To do so, however, would have required a revision of the IDF's strategy toward Gaza and a different set of operational objectives, resulting in a campaign designed to demolish the foundations of Hamas's military power. That would have entailed abandoning the strategy of an aerial campaign in favor of one combining airstrikes and ground maneuver. But it appears that the gap in language between Israel's tactical quantitative approach and Hamas's strategic qualitative one reflected Israel's difficulty in understanding the nature and unique significance of this latest Gaza conflict in relation to its predecessors, and in appreciating the wider context in which it was waged. Instead, Israel used the same operational military logic it employed in previous rounds, viewing the warfare as another of its chronic clashes with the Gaza terror organizations. Accordingly, it ended the operation with impressive tactical achievements, but in a position of great strategic inferiority. So great that it recalls America's quantitative achievements alongside its strategic defeat in the Vietnam War from 1959 through 1975. Here, there be clear implications for Southwest Asian politics in almost every conceivable regard. And by here I'm referencing the latest Israeli-Gaza conflict. The hearts now have the upper hand. Hamas was able to make itself an important strategic actor beyond the Palestinian arena. It managed to undermine the economic, pragmatic paradigm of the deal of the century, spark conflict between Jews and Arabs within Israel itself, and give the region's terror groups good reason to keep confronting Israel henceforth. This is not good news for the minds and those in Southwest Asia who love life itself. Any effort to counteract this emerging trend requires, first and foremost, a cognitive internalization of the true significance of the latest war, and particularly its real outcomes. The sooner, the better. It being important to remember that while Israel is responsible for the situation in Gaza, what happens there is because of Hamas. One of the criticisms of Israel in the latter weeks of May was that while Israelis have the Iron Dome and bomb shelters to protect them, Gazans have nothing. This is false. Gazans have the simplest, cheapest, and most effective Iron Dome in the world, incendiary balloons so effective as to be deemed material war crimes in manifest by Israeli national security barristers. Since the beginning of May 2019, violence has increased between Israel and militants in Gaza. Significant media and legal attention has focused on Israel's response to rocket attacks fired from Gaza. The Israeli government has attacked militants directly, attacked a Hamas cyber facility, and limited fishing rights in the Gaza fishing zone. Along with rocket attacks, however, Israel has also been subjected to frequent attacks by incendiary arson balloons. By early June of this year, these attacks had destroyed approximately 4,300 acres of Israeli land, and more has been destroyed since then. Notably, news reports on the incendiary balloons do not identify the balloons by Israeli national security legal definition as war crimes under IHL, which be acronyms for International Humanitarian Law. The communities of Kibbutz Kfar Aza, in an area that lies within a few miles of Gaza, referred to as the Gaza envelope, but part of Israel since the country's independence circa 1948, are routinely attacked with rockets and mortars from terrorist and militant groups inside Gaza. Residents of the kibbutz, the collective to which I'm referencing, have amassed numerous exploded rockets and mortars that recovered from their yards and community. A particular fire balloon device was recovered on site Kfar Aza early in the morning of June 27th, along with the note attached. I have photographs of these. I will give them to Peter Moon. But what I can tell you without sharing the photographs with you, which I would happily do had I the means, these fire balloons are cheap, simple to mass produce, and effective in their design and destructiveness. They consist of a bomblet made of a small bag holding an accelerant-soaked roll of gauze or other absorbent material, connected to a homemade fuse, and tied with a string to a balloon. In the case of the photograph, I will share with those who are interested a condom, a prophylactic used as a balloon. Now, the natural and constant breeze off the Mediterranean Sea, which blows from Gaza into Israel, carries these incendiary devices into the civilian communities in Israel itself, some just a few hundred meters or less away from the border with Gaza. The fuse eventually burns the string that connects the bomblet to the balloon, dropping the bag and remainder of the fuse to start a fire wherever it lands. Not all the fuses stay lit, and sometimes the balloons deflate or get caught. Well, like Charlie Brown's kite, they get caught in trees. Sometimes they land harmlessly on concrete, but at other times they damage or destroy buildings or acres of farmland, and they can require significant resources to extinguish. Now, overlooking Gaza City itself, witnesses recorded numerous fires in the fields around them caused by these incendiary balloons, capturing photographic evidence from their Israeli territorial overlook while standing on charred earth burned a few days prior by similar devices. Now, just outside, another Israeli civilian community and near an Israeli Defense Forces memorial, fires started in agricultural lands just a few hundred meters away, most certainly from these balloons. The Kfar Aja community thereafter informed the press that another 10 devices had been recovered from just their community alone the following day. The day after that, several news outlets reported that the UN, the United Nations, and Egypt together mediated a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas to end the fire balloon attacks in exchange for economic relief. It is beyond dispute that customary international law limits and prohibits certain means and methods of attack, particularly indiscriminate attacks during armed conflicts, and that individuals can be held criminally liable for their violations of these customary laws of war. Generally, means of warfare refers to the weapon system being deployed, while method of warfare refers to how the weapon is being used or the military tactic employed. As Hamas has been using them, these incendiary balloon attacks technically violate numerous rules and customs of warfare, principally concerning the targeting of civilians and the use of indiscriminate weapons. The attacks also likely violate the prohibition on the use of incendiary weapons in this context. The protection of civilians against the harmful effects of armed conflict is one of the foundational purposes of the law of war. Hamas's employment of incendiary balloons violates both the principle of distinction and the prohibition against targeting civilians to spread terror. Two related but distinct rules of warfare that specifically protect civilians from attack. First, the principle of distinction requires that parties to a conflict must, at all times, distinguish between civilians and combatants, and that attacks may be directed only against combatants. In this case, the Israeli communities in the Gaza envelope are purely civilian communities surrounded by agricultural land. There be no static IDF bases or outposts in area, certainly not within range of these devices. Second, this deployment of incendiary balloons violates the independent prohibition on attacking civilians to spread terror. Both Additional Protocol 1 and 2 to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, along with the International Committee of the Red Cross, acronymous as ICRC, customary IHL, or International, what was the IHL again? International Humanitarian Law. Yes, that is what I'm referencing. Basically, that study, the ICRC, our International Red Cross customary International Humanitarian Law study, provides that, well, here I read therefrom, acts or threats of violence, the primary purpose of which is to spread terror among the civilian population, are prohibited. Regardless of the type of conflict, and regardless of the composition of the belligerents, attacking civilians to spread terror is strictly illegal. It is easy to imagine the civilian terror caused by the constant threat of one's home, school, or place of work catching fire. But there is also direct evidence that factually establishes the intent behind these attacks, provided by the notes that accompany some of these balloons. Now, photographic evidence exists of one such note, written in both Hebrew and Arabic. The Hebrew to English translation was provided by a community member from Kfar Aza and reads, "To the settlers of the Otef Aza, or the Gaza envelope, if our letters don't arrive to you by mail, it will come with the balloons. If your army continues to kill our children on our eastern border and continues its silence, it doesn't bring you anything but defeat and regret, and we will come with the incendiary balloons to kill you and burn the houses that you took from us. You should know that Netanyahu lives in illusion if he thinks that continuing murdering children and continuing the siege will bring him the victory in the election, and this is why we'll continue to hit you with the balloons until you will end the siege." By linking these attacks to current domestic Israeli politics and demanding a change in government policy vis-a-vis the Gaza Strip, the attackers are using terror as leverage in an attempt to force a change to government policy. In fact, this was somewhat successful. Israel eased restrictions in the Gaza fishing zone in return for Hamas promising to end these incendiary balloon attacks. By promising to end these attacks, Hamas, the de facto authority in Gaza, demonstrated that it had both knowledge of and effective control over the individuals making the incendiary weapons and illegally attacking civilians. This makes the attacks attributable to Hamas and not mere Palestinian civilians or protesters. Attacking civilians, communities, with incendiary balloons as a means of warfare is clearly illegal. However, the use of incendiary balloons, at least in this context, is also illegal as a method of warfare insofar as the attacks be indiscriminate. There are three basic ways an attack constitutes an indiscriminate and thus illegal attack. First, indiscriminate attacks are those that are not directed at a specific military objective. Second, they employ a method or means of combat that cannot be directed at a specific military objective. Or third, they employ a method or means of combat, the effects of which cannot be limited as required by international humanitarian law. Hamas's use of incendiary balloons meets each independent definition of an indiscriminate attack. In the case of these balloons, as I stated previously, these attacks are aimed specifically at civilians and thus meet the first definition of an indiscriminate attack. The reliance on coastal winds to deliver the weapon and the imprecise timing of homemade fuses, both independently and together, violate the prohibition of using a means of attack that cannot be directed at a lawful target. Here, even assuming the existence of a lawful target within range of these incendiary devices, there be no reasonable way to employ them in a manner in which they will reliably reach the intended target. Lastly, the nature of fire itself is largely uncontrollable. This is even more so in the Gaza envelope because the dry summer climate and the open and agricultural land that makest up so much of that area. Finally, the employment of incendiary balloons in this context likely violates the customary limitations on incendiary weapons, as reflected in the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross, customary IHL, or International Humanitarian Law Study. Now, whether or not a prohibition against using such weapons has in fact crystallized into customary international law applicable to a non-international armed conflict is not dispositive to the illegality of Hamas's use of them, as Hamas is illegally targeting civilians and highlights yet another potential way these attacks constitute a war crime. Reports indicate that close to 100 fires from incendiary devices had been started in Israel just in the week of June 23rd, on top of the destruction that began in early May. This suggests the number of these devices being launched is far greater. Based on the resources necessary to sustain the construction and launching of so many incendiary balloons over a prolonged period of time, it is implausible that these attacks are the work of a few individuals. It is far more likely these attacks were a planned and coordinated operation by an organized group or groups supported by Hamas that were part of a campaign of terror against Israeli civilians used for political purposes. It is important to document war crimes when and where they occur so that perpetrators can be held accountable and so that an accurate and actual record is compiled. The international community should unequivocally condemn the targeting and threatening of civilians, the use of illegal weapons in armed conflicts, and the deliberate and organized strategy of committing war crimes to seek political change. Future engagement by the United Nations or third country intermediates like Egypt, who are working towards peace in region, should seek the surrender of those individuals responsible for committing war crimes to stand trial before a fair and competent jurisdiction. Until impunity for war crimes ends, Hamas will likely continue to find it politically advantageous to commit them. But that does not mean that we in the world should accept this cycle of war. After 16 years of doing it one way, is it not time to try something else? Israel bombing Gaza to stop Hamas rockets and fire balloons proves why its United States military aid should end. Throughout the second full week in May, the skies over Israeli cities were lit up by more than 1,500 rockets fired by Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups in Gaza, and rippled with the traces of small explosions as Israel's Iron Dome air defense system missiles have blown many of the crude weapons out of the sky. On the other side of the wall encircling the Palestinian coastal strip, the picture is very different. While 8 Israelis, all but one being civilians, had been killed by the rockets that had evaded the Iron Dome, Israeli Defense Forces' retaliatory airstrikes and artillery strikes had reportedly by that time killed 119 Palestinians in Gaza, including 10 Hamas leaders and 31 children, and injured more than 800 as of Friday of that first week of conflict. By that point, thus far, Israel's U.S.-built F-16 jets and artillery systems had struck at least 150 targets across that impoverished coastal enclave, home to 2 million Palestinians, and leveled 3 high-rise buildings with links to Hamas. For decades, billions of dollars in American military aid to Israel has been rationalized as necessary to help an underdog nation stave off an array of powerful foes threatening its very survival. In one memorable case, when Israeli defenses were harshly tested in 1973 by a coordinated attack from Syria and Egypt, the United States airlifted jet fighters and tanks to Israel to make up for its equipment losses. But as Israel now demonstrates its ability to inflict a lopsided death count on the Palestinians, it'd be high time to acknowledge that this depiction of Israel no longer has any basis in reality. Instead, American aid merely funds polishing the armor of a regional Goliath in its contests with David. Right now, the American empire provides 3.8 billion United States dollars to Israel annually, equivalent to 20% of Israel's defense budget, and nearly 3/5 of U.S. foreign military financing globally. Israel's neighbors, Egypt and Jordan, are the next 2 highest, receiving 1.3 billion United States dollars and 350 million U.S. dollars, respectively, as part of policies intended to ensure their peaceful relationship with the Jewish state between them. While Israel is required to spend most of the aid money on military equipment made by American companies, in turn, Washington is required not to sell weapons to other Middle Eastern countries that are more sophisticated than those possessed by Israel to guarantee its qualitative military edge. Meanwhile, Congress often adds more on top of the annual 3.8 billion US dollar commitment. Exempli gratiae. Though the Iron Dome was developed by Israel, its improvement and deployment have received 1.6 billion United States dollars in American funding in addition to the yearly allocation I've described. After years of this largesse, combined with its own improved military capabilities, Israel isn't about to run out of weaponry without American funding. In fact, Israel now exports many of the arms it produces. At this point, American military aid is essentially underwriting a regional heavyweight that sells so many weapons abroad it's ranked as the 8th largest arms exporter on the goddamn planet. The American empire is actually increasingly buying technologies from Israel, like that used in the Iron Dome, missile defense radars, and the Trophy system, which protects tanks from incoming projectiles. Israeli firms have also developed the IDF's Merkava tanks, kamikaze drones, guided bombs and cruise missiles, advanced radars, anti-aircraft missiles, ballistic missiles, artillery systems, and small arms. The most notable exceptions remain manned combat aircraft, which Israel has mostly procured from the U.S., and nuclear missile-armed submarines built by Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. But Israel has long proven it can spend what it takes to obtain such big-ticket prestige platform weapon systems. In fact, former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had promoted the purchase of 3 more submarines from United Germany, sans any American financing, despite the Israeli military saying it didn't need them. Despite the canard that Israel is surrounded by enemies. Aside from the Palestinians, the only nations with which it shares a border and is actively at war are Lebanon and Syria, usually vis-a-vis the militant group Hezbollah. The country of 9 million is recognized as having the strongest military in Southwest Asia. In fact, Israel probably has one of the strongest militaries in the world. Syria's conventional military threats against Israel have increasingly shrunk over the years as it's used its military, technological, and economic status to cultivate decent relations with formerly hostile Arab states such as Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Israel's military might now easily surpass that of all its neighbors put together, let alone an isolated non-state entity like Hamas. And Iran, Israel's most formidable adversary by reputation, lies hundreds of miles away from Israeli borders. While it possesses an estimated 100 medium-range ballistic missiles capable of reaching Israel with limited accuracy, Israeli warplanes, backed by tanker aircraft and cruise missiles, could sustainably hit hundreds of targets in Iran with far greater precision than Iran could do in return. Iran still undoubtedly represents a thorn in Israel's side due to its terrorist attacks and continuing transfers of arms to Hezbollah and rocket-making expertise to Hamas. But time and time again, Israel manages to inflict more significant damage in return with the assassination of Iranian nuclear scientists and repeated bombings of Iranian forces in Syria, itself racked by a decades-long civil war that has also sucked in Hezbollah fighters. This isn't to say that the American empire should not ever sell weapons to Israel or cooperate on any defense programs or never support Israel in non-military ways. And to be sure, Israel has reciprocated the American aid by providing important intelligence sharing and insight into how American weapons perform when pitted against the Soviet weapons used by Arab armies. The U.S. has also leveraged aid to prevent Israel from building its own jet to replace the F-16, or following a scandal in the 1990s, transferring sensitive technology to communist China. Israel served as Washington's hedge against Moscow's influence over the Middle East and has cooperated closely with American counterterrorism operations in years ever since. It's just that giving so much aid to Israel is clearly unnecessary given its current posture. Today, Israel can defend itself just fine and acquire whatever American weapons it needs without an annual welfare check from Uncle Sam. And it's not like the allowance from Washington necessarily secures Israeli compliance with American policies and objectives anyway. Indeed, American aid to Israel has proven completely ineffectual in leveraging genuine cooperation with recent peace initiatives. Rather, the opposite dynamic prevails, as the all too evidently corrupt, but until now unsinkable Netanyahu himself overtly intervened in American domestic politics. 'Twas he who punished American politicians critical of Israel or supportive of the nuclear deal with Iran, whilst backing those such as former President Donald Trump willing to write Israel a blank check. Repeated American attempts to rein in Israeli settlements in Palestinian areas have been met with defiance. Requests for Israel to make concessions to Palestinians at the bargaining table have been shrugged off. Growing criticism by American groups over Israeli human rights violations and anti-democratic policies have done nothing to change Israeli behavior. But while members of Congress like Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent from Vermont, and Representative Ilhan Omar, the Democrat from Minneapolis, have attracted attention in recent years for their more vocal criticism of Israel, the reality remains that nearly the entire Republican Party and older and more influential Democratic politicians largely favor the Jewish state. Biden probably sees little benefit from modifying the Amero-Israeli relationship, since any peace process proposed by Washington is likely to fail, given how far apart the sides are and how unsuccessful his predecessors have been, while pressure on Israel is guaranteed to incite a sharp political backlash. That means our president will almost surely find it politically expedient to maintain military aid to Israel, even if the former Prime Minister Netanyahu's policies contravene Biden's ostensible commitment to human rights and a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and the government he runs can defend itself without the American tribute. I so wish I could say that having stared into that abyss, I am certain that the forces of decency in both societies, on both the left and the right in Israel and in America, are now backing away, and that Bidenism and Lapidism are our future. Yes, I so desperately wish that I could say that. But I knowingly fear that I cannot. Now my voice is shot, and I need your help. As I said, I'll be seeing that dentist tomorrow. And I have very little to pay them with to remunerate their labors. And I turn to you, my listeners, for your help. And I seek enough to at least give them something and ask them to send me a bill. Having started this last month of June with $1,000 in my PayPal account, all of it drained dry by a confluence of incoming bills that were annual in nature, that I normally pay but once a year, inclusive the Sudafed refill of my 24-hour-a-day prescription of that med that is in and of itself considered contraband because it's exploited by the crackheads to manufacture methamphetamine. Altogether, between that and renewing my website and everything else, my resources have been depleted. WTF? Mr. What the Fuck in the chat room says, "Good evening, Douglas and all. I stand with Palestine. The USA is almost a third world country, and Israel is their priority." And he spells country as C-U-N-T-R-Y. Thank you, WTF. I stand right beside you in that analysis. And aside from all of that, well, I can take it later on to other directions. Right now, I just have to face the fact I can't speak anymore. I'm just shot. And I notice that this subject doesn't really keep people enthralled, but then again, it is a Wednesday weeknight, and most people do have to go to work in the morning. So we drop down to a decent number, but it's not as high as it often is. So I'm glad that I have the concurrent viewers here at all. God bless you all. I love you dearly. As Jameson Reese said, we love our audience. And so hopefully people will listen to this on review and truly learn aspects about Israel and Southwest Asia they never had before. And of course, the Israelis themselves are going to have to come to terms with the fact that they're in for a Planet of the Apes scenario, a revolt of the Planet of the Apes scenario, in which they're overrun by the Arabs on whom they depend for cheap labor and house services and everything else. They've got to learn to treat them with respect as fellow human beings, or they will pay the consequences with the life of the state itself. As I said, the only real practical solution with Israel itself being divided in twain politically, so irrevocably, like in America between red and blue, Republican and Democrat. In Israel, it's Likud and everybody else. They need a North and South Israel. South Israel will be Likud Judea, and North Israel will be everyone else. Between them will be a demilitarized zone that will serve as the land bridge between Gaza and West Palestine. And with that in mind, I bid you all good night. A good day, I mean to say. And we'll bring it back into the other subjects concerning communist China and, of course, the heat waves enveloping the burning earth. with our next transmission come Sunday night. Thank you, so many of you, for providing your upvotes to counterbalance the downvotes of the Cthulhuites. And with that in mind, I guess in the last few minutes, perhaps I could give you a little bit of a history on what the Stonewall Uprising was all about. After all, that is history, and I did promote it on tonight's summary. So provide myself a second to get my head out of my ass and try and recall what, as a historian, I can remember. And, all right. Let me see now. The Stonewall riots did not start the gay rights movement, which is what everyone insists all over the internet. Understand that it began on June 28th and lasted until the third day in July, culminating right before the 4th of July, when those riots did take place historically in the 1960s. But giving Stonewall too much credit misses the movement's growing strength throughout that decade into which I was born into this vale of tears. Despite what you may hear during this year, good God, it might be the 50th anniversary at this point, actually the 51st commemoration for that event. Stonewall was not the spark that ignited the gay rights movement. The story is well known. A routine police raid of a mafia-owned gay bar in New York City sparked 3 nights of riots, transitioning from June into July, and with them, the global gay rights movement. In fact, it is conventional to date the alternative lifestyles history into before Stonewall and after Stonewall periods, not just in these United States, but in Europe as well. British activists can join Stonewall UK, for example, while pride parades in United Germany, Austria, and Switzerland are called Christopher Street Day, after the street in New York City on which the Stonewall Inn still sits. But there were gay activists before that early morning of June 28th in 1969. Previous rebellions of the alternative lifestyles leading people against police, earlier calls for gay power and earlier riots. What was different about Stonewall was that gay activists around the country were prepared to commemorate it publicly. It was not the first rebellion, but it was the first to be called the first, and that act of naming mattered. Those nationally coordinated activist commemorations were evidence of an alternative lifestyles movement that had rapidly grown in strength during the 1960s, not a movement sparked by a single riot. The story of how that particular night and that particular bar came to signify global gay rebellion is a story of how collective memory works and how social movements organize to commemorate their gains. The sociologists Elizabeth A. Armstrong and Susanna M. Craig have detailed 4 previous police raids on gay bars in cities across these United States that prompted activist responses and local gains, but that either faded from local memory, did not inspire commemorations that lasted, or did not motivate activists in other cities. Exempli gratiae, San Francisco activists mobilized in response to police raids on gay bars in the early 1960s, which came to a head during a raid on a New Year's Eve ball in 1965 that eventually brought down the police commissioner. This New Year's Eve raid attracted wide media attention, garnered heterosexual support, and is credited with galvanizing local activists, but it was subsequently forgotten. In 1966, the year I myself was born, again in my Golden Gate at San Francisco, alternative lifestyles leading people rioted at Compton's cafeteria, smashing all the windows of a police car, setting fires, and picketing the restaurant for its collusion with the police. The city's gay establishment did not participate, however, and distanced themselves from the transgender and street youths and their political organization, called Vanguard, behind the violent protest. The 1967 police raid on San Francisco's Black Cat Bar, for instance, led to a demonstration of 400 people strong that garnered evening news coverage. San Francisco was not the only U.S. city with gay rights activists gaining strength. In Los Angeles, the first national gay rights organization, the Mattachine Society, was founded years earlier in 1951 and spawned chapters in other cities around the country. Bar raids in late 1960s Los Angeles also prompted resistance. The 1967 police raid on the Black Cat Bar, as I said, leading to a demonstration almost 500 people strong. That demonstration played a role in the founding of the leading national alternative lifestyles magazine, The Advocate, while the Black Cat demonstration garnered support from heterosexual activists for Chicano and black civil rights. No further coordination occurred, and the event was not commemorated. When police again descended on the LA nightclub The Patch, patrons struck back immediately, marching to City Hall to lay flowers and singing civil rights anthem, "We Shall Overcome." But its anniversary passed without remembrance. Los Angeles activists did organize a one-year vigil on the anniversary of the night of the the night that Los Angeles police beat a gay man to death in front of the Dover Hotel, but this 120-person strong rally and march to the police station did not inspire activists in other cities. Subsequent demonstrations were subsumed by the Stonewall commemorations. And by the way, our man WTF says he appreciates the topic. I believe he's talking about what I was saying about Israel and Palestine as opposed to what I'm covering now. But bear in mind that activists were busy on the East Coast before Stonewall as well. I mean, in Washington, D.C., alternative lifestyles veterans chose the Pentagon as their place to picket, making it onto national television with signs reading, "Homosexual citizens want to serve their country too." And subsequent demonstrations targeted the White House and the offices of federal agencies. New York City's Mattachine Society secured legal gains in the year I was born, 1966, when they organized a sip-in at the bar Julius's, securing the right of homosexuals to gather in public. None of these actions inspired commemoration locally or in other cities. However, leading scholars looking for pre-Stonewall protests can find them. Now, there was an annual demonstration for gay civil rights before Stonewall, and it provides the best example of how gay politics were already growing and changing before the riots. Beginning in 1965, Philadelphia alternative lifestyles activists began an annual picket of Independence Hall on the 4th of July to protest state treatment of homosexuals. So soberly dressed men and women with carefully worded signs walked solemnly in front of this iconic building where the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution were debated and signed, and these annual reminders were the result of coordination by activists in New York, Washington, and Philadelphia, all evidence of burgeoning regional cooperation by gay rights activists throughout the decade into which I was born, into this vale of tears, the 1960s. Yet these somber events unraveled in the week after Stonewall, and Philadelphia activists voted later in 1969 to shift the 1970 commemoration from a picket of Independence Hall to a parade in the streets on the Stonewall anniversary, leading to the gay parades. Gay politics had become